The manager of an anime website finds himself transported into another world as an orphan. Expecting to starve on the streets, he unexpectedly acquires a dragon-raising system. Stop. Don't run. At the edge of Old Lee's orchard in the village of Kimura, Tianqing Empire of the Sacred Dragon Continent, an elderly voice shouted angrily, accompanied by the sound of a cane hitting the ground. You little rascal, if you dare steal my magic flower fruit again, I'll break your legs. Though the magic flower fruit was just a low-grade fruit for ordinary people, fetching only a few copper coins at the market, Old Lee still chased the boy, gasping for breath. Old Lee, it's just a few worthless fruits. Zhang Xing laughed and shouted as he ran. When I make it big, I'll build you a larger orchard and plant the finest fruits. Watching the cheerful figure running away, Old Lee wasn't truly angry. Instead, he sighed inwardly. Poor child. This boy, Zhang Xing, should have been sent to the Magic Academy by his frugal grandfather due to his magical aptitude to live a life of prestige. However, on the way to the academy, they were attacked by wolves, and his grandfather died saving him. Alone, Zhang Xing starved to death near Kimura. But the current Zhang Xing was actually a manager from a well-known anime website on Earth, who inexplicably transmigrated into the body of this 6-year-old boy while dealing with a power outage. In this magic world where strength was revered, there were powerful warriors and highly respected magicians. Zhang Xing stumbled as he ran, his young legs struggling until he fell and scraped his knees. As he stuffed magic flower fruit into his mouth, he looked back, his chin covered in sticky purple pulp. Everyone else gets some cheat ability, but I get nothing? If it weren't for the villagers of Kimura taking me in, I'd have starved 3 days ago and become the first transmigrated to die of hunger, huh? Just as he was mocking himself, a pleasant ding sounded in his mind. In the next instant, Zhang Xing vanished from his spot and entered an unknown space. Before him lay a vast, lush island. System prompts rang out. Congratulations on successfully summoning Dragon Island. Congratulations on acquiring the dragon-raising system. What's the point of raising a dragon? Zhang Xing's young face was filled with confusion. As a pet, the system replied. Tears filled Zhang Xing's eyes. Others had powerful systems or mentors and rings, while he was stuck selling dragons to nobles. But the system's next words made him ecstatic, forgetting his pain. A pet dragon can grow into a divine dragon, allowing you to conquer the world. Please board Dragon Island to begin the system tasks. On this island, as large as Hainan Island, the system immediately issued a beginner task, granting 2,000 gold coins. In Kimura, where even silver coins were rare, it was an astronomical amount. Zhang Xing tried to grab them, but could only take 5 at a time until the system informed him he could use his mind to access them. Beginner Task 1. Build a base, requiring 200 gold coins, to construct essential dragon nest buildings. Zhang Xing opened the control panel, found the construction option, and with a thought, a flash of white light appeared, and a medieval-style building rose from the ground. Congratulations on completing the task, earning 10 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations on leveling up, currently a warrior apprentice. Feeling the strength of a 20-year-old, Zhang Xing checked his status. Gold coins 1900, experience 1020. System prompt. Congratulations on upgrading to a junior warrior. As soon as the system's voice faded, a surge of power filled the small body of the 6-year-old Zhang Xing. He clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming strength coursing through him, his confidence soaring. I bet I could take on 10 or 8 ordinary people now. Zhang Xing thought smugly. Immediately after, the system announced Newbie Task 3, build a level 1 dragon nest, which required 400 gold coins and would be used to hatch dragon eggs. Zhang Xing quickly completed the task, earning 30 experience points and 300 gold coins, bringing his total gold to 1,700. Congratulations on upgrading to a mid-level warrior, the system announced. Wow, the upgrade speed is incredible, like riding a rocket. Zhang Xing exclaimed excitedly. I reckon now I could kill a tiger with one punch. Newbie Task 4 was then initiated. Randomly choose a dragon egg to hatch, with no gold cost. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall slot machine appeared in the air, featuring 24 slots with 12 types of dragon eggs and 12 thank you slots. Only a 50% chance of getting one, Zhang Xing frowned. What if I don't get one? The system responded. You can complete side quests to earn more chances at drawing a dragon egg. Sigh? Why not just give me an egg directly? Why make it so complicated? Zhang Xing muttered, clasping his hands in prayer while mentally grumbling about the system before pressing the start button. Beep, whir. The cursor finally stopped on a black dragon egg. Yes, got one, lucky me. Zhang Xing shouted joyfully. A basketball-sized, oval-shaped black egg appeared on the ground out of nowhere. Ding. Congratulations to the island master for obtaining a black dragon egg. Please place the dragon egg in the dragon nest for incubation, the system prompted. With a thought, Zhang Xing sent the dragon egg flying into the dragon nest within the swamp cave. Hey, system, how long will it take to hatch? He asked. Just 1 day, the system replied. Zhang Xing marveled at the system's efficiency, recalling how in some novels, dragon eggs can take hundreds of years to hatch. The day passed quickly, and Zhang Xing eagerly entered Dragon Island. As he arrived just in time, he heard a series of crack sounds. Focusing his eyes, he saw tiny cracks covering the surface of the dragon egg. Holding his breath, Zhang Xing watched the dragon egg intently. With a crack, the eggshell broke, revealing a curled-up black figure. The black figure shook a few times, shedding the sticky liquid on its body, and slowly stretched out. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task, earning 40 warrior experience points and 400 gold coins. The system chimed. Huh? Why didn't I level up? Zhang Xing checked the attribute panel, realizing that an advanced warrior required 100 experience points. No rush, it's just the beginning, he reassured himself. The system continued. Magic talent unlocked. Currently a magic apprentice. Experience points 020. Magic task initiated. Feed the young dragon with magic flower fruit. Each fruit increases experience by 1 point. Young dragon experience 010. Magic flower fruit seeds can be purchased in the system store. Magic flower fruit. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Old Li's place has over 30 of them. Something the rich don't care about but the poor cherish? I'll take a look later. Maybe borrow one, not steal. Zhang Xing had thought the system only granted him the identity of a warrior and a dragon. Unexpectedly, it also bestowed upon him the prestigious identity of a mage. What kind of combo is this? A magic warrior dragon knight? He pondered, planning his next tasks. Upgrading buildings, accumulating warrior and magic experience, and nurturing the young dragon, feeling not too daunted. Yeah, a cute cry interrupted Zhang Xing's thoughts. Turning around, he saw a half-meter-tall, pitch-black child standing before him. Zhang Xing was stunned. Where's the promised little dragon? How did it hatch into a child? Zhang Xing took a closer look and was stunned by what he saw. It wasn't a child at all, but a baby dragon that had just hatched from its egg. The little creature was pitch black, covered in a thin layer of shiny black scales, and looked astonishingly ugly. Its tiny face was filled with anger, glaring at Zhang Xing with a look of deep resentment. One large, one small, one yellow, one black. These two kids silently sized each other up. Unable to hold back, Zhang Xing asked, "Why do you look like that?" To his surprise, the little black dragon shot back, almost choking Zhang Xing with its words. "And you think you look any better?" With that, the dragon haughtily raised its head, nostrils flaring, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Xing before picking up a piece of eggshell and crunching on it. Zhang Xing was secretly amazed. Not only had this little black dragon transformed into a human form at birth, but it could also speak human language, and even retort. He couldn't help but say, "Hey, little black dragon, I helped hatch you. That's no way to treat me." Huh? The little black dragon snorted dismissively. "You look nothing like me. Don't think I don't know you're a human. A lowly human." Zhang Xing sighed inwardly. This little creature was indeed smart, inheriting the dragon race's strong memory genes right at birth. It wouldn't be easily fooled. After a while, the little black dragon finished eating the eggshell, stretched lazily, and without paying any more attention to Zhang Xing, crawled into its cave to sleep. Zhang Xing left Dragon Island in frustration, pondering how he might deal with this arrogant little creature in the future. As night fell, a small shadow stealthily entered Old Li's orchard. The magic flower fruit trees, after 3 years of growth, were in their harvest season. Zhang Xing easily leaped up to the 2-meter height and soon picked 20 magic flower fruits, then silently slipped back to Dragon Island. Upon entering Dragon Island, Zhang Xing saw the little black dragon with a face full of distress. The little creature, having slept all day, was now listlessly wandering outside its nest, clearly hungry and looking for food. Seeing Zhang Xing approach, the little black dragon raised its head with a proud air, quickly turning away as if too disdainful to acknowledge him. Zhang Xing chuckled to himself. He sat boldly on a smooth rock, took out a magic flower fruit from his pocket, and began to eat it noisily. Snap! At the sound of eating, the little black dragon froze as if bewitched. It sniffed the air and quickly turned its head. Seeing the scene before it, the little black dragon instantly dropped its arrogant facade, its head drooping. Growl! Growl! Zhang Xing heard the little black dragon's stomach rumbling and deliberately ate, even more audibly. So delicious. So fragrant. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Xing saw the little black dragon hesitantly approaching him, secretly delighted. The most effective trick to deal with kids is food. Even a proud dragon child must bow to its instincts. What are you eating? The little black dragon stood in front of Zhang Xing, eyes wide, swallowing hard, and asked in a soft, childlike voice. Its attitude was completely different from before, changing faster than anyone could imagine. Zhang Xing crossed his legs, feigning arrogance, and replied, "Magic flower fruit. Can I have one?" The little black dragon licked its lips, weakly requesting. "No." Zhang Xing coldly spat out the word and deliberately turned away. 2 seconds later, a pitiful voice came from behind. "Brother, I'm hungry." Zhang Xing felt a tug on his clothes, gently swaying. At that moment, The proud little dragon finally lowered its noble head in the face of hunger. Hee hee, calling me brother now, huh? Starting to give in. Zhang Xing chuckled triumphantly. But remember, I worked hard to hatch you, so you should call me dad. The little black dragon stubbornly tugged at Zhang Xing's sleeve, his big, shiny eyes staring intently at him. You're human, I can't call you dad. I want to eat a magic flower fruit. Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow. Fine, don't call me that. Why don't you transform into a dragon for me? He was actually a bit excited, as he had never seen a real dragon before. Upon hearing this, the little black dragon immediately began to wiggle his body on the spot. He squatted down, clenched his little fists, and puffed his round face like a balloon, as if using all his strength. This comical posture made Zhang Xing laugh, thinking that it looked more like he was trying to use the toilet than transforming. Suddenly, with a poof, a small black dragon appeared in midair. It was just over half a meter long, with an unusually large head adorned with two newly sprouted horns. Its deep-set eyes sparkled with intelligence, and its four claws looked strong and nimble. Its body was covered in smooth, fine scales that shimmered slightly in the sunlight. Zhang Xing nodded to himself, thinking that the appearance was quite similar to what he had imagined. He couldn't help but daydream about the future, imagining how impressive it would be to ride on the back of a fully grown dragon soaring through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the little black dragon reverted to his childlike form, looking at Zhang Xing with eager eyes. I want to eat the magic flower fruit. Zhang Xing took out a magic flower fruit from his pocket and waved it in front of the little black dragon. I can give it to you, but you have to acknowledge me as your master. The little black dragon pouted and said seriously, no way, only the strongest humans, with the dragon's own permission, can become their master. Look at you, you're so puny. Talking about his lifelong commitment, the little guy started to throw a tantrum again. Pretending to be impatient, Zhang Xing stood up as if to leave. If you don't want to, fine, I'm leaving. He muttered to himself as he walked away. After all the effort to hatch you, only for you to starve to death. Might as well have cooked the egg. The little black dragon's stomach growled loudly at the perfect moment. Watching Zhang Xing walk 3 meters away, he finally gritted his teeth and said pitifully, all right, I'll acknowledge you as my master, but we can only form an equal contract. He explained, an equal contract between dragons and humans is the most beneficial. Humans can enjoy the unique magical attributes of dragons, while dragons aren't bound by human mortality, and likewise, humans won't be affected by dragons. The mortality mentioned here means that human life and death have nothing to do with dragons. Zhang Xing was secretly pleased, feeling proud of his ability to outsmart a child. Although the equal contract didn't seem particularly useful now, the benefits would become apparent as the little black dragon grew. He readily agreed. All right, let's hurry and sign the contract. The phrase had a touch of earthly flavor to it. The little black dragon seemed to understand Zhang Xing's meaning and began chanting an obscure and peculiar incantation. In an instant, a black light shot into the sky, briefly illuminating above Dragon Island. As the incantation concluded, Zhang Xing felt a strange connection forming between him and the little black dragon. In the depths of his mind, there seemed to be a shadow of the little black dragon, a fragment of its soul. Zhang Xing could sense the powerful magic contained within that soul, and he noticed that his ability to absorb magical elements from the air had improved. The contract was completed in the blink of an eye. The little black dragon also seemed to be sensing the changes within its soul, but after only a brief pause, it loudly demanded, quick, give this dragon the magic flower fruit to eat. Zhang Xing gave him a stern look, and the little black dragon immediately backed down, shrinking his neck and correcting himself. Master, the dragon baby is really hungry. I want to eat the magic fruit. Zhang Xing couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, eat up, he said, tossing the magic flower fruit to the little black dragon. From now on, I'll call you Heibao. When you can truly transform into human form, you have to call me Brother Xing in front of others. Got it? Zhang Xing instructed, watching the little black dragon devour the magic flower fruit with a satisfied smile. The little black dragon was devouring the food with such fervor that it was hard to tell if it was responding or completely ignoring the surroundings. After swallowing a magical flower fruit, a sudden burst of black smoke emerged from its body, and it grew slightly larger. A system notification chimed. Ding. The young dragon needs 9 more fruits to advance to the first tier, current experience 110. Ding. Congratulations on completing the feeding task. You have been awarded 20 magic points and 200 gold coins. Congratulations on leveling up to a novice mage. Next level mage experience 040, warrior experience 40100. You have acquired the novice mage's meditation skill, and the black dragon's novice fire breathing and biting skills. Zhang Xing beamed with joy and was about to close his eyes to practice meditation when he was surprised to find that he could sense the magical elements around him with his eyes open. His mental strength was unprecedentedly strong, and the world seemed to be renewed in his eyes. Wow, Did I just learn meditation? He marveled, then attempted to cast the fire-breathing skill. Fire breathing, he shouted, and a fierce flame erupted from his mouth. It was quite powerful, though it consumed a significant amount of his internal magic. Zhang Xing couldn't help but think that if those great mages knew a 6-year-old not only became a novice mage, but could also breathe fire, they would be terrified. The little black dragon, having finished a magical flower fruit, looked eagerly at Zhang Xing and communicated telepathically. Master, it's not enough? Give me more. Zhang Xing snapped back to reality and gave the remaining 19 magical flower fruits to the little black dragon. Wow, so many. Thank you, Master, the little black dragon exclaimed, swaying its body with excitement and affectionately nuzzling Zhang Xing before devouring the fruits. Shortly after, it swallowed all the fruits, its body expanding to over a meter tall, towering over Zhang Xing. The system prompted again. Ding. Young dragon advanced to Tier 2. Current experience 9100. Zhang Xing was taken aback by the notification. The next stage required eating 100 magical flower fruits, which was no small feat. He pondered that he couldn't keep stealing from Old Lee's orchard, but buying them directly wasn't an option either. If he offered a gold coin, Old Lee would surely suspect it was stolen, making it impossible to purchase the fruits and potentially causing trouble. He opened the system store and found magical flower fruit seeds. The price made him gasp, 200 gold coins for one seed, and each seed only produced 20 fruits. For the sake of the dragon's growth, he gritted his teeth and spent 1,000 gold coins for 5 seeds, leaving him with 1,300 gold coins. Zhang Xing planted the 5 seeds in the fields designated for the Dragon Island, thinking that they would bear fruit in a month. The system didn't provide any new tasks, indicating that the beginner tasks were over. Exiting the system space, Zhang Xing reappeared under the fruit tree. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual red glow flickering from the distant village and heard chaotic noises mixed with deep howls. Oh no, it's a wolf pack. Zhang Xing was shocked. It was the middle of the night, and a wolf pack attacking the village was something even low-level magical beasts wouldn't dare to attempt lightly. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing tapped into his intermediate warrior skills and dashed toward the village. He was determined to drive the wolves away and save the villagers, also seeking revenge for the grandfather of the body he now inhabited. Hurry, light the firewood. The village chief's voice echoed urgently and tensely from afar. He led a group of a dozen young men, their heavy breathing clearly audible in the stillness of the night. The flames shot up instantly, igniting 2 piles of firewood over a meter high, casting an orange glow over everything. The heat of the fire drove away the night's chill and illuminated the fierce eyes of the wild wolves. They retreated in fear, yet the menace in their eyes remained, and a low growl rumbled from their throats, as if they were preparing for a bigger attack. The village chief frowned and muttered to himself, "How did so many wolves get in?" Just as he finished speaking, a wolf on the other side of the fire let out a long howl, its piercing sound tearing through the night and causing the villagers' faces to turn pale. "Oh no, that wolf is calling for its pack," someone exclaimed. Indeed, within a minute, a field of eerie green lights emerged around the village, the glinting eyes of the wolf pack. The villagers' hearts sank, fear surging like a tide. There were probably 40 or 50 wolves. The pack exuded a chilling ferocity, their eyes fixed intently on the villagers, some with drool dripping from their mouths, ready to attack at any moment. Just then, from the back of the pack, emerged a gigantic wolf, as big as a calf. Hiss! The villagers gasped in shock upon seeing this enormous wolf, their spirits shaken, and their body temperatures dropping to the lowest point. Oh my god! This is a beast. The atmosphere of despair spread instantly. A timid villager absent-mindedly let go of his hoe, which clattered to the ground, unnoticed by him. More people began to tremble uncontrollably, fully aware that against such a beast, they had no power to fight back. This demon wolf was clearly the leader of the pack. It walked slowly to the fire, seemingly unfazed by the weak humans. It was as if a gang leader was leading his gang to a feast. Howl! The demon wolf let out a low growl, akin to a cold snort, giving the command to attack. The wolves' eyes glinted with greed and cruelty as they lunged at the villagers, eager for what seemed like a grand feast about to begin. Everyone, huddle together and fight to the death. If we can kill even one, it's worth it. We can't let these beasts succeed easily. The village chief's voice was filled with tragic determination. Everyone tightened their grips on their farming tools, bracing for the final battle. The wolf pack surged forward like a tidal wave, each hungry wolf leaping across the fire, fanning out in formation, covering over 4 meters in a flash. On their second leap, the wolves sprang into the air, their forms enlarging in the villagers' eyes, casting a shadow of death over everyone. At this critical moment, a clear and decisive, slightly immature voice rang out in the night. "Beasts, how dare you!" Suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. With a thud, a gray wolf in midair let out a terrible cry, and was hurled back to the other side of the fire with greater speed than it had come. It rolled over the ground multiple times, its fur scraped off, revealing bloody flesh, and lay there limp and motionless. Bang! Bang! A series of continuous thuds followed as the second, third, and fourth wolves fell one after another, their pitiful howls piercing the night and rekindling hope in the villagers' hearts. Zhang Xing arrived at the scene just in time, moving like lightning as he dashed into the pack of wolves. His fists and feet rained down upon the wolves with pinpoint accuracy. Before they could react, each wolf was sent flying by the punches of this 6-year-old boy, landing heavily on the other side of the campfire. His intermediate warrior cultivation erupted from within, making it seem effortless to handle the wolves. The villagers stood dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Their minds struggled to process the scene before them. A frail child who just days ago needed assistance, now unleashing incredible strength to easily fend off a ferocious pack of wolves. This stark contrast left them frozen in place. However, as they looked at the small figure of Zhang Xing standing in front of them, a peculiar sense of security began to grow. This feeling surprised even them, yet it was undeniably real. On the other side of the fire, the surviving demon wolf let out a low, angry growl upon seeing its fallen companions. This sound tightened the villagers' nerves once more. The village chief quickly warned, "Child, be careful. That's a first or second-tier demon wolf, much tougher than the wolves you just faced." Zhang Xing calmly replied, "Don't worry, chief. I'm fine. You all step back." His tone carried an unexpected confidence and determination. Though the villagers didn't quite notice this, their retreat was no longer as frantic. Despite knowing nothing about the continent's cultivation system or the levels of magical beasts, Zhang Xing could sense the violent power within the demon wolf. Nevertheless, he felt confident enough to face it. Man and beast faced each other across the fire. The demon wolf crouched low, front paws on the ground, hind legs bent, ready to pounce at any moment. Zhang Xing focused intently, watching the wolf's every move. This was his first battle against a magical beast, and naturally, he felt a bit anxious. Suddenly, the demon wolf's fur bristled, and its hind legs pushed off the ground, launching it like an arrow towards Zhang Xing. A strong, nauseating stench of blood hit him, but Zhang Xing forced himself to ignore it, keeping his eyes fixed on the wolf's attack trajectory. "Ah, child, be careful. Dodge," the villagers cried out. Yet amidst their cries, Zhang Xing was already engaged in combat with the demon wolf. As the wolf extended its claws towards his head, Zhang Xing swiftly ducked and delivered a backward kick aimed at the wolf's abdomen. The cunning wolf twisted midair, evading the kick, and its claws missed their target. Once it landed, the demon wolf immediately leaped again, attacking Zhang Xing once more. Through this brief exchange, Zhang Xing realized that their strength and speed were quite evenly matched. Killing this demon wolf would not be an easy task. Magical beasts naturally have tough hides and a resistance to physical attacks that far exceeds that of ordinary warriors. In comparison, the 6-year-old Zhang Xing was at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Since a quick victory wasn't possible, Zhang Xing decided to use the demon wolf as a sparring partner to hone his combat skills. Despite his intermediate warrior cultivation, Zhang Xing lacked the corresponding martial techniques and had to rely on basic hand-to-hand combat to contend with the demon wolf. He silently contemplated tactics, aiming to gain experience from this real battle. The demon wolf, frustrated by its inability to break through, began to show signs of agitation. Bang! After a fierce clash, the demon wolf was forced back 5 meters. Zhang Xing felt his arm go numb, the pain almost unbearable. This time, instead of launching another powerful attack, the demon wolf tensed its limbs, lifted its head to the sky, and opened its massive jaws. A whoa! The piercing howl shattered the night, reaching the villagers' ears. Everyone shivered involuntarily, a deep-seated dread creeping up their spines, causing goosebumps to spread over their skin. The tension was palpable, enveloping everyone. Zhang Xing was no exception. His instincts warned him of the danger the demon wolf was brewing, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Suddenly, the demon wolf's eyes emitted a strange red glow. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a powerful gust of energy. "Child, dodge. It's a wind blade." "This is the beast's." The village chief's words were abruptly cut off as he stared at Zhang Xing in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. Zhang Xing spewed a burst of flames from his mouth, colliding with the demon wolf's wind blade in midair, neutralizing it instantly. The village chief's mind reeled, and he collapsed to the ground, stunned. This is impossible. How can a 6-year-old child breathe fire? Is Zhang Xing also a magical beast? No, this seems like magic. The village chief recalled the novice magicians he had seen in his youth, too shocked to speak. My God, a 6-year-old magician. The other villagers were equally astonished, none noticing the village chief on the ground. The demon wolf was also taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in its eyes, but it quickly resumed shooting wind blades. Zhang Xing's confidence soared as he thought, the black dragon's fire-breathing ability is my gift too. Can a dragon be inferior to a wolf? He didn't even need to consciously use meditation techniques. The fire element in the air rushed into his body. As the battle wore on, the demon wolf's momentum waned, its magic depleted, defeat imminent. Just as it attempted to flee, Zhang Xing lunged forward, fists ready. A flame surged ahead of him, engulfing the demon wolf in fire. Ow! The demon wolf howled in pain, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing's fist landed. Bang! Bang! The demon wolf howled pitifully, its former arrogance gone, reduced to a pitiful state as it struggled to escape. The magical flames burned fiercely, the air filled with the scent of singed fur and roasted meat. The villagers felt a surge of relief, their despair and worry vanishing. Zhang Xing relentlessly pursued the demon wolf, chasing it to the desolate mountains several miles outside the village. Hey Bao, come out and stretch your muscles, Zhang Xing called, ready to deliver the final blow to the demon wolf. As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, the little black dragon appeared in midair like a shadow, its slender body of over a meter elegantly swaying. Its gaze fell upon the demon wolf, and with the innate nobility of the dragon race, it looked down disdainfully at this lower creature. The demon wolf sensed something unusual behind it, but before it could react, an overwhelming pressure enveloped its entire body like a net. Thud! The demon wolf's limbs instantly lost strength, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. It turned its head with difficulty, its eyes filled with deep fear, its body trembling violently. The massive difference in power made it lose all courage to resist. However, when the demon wolf realized the black dragon was only a meter in size, its fear slightly subsided. The beast's ferocity resurfaced from within, and it managed to roll over and regain some strength. A low growl emerged from its throat, and its eyes gleamed with a challenging light, as if it still wanted to take on the little black dragon. Zhang Xing chuckled softly and said to the little black dragon, Hey Bao, this is a second-tier demon wolf. Go ahead and practice. Without Zhang Xing's command, He Bao was already eager to fight. Battle was in its very bones. Although both were second tier, even if the demon wolf wasn't injured, it was no match for the little black dragon. The little black dragon darted forward like an arrow. Under the suppression of the dragon's might, the demon wolf's reactions couldn't keep up with its brain's commands. Swipe! With a single claw, a chunk of the wolf's flesh was torn off. Soon, amidst the wolf's pained howls, its body was covered in gruesome wounds, bleeding profusely. Moments later, the demon wolf lay on the ground, barely alive, its eyes filled with despair. The little black dragon finally bit its throat, ending the one-sided battle. Zhang Xing took a deep breath and silently thought, Zhang Xing, this avenges your grandfather. May you both rest in peace. As for your grandfather's last wish, I will definitely go to the Magic Academy. Afterward, Zhang Xing and He Bao enjoyed a hearty meal of barbecued demon wolf meat. The wolf, as large as a calf, was reduced to just its head, most of it devoured by the little black dragon. Satisfied and full, the dragon retreated to rest on Dragon Island. Zhang Xing carried the wolf's head back to the village, calling out loudly, Folks, come and share the wolf meat. The villagers, who had been waiting eagerly at the village entrance, were stunned to see Zhang Xing returning with the demon wolf's head. They thought to themselves, this kid is incredible. In such a short time, he reduced a 700 or 800-pound demon wolf to just its head. He's fiercer than a magical beast. Thud! Zhang Xing dropped the wolf's head heavily on the ground, dusting off his hands with a confident smile. Village chief, the wolves here are yours to deal with. I'm a bit tired, going to rest now. As Zhang Xing was about to head to his room, the village chief quickly called out, Wait, Zhang Xing, check if there's a magic crystal inside the wolf's head. Magical beasts have a 20 to 30% chance of producing one. If there is one, you could sell it for a good price in town. The villagers chimed in. Yes, the chief is right. We owe our safety to you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. The simple and honest villagers continuously expressed their gratitude. Although they had nothing to offer in return, Zhang Xing felt their genuine sincerity. Zhang Xing waved his hand with a smile. We're all neighbors, like family. You've treated me like one of your own, providing food and shelter. Haha, I've caused enough mischief too, so let's not stand on ceremony. It's late. Let's divide the wolf meat and get some rest. Zhang Xing's calm demeanor filled the villagers' eyes with admiration. After tidying up, he hurried back to his room. Who knew that killing a demon wolf would enhance both my warrior and magic skills? Zhang Xing muttered before entering Dragon Island. Just as Zhang Xing finished off the ordinary wolves, he noticed his warrior experience bar increased by 52 points. When the little black dragon killed the magic wolf, both his magic experience and warrior experience bars gained an additional 40 points each. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, Ding! Congratulations to the island master for leveling up to an advanced warrior. Immediately following was another chime, Ding! Congratulations to the island master for leveling up to an intermediate mage. Zhang Xing was astonished to feel changes in his body. His height seemed to have increased, now estimated to be about 1.1 meters. More excitingly, he felt the power surging within him had at least doubled. He mused to himself that if he encountered a second-tier magical beast like the magic wolf again, he could probably defeat it with just a few punches and kicks. Filled with joy, Zhang Xing eagerly brought up his attribute panel. Zhang Xing, male, 6 years old. Title, Dragon Island Master. Building zoned. Level 1 Castle, Level 1 Black Dragon Nest. Warrior level, Advanced Warrior, current experience 32500. Magic level, Intermediate Mage, current experience 0100. Martial skills, none. Magic skills, Fire Breathing Bite. Pets owned, 1 Black Dragon. Black Dragon level, Tier 2, current experience 49100. Gold coins, 1300. After reviewing this information, Zhang Xing gained a deeper understanding of the system. He realized that killing magical beasts not only earned him warrior experience, but also magic experience. More importantly, when the little black dragon killed a magical beast, he also gained experience points, showcasing the benefits of their bond. However, Zhang Xing also recognized his shortcomings. Apart from fire breathing, he didn't know any other level 1 magic spells. He began to ponder whether the system offered any rare treasures or secret techniques, but quickly realized that even if they existed, he couldn't afford them with his remaining gold coins. Zhang Xing understood that to earn more gold coins, he needed to leave the village and head to a larger, more prosperous city. He recalled the Magic Academy from his memories, seemingly called St. Roland Magic and Martial Academy. He decided to ask the village elder for information about it the next day. As night fell, Zhang Xing chose to sit cross-legged on Dragon Island, practicing meditation. He knew that the stronger his mental power, the faster he could absorb magical elements, and his spellcasting speed would improve as well. Despite having the system, Zhang Xing didn't slack off. He was acutely aware that to survive on this perilous continent, diligence was essential. After careful consideration, Zhang Xing concluded that although mages seemed powerful, their greatest weakness was their frail bodies. Even a beginner warrior might defeat an intermediate mage due to the long casting time required for spells. Even though he could cast spells instantly, he decided to solidify his basics while he was still young. With the system's help, he was confident he could become even more formidable in the future. In reality, the original owner of this body didn't possess outstanding magical talent. Under normal circumstances, this child named Zhang Xing might only have reached the level of a beginner mage in his lifetime. However, after crossing into this world, this body was completely transformed, becoming extraordinarily powerful. Especially after reaching the level of an advanced warrior, his 6-year-old physique was comparable to that of an adult advanced warrior. Considering he was only 6, at the peak of his physical development, by his teenage years, his physical prowess would likely reach unimaginable heights. As the meditation progressed, the magical elements in the space surged towards him like a tide. In his perception, the fire magic elements appeared particularly active and lively. This was perhaps due to sharing the fire-breathing skill with the little black dragon. As the training deepened, Zhang Xing felt his thoughts becoming clearer, and the dragon island before him grew increasingly bright. The magic power he had expended in the earlier battle with the magic wolf was rapidly recovering. Moments later, his magic power was fully restored. Zhang Xing was deeply immersed in his training, continuously absorbing the magical elements from the surrounding space. His body felt like a balloon on the brink of bursting, with each additional bit of magic becoming increasingly difficult to take in. However, Zhang Xing was not willing to stop. He cautiously explored his limits, testing them little by little. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that he could continue absorbing magic. This unusual occurrence piqued his curiosity, but he decided to focus on his training, trusting that he would one day understand the reason behind it. Time ticked by, and Zhang Xing finally reached his limit. His face was etched with pain, yet he persisted with gritted teeth. Just as he was about to hold on a little longer, a loud noise exploded in his mind, and he collapsed, falling into unconsciousness. Throughout the night, Zhang Xing cycled between unconsciousness and training. Each time he awoke, he would resume meditating to absorb magic until he passed out again from the intense pain. When dawn broke, Zhang Xing finally awoke completely. To his delight, not only was his body no longer in pain, but his magical power had also doubled compared to before. He felt his mental strength had significantly increased, and his ability to control fire magic elements had improved in both speed and range. Zhang Xing was unaware that the system could actually help him grow quickly. However, it was his mature, proactive mindset and unwavering determination that enabled him to earn a substantial fortune early on and even hunt beasts beyond his level to obtain magic crystals. As for why his body could accommodate more magical power, he realized it was related to his advancement to a high-level warrior. At this moment, the little black dragon, having slept through the night, groggily woke up. Upon seeing Zhang Xing, it happily scampered over, the scent of roasted magic wolf meat from the previous night still lingering in its memory. "Master, I'm hungry again." The little creature conveyed its longing with its eyes. Zhang Xing patted himself down, suddenly remembering something. Oh, I wonder if you'd like to eat a magic crystal? He took out a magic wolf crystal and gave it a shake. The little black dragon's eyes lit up, and a sliver of its inherited memory opened. This is even tastier than magic wolf meat, it exclaimed, smacking its tiny lips in excitement. Here you go. Zhang Xing tossed the quail-egg-sized magic crystal to it. The little black dragon caught it in its mouth and crunched it up in no time. Yet it still looked unsatisfied, gazing at Zhang Xing with its big black eyes. Zhang Xing couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't easy keeping up with this little glutton. However, he also noted that a second-tier magic crystal could provide the little black dragon with 10 experience points, which was a valuable discovery. With the magic flower fruit still a month away from ripening, Zhang Xing realized he was always thinking about it. Like him, the little dragon needed 3 meals a day. Although the magic flower fruit was currently very beneficial for the little dragon, serving as both food and an upgrade potion, it might only be considered a snack in the future. Let's take the little black dragon out hunting, Zhang Xing mused. We can check out the deep forest in the mountain area, and maybe figure out why the magic wolves come to the village at night to forage. With that thought, Zhang Xing stood up and stretched his body. Let's go, Black Treasure, we're heading into the forest to find some food. Hopefully, we'll encounter some magical beasts. Their meat is the tastiest. Upon hearing this, the little black dragon cheerfully wagged its tail, eager to follow Zhang Xing as they ventured deeper into the forest. Zhang Xing quickly made his way to the mountains, several miles away from the village of Mutsuan. The sight before him was an endless expanse of primeval forest. The village elder's words echoed in his mind. Those wolves sneaked into the village along this path. Normally, villagers would hunt around the outskirts of these mountains, where pheasants and wild rabbits were commonly seen. However, today, an eerie silence pervaded the area, and even the chirping of birds had vanished, leaving a strange feeling in the air. With a sense of foreboding, Zhang Xing decided to delve deeper to investigate. He cautiously made his way to the forest's edge, using the terrain, rocks, and tall grass for cover. Finding a tall tree, he climbed up swiftly, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a massive creature came into view, a bear of staggering size. Standing over 4 meters tall, it was leisurely scratching its back against a large tree. Around the bear lay scattered bones, marking the area as its territory. Zhang Xing's heart tightened as he speculated. This was likely a third-tier magical beast, explaining why the magical wolves had dared to leave the forest and raid human villages for food. Zhang Xing quickly assessed the situation. The creature's thick hide and sheer size made a direct confrontation futile. However, he had the advantage of agility, and with the aid of magic and his companion, He Bao, there was a slim chance of victory. As Zhang Xing contemplated his strategy, the bear suddenly halted its scratching. It sniffed the air, its gaze rising until it locked onto Zhang Xing, 100 meters away. The bear's sharp senses sent a chill through Zhang Xing. Hey Bao, it's time to eat. Zhang Xing called out mentally. The little black dragon sprang forth, excited at the prospect of a meal. But upon seeing the charging bear, its draconic ferocity emerged, sending a wave of energy even more intense than the bear's. The bear charged forward, toppling trees in its path. But upon sensing the dragon's aura, it skidded to a halt, hesitating despite its higher rank and intelligence compared to the magical wolves. The aura before it triggered a primal fear, yet as a dominant force, it did not retreat. Hey Bao, you take the sky, I'll handle the ground. Let's take it down together. Zhang Xing commanded, launching himself like an arrow from the tree branch. Simultaneously, the little black dragon soared upward, swiftly transforming. The bear hesitated at the sight of the transformed dragon, but then stood upright, roaring defiantly to display its power. It charged at the dragon, dismissing the seemingly insignificant Zhang Xing. In an instant, they were within 10 meters of each other. The bear swung a massive paw at Zhang Xing, expecting to crush him. To its surprise, the human had vanished, leaving only 2 unfortunate trees in its wake. Suddenly, a loud boom erupted behind the bear. Zhang Xing had struck the bear's vulnerable back with a powerful punch, the force propelling him away. Simultaneously, He Bao unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire from above. The bear, enraged by the pain, turned to retaliate but opted to evade the dragon fire, momentarily ignoring the little nuisance. However, Zhang Xing, accustomed to combining fists and feet in combat, used the bear's thick hide to his advantage. He spun midair, delivering a sharp roundhouse kick to the bear's side. The impact was so forceful that it caused the threatened bear to stagger, nearly toppling over. In that split second, the dragon fire engulfed the bear, setting it ablaze. If anyone had witnessed this scene, a seemingly 6-year-old child nearly toppling a massive bear with a single kick, they would be left utterly speechless. Once the black dragon's flames touched these low-level beasts, they clung to them like a curse, impossible to extinguish. The great black bear, sensing the imminent danger, instinctively shielded its face with its thick paws, growling furiously. As its roar grew louder, its body swelled as if inflated. Suddenly, The black bear contracted its body and pushed off the ground with a powerful spring of its hind legs, leaping into the air with a whoosh. A massive, fiery black silhouette jumped over 3 meters high, towering over the little black dragon in the sky. At the same time, the giant bear raised its paws high, like two small mountains, aiming to strike the black dragon. However, the little black dragon was as agile as a feather, effortlessly maintaining a 3-meter distance from the bear. It opened its mouth and unleashed another scorching flame toward the bear. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing seized the opportunity, darting forward like an arrow and landing 2 heavy kicks on the bear. The bear's paws struck empty air, and it couldn't maintain its balance, falling uncontrollably. It let out a frustrated roar as it crashed to the ground with a boom, causing the surroundings to tremble. The bear rolled over, breaking several large trees, and desperately dug at the earth with its paws, trying to smother the dragon flames with dirt. The flames were soon extinguished by the soil, but the bear's anger was fully ignited by these 2 attacks. It lifted a 5-meter-long, half-meter-thick tree and leaped towards Zhang Xing with a fierce swing. The bear's hatred for Zhang Xing was deep, having been thwarted twice by him, preventing it from avoiding the dragon flames. The searing pain on its body only fueled its rage. It abandoned the elusive little black dragon in the air, determined to crush the annoying child in front of it. Zhang Xing easily dodged the attack, nimbly leaping onto a tree. He taunted, "You clumsy bear, do you think I'm easy to bully? Let me show you the power of my magic." Before he finished speaking, the bear leaped again, raising the tree high to strike Zhang Xing, only to be engulfed in a sudden blaze. Without warning, a sea of fire erupted around the bear, as Zhang Xing ignited the fire elements in the air. Swallowed by the flames and losing its target, the bear plummeted to the ground with a thud. It tried to extinguish the fire with earth again, but the little black dragon's flames came at the perfect moment. Zhang Xing shouted excitedly, "Haha! Hey Bao, let's roast this magic bear, but control the flames so it doesn't get burnt to a crisp." As he spoke, he used his mental power to manipulate the fire elements, intensifying the blaze on the bear. The little black dragon in the air responded, "Yeah, I can already smell the delicious aroma. It looks tasty." It added another burst of dragon flames. The bear rolled frantically on the ground, roaring continuously, trying to evade the flames while desperately covering itself with thick soil. After a moment of struggle, the bear realized these 2 small opponents were not as easy to deal with as it had thought, and it began to consider retreat. The bear quickly got to its feet and, without looking back, ran towards the mountainous area outside the forest, still ablaze, knowing there was a large river there. However, its hopeful plan was not to be. As soon as Zhang Xing and the black dragon saw the bear's movements, they understood its intentions. The black dragon swiftly flew ahead of the bear, continuing to roast it from the air. Zhang Xing followed closely behind, adding more flames. The bear, in agony from the fire, ran faster than usual. It occasionally turned back to bare its teeth at Zhang Xing, its furious eyes wishing to devour the annoying child. As for the black dragon in the air, the bear had completely lost its temper. The deeply ingrained hierarchy of magical beasts in its memory reminded it that this black dragon was beyond its ability to confront. Especially after challenging the black dragon's authority and gaining nothing but burns all over, it was completely terrified. The journey ahead seemed endless, even though it was normally just a few steps away. The giant bear's pace gradually slowed as the dragon's fire burned within it, the pain piercing like a sharp blade, clouding its consciousness. Its roars weakened until it finally collapsed powerlessly onto the rocky ground, breathing heavily as it gazed at the rushing river nearby, reluctantly closing its eyes. Zhang Xing gave a thumbs up and laughed. "Haha, black treasure, well done." The little black dragon circled in the air, scoffing. "It's just big and strong, nothing impressive. Come on, let's enjoy a feast." With a thought, Zhang Xing transported the giant bear and the little black dragon to Dragon Island. He skillfully prepared the bear meat, seasoning it with spices and salt, and roasted it with care. Throughout the process, the little black dragon's mouth watered, its eyes following Zhang Xing's every move intently. The aroma of the roast filled the air, and the little black dragon couldn't wait to dig in, eating messily. Zhang Xing watched its antics, chuckling to himself. It's just too adorable. This unexpected bounty not only solved the villagers' concerns about hunting in the hills, but also led to the little black dragon leveling up. Although no magic crystal formed in the bear's brain, Zhang Xing didn't worry about the reason. They each gained 80 experience points, and the little black dragon advanced to Tier 3, with a current experience of 39,500. Zhang Xing's advanced warrior experience reached 112,500, and his intermediate magic experience was 80,100. The little black dragon now stood about 1.56 meters tall, potentially reaching 3 meters in height when transformed. Despite its growth, it retained a childlike innocence, likely maturing slightly after turning 5. With this upgrade, its dragon breath magic talent shifted from flames to a more potent acid. Against low-level magical beasts like magic wolves, a single breath of acid could corrode them completely. Even magic bears would avoid provoking the little black dragon. Returning to the village, Zhang Xing reported the good news about safe hunting in the mountains to the village chief and inquired about the exact location of the St. Roland Magic and Martial Arts Academy. The next day, the entire village gathered at the entrance to bid Zhang Xing farewell. The villagers gave their heartfelt advice. Zhang Xing, when you become a famous magician on the continent, don't forget us villagers. If things don't go well out there, you can always come back to Wood Village. Little Zhang Xing, remember your promise to build me a bigger orchard. Zhang Xing, take care on your journey and stay safe. Zhang Xing solemnly promised. Don't worry, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas. I, Zhang Xing, will never forget you. As the villagers waved goodbye, Zhang Xing looked back repeatedly, feeling reluctant to leave. But recalling his goals and his grandfather's last wishes, his resolve strengthened. Turning decisively, he strode forward. The villagers watched Zhang Xing's figure fade into the distance, unwilling to disperse for a long time. At the back of the crowd, old Li's heart was a mix of emotions. Childless, he had felt a special joy from Zhang Xing's presence in recent days. As he turned, he instinctively reached into his pocket and found several hard objects. To his surprise, they were 12 gold coins. Who else but Zhang Xing could have quietly placed them there? Old Li's eyes welled up with tears. The villagers who had helped Zhang Xing also found a few extra gold coins in their pockets, a token of Zhang Xing's gratitude before his departure. The St. Roland Magic and Martial Arts Academy is located in the western part of St. Roland Castle, the sixth largest city in the Tianqing Empire. To reach the academy quickly, Zhang Xing traveled day and night, walking during the day and riding his companion, Heibao, at night. A journey that would normally take over half a month on horseback was completed in just 7 days by them. Their night travels weren't solely focused on the road. Whenever they hunted magical beasts and feasted, Zhang Xing would rest on Shenlong Island. Heibao, after transforming, had grown to over 3 meters in size, and within just a few days, Zhang Xing had become adept at hunting magical beasts alongside him. This rapid evolution was astounding. While an ordinary young dragon would take 10 years to evolve to the 3rd tier, Heibao managed it in just a few days. As Heibao's strength grew, he began to display characteristics typical of a black dragon. Firstly, he became more ferocious, preferring to tear apart his prey himself rather than just relying on fire breathing. Secondly, he developed a strong interest in shiny stones, collecting these treasures in his lair. Whenever Zhang Xing approached, Heibao would watch him warily, as if afraid his master might covet his wealth. Zhang Xing often joked that these were just worthless stones, but the stubborn Heibao was undeterred, becoming even more enthusiastic about gathering them. Lastly, Heibao became restless at night, eager to challenge stronger magical beasts, and after each battle, he would meditate for extended periods. Zhang Xing understood that this meant Heibao would become even stronger in the future. Upon entering St. Roland Castle, Zhang Xing quickly learned the location of the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. From a distance, a grand complex of medieval European-style buildings stood at the westernmost part of the castle, its scale dwarfing that of renowned universities on Earth. The academy's main gate was guarded by 4 soldiers, with a prominent sign next to the side gate reading, "Entrance, Exam Passage." Following a group of young boys and girls, Zhang Xing arrived at a plaza, one of the testing sites, where many were already queued up. He quietly joined the end of the line, patiently waiting for his turn. The St. Roland Magic and Martial Arts Academy offers both warrior and magic classes. Although it ranks 6th among the Empire's academies, its graduates are often favored by noble families or the Emperor himself, promising a bright future. With an 800-year history, the academy has produced countless powerful warriors and mages. The current headmaster is Jie Guo, one of the Empire's 6 remaining magic emperors and vice president of the Mage Guild. Slight, one of the 6 martial emperors and vice president of the Warrior Guild, serves as vice headmaster and head of the martial arts school. The testing proceeded quickly. Zhang Xing noticed 5 glowing polyhedral crystals placed on stands ahead. 5 people were tested simultaneously, simply by placing a hand on a crystal. A boy in coarse gray clothing, about 15 or 16 years old, was tested, and a red halo appeared on the crystal, indicating a fire magic constitution. The boy was ecstatic, pumping his fist as he walked towards the qualified area, his face beaming with excitement. For the impoverished, becoming a mage or warrior is the only way to change their fate. However, mages are undoubtedly more respected. In contrast, low-level warriors have limited prospects, often becoming bodyguards, guards, or enforcers, or joining the military, where they must fight for survival, hoping to eventually become a small leader. Most of the people ahead of Zhang Xing failed the test. Not only did they lose the 8 gold coins required for the test fee, but they also faced heavy psychological burdens and an uncertain future. Zhang Xing waited quietly, contemplating the fate that awaited him. A middle-aged man in a gray robe stood before the testing platform, the 3 silver stripes on his cuffs marking him as a senior wizard. His gaze settled on Zhang Xing, a 6 or 7-year-old boy, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The boy not only looked handsome and adorable, with those bright, black gem-like eyes, but his physique was as robust as a little sunbeam. Yet, what intrigued the wizard more was an indescribable quality about him, as if the child held some secret within. Zhang Xing pulled 8 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to the middle-aged wizard. He confidently extended his small hand onto the multifaceted magic orb. The wizard noticed a resolute glint in Zhang Xing's clear eyes as he touched the orb, a composure uncommon for a child. Suddenly, the orb began to glow. The crowd around them perked up, craning their necks to watch intently. The middle-aged wizard also showed interest. The orb's brightness soon surpassed that of anyone else's test before him. "Wow!" someone in the crowd exclaimed. The orb, now shining with white light, started to tremble violently. Zhang Xing felt a powerful pull drawing out his magic and mental strength. He could only release these forces passively, causing the orb to glow even brighter with his continuous energy input. The wizard was astounded. This level was already at a junior wizard standard. He thought to himself, St. Roland Academy has truly found a gem this time. If the headmaster knows, he might be too excited to sleep tonight. Just then, the white light from the orb began to shift to a dark red. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Some in the crowd looked on with envy, others with jealousy, and some even with a hint of malice. The middle-aged wizard could no longer remain seated and leapt to his feet. 2 nearby intermediate wizards were similarly shocked, their eyes fixed on the orb. In the 800-year history of St. Roland Academy, no student had ever reached a junior wizard's level at this age. The highest record was set by the prodigy White 500 years ago, who had junior wizard aptitude at 10. Yet, this boy, Zhang Xing, had clearly surpassed White. The dark red glow from the orb began to lighten to a pale red. Other gifted peers might have faltered by now, but not Zhang Xing. His persistence took over as he absorbed magic elements from the air to replenish himself, while desperately trying to retain his internal power. Intermediate wizard, aptitude, the middle-aged wizard exclaimed in delight, almost incoherent. Boom! It was as if thunder had exploded in everyone's ears, and the entire venue erupted with excitement. Great magic god, you must be joking with Usho, is this possible? Came the incredulous cries from the crowd. If there were those who had harbored jealousy or animosity towards Zhang Xing before, they now put aside all hostility. They dared not show any disrespect, only deep fear and reverence remained. Everyone realized that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this boy Zhang Xing would undoubtedly become as renowned as the 6 great magic emperors, maybe even surpass them. Stop! The middle-aged wizard sternly halted Zhang Xing's actions. He had keenly observed the child struggling with the magic orb and couldn't help but smile wryly, while also admiring Zhang Xing's persistence. There's no blame for the ignorant. The wizard's tone softened as he explained. This magic orb was crafted by the dean himself. Not even a group of grand magicians could hope to break it, let alone a mere intermediate-level magician like you. He turned to Zhang Xing, saying earnestly, Zhang Xing, your magical and mental powers are exceptional. Stand behind me for now, and we'll make arrangements once everyone has been tested. As soon as he finished speaking, the place fell silent, with all eyes on Zhang Xing. In the distance, the heirs of the prominent families of St. Roland Castle, their tutors, and representatives from other city families all gazed fervently at this extraordinary child. They were all scheming ways to recruit this prodigy into their families, or at least to establish a good relationship with him. After the testing, Zhang Xing was assigned to a double dormitory. Despite his intermediate magic talent, he was placed in a beginner magic class. A mentor advised him earnestly, learning magic requires a solid foundation. Your talent may be exceptional, but that doesn't make you an exceptional student, nor does it guarantee you'll become a great magician. The words seemed reasonable, but to Zhang Xing, they sounded all too familiar. From elementary school to high school on Earth, he had heard similar teachings countless times. Now in this new world, the same educational philosophies were being repeated, which made him feel a bit weary. I'm only 6 years old and already an intermediate magician. Do you see me being arrogant? Did I say I didn't want to start at the first grade? Zhang Xing silently grumbled to himself. This young female mentor had been talking non-stop since the dormitory assignment, and only stopped after showing Zhang Xing around the academy's classrooms, dining hall, library, physical training hall, and magic laboratory. As she left, she smiled and said, Zhang Xing, in all my years as a mentor, it's my first time guiding a student like this. This will be your first and last special treatment, because you're just too adorable. She pinched Zhang Xing's cheek gently and left with a laugh. Watching the graceful, beautiful, yet somewhat nagging young mentor leave, Zhang Xing couldn't help but mutter softly, with a face and figure like that, it's a shame she's not in movies. But she's so chatty, my ears are about to be blocked. Suddenly, the mentor, 20 meters away, turned her head sharply, still smiling but with a peculiar look in her eyes. Zhang Xing, Were you talking about me? Ah. Zhang Xing was startled, thinking she must have a talent for wind magic to hear him from that distance. He quickly waved his little hand, pointing to a tree near the dormitory. No, I was talking about this tree. The mentor gave him a meaningful glance and turned to leave, thinking, this kid is quite interesting, speaking like a little adult. He's so amusing. But recalling Zhang Xing's last comment made her expression darken. This little rascal actually thinks I'm chatty. He seemed so attentive and even nodded like an adult to show understanding. The pride I felt as a mentor was indescribable. Turns out he was already tired of listening and was just pretending. What a naughty child. Zhang Xing didn't care what she thought. He was excitedly thinking, tomorrow marks the beginning of my magical adventure in this otherworldly realm. The next day, the newly enrolled students officially began their academic life at the academy. The commotion caused by Zhang Xing gradually subsided, replaced by more new and interesting things. He also started to systematically study magical theory, deliberately avoiding interactions with classmates from noble families. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed since arriving at the academy. There were 10 minutes left until it would be exactly 1 month, which was also when the magic flower fruit would ripen. However, He Bao seemed to have lost interest in the magic flower fruit. After all, being accustomed to eating meat, how could it consider fruit as a main meal? During this month, Zhang Xing had only gone out 3 times. Each time, he snuck out of the academy under the cover of night, riding He Bao to distant forests to hunt magical beasts for food. He was well aware that continuing like this would eventually lead to detection by more powerful archmages. There was an urgent need to upgrade the island's buildings, especially the dragon's nest. The level 1 dragon's nest was becoming cramped, and with He Bao growing every day, it would soon be too tight for comfort. But upgrading the dragon's nest required over 10,000 gold coins, and constructing the internal affairs hall required 5,000. Although the internal affairs hall could generate 400 gold coins a day, making it a worthwhile investment. Zhang Xing counted his remaining gold coins and, after giving 100 to the villagers of Kimura, had only 1,200 left. The experience points needed for upgrades were still relatively sufficient. On the way to the academy, along with this month's magical beast hunts, they had gained over 200 experience points. His magical experience points were at 280100, warrior experience points at 312500, and He Bao's experience points were 239500. Despite this, Zhang Xing chose not to advance to a higher-level mage immediately. He was already drawing enough attention, and creating another sensation would make life even more difficult. He planned to focus on earning money to nurture He Bao, believing that only with He Bao becoming strong would he have nothing to fear. As Zhang Xing was pondering how to make money, the system suddenly chimed with a ding. The magic flower fruit had ripened, and both the shop and skill sections were now open. Excited, Zhang Xing quickly checked them out. The second section of the shop contained various beginner-level magical potions, complete with recipes. The third section had intermediate-level potions, and the fourth had advanced-level potions, also with recipes. When he saw the prices, he was so delighted he could hardly speak. Beginner-level magical potions were priced at 200 gold coins, intermediate at 500, and advanced at 1,000. This was a stark contrast to the market prices, especially for intermediate and above magical potions, where the market price was 1,200 gold coins, and the buying price was 800. The advanced magical potions were priced at a whopping 12,000 gold coins, with a buying price of around 8,000. The system shop's prices were so low, it was a lucrative business opportunity. Zhang Xing was so thrilled he couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming, I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. He Bao curiously nudged closer, rubbing its little black face against Zhang Xing. Master, you've made a fortune, haven't you? Haha, you're right. He Bao, we won't have to worry about money anymore. You can just follow me and enjoy the good life. After his burst of excitement, Zhang Xing calmed down, remembering that he was only 6 years old and a first-year student. Selling advanced magical potions so openly would likely bring a lot of trouble. Even with a transformation potion, he was too short to pull it off. He glanced at He Bao, but quickly shook his head. No, no, even if He Bao transformed, someone might still detect something suspicious. It wasn't worth the risk. Zhang Xing pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. He decided to disguise himself as a disabled person and head to the magic potion shop in the west of the city to sell a high-grade magic spirit potion. Around noon, a magic potion shop in the west city welcomed a special guest. A thin young man, dressed in a gray robe and leaning on crutches, slowly walked into the store. This seemingly disabled customer was actually Zhang Xing in disguise. The shop assistant, upon seeing this unremarkable guest, lost his enthusiasm. He forced out a perfunctory greeting. Can I help you, sir? His tone was indifferent, and he made no effort to approach. Zhang Xing deliberately lowered his voice and said, I want to sell a bottle of high-grade magic spirit potion. This immediately caught the shop assistant's attention. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he thought, could this person be a magician? But there's no emblem on his sleeve, so he must be an apprentice. Can a disabled person really practice magic? Despite his doubts, the shop assistant approached, as making money was his only concern. The shop assistant took the potion from Zhang Xing and examined it closely. He opened the small glass bottle, sniffed it, and dropped a bit on a testing agent. After a few seconds of confirmation, he offered a price. Our shop's buying price is 6,000 gold coins. A cunning glint in his eyes. Zhang Xing snatched the potion bottle back and turned to leave, coldly saying, "The shop next door offers 8,005. Wait." The shop assistant realized this customer wasn't easy to fool and quickly increased the offer. 8,005 is impossible. The best I can do is 6,005. 8,003, or I'll go elsewhere. Zhang Xing stood his ground. 7,000 at most, no more. The shop assistant added another 500. Zhang Xing cursed inwardly, thinking, this shop assistant is so greedy, he probably gets to keep some of the extra gold coins he saves. But outwardly, he remained calm and continued bargaining. 8,002. 7,005. 8,001. 7,008. Seeing the negotiation was at a standstill, Zhang Xing made a move to leave. The shop assistant gritted his teeth and finally relented. All right, 8,000. Although disappointment flashed in his eyes, he agreed to the price. Deal. Zhang Xing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Watching Zhang Xing leave, the shop assistant snorted and muttered under his breath. Almost a magician, yet so stingy. What a miser. Zhang Xing found a secluded corner and quickly slipped into the crowd, secretly delighted. Haha, 7,000 gold coins in hand. Next, he purchased 8 more bottles of high-grade spirit potion and went to another, larger potion shop. These potion shops were mostly owned by the major families of St. Roland Fortress, both competing and cooperating with each other. As Zhang Xing left the previous shop, several surrounding shops took notice. They were curious about this disabled person who seemed to have many potions. After selling 7 more bottles, Zhang Xing felt quite pleased, as if his space was filled with gold and riches. However, he soon sensed something unusual behind him. A cold smile appeared on his lips as he thought, these people have ill intentions. Do they think I'm an easy target with over 60,000 gold coins just because I appear to be a cripple? Indeed, in their eyes, an unknown, disabled magic apprentice with a lot of high-grade potions was undoubtedly a ripe target. Zhang Xing calmly hobbled on his crutches towards the outskirts of the city, with a mental force tracking him closely. In a forest outside the city, he stopped and turned to face the 6 people who had followed him. These 6 formed an intimidating lineup. 1 advanced warrior, 2 intermediate warriors, 1 advanced magician, and 2 intermediate magicians. Though they felt it was overkill to use such a lineup against a disabled person, the shop owner was cautious by nature. He not only wanted to retrieve the gold coins from buying the 7 potions, but also hoped for more gains. Hey kid, why did you stop? Are you tired and need a break? A few men approached with malicious grins. Zhang Xing also grinned, a sly glint in his eyes. You gentlemen must have a lot of gold coins on you, rushing over here to give them to me. The men were taken aback, exchanging confused looks. Is this cripple out of his mind? Just as they were about to laugh, 3 blazing magical fireballs suddenly came hurtling towards them, forcing the 6 to dodge clumsily. Damn it, the kid struck first. 1 warrior shouted angrily. Grab your weapons. Before he could finish, another 3 fireballs whizzed through the air. Instant cast magic, exclaimed a mid-level mage. He's not a magic apprentice. He's at least a high-level mage. The high-level warrior sneered. So what if he's a high-level mage? At this close range, with us 3 warriors, speed won't help. Surround him. In an instant, the 3 warriors drew their weapons, forming a triangle around Zhang Xing. The 3 mages positioned themselves 3 meters behind the warriors, ready to attack. Attack! At the command, the 3 warriors charged at Zhang Xing like tigers descending a mountain. The high-level mage mocked disdainfully. What a foolish cripple, standing there like an idiot instead of retreating from the warriors' attack. He is a cripple. Retreating isn't easy for him. The mid-level mage smirked. Looks like there's nothing for us to do but watch the show. The high-level warrior leaped into the air, his massive battle axe aimed at Zhang Xing's head. 2 other warriors swung their swords like cold flashes towards Zhang Xing's chest. TSK. I can't bear to watch. The kid's about to be chopped into. The mid-level mage began, but his eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Zhang Xing planted his crutches firmly, launching himself into the air like an arrow, rocketing towards the airborne high-level warrior. The warrior's eyes flashed with surprise, then he sneered. A frail mage trying to collide with me? That's suicide. Seeing the axe miss its target, the high-level warrior adjusted his stance, ready for a heating collision with Zhang Xing. He tensed his muscles, thinking, I'll shatter your bones with this, turning you into a complete cripple. In a split second, he saw a surprisingly small fist emerge from the gray robe opposite him, like a child's hand. Before he could think further, they collided. Boom! After a muffled thud, the high-level warrior felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. His entire body ached as he exhausted his strength, plummeting uncontrollably to the ground. With a crash, he created a large crater on impact, his insides churning. Wow! The high-level warrior couldn't help but spit blood, staring in shock at Zhang Xing, who lightly landed on a large rock. The two mid-level warriors, whose attacks missed, stood dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. No, this is impossible. The high-level warrior struggled to speak. How can a cripple have such strength? You can't possibly be a high-level warrior too. What? He's also a high-level warrior. The three mages nearby instinctively stepped back, their faces filled with terror. The six pursuers were even more astonished when one of the intermediate warriors suddenly noticed that Zhang Xing had become significantly shorter. They widened their eyes in disbelief at the transformation before them. You can stand without a cane? The intermediate warrior stammered. Zhang Xing sneered. I was never crippled. Why would I need a cane? With that, he tore off his gray robe and threw it to the ground, revealing his small stature. As he did, the skin on his face seemed to melt away, gradually restoring his true appearance. The transformation potion's time is up, exactly 1 hour, Zhang Xing murmured to himself. Boom. The minds of the six people went blank. They stared, dumbfounded, at the small child before them, their facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as they pointed at Zhang Xing. You. They couldn't even form a complete sentence. With a wicked smile, Zhang Xing said in a childish voice, well, be surprised in hell. The six of them shivered at his words. This was no child. He was a demon from hell. The three magicians exchanged a glance, reading the same word in each other's eyes, run. Facing a high-level magician capable of instant spells, even if it was a child, they dared not act recklessly. The fallen high-level warrior was a stark warning. Without hesitation, the three magicians abandoned their warrior companions, quickly chanting the levitation spell. The moment the spell took effect, they shot 6 or 7 meters away. Do you think you can escape? Zhang Xing sneered, his mind commanding. Hey Bao, come out and exercise. A black dragon excitedly emerged from Zhang Xing, spiraling into the sky. The three warriors, seeing the magicians flee, also felt the urge to retreat. Yet at that moment, they witnessed something unbelievable. Old three, is that a dragon? One warrior asked, trembling. I think so, another replied. Big brother, does it look like a dragon to you? The high-level warrior, dazed, mumbled. Damn, that's a dragon. Big brother, we've caused big trouble. Warriors with dragons are. Shut up, the high-level warrior barked. Do you want to die? That's forbidden to speak up. Big brother, we're going to die anyway. That devilish child is coming. Meanwhile, the three fleeing magicians were silently relieved. Good thing we ran fast. That kid might not chase us. We didn't attack. Yeah, right. He'll go after those three warriors first. They fought the hardest. Why do I feel something's wrong? My spine is tingling. Ah. Thud. One magician turned to look and fell head over heels in fright. A dragon? It's a dragon. The other two magicians, hearing this, instinctively turned to look. Oh my. It's really a dragon. Hey Bao, with a mischievous glint in his large eyes, spoke with a wide grin. You guys were running so happily. Why stop now? Keep going. Clang. The two stunned magicians, hearing this, fell to the ground in shock. Dragon. Lord Dragon, we mean no offense. Spare us. Lord Dragon, please, I beg you spare us. I have gems and gold coins. All for you. Lord Dragon, I have some too. Look, blue sapphires, red rubies. Heibao's eyes lit up, his expression immediately excited, greedily eyeing the gems before him. Wow, they're beautiful. Much better than the stones in my lair. I must have them. Heibao thought to himself. Zhang Xing caught up from behind and saw Heibao, distracted by the gems. Heibao, hurry up and kill them. All these treasures will be yours. Upon hearing his master's order, Heibao swiftly tore the three magicians to shreds, then gathered the gems and gold coins, returning to Shenlong Island. Upon returning to Dragon Island, Zhang Xing waved his hand and instantly constructed the administrative hall. The system chimed in. Administrative hall successfully built. Cost, 5,000 gold coins. He then ordered the upgrade of the dragon lair, and the system announced again. Upgrade successful, current level. Level 2 dragon lair. Cost, 10,000 gold coins. Heibao let out an excited howl and eagerly rushed to his new home. The spacious cave, with its crisscrossing tunnels, was about 5 meters high, allowing his formidable body to move effortlessly. He explored every corner carefully and finally chose the deepest part of the cave as his resting place. Just as he was about to spit out the treasures he had acquired, Heibao suddenly became alert. He cautiously poked his head out, glanced around, and fixed his gaze on the nearby castle. After listening intently for a moment and confirming that Zhang Xing was indeed inside, he relaxed and returned to his cave, depositing a few gems and a pile of gold coins into a corner. Then, he lay on the coins, admiring the sparkle of the red and blue gems. Zhang Xing counted his remaining gold coins. After construction expenses, he still had 55,000 left. He proceeded to build the Congress, and the system notified him. Congress successfully built. Cost, 15,000 gold coins. Although these constructions didn't bring experience points, Zhang Xing didn't mind, as they primarily relied on sporadic hunting of magical beasts for experience. Browsing the magic skills section of the store, Zhang Xing found a dazzling array of skills. Basic spells like Magic Arrow and Fireball, intermediate skills such as Blaze Dance and Thunderbolt, and advanced skills like Meteor Shower and Earthquake. Without hesitation, he decided to learn them all. Instantly, the entire Dragon Island seemed to be lit up like a fireworks display, with colorful lights continuously shimmering. He Bao watched in astonishment, thinking, "Oh my dragon god, how many magic skills has the master learned?" Zhang Xing knew that learning these spells at the academy required a large number of credits, and some students struggled for 8 years to accumulate enough to exchange for advanced magic skills. Yet he had managed to learn nearly 20 magic skills in less than 10 minutes, spending just 11,400 gold coins. If the entire faculty and student body knew this, they would probably be reduced to tears. Zhang Xing's face was flushed with excitement, his confidence soaring after his recent extravagant spending. Having learned both magical skills and warrior techniques, he felt a significant boost in his abilities. The system chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, Island Master. You've leveled up to an advanced mage, with 80,500 experience points. Your next task is to upgrade the Black Dragon to Tier 4, currently at 239,500 experience points. Build a pond and cultivate aquatic animals to provide food for the Black Dragon. Frowning in thought, Zhang Xing voiced his confusion. I could hunt magical beasts outside to provide food and necessary points for the Black Dragon's upgrade. Building these seems a bit redundant, doesn't it? The system promptly replied. Dragon Island is like a nation. Only through continuous development can it grow stronger and allow the dragons on the island to be nurtured successfully. In the future, the island will need vast forests, mountainous terrains, scorching deserts, roaring seas, snow-covered mountains, and volcanic landscapes, all of which require the island master to build. Hearing this, Zhang Xing was shocked yet thoughtful, as if he had understood something. He opened the system's construction menu, found the pond option, and clicked to build. Instantly, a flash of white light appeared in the orchard direction, and a 12-kilometer-long river materialized out of nowhere. Wow, they call this a pond. Zhang Xing realized. No wonder building a pond costs 10,000 gold coins. The system considers a small river a pond. He then opened the shop and browsed the aquatic animals section. The cheapest option, large carp, cost 1 gold coin for 100 fry. The most expensive ones were 1,000 gold coins each, far exceeding his budget. After careful consideration, Zhang Xing decided on diverse cultivation. He purchased 10,000 carp fry, 10,000 crucian carp fry, 50,000 river shrimp fry, and added 30,000 dogfish fry. Dogfish were sizable, about 1 to 1.5 meters long, weighing around 100 pounds, which should be enough to fill Black Treasure's appetite. Watching the 100,000 fry enter the river, Zhang Xing felt a sense of accomplishment, as if he had overnight become a large-scale fish farmer. Calculating his remaining 17,000 gold coins, he realized it was enough for now. But planting trees, creating forests, and shaping seas were beyond reach with this amount. Leaving Dragon Island, Zhang Xing returned to the academy. With 10 minutes left before afternoon classes, he headed straight to the classroom. Students were gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing. Zhang Xing, come here, a boy with a face full of freckles and pale skin called out. This was Cleve, a noble boy who ruled the class with his family background. Over the past month, he had invited Zhang Xing to join the Linda family 3 times, intending to make Zhang Xing his subordinate. Zhang Xing always ignored him, but Cleve mistakenly thought Zhang Xing feared him. The entire class believed that despite Zhang Xing's high magical talent, without strong noble support, he would struggle to succeed. The mage profession was extremely costly, and Zhang Xing, with no credits to his name, had never been seen spending a copper coin. To them, Zhang Xing seemed destitute, and if he continued like this, he might remain at an intermediate mage level in his teens without the corresponding power. Cleve spoke again. Zhang Xing, if you join my Linda family, my grandfather promised you 3 gold coins a month, and I'll treat you to wolf meat buns every week. Zhang Xing scoffed. I've had enough of wolf meat. What? Had enough? The entire class burst into laughter at his words. Zhang Xing faced the ridicule of his classmates with complete indifference. He understood well that the ancient saying, mock the poor but not the prostitute, was still applicable, whether on Earth or in this world. In this rigidly hierarchical imperial society, nobility stood high above, while the status of the poor was often lower than that of a guard dog. However, Zhang Xing was aware of his advantage. As a poor individual with magical aptitude, entering the Magic Academy meant a complete escape from poverty. Although he remained a subordinate in the eyes of the nobles, at least he ranked above ordinary servants. Clive sneered. Zhang Xing, stop bragging. Have you ever seen what wolf meat looks like? I bet you haven't even smelled it. As soon as he finished speaking, a few of the poorer students in the class laughed along. Zhang Xing ignored these childish taunts and quietly opened his basic knowledge of elementary magic theory, focusing on his studies. His calm demeanor was misunderstood by his classmates as cowardice and weakness. Two of the poorer students took the opportunity to stand up and loudly rebuke Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing, stop being stubborn. It's an honor that Master Clive appreciates you. If you're willing to serve him, there's nothing you can't eat. Exactly, Zhang Xing, you don't know what's good for you. Master Clive has approached you 3 times already, giving you plenty of face. Don't be ungrateful. Clive nodded slightly in approval at these flattering words. Seeing this, the two poorer students tried even harder to curry favor, hoping to gain Clive's support. However, Clive knew that with their mediocre magical talent, his family had no shortage of such followers. Suddenly, Zhang Xing sharply retorted, "Shut up. Who do you think you are? Look at yourselves, like two lapdogs. Even if you're looking for a dog master, don't choose a mangy one." Coincidentally, Sarina, the mentor, walked up to the classroom door and almost burst into laughter at Zhang Xing's sharp words. She quietly admired the boy's talent for insults and discreetly stepped aside without entering the classroom immediately. The two 10-year-old poor students were left speechless, and the class erupted into laughter. However, the laughter quickly subsided, and the classroom fell silent. The students shrank into their seats, using books to cover their faces, cautiously observing the situation. Clive's expression was terrifyingly dark, his cheeks flushed, and his whole body trembled, fists clenched. He was furious. A poor boy dared to insult the son of a duke. If they were outside the school, his bodyguards would have already seized the brat and beaten him, then delivered him to the family for punishment. This was the first time Clive had been called a mangy dog, and the insult cut deeply. In the past, when he insulted servants and the poor, he felt immense satisfaction, like drinking a bowl of iced sour plum soup on a scorching summer day. But today, being humiliated by a poor boy, he felt his noble dignity had been mercilessly trampled, an intolerable offense. Clive silently chanted a spell in his mind. "Great God of Fire, your faithful servant Clive needs your help. Please grant me strength." A level 1 fireball spell quietly formed in his hand. "Die, you wretch," Clive shouted, ready to launch his attack. Ah! A scorching fireball suddenly appeared in Clive's hand, his face contorted with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, Clive hurled the fireball viciously at Zhang Xing's back. As he unleashed it, his expression shifted from fierce to cruel, thinking to himself, "Even if it doesn't burn you to death, it'll keep you bedridden for a month." The classroom was immediately thrown into chaos. The students were stunned, unable to believe that Master Clive had gone so mad. Had he forgotten the Academy's strict no-fighting policy? Especially using magic in the classroom, which could easily harm innocent bystanders. The consequences of breaking the rules were severe, not only fines but also a public apology in front of the entire school, and possibly expulsion. "Zhang Xing, watch out behind you," a classmate shouted in terror. Sarina, the teacher outside the door, witnessed the scene and rushed in to save Zhang Xing. However, with 15 or 16 meters between her and Zhang Xing, even as a junior mage, she was powerless. She anxiously gestured for Zhang Xing to duck under the desk, shouting, "Zhang Xing, get under the table." As Clive smirked coldly, classmates panicked, and the teacher was desperate. A hint of disdain flashed across Zhang Xing's face. He had already sensed the disturbance in the fire magic elements in the air. He just didn't expect Clive would dare to release a fireball in the classroom. Zhang Xing thought, typically, when kids argue, they just exchange insults, not resort to violence. How was he to know that the noble mindset cultivated over thousands of years was so fragile? Before he could even use his repertoire of insults, the other party had already snapped. "Since you started it, I won't hold back either," Zhang Xing calmly said. "Clive, your level 1 fireball spell is quite lacking. It's slow, weak, and the fire magic elements are impure. What have you been meditating on all these years, sleeping?" As he spoke, Zhang Xing casually extended his left index finger, and a fireball the size of an egg began to spin at his fingertip. The classmates were dumbfounded, having not seen Zhang Xing make any movements. Clive's fireball floated lightly onto Zhang Xing's fingertip. Clive was instantly bewildered. The surrounding students watched the fireball intently, puzzled. Sarina, who had taken a few steps forward, stood frozen. She quickly recovered and shouted urgently, "Zhang Xing, extinguish the fireball." Before she could finish, the fireball vanished from Zhang Xing's finger. Suddenly, Clive let out a scream, jumping from his seat. "Ah, I'm on fire, help me." A half-foot flame shot from Clive's chest, causing his nearby classmates to scatter. Clive frantically patted his silk shirt, panic-stricken and on the verge of tears. "Quick, get me some water," he shouted, but his classmates were too shocked to move. "Use books to put out the fire," Zhang Xing suggested earnestly. Seeing this, the other students grabbed their books and hurled them at Clive. A heavy introduction to basic magic theory thumped against Clive's chest, significantly diminishing the flames. "You! Ow! Don't use books, I need water." Clive dodged the flying books while trying to extinguish the flames on his body. The students throwing books had remarkable aim, even better than Zhang Xing's. Suddenly, A hefty tome weighing at least 5 or 6 pounds hit Clive square in the face with a crisp sound. At that moment, even Zhang Xing winced, thinking it was akin to the impact of 2 bricks. In just 3 breaths since the fire started, the air was already filled with the smell of roasting meat. Clive's pants were engulfed by flames, and a few books, instead of extinguishing the fire, only fueled it. At this critical moment, Salina's water ball came rushing in, drenching Clive with a splash. He sat on the ground in disarray, gasping for air. Salina quickly issued commands. Clive, go to the infirmary to treat your injuries, then come to my office. Zhang Xing, come with me now. She gave Zhang Xing a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Zhang Xing followed Salina to her office. Before she could sit down, he hurriedly defended himself. Mentor Salina, I'm innocent. I'm the victim here. Salina looked at Zhang Xing's innocent expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly, though she restrained herself from showing it. She recalled his comment about acting in a movie on the first day of school and marveled at his vivid imagination. After sitting down, Salina put on a stern face and said seriously, Zhang Xing, I know this wasn't your fault. Your retaliation against Clive was understandable, but doing so will bring you a lot of trouble. You're still young and may not realize that you can't easily provoke these noble kids. The academy treats all students equally and won't discriminate against you as a commoner. No matter what happens in the future, you must not leave the school alone. If you encounter any difficulties, come to me. Remember my words, okay? Hearing this, Zhang Xing felt an indescribable sense of gratitude. He nodded earnestly, like a little adult. I understand. Mentor Salina. Salina looked at this talented, diligent yet mischievous child and couldn't help but smile. She noticed that Zhang Xing's control over magical elements was quite adept, but due to a lack of participation in activities and insufficient credits, he couldn't learn basic magic skills. Although she wanted to teach him privately, the academy's rules were strict. Suddenly, Salina had an idea. Zhang Xing, there's an assessment test for new students in 3 days. If you make it into the top 10, you'll earn a significant amount of credits, allowing you to learn basic magic skills. Zhang Xing hesitated, but. Salina interrupted his stammering, firmly saying, that's settled. You mustn't hold back anymore. A child already knows to keep a low profile. Who taught you that? Rest assured, the academy's teachers think highly of you and won't mind your little secrets. With that, Salina's lips curled into a mysterious smile, as if hinting she had uncovered Zhang Xing's secret. Inside, Zhang Xing felt a storm of emotions, but his face remained calm. All right, I'll follow Mentor Salina's advice, Zhang Xing agreed. Salina closely observed every subtle expression on Zhang Xing's face, but found nothing unusual, leaving her to wonder if she had been mistaken. That's it for now. Prepare well over the next couple of days and aim for a good rank in 3 days. Salina advised finally. Zhang Xing stepped out of the office and coincidentally ran into Clive, who had just finished applying some medicine. Clive's anger flared up the moment he saw Zhang Xing. He gritted his teeth and threatened. You lowlife, prepare for the endless revenge of the Lind family. Don't let me catch you alone. Before he could finish, Zhang Xing coldly raised his middle finger, a large fireball hovering at its tip. Clive was struck silent, his face turning pale. At that moment, Serina's cold voice came from the office. Clive, what are you doing? Get in here now. Clive hurriedly left a parting threat. You'll regret this, and rushed through the door. Zhang Xing returned to the classroom, ignoring the whispers of his classmates, and fell into deep thought. A moment later, a realization flashed in his eyes. The secret hasn't been exposed. Mentor Serina is just testing me, he thought cautiously. No matter her intentions, I must remain vigilant and trust no one lightly. As for Clive's threat, Zhang Xing wasn't too concerned. He doesn't have the ability to keep track of me. As school was about to end, Clive returned to the classroom. He feigned arrogance, shot a cold glance at Zhang Xing, and then sat down. A sycophant behind him quietly asked, Master Clive, are you all right? Clive huffed arrogantly. Why wouldn't I be? No one can harm me. He lowered his voice and continued. Spread the word that anyone who can beat up Zhang Xing will get 100 gold coins. Breaking an arm is worth 500, and a leg 1,000. What about breaking both? The sycophant inquired. Clive replied impatiently. Are you stupid? Can't you do the math? Unaware of the bounty on his head, Zhang Xing pretended to be engrossed in reading basic magic knowledge. After school, he enjoyed a free dinner and then retreated to his dormitory to meditate. The child he shared the room with had only been seen once and never appeared again, much to Zhang Xing's satisfaction. Having the place to myself is perfect, nice and quiet, he thought to himself. In the early hours, Zhang Xing opened his eyes, changed into black nightwear, and nimbly scaled the 5-meter wall, disappearing into the night. Shortly after he left, 2 shadows quietly followed. The 3 figures moved swiftly through the darkness. Half an hour later, Zhang Xing arrived at the desolate and silent northern mountains of the academy. The mountain was scattered with abandoned mines, reportedly depleted of resources, long since vacated by miners. Zhang Xing had frequently summoned Heibao here before venturing into the farther forest to capture magical beasts. This time was no different. Just as he was about to summon Heibao, a chilling sensation suddenly washed over him. His scalp tingled, and without hesitation, he quickly cast a stone skin and a divine shield for protection, followed by an acceleration spell, swiftly dodging to the side. His reaction was a fraction too slow. With a loud crash, a powerful force sent him flying over 5 meters, smashing into a half-meter-high rock. Zhang Xing's small frame rolled twice on the ground before he stood up immediately. Well, still standing, a deep, mocking voice echoed. "Ah, little brother, you, an intermediate ice mage, can't even finish off a child. 40 years of practice for nothing," another voice taunted. "Big brother, didn't you see this kid cast 2 basic defense spells on himself? He's really fast at spellcasting. Little brother, he even used a basic acceleration spell. TSK, who would have thought? This kid is a rare genius. It'd be a shame to kill him." If not for Zhang Xingru's timely spellcasting, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead. When faced with the sudden attack from an intermediate mage, his body instinctively reacted, and an invisible magical barrier instantly formed in front of him. The magic arrow collided with the barrier, emitting a piercing hum before dissipating into the air. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Xing's eyes. His magical and mental strength had long surpassed the level of an advanced mage, rivaling that of a novice sorcerer. Although the attacker hadn't used their full power, this despicable act still ignited a fury within him. An intermediate mage stooping so low. Zhang Xing sneered. "If you don't play by the rules, don't blame me for being ruthless." Before his words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Xing waved his hands, sending 2 beginner-level magic arrows shooting towards the 2 mages like meteors. The arrows traced graceful arcs in the air, emitting a faint, blue glow. The 2 mages dismissed his attack with disdain, casually countering with stronger magic arrows that easily neutralized Zhang Xing's assault. "Such petty tricks, and you dare show off in front of us," they scoffed, their faces full of contempt. However, this was exactly what Zhang Xing was counting on. Taking advantage of their arrogance, he swiftly cast 2 beginner-level auxiliary spells, Slow and Blindness. The magical light wrapped around the 2 mages like threads, causing their movements to slow and their vision to go black. Before they could react, Zhang Xing began chanting an advanced spell, Thunderbolt. His voice boomed like thunder, and 2 silver bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking the mages' heads with force. In the burst of electricity, the mages' hair stood on end, and their clothes were charred and tattered. Though they managed to partially defend against the damage with protective magic, they were caught off guard by the sudden attack. Once the blindness spell's effect wore off, they regained their sight and broke free from the sluggishness. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Zhang Xing's second wave of attacks was already underway. "You little brat, One mage began to curse, only to find his mouth growing sluggish again. The other mage, preparing to counterattack, discovered his movements felt like wading through mud, and even his incantations were slowed. Zhang Xing's strategy was simple yet effective: slow their speed, blind their sight, and then unleash thunderbolts to teach them a lesson. This seemingly straightforward combination of spells, executed with his flexible and varied casting rhythm, trapped the 2 intermediate mages in a predicament. Time and again, lightning struck the mages. Their defensive spells shattered, leaving their bodies marked with burns. What frustrated them the most was that their movements were restricted, and they couldn't even speak. Their faces turned red with fury, yet the lightning left them charred black, masking their complex expressions beneath a layer of soot. These once lofty mages now stood like 2 wooden stakes, helpless against Zhang Xing's relentless magic. Their anger and humiliation boiled like molten lava within, with no outlet for release. The child they had once scorned had now become their nightmare. Zhang Xing's hands moved rapidly, and magic flowed out like a stream. "Slow spell," he muttered, and the movements of the 2 adults immediately slowed. "How does that feel? Not so good, huh?" he sneered, casting another spell, Blindness. The 2 adults were plunged into darkness, panic overtaking them. Zhang Xing approached, his voice filled with anger. "Why do you adults always bully me, a child? Do you think I'm easy to push around? Did Clive send you?" Before they could respond, Zhang Xing waved his hand, releasing a bolt of lightning that crackled in the air. "I didn't want to resort to such drastic measures, but you left me no choice." His attacks came like a storm, with one spell after another pummeling the 2 mages. Time ticked by until they were no longer breathing, and only then did Zhang Xing stop. Still, he remained cautious. Leaving them any chance would be disastrous, he murmured to himself, continuing to cast spells until he was sure they were dead beyond any doubt. Only then did he cease his magic. He quickly scavenged their magical rings and threw a couple of fireballs to incinerate the bodies. Then, summoning his mount, Heibao, Zhang Xing rode off into the depths of the forest. Time was of the essence, and Zhang Xing and He Bao only managed to hunt a few second and third-level demon wolves on the forest's edge before quietly sneaking back to the school. Once in his dorm, Zhang Xing excitedly counted his spoils, his eyes gleaming with gold. Who would have thought those two mages were so wealthy? Over 100,000 gold coins, he thought with delight. Much richer than those three mages last time. My assets are almost up to 120,000 now. Not bad at all. Suddenly, Zhang Xing noticed a few gems were missing. Huh? Where did those two blue sapphires go? I just saw them. He quickly entered Shenlong Island, pouring out all his loot in the council hall to sort through it meticulously. Hey Bao, you sneaky little thing. Zhang Xing called out a few times, but got no response. It dawned on him. It must have been He Bao who took them. Earlier, it was lurking around me in human form, acting all suspicious. Zhang Xing decided to investigate and quietly sneaked into He Bao's lair. After winding through several paths, he finally found He Bao's dwelling. Peeking inside, he saw He Bao comparing a few gems, muttering, "This blue one is the biggest and most beautiful." A pile of coins lay in the corner, about 10,000, with the rest being worthless stones. Zhang Xing was puzzled about where He Bao got the coins. After a moment, he realized, I wondered why those three mages were as broke as I was. Turns out this little black dragon embezzled them. Zhang Xing chuckled. You don't even spend money. What do you need coins for? But he quickly came to terms with it, realizing that as He Bao grew, its interest in treasure was only natural. You can keep them here. They'll be mine eventually anyway. He quietly left and returned to his dorm to reflect on the battle. At his current advanced level of both magic and martial arts, even facing high-level mages and warriors was not daunting. Of course, the two mages had underestimated him and were caught off guard. If they had been prepared, like if the mages had cast defensive spells beforehand, it would have been much more challenging with my current magic skills, Zhang Xing pondered. But don't forget, I'm also an advanced warrior. A fierce charge to close the distance quickly, followed by a devastating punch, and even a high-level mage would be knocked out. 3 days later, the mock exam papers were finally ready. Inside the examination hall, a tense atmosphere enveloped the 50 newly recruited young trainees. In the spacious 500-square-meter dedicated exam room, 14 children were already seated, each with anxiety and unease written all over their faces. Instructor Selena stood at the podium, her sharp gaze sweeping across every young face. She noticed that nearly all the trainees appeared dejected, as if they were about to face not a simple routine test, but a life-and-death challenge. Suddenly, Selena frowned. Huh? Why is there an empty seat? She counted again, confirming that one person was missing Zhang Xing from Group 5. At that moment, the door to the exam hall was gently pushed open, and Zhang Xing slipped silently into the room. Selena glanced at him and said nothing more. The clock struck, announcing the official start of the exam. All right, everyone is here. Let's begin the test. Selena announced with a smile. The first question is a quick response question. Please express your views based on the magic demonstration I will perform. Selena walked to a 3-meter-long desk, skillfully handling the experimental equipment. She removed a beaker filled with boiling water from the flame, then softly chanted a spell, waving her hands gently about a foot above the beaker. Miraculously, the steam above the boiling water disappeared instantly. Selena explained, I've just lowered the temperature of this boiling water to around 5 degrees. Anyone feeling hot can take a sip to cool down. This little joke immediately elicited a ripple of laughter, easing the tension in the exam hall. Begin answering. Selena's words had barely left her mouth when the hall fell into silence. However, while everyone's attention was focused on the exam, no one noticed the little incident that happened before Zhang Xing entered the hall. It turned out that he was stopped by 2 senior students just as he left the dormitory. You're Zhang Xing, right? A 15 or 16-year-old boy with a friendly smile asked. Zhang Xing nodded in confusion. Yes, what's up? Well, we have a small favor to ask of you. The boy glanced around. Let's talk over there. It's not convenient here. Zhang Xing followed the 2 boys to the corner, but quickly turned the tables in the shadows. A few seconds later, Zhang Xing walked out calmly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Trying to pull that on me? You're way off. I was over this kind of stuff back in elementary school, he muttered to himself, then nonchalantly walked into the exam hall. Ding. 2 seconds later, the bell for the first group rang. All right, Clive, please answer the question. Sarina's voice echoed through the classroom. Clive stood up with a confident smile. Having been meticulously trained by his family since childhood, he had a thorough understanding of the basics of magic, with a wealth of memorized knowledge stored in his mind. This question is simple, Clive cleared his throat. My answer, in a nutshell, is that Sarina uses advanced ice magic to cool boiling water quickly, demonstrating that magic should be used swiftly and efficiently. That's my answer. The classmates in the first group looked at him with admiration, and a few sycophants even gave him a thumbs up. However, Sarina's brow slightly furrowed, clearly dissatisfied with his answer. Nevertheless, she couldn't say Clive was wrong, as these were just kids with developing comprehension skills. 5 seconds passed, and no one offered a different perspective. 1 point for Clive, Serena announced. This point wasn't just a number. It was a genuine credit, a freshman perk. 5, 4, 3, 2. Serena began counting down, and suddenly, a smile appeared on her lips. Ding. With the number displayed, Zhang Xing, please share a different perspective. All eyes turned to Zhang Xing, including a venomous glance from Clive. He instinctively touched his chest, recalling the pain of a past injury, even though he had healed. Seeing Zhang Xing enter at the last second puzzled him. Why hadn't those two intermediate students stopped him? Just when a free credit was within reach, Zhang Xing stepped up to challenge him, igniting Clive's anger. But really, what could a kid from a poor family know about theory? What could he possibly say that's different? Clive thought, wearing a mocking expression. However, what happened next left the entire class and teachers in awe. Zhang Xing, calm and composed, began to speak confidently. Serena's question is about understanding the fundamental rules behind magic, and Clive's answer is quite superficial. Anyone could see it was ice magic at work. Did you really need to state the obvious? Everyone turned to Clive, realizing the truth. They all knew it was ice magic, but didn't dare to answer first. Clive's face turned red with anger. Zhang Xing raised his small hand, pointing a tiny index finger upward. And my understanding is sono-quantology. What is sono? The magic elements we usually talk about are sono. Sono is magic elements. You can check this in the book, on page 365, line 19 of the basics. At this point, Zhang Xing cleared his throat in a manner that amused the teacher and the review panel, noting how adult-like he seemed. Magic elements are neither matter nor energy. Yet, they exist in the air and in each of our bodies. So how does ice magic cool boiling water quickly? This involves magic rules, which brings us to another term, the intermediary medium. The explanation for the intermediary medium is on page 366, line 46 of the textbook. It's the intermediary medium that allows sono to form energy and matter, leading to the various magic skills. The energy in boiling water seems high, but it's less than the ice energy in the intermediary medium. So the bigger fish eats the smaller fish. The heat energy is consumed by the ice energy, and the temperature is instantly saturated. That's my answer. The exam hall fell into a dead silence. All the students stared at Zhang Xing in disbelief, as if he were some kind of anomaly. A book half a foot thick, memorized thoroughly in just a month? This completely overturned their understanding. Should kids their age, whether from common or noble families, only be interested in food and play? Yet Zhang Xing's mind was filled with knowledge. After the initial shock, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. Mentor Selena beamed with satisfaction, clapping and nodding in approval. This seemingly quirky child truly had a brilliant mind. A few seconds later, amidst the enthusiastic applause, Zhang Xing smoothly earned an extra point. Meanwhile, Clive sat at his desk, seething with anger. Please listen to the second question, the mentor announced. This is a history question. Please explain the origin of magic. Upon hearing the question, Clive's eyes lit up. He was all too familiar with this topic, having mastered it at Zhang Xing's age. But he immediately scorned himself inwardly. How could he compare himself to that commoner? Ding! A clear bell rang. Clive stood up first, mimicking Zhang Xing's gesture by raising his forefinger, and began to speak confidently. Magic was invented by the Six Towers Association of our Tianqing Empire over 1,000 years, continuously perfected through numerous experiments. To be precise, in the first 500 years, magic was a rare knowledge, known by very few. And the lords of the Six Towers Association were among those few. In the latter 500 years, through their relentless efforts, magic became widely popularized in the empire, allowing us noble children to learn and use it from textbooks. From then on, magic was no longer mysterious, and it was further developed in the hands of us nobles, until today. Clive sat down triumphantly, glancing at Zhang Xing out of the corner of his eyelids. See what you can come up with now. This point is already mine. Mentor Selena and the jury nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, another ding sounded. Zhang Xing stood up. Clive's answer was incomplete, and there are 2 errors. Let me add to it. What? Errors? Clive's eyes widened in disbelief. He scoffed inwardly. Simply nitpicking and splitting hairs. The textbook clearly states it this way. Mentor Selena and the jury showed curious expressions. A pale-faced jury mentor warned coldly. Zhang Xing, if you falsely point out non-existent errors, you will lose a credit. Yes, Zhang Xing. Selena also reminded. Points can be deducted according to the test rules, so you must answer carefully. May I start? Zhang Xing asked calmly. Please begin your answer, but do not repeat the previous student's answer. Selena nodded in approval. Zhang Xing spoke seriously. The first error is that the Six Towers Association is not a subsidiary of the Tianqing Empire, but the most prestigious magic organization on the entire Holy Dragon continent. If the Six Towers Association knew that our class leader placed them under the Tianqing Empire, even your family might not be safe. Clive broke out in a cold sweat at these words. Meanwhile, the pale-faced jury mentor spoke contemptuously. It was just a slip of the tongue. Zhang Xing, don't nitpick over such trivial matters. All right, even if this is a minor detail. Zhang Xing was about to continue when he suddenly shifted his tone. The second mistake is that the origin of magic isn't 1,000 years ago, but 2,500 years ago. This statement was like a thunderclap in the examination room. Clive sprang from his seat, his face flushed with anger. Zhang Xing, you're talking nonsense. Immediately, an expression of anger appeared on Tutor Tao's pale face as he slammed the table. This is outrageous. 1 credit deducted, and your test eligibility is revoked. The room erupted in whispers. This kid did so well on the first question. Why is he messing up now? The history of magic clearly records 1,000 years. Sarina gently rang a bell to signal for silence. Tutor Tao, with a stern face, suggested, Tutor Sarina, students who are ignorant and disrespect history must be removed from the exam. Sarina gave him a meaningful look. Tutor Tao, you're overreacting. The test's purpose is for students to express themselves freely. Mistakes are to be corrected, and the right answers encouraged. If we cleared the room for every slip of the tongue, Clive would be the first to go. Tao sat back down, looking disgruntled. Student Zhang Xing, let's put the issue of the origin date aside for now. Please continue. Sarina said with a gentle smile. At this point, nearly everyone in the room was casting unfriendly glances, especially Tao, whose expression was murderous. Yet Zhang Xing remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed, impressing Sarina with his poise. Then I'll continue, Zhang Xing said seriously. If anyone interrupts again, I won't participate in this test. His stance made Sarina inwardly smile, thinking this child certainly has backbone. Back to the origin of magic, Zhang Xing continued. In ancient times, it was known as spiritual arts, and today we call it magic. Spiritual arts can be cast directly, while magic requires a medium to construct. As he spoke, Zhang Xing noticed that the expressions of the review panel had become unusually respectful, and they unconsciously straightened up. The room fell eerily silent, leaving only his youthful voice echoing. While speaking, he discreetly took out a small bronze mirror and glanced behind him. At least 50 tutors were standing there. Turning the mirror, he even saw the dean's face with a meaningful smile, who winked at him. Zhang Xing calmly put the mirror away. However, spiritual arts cannot be mastered through talent alone. To solve this problem, the sages formed the Aurido organization, the precursor to the Magic Guild. They combined spiritual arts and magic to create an unprecedented magic system. This system remains unsurpassed to this day, known as the Aurido magic system, the most powerful and unique existence. Zhang Xing paused for a moment, contemplating that Clive had already covered most of the content. He couldn't help but feel that these people knew very little about the magical history of his continent, their perspective limited to the tiny realm of the Tianqing Empire, somewhat like frogs in a well. He sat down leisurely, and the room fell into a 5-second silence. The students seemed to be left wanting more, as if they'd heard a fantastical tale, while the panel of judges exchanged puzzled glances. One of the judges glanced towards the door, seeing no response from the dean, finally announced. Due to differing opinions, the second question results are Clive with 9 votes, Zhang Xing with 2 votes. Clive earns a point, Zhang Xing does not lose any. Zhang Xing sat expressionless, though he couldn't hide his disappointment inside. What could these sycophantic judges possibly teach the students? Clive glanced at him smugly, muttering, ignorant, under his breath. Sarina gave him an apologetic smile, indicating that it was just the way the rules were. The test continues, Sarina said, waving her hand as a series of spells appeared on the magic boards of each group. Third question. Complete this spell in 1 minute and explain its type and historical origin. Ding. As the bell rang, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Xing in surprise. He had already stepped onto the open space in front of the group, muttering in Chinese, "Oh God, help me, at this age and still no lover. Amen, grant me strength." Sarina frowned, unable to comprehend the incantation. Suddenly, Zhang Xing spread his arms and gazed at the sky, as a silver-white light shield enveloped him. The students gasped in amazement, some complaining they hadn't even finished reading the spell. This is a basic auxiliary spell known as the shield spell, Zhang Xing calmly explained. It is a defensive spell common across the 5 elemental magic systems, originating from ancient times. It is one of the few frequently used 5-element spells in the Vorsasburg magic system, which followed the Olido magic system. End of explanation. Clive arrogantly stood up, his eyes glinting with disdain. He loudly proclaimed, "Great God of magic, your loyal follower Clive begs for your protection, grant me strength." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling white light descended from the sky, enveloping Clive. However, the light lasted only a brief 3 seconds before vanishing entirely. In stark contrast, the shield cast by Zhang Xing remained as sturdy as ever. The panel of 10 mentors exchanged glances with varied expressions. A common question arose in their minds. Why did Zhang Xing always engage in discussions about obscure historical anecdotes? After all, The textbooks of the Tianqing Empire had already documented this knowledge clearly, especially the book, Basic Knowledge of Elementary Magic Theory, which was thoroughly detailed. Logically, Zhang Xing should be well versed in this information. The mentors quickly found a reasonable explanation for Zhang Xing's nonsense. The child probably only remembered the content of the first question. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could there be such a significant deviation in the subsequent answers? They exchanged opinions quietly, and then one of the mentors cleared his throat and said sternly, Zhang Xing, we mentors unanimously believe it's necessary to criticize you. If you don't know something, admit it honestly instead of making things up. Also, in the upcoming questions, please don't treat the unrealistic rumors circulating among commoners as historical facts. If you repeat the same mistake, we will represent St. Roland Magic Academy. Enough. A loud interruption cut off Tao's words. The third headmaster of the Magic Academy, Jiega, strode in from the doorway. As one of the only 6 remaining magic emperors of the empire and the vice president of the Magicians Guild, he stood before everyone with an imposing presence. I think it's you who are ignorant, spouting nonsense. With your behavior, you think you can represent St. Roland Magic Academy? You represent nothing, not even yourselves. You talk about commoners and nobles, but where would you be without the commoners? Go back 300 years, and your ancestors were nothing but savages. With these words, the 10 mentors hurriedly stood up, bowed their heads, and placed their right hands on their chests, offering the highest respect in the magical world to the headmaster. Greetings, headmaster. All the students also stood up, shouting in unison, Greetings, headmaster. The entire hall fell silent, everyone bowing respectfully, waiting for the headmaster's words. Headmaster Jiega looked around with piercing eyes. From the second question onward, Zhang Xing's answers were flawless, entirely correct. Your reactions earlier are understandable, as ignorance is no crime. But some of your behaviors are utterly disgraceful. You are mentors at the Magic Academy, role models for students, and your every word and action are observed by them. Even if the third question was difficult for you to conclude, are you blind to Zhang Xing's exceptional magical talent? Can you not see his shield spell standing firm even now? The 10 mentors trembled involuntarily, bowing their heads even lower. Salina felt secretly delighted. Her father's reprimand filled her with satisfaction. Zhang Xing looked up at Headmaster Jiega with deep respect, thinking, finally, someone stands up for fairness. This white-bearded old man is truly impressive. I knew it. Such a large magic academy couldn't possibly lack a sensible person. Although Headmaster Jiega was not tall, his round face showed almost no wrinkles. If not for his silver hair and beard, he could easily be mistaken for someone just in his early 40s. However, what Zhang Xing didn't know was that Headmaster Jiega was actually only 50 years old. Dean Jagger stood on the podium, his signature stern gaze sweeping over each mentor present. His face, which had become particularly authoritative from years of maintaining a solemn expression, was now filled with dissatisfaction. Magic originated 2,500 years ago, and this is all documented in the deepest tomes of the Academy's library, he said, his voice simmering with restrained anger. Yet, how many of you have actually delved into these precious texts? He turned towards Zhang Xing, his tone softening slightly. Zhang Xing's understanding is indeed accurate. While his explanation doesn't strictly adhere to textbook theories, it's based on his own thoughts, and it's this comprehension that commands respect. Remember, he's only been studying for a month and is just a 6-year-old child. Jagger's voice suddenly rose. Today, it's this very 6-year-old who has taught everyone here a vivid lesson with his prowess. With the theoretical level he has displayed, he could easily turn the tables and guide you mentors. He sighed heavily. I've been emphasizing in every meeting that magic learning cannot rely on shortcuts. The innovation I advocate is a breakthrough built on a solid foundation of basic knowledge, not something for you to take out of context or imagine out of thin air. After a brief pause, Jagger's tone softened again. That's all. Let's continue with the exam. With that, he walked to the door, motioning for other senior academy members to take their seats in the audience. Sarina stood up, her demeanor sincere. Students, on behalf of the mentors, I apologize for the previous misjudgment. Whether mentor or student, mistakes must be acknowledged and corrected. For the second question, Zhang Xing gains 1 point, while Clive loses 1. Of course, Clive's theoretical level is still commendable, and I hope this 1-point difference won't affect your performance. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire examination hall erupted into thunderous applause. The 10-member panel of mentor judges clapped with all their might, their palms turning red after all, with the dean and senior staff applauding. How could they dare to slack off? Let's continue with the exam, Sarina said, scanning the room. Zhang Xing maintained his composed demeanor, while Clive listened intently, visibly nervous. Question 4. Please share your understanding of instant magic. Begin. Ding. The bell rang. Please answer, Zhang Xing. Under the envious or astonished gazes of everyone, Zhang Xing rose calmly. Instant magic, in essence, is magic cast using pure media. This involves two core concepts, pure media and construct runes, which I won't elaborate on here. He looked around and continued. Many of you might have seen or heard of powerful magicians who can cast spells continuously without chanting, as if casually skipping stones. Many believe this shows they have fully grasped the essence of magic, but in reality, that's impossible. No one can directly use pure media to release magic. Those instant magic masters we admire still require time to cast spells, with varying speeds between them. The experienced magicians in the audience nodded in agreement, and Tao quickly chimed in, feigning deep understanding. Zhang Xing went on. From my understanding, their speed is due to the use of spell formations. Each formation, each rune is a construct rune, like blueprints stored in their minds. If we can store these formation runes in our minds, instant magic would no longer be out of reach. That concludes my answer. As soon as he finished speaking, Dean Jagger was the first to stand and applaud, followed by the senior academy members, the mentor judges, and finally, all the students. The entire examination hall was engulfed in prolonged applause. Damn it, you lowlife! Clive seethed, clapping his hands in frustration and anger, nearly on the brink of collapse. The short figure before him had perfectly answered every question. Zhang Xing has answered brilliantly, earning an extra credit. Sarina elegantly brushed her golden hair, her sapphire eyes fixed on Zhang Xing, glowing with admiration. Don't be discouraged, everyone. We've only just begun. As the applause faded, the test continued. Question 5. Name the fundamental theories of magic and describe their content. As soon as the words were spoken, a prompt sounded. Ding. Zhang Xing, please answer. Zhang Xing stood up, his voice clear and steady. There are two theories. The first is the Winchester Doctrine, proposed by the renowned magic scholar Winchester from the ancient Gudea dynasty, which states that all things contain a medium of induction. The second is the Gorged Theorem, established by a spell theory scholar in the post-magic era of year 573, explaining the necessity of energy and state induction in spellcasting, and creating the foundational rune formula and the Gorged constant, used to calculate the magic and runes required for spells. The hall erupted in applause once more, Zhang Xing's precise answer invigorating the audience. Question 6. State the universal mage grading standards issued by the Six Towers Association. Ding. The prompt sounded again, and Zhang Xing immediately began detailing the standards for apprentices, junior mages, and intermediate mages. Clive stood by, nearly driven mad with frustration, but Zhang Xing's momentum was unstoppable as he answered all 50 questions in the quiz. Even if Clive wanted to find fault, his lack of knowledge left him helpless. During lunch, Zhang Xing's presence was particularly noticeable in the spacious cafeteria. His small figure just peeked over the tabletop, surrounded by 9 tall teammates. The entire table revolved around him, making it the most striking scene in the cafeteria. Zhang Xing, you're amazing. His teammates excitedly discussed the competition details over their meal. Especially on the second question, even the mentors were stunned. The expressions from the other groups were priceless. We're counting on you for the group exam this afternoon, someone said expectantly. If we get first place, everyone gets 10 credits, and we can start learning basic magic from a mentor. Zhang Xing simply nodded silently, saying little. He could see from the eyes of these noble students that their friendliness wasn't genuine. In one of the 6 elite magic academies, theory was far less important than practice. After graduation, these students would serve in the Imperial Army for 3 years. Noble students often secured positions and titles, while those from humble backgrounds were usually sent to battlefields or given dangerous assignments. Zhang Xing, who had been quietly eating his meal, suddenly sensed an unusual silence. He looked up and around, noticing his 9 table mates were all staring down at their plates, shoveling food into their mouths as if trying to avoid something. Across the other tables, students wore strange expressions. Some eyes gleamed with schadenfreude, while a few students in plain clothes kept glancing behind him. Turning around, Zhang Xing saw a group of young men in gray robes striding purposefully in his direction. Leading them was a square-faced youth, his smile failing to mask the unsettling shadow in his eyes. The cafeteria buzzed with the whispers of girls. Oh my God, my heart is racing out of control. He's after that youngest freshman. That kid's dressed so plainly. He must be poor, and Glenn's going to give him trouble. Meanwhile, the boys deliberately focused on their meals, not daring to glance over. Glenn, towering over Zhang Xing, asked, Zhang Xing, having your meal? Zhang Xing merely replied with a nonchalant, yeah, and countered, haven't you eaten yet? Then he resumed eating, completely ignoring Glenn's presence. This unexpected reaction froze Glenn's expression, rendering his prepared speech useless. Get lost, all of you, Glenn barked, scaring the 9 students at the table into a hasty retreat. He pulled out a chair and sat beside Zhang Xing, resting his chin on his hand, coldly watching the 6-year-old boy continue eating as if nothing had happened. The cafeteria was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of Zhang Xing's chewing. Everyone held their breath. The girls covered their mouths, and the boys stole glances, as if time itself had paused. Suddenly, Glenn erupted with an angry shout and jumped to his feet. He raised his right hand high, aiming a fierce slap at Zhang Xing's face, roaring, "You little brat, trying to act tough with me." Watching an 18 or 19-year-old about to hit a 6-year-old with full force, the girls closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight, and the boys turned away. Everyone braced for the bloody aftermath, imagining the slap would send the little boy flying 3 meters, bloodied and swollen like a pig. A sharp slap echoed through the cafeteria, followed by a loud crash. When people opened their eyes again, they were stunned. Zhang Xing was still calmly seated, eating, but Glenn had vanished. The group of young men with Glenn and the surrounding students turned their heads towards the sound, left speechless by the astonishing scene before them. A dozen senior students sprinted towards the restaurant's trash can, urgently shouting, "Master Gran." As they struggled to pull Gran out of the 1-meter-high bin, the entire restaurant fell into a stunned silence. Gran was drenched in leftover food scraps, emitting a nauseating sour stench. Thick soup dripped slowly from his pale cheeks, pooling into a murky puddle on the floor. Someone exclaimed, "Quick, get Instructor Tina for help." The group of students hurriedly lifted the unconscious Gran, forgetting about confronting Zhang Xing, and rushed away. Inside the restaurant, every student's gaze was fixed on Zhang Xing, filled with disbelief and shock. Although no one had witnessed how Zhang Xing had done it, it was undeniable that this small figure had sent Gran flying. The fact was hard to accept. Gran was the 10th-ranked magician in terms of combat power at the Magic Academy, known for his agility, speed, strength, and battle experience. He should not have been knocked nearly 20 meters by a child. What was even more puzzling was that Zhang Xing was not from the Martial Arts Academy, but was also a student at the Magic Academy, just like Gran. The students whispered among themselves, "Who is this kid? I've never seen him before. Go ask the new students in the junior class, they might know." Meanwhile, Zhang Xing seemed oblivious to the surrounding commotion as he focused on finishing his meal. He calmly stood up, walked steadily to the sink, carefully washed his bowl, and placed it in his designated cabinet. As he left, his expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Influenced by Zhang Xing's demeanor, other students in the restaurant who hadn't finished eating yet unconsciously mimicked his actions, eating slowly and carefully washing their dishes. Meanwhile, in the medical room, 22-year-old Instructor Tina was treating Gran. As the Academy's apothecary and healer, Tina was renowned not only for her medical skills, but also for her perfect figure and beautiful appearance. Her dark red hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate features formed a captivating picture. She and Salina were known as the most beautiful instructors at the Academy. They often volunteered in the slums, providing free clinics and bringing supplies to help the poor, winning them praise from the Academy and the love of the entire St. Roland Castle community. When Gran was brought in, Tina showed no sign of disdain despite his foul odor. She cleaned off the trash while carefully examining his injuries and quickly reached a diagnosis. Gran's main injuries are from being thrown, Tina explained. He must have been slapped and then thrown at least 20 meters. First, his head hit a wall, causing him to lose consciousness, and then he fell sideways, hitting something with sharp edges. The broken ribs and spinal injuries are minor. They will heal with medication and rest. The critical issue is the head injury, which might affect his magical abilities. Tina sighed, murmuring to the departing students, "That slap was too harsh. Who knows if Gran will be able to use magic again." After the group exam concluded in the afternoon, Zhang Xing's team unsurprisingly took first place. As the top scorer on the individual leaderboard, Zhang Xing received an additional 50 points, totaling 100 credits, which made many classmates envious. As soon as the exam ended, Instructor Salina hurriedly called Zhang Xing aside. With a serious expression, she asked, "Zhang Xing, did you injure Clive's brother, Glenn?" A flicker of panic crossed Zhang Xing's eyes, but he quickly feigned confusion and replied, "No, I didn't." Salina frowned and said, "Don't pretend." Many students in the cafeteria saw it. The Lind family has already gone to the dean. Her tone was filled with urgency. Zhang Xing's heart raced, but he remained calm and asked, "Who saw me do it? Which hand did I use? Was it magic or something else? How could someone as small as me possibly harm him?" Despite knowing the truth, he couldn't admit it. Admitting it could mean losing the chance to study at the academy. He thought to himself, no matter how influential the Lind family is, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in front of the 6 academies. If the academy unjustly blamed him, there would be no point in staying. Salina sighed and softened her tone. "Oh, you hit too hard, kid." Fortunately, Tina treated him in time, and Glenn will recover after a few months at home. The dean personally treated Glenn's head, and he regained consciousness immediately. Otherwise, the Lind family wouldn't have let it go. Focus on your studies and don't get into trouble again. Hearing this, Zhang Xing quietly breathed a sigh of relief. In his mind, he pictured the elder with silver hair and a long white beard, dressed in a simple gray robe with no mage insignia on the cuffs. He was glad he had judged the dean correctly as a just and righteous elder. Feeling a surge of gratitude, Zhang Xing sincerely said, "Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Instructor Salina." With that, He bowed deeply to Salina. Salina smiled and said, "All right, if you want to thank someone, thank the dean in person. He asked me to bring you to see him." She took Zhang Xing's small hand and led him to the dean's office. Along the way, Salina seemed very pleased and occasionally asked Zhang Xing about his past. Zhang Xing briefly recounted his days in the village and his grandfather's passing. Learning that Zhang Xing was now an orphan, Salina felt a surge of compassion and considered taking him home to care for him. However, Zhang Xing politely declined the offer. He thought to himself, Salina's home is the dean's home, and living there would be uncomfortable. Besides, he had many secrets, such as the fact that the black treasure needed to go out hunting occasionally, which couldn't be disclosed. In front of the dean's office, Salina left. Zhang Xing knocked lightly twice, and the dean's strong, authoritative voice came from inside. "Come in." Dean Jagger, upon seeing the well-behaved Zhang Xing, was as excited as a big husky seeing a little husky. Zhang Xing immediately recognized the dean's playful personality. "Hello, Dean. Thank you for standing up for me," Zhang Xing respectfully said. Jagger laughed and replied, "Haha, so you're implying that if I hadn't stood up for you, I'd be on the evil side?" Zhang Xing cleverly responded, "Not necessarily. Just because something isn't just doesn't mean it's evil. There are also neutral sides." He gestured with his small hands as he spoke, looking very cute. "Oh, quite the talker, aren't you? No wonder you snagged those 50 credits all for yourself." Jagger pointed to a purple wooden chair carved with Roland flowers, chuckling as he said, "Have a seat. Do you know why I asked you here?" After thanking the director, Zhang Xing fell into deep thought. He looked up at Director Jiegu and admitted, "I can't guess, but it's definitely not about fighting." Director Jiegu nodded approvingly, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He encouraged, "Why do you think it's not about fighting?" Zhang Xing quickly analyzed. The academy has strict rules, and serious violations would lead to expulsion. You're busy with important matters, so you wouldn't personally reprimand me for something so minor. Otherwise, what are the mentors, grade directors, and vice directors for? Your summoning me must be related to something concerning the academy." He paused and continued reasoning. "As a student in the beginner class, the only contribution I can make to the academy is the magic knowledge taught by the mentors. If I'm not mistaken, it should be something like a competition." Director Jiegu was taken aback, silently amazed. This child's mind must be like a tree of wisdom. His analysis is logical, with clear priorities, using empathy to systematically find the root of the problem. A rare talent indeed. Someone of great potential. Yes, quite right, you guessed correctly. Director Jiegu stroked his beard, nodding with a satisfied smile. He then revealed the truth. The Triennial Magic Skills Tournament among the 6 academies will be held at the end of the year. There's just over a month to prepare, and I want you to represent the beginner class in a friendly competition with the other 5 academies. He emphasized the word friendly, suggesting a deeper meaning. Zhang Xing keenly caught this and asked, "Director, is it a competition of magic skills?" Director Jiegu briefly explained the rules. Yes, each grade competes in skills. The rule is beginner against beginner, advanced against advanced, but you can challenge up or down, low against high or high against low. Finishing, he leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling as if lost in thought. Zhang Xing silently contemplated the seemingly chaotic rules. He recalled some historical records from the library, realizing that these empires were in constant conflict, and the 6 academies were training skilled practitioners with combat experience. The rules suddenly made sense in the battlefield. There's no distinction between beginner and advanced, nor between warrior and mage. Understanding this, Zhang Xing quietly awaited the director's next words. After a moment, Director Jiegu seemed to remember something and asked, "Zhang Xing, have you reached the level of an advanced mage now?" This was clearly a rhetorical question. A mage of the emperor level would surely know how Gran was injured. Zhang Xing answered truthfully, "Well, barely, I suppose." He knew that being honest with the director would be beneficial. Director Jiegu was very satisfied with this answer and continued, "How many magic skills have you mastered?" He knew that Zhang Xing hadn't learned his magic skills from the academy's mentors. As for where he learned them, he didn't want to inquire. In his eyes, these basic magic skills were relatively easy to acquire. Zhang Xing had many secrets, but he didn't want to delve into them. Such a prodigious person surely had secrets. Zhang Xing playfully replied, "Well, not many, not enough. Director, why don't you teach me some?" Director Jiegu smirked, "Don't try to be clever with me. Now tell me, how many is not many?" 17. Zhang Xing whispered. "What?" Director Jiegu was stunned, thinking, 17 is not many? According to this kid, how many would be considered many? "Follow me and show me the magic skills you've mastered," Dean Jiegu said, getting up and walking towards a wall. With a wave of his hand, the wall shimmered with a water-like barrier. Zhang Xing watched curiously as the dean passed through it, then reached out to touch it. The cool, moist sensation amazed him, as if he were really touching the surface of water. Cautiously, Zhang Xing poked half his body through the barrier, marveling at the wonders of magic. He thought to himself that this must be an illusionary magic array made with metals and gems, far beyond his current capabilities. Stop playing around and come in, the dean urged. Zhang Xing muttered to himself. I'm studying, not playing. Beyond the barrier lay a row of spacious stone chambers, more than a dozen in total. They entered one, over 100 square meters in size, ample space for practicing magic. Jie Gu waved his hand again, casting a water-based magic barrier. Begin, the dean commanded. Feigning confidence, Zhang Xing recited a spell. O gods, save the suffering and afflicted. Instantly, 3 magical arrows shot toward the water barrier, dissipating in a flash. He then cast 4 or 5 more attack spells before stopping. Dean, I don't know much, just a few attack spells. Zhang Xing reported honestly. Jie Gu nodded, assessing. Your magical power is substantial, surpassing that of your peers. Your casting speed and attack power are impressive. He calculated that with Zhang Xing's current performance, he could likely make it into the top 50 in a competition. However, a lack of combat experience might be a weakness, potentially diminishing his strength against seasoned opponents. Try again, this time with full force and faster. Keep attacking until I tell you to stop. Jie Gu decided to test Zhang Xing's limits. Zhang Xing took a deep breath to steady himself. He knew he had to push harder this time, but was also aware the dean wouldn't let him deplete his magical energy completely. After all, a mage with exhausted magic is as good as defenseless. Magical arrows streaked through the air like meteors, one after another. Fireballs exploded against the barrier in rapid succession, causing resounding booms. Time ticked away, and the sand in the magical hourglass steadily fell. When a third of the sand had fallen, Zhang Xing's attacks continued unabated. Jie Gu stroked his beard, nodding in satisfaction as he observed. As 2/3 of the sand fell, Zhang Xing maintained his steady rhythm. Even after an hour had passed, Zhang Xing was still tirelessly casting spells. At this point, he was completely immersed in the world of magic, seeing everything around him in a new light. Jie Gu suddenly noticed Zhang Xing's state and was astonished. This is the realm of precision, he exclaimed, hardly able to believe his eyes as he looked at the young mage before him. Zhang Xing was deeply absorbed in the world of magic, fully immersed in casting his skills. When a third of the time in the hourglass had passed, he suddenly awoke to the presence of unusual magical elements. He swiftly cast magic arrows, lightning bolts, and meteor showers, carefully sensing the magical elements in the air, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. While casting low-level spells, Zhang Xing felt an unprecedented sense of cohesion. Though the magic was small in volume, its power had significantly increased, as if compressing a snowball into a solid sphere. He gazed at the flickering magic arrow in his hand, closed his eyes to concentrate, and when he opened them again, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. He conjured a fireball in his right hand and hurled it at the water barrier, only to receive a faint reaction. Dissatisfied, he formed another fireball the size of a human head, and this time, the impact caused a noticeable tremor in the barrier. Encouraged, he began compressing other magical skills, gradually enhancing their power. Excited, Zhang Xing remembered the upcoming academy competition in a month. As the last-ranked representative of St. Roland Academy, he was well aware of the formidable strength of his opponents. Without the help of He Bao, he resolved to practice twice as hard. As time passed, Zhang Xing continued to cast spells, completely engrossed. The fireball was compressed to the size of an apple, the magic arrow became elongated like a spear, and the lightning bolt grew more refined. By the time 2/3 of the time had elapsed, the fireball had shrunk to the size of an egg, its power exponentially increasing, constantly impacting the water barrier. In the final 5 minutes, Zhang Xing suddenly felt a jolt in his mind, and the world before him transformed. His internal magic connected with the magical elements in the air, forming a rainbow bridge, with the elements becoming lively and cheerful. He felt as if he had merged with the magical elements, instantly mastering fire, air, and water elements. In an instant, 3 magic arrows appeared simultaneously, a scorching fire arrow, a solid air arrow, and a crystalline water arrow. They shot forth in a flash, striking the water barrier with a resounding impact, causing the entire chamber to tremble. Dean Jeg was dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the scene. He swallowed hard, a look of ecstatic joy spreading across his face, his lips trembling as he said, This is the pinnacle of the subtle realm. Whether a magician or a warrior, when they become proficient in a martial skill, they may perceive another level of understanding. This realm, though not directly reflected in their cultivation level, is closely linked to their skill. It is a new comprehension of skill application, divided by ancient sages into 6 levels: basic realm, subtle realm, union of heaven and man, true meaning of realm, domain of realm, and complete realm. In the history of the Tianqing Empire, those who have reached the subtle realm are invariably at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Now, at just 6 years old, Zhang Xing has already touched this realm, shattering the entire empire's cultivation record. After finishing his practice, Zhang Xing stood still, slightly furrowing his brow. He could feel that there was room for further insight, but the elusive inspiration was hard to grasp. He soon let it go, understanding that cultivation is about opportunity, and forcing it is futile. Dean, Zhang Xing rubbed his little hands, a sweet, innocent smile on his face. I've finished my practice. Can you teach me magic now? He thought to himself that learning free magic was a great opportunity, much better than buying it from the system. Dean Jiega looked at this prodigious genius before him, calculating silently. With Zhang Xing's current strength, he was already on par with an advanced mage, making the teaching of basic spells meaningless. As a mage of the Magic Emperor level, he decided to teach some more advanced spells. I'll teach you some commonly used spells of mages, Jiega said with a sly glint in his eyes. I hope you can practice well over this month. By then, those old fellows will be utterly shocked. Thinking about his colleagues' astonished expressions, Jiega couldn't help but laugh out loud. He quickly demonstrated 7 spells. Watch closely. Freezing spell, Ice Spear, Flame Blade, Blizzard, Sea of Flames, Light of Life, and Elemental Armor. Simultaneously, the corresponding incantations were transmitted into Zhang Xing's mind. All right, that should be enough for you to learn for now. A month's time should be sufficient to master them. Just as Jiega was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and stopped. I almost forgot the basic procedure. Show me by casting them once according to the incantations. Zhang Xing quickly reviewed the incantations in his mind, feeling secretly delighted. These spells hadn't been unlocked in the system store yet, so he was learning them in advance today. He swiftly planned the casting order in his mind. Set up defense first, then attack. Although Blizzard and Sea of Flames are large-scale spells that consume a lot of energy and are rarely seen in competitions, they could be useful if the range is controlled. As for the healing spell Light of Life, it wasn't needed for now, but the other 3 attack spells could be used for offense on different paths. Using the powerful advantage of the subtle realm, Zhang Xing completed the casting in an instant. Elemental Armor's glow appeared around him first, followed by the space 5 meters ahead being divided. On the left, a blizzard raged. On the right, a scorching sea of flames rose, while 3 sharp magical beams shot through the center. Jiega was dumbfounded by this scene. The magic he had taught in less than a minute was not only completely mastered by this little guy in just a second, but also cast with such proficiency. My god of magic, he murmured. If those so-called prodigies knew this, they'd probably be so ashamed they'd want to end it all. Jiega returned to the office brimming with excitement, humming a little tune to himself. St. Roland Magic Academy is going to shine bright, and my old face will bask in the glory, huh? As night fell, Zhang Xing returned to his dormitory and entered Shenlong Island to check on the fish pond. The little fish were either playfully chasing each other, resting quietly, or nibbling on small shrimp, creating a harmonious scene of natural cultivation. He Bao was still meditating, focusing on absorbing the information from the inheritance gate since advancing to the 4th tier. After a quick inspection, Zhang Xing exited Shenlong Island, considering that there were still a few wolves left for He Bao to enjoy over the next few days, so there was no need to hunt tonight. At that moment, an almost imperceptible sound of breathing came from the darkness outside the door. If not for Zhang Xing's highly attuned spiritual sense, he wouldn't have noticed it. The magic lock on the door, provided by the academy, should only be accessible to the administrator and himself. Yet now, the door was quietly being opened. Zhang Xing feigned sleep, emitting even snores while heightening his spiritual awareness. A few seconds later, a masked figure slipped inside. Despite the absence of moonlight, it was vaguely discernible as a middle-aged man. The shadowy figure crept towards the bed, smirking to himself. Kid, you think you're safe hiding in the academy? After hitting second young Master Glenn, you can't expect to escape unscathed. I'll ruin your cultivation and see if the academy still keeps you. Then, the young masters can do whatever they please with you, and no one will care. He reached for Zhang Xing's head, intending to release a spell that would disrupt his mind. A simple squeeze, and this prodigy will turn into a fool. Everyone will think he suffered a mishap during training, causing his mental breakdown. However, at the critical moment, the intruder suddenly realized his movements had become unusually slow. His hand, just an inch from the target, felt unreachable, and the forming spell began to unravel. Attempting to retract his hand to assess the situation, he was horrified to find time seemed to slow down hundreds of times, rendering his hand unresponsive and slowly retreating. As an intermediate mage, he immediately realized he had fallen victim to a slow spell. Glancing at the bed, Zhang Xing was nowhere to be seen. Panic surged through him as he hastily summoned his internal magic, silently reciting a dispelling incantation. Unperturbed, Zhang Xing walked to the window, pushed it open, and looked down. The dormitory building, resembling a castle, was as tall as 2.5 ordinary concrete buildings. A fall from here would likely result in a severe concussion. Hearing Zhang Xing's murmured incantations, the man in black felt an even greater sense of panic. An unusual magical force suddenly surged from within Zhang Xing, instantly breaking the hold of the slowing spell. Kid, I didn't realize you had some tricks up your sleeve. Almost got caught off guard by you. You're going to die, but before he could finish, a spell had already taken effect. The man's vision plunged into darkness, his hand reaching for Zhang Xing frozen in midair. Ah, a blindness spell, he cried out in fear. Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Mentor Tao, Zhang Xing sneered. What brings you here at this late hour? He couldn't forget that grating voice from when Tao tried to kick him out of the examination hall several times during the theoretical tests. Tao's lips curled into a sly smile. Binding spell. Can't see, but I can still hear you. Let's see where you run off to, kid. Swish. The spell missed its mark, and Tao's body stiffened again. What a cunning brat, he cursed under his breath. As a thorn in the side of the Linda family, even the principal's protection couldn't keep him safe forever. He didn't dare use powerful magic for fear of alerting others. He had bribed the dorm manager heavily to sneak in, thinking he could easily accomplish his mission for his master. Tao strained his ears to search, but found nothing. Could the brat be using a magic formation symbol from the principal to hide? He wondered. What luck this lowborn has to earn the principal's favor. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing was weighing his options. He initially considered throwing Tao out the window to his death, as killing an intruding assassin was justifiable. But Tao's identity complicated Matursa Dead Academy Mentor would be hard to justify, even with a valid reason. A calculating glint flashed in Zhang Xing's eyes. I can't kill him, but I can make sure he never forgets tonight's lesson. As Tao freed himself from the blindness spell, he spotted a small, unmoving shadow in the corner. He thought smugly, relying on a few formation symbols to escape this? Little did he know, a storm was brewing. He pretended his vision was still blurry, fumbling around while muttering incantations. Binding spell. Let's see you escape this time. However, a spell activated 0.1 seconds faster than his. Tao's movement halted, his spell interrupted once more, akin to being abruptly cut off at the peak, leaving him utterly frustrated. Zhang Xing approached him leisurely, first waving a small fist in front of his face. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, he landed a heavy punch to Tao's abdomen. A mix of emotions surged through Tao, tears, and snot flowing uncontrollably. Before he could recover, Zhang Xing wrapped the black clothing over his head, then covered his face with a soft pillow. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. The next morning, the campus was bustling with activity as students from various grades, fully prepared, made their way to their respective classrooms. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the morning calm. Ah! A female student, intending to casually toss a milk bottle into the trash can, was struck with terror at the sight before her, her face turning pale as her voice quivered. There's a bloody pig's head. Her trembling finger pointed towards the trash can, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding students. A few brave male students were the first to gather around. It really is a pig's head, they exclaimed, calling others over. Everyone, come take a look. In no time, a crowd of students had gathered around the trash can, craning their necks to get a better view. Voices of discussion rose and fell. This is terrifying. Why would the cafeteria throw a pig's head here? What a waste. Pig ears and face are quite a delicacy. Suddenly, one of the boys noticed something unusual. Wait, the pig's head seems to be moving, he said, picking up a clump of dirt and throwing it at the pig's head. With a thud, the pig's head indeed moved. Oh my God, it's alive. Could it be a pig demon? At this, the crowd recoiled several meters in fear, yet their curiosity kept them rooted to the spot. To everyone's shock, the pig's head wobbled to its feet, revealing a human form. The person was dressed in tattered black clothes, their face unrecognizable. From a distance, Tina noticed the commotion and curiously approached to investigate. Upon realizing that the figure in the trash was a severely injured person, she immediately cast a healing spell. Her hands swiftly formed a seal, and a ball of sacred light gathered in her palms, which she then directed towards the person. The light enveloped the individual's head, slowly seeping into their skin. Tao! Tina exclaimed. The surrounding students also recognized the instructor, whispering among themselves, how could it be Instructor Tao? Judging by his condition, he must have been beaten up. In the crowd, Clive's eyes widened, a sense of alarm washing over him. He had been preoccupied with the recent disappearance of 2 mage bodyguards sent by his family, and now, seeing Tao in such a state, combined with the attack on his brother, filled him with a foreboding feeling. He resolved to find an opportunity to speak with Tao privately. Finally regaining consciousness, Tao's dazed eyes gradually focused, and as memories flooded back, a look of deep-seated hatred crossed his face. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing stood among the crowd, feigning a look of surprise on his face, while inside he was bursting with laughter. This revenge was just beginning, and it was far more than simply embarrassing Tao. Tao awoke from unconsciousness to find himself awkwardly lying in a dumpster. The surrounding students were stifling their laughter, their faces almost twisted. He struggled to support his aching body, painfully crawling out of the dumpster, and headed towards the office with his head down. By then, Tina had already discreetly left, and the other mentors were deliberately avoiding the scene, some looking up at the sky, others pretending to be deep in thought while lightly tapping their foreheads. Tal had barely taken a few steps when he felt something rubbing against him inside his robe, causing discomfort. He shook his black robe vigorously, and a pile of items clattered to the ground. He glanced at them instinctively, intending to continue on, but suddenly his face showed disbelief. He slowly turned his gaze to the ground on his right, and once he confirmed what he saw, he froze in place. The surrounding mentors also noticed the items on the ground, each one staring in shock. The students were even more speechless with astonishment. Mentor Tal had been caught stealing. In an instant, everyone's eyes on Tal were filled with disdain. It wasn't me. I don't know how these things got here. Tal stammered, spreading his hands in panic, his eyes darting around the crowd. Mentor Delcy, you know me. This really wasn't me. Mentor Delcy avoided his gaze and walked away as if he hadn't heard. The other mentors, seeing this, quickly turned and left as well. What are you all looking at? Don't you have classes to attend? Do you want to graduate and find a good job or not? One mentor shouted at the students as he walked away. Instantly, the students scattered like birds. The vast academy was left with Tal, standing there alone. His hands hung limply by his sides, and he appeared completely drained of energy. How could this happen? Who is framing me? Who is so malicious? Suddenly, he thought of something and froze. Zhang Xing. It must be that lowlife Zhang Xing. Why would he do this to me? By midday, the scandal of Mentor Tal's theft had spread throughout the entire magic and martial academy. No one cared why he had been beaten so badly. Everyone was talking about his theft. Soon, a version of the story, beaten for stealing, was circulating around the academy. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Zhang Xing, was sitting earnestly in class, focused on his studies. Zhang Xing, tell us about the drawbacks of spell materials. Mentor Selena called out with a smile. Zhang Xing responded calmly. The spell materials we typically refer to are those used in semi-material incantations or semi-material formation spells. Excellent, a very complete answer. Please sit down. Mentor Selena turned to the class. Classmates, Zhang Xing is an exemplary student in both character and academics. You should all learn from him, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask him for help. After the mentor's praise, the bell rang, and the students rushed out of the classroom. In the western city of St. Roland Fortress, the Lind family meeting hall was packed. Today was the family's routine daily meeting, and the atmosphere was tense and serious. Edra, a 55-year-old senior mage with considerable prestige throughout St. Roland Fortress, scanned the faces of each family member present. As the last member finished their report, Edra nodded in satisfaction. Though the income hadn't increased significantly, the ability to maintain an upward trend was reassuring. Just then, the door of the meeting hall was gently knocked, and the butler softly reported, "Tal requests an audience." Edra frowned slightly, puzzled. Wasn't Tal supposed to be in class? He gestured to allow Tal to enter. Moments later, Tal walked into the meeting hall with heavy steps, his face full of dejection. His report was like a heavy blow, shattering Edra's previously calm demeanor. Edra's expression darkened instantly, recalling his youngest son's words from the previous night, and combined with Tal's situation, a surge of anger rose within him. Since the headmaster has suggested you rest at home for a while, you should go back. I'll contact you if needed, Edra said coldly, suppressing his anger. Tal left the meeting hall with his head down, feeling the disdainful glances from those around him. Helpless, he decided to go home and lay low, plotting how to get back at Zhang Xing in the future. Turning to the other family members, Edra ordered in a stern voice, "Have someone keep an eye on that kid Zhang Xing, but don't get too close to the academy. Observe the situation first, then we'll decide." With that, he stood up and left the meeting hall, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere. Meanwhile, it was lunchtime at the academy. Zhang Xing headed to the cafeteria and saw a group of students gathered excitedly at the entrance, discussing something. Curious, he squeezed into the crowd and discovered it was an announcement. The trial of the Sky Tower was about to begin. Zhang Xing quickly scanned the announcement. The Sky Tower had 108 floors, with every 9 floors marking a stage. Completing different stages would grant rare materials and skills needed by mages of corresponding levels. However, these rewards didn't interest Zhang Xing. For him, the system store had everything he needed. As long as his level was high enough, he could buy whatever he wanted with some coins. Beside the announcement was the ranking board for the trial tower. The top 3 names were highlighted in shining gold: Zhan Tian, Kebble, Saya. Zhang Xing glanced at it and lost interest, turning to go eat. Zhang Xing. A familiar voice called from behind. Zhang Xing turned to see Kelder from his class, a noble whose family had fallen on hard times. Kelder was taller than Zhang Xing, with a somewhat comical appearance, his eyes set close together, giving him a cross-eyed look when he spoke. "Let's go. Let's eat together," Zhang Xing said casually. The two got along reasonably well, with Kelder often trying to befriend him, while Zhang Xing kept a polite distance. "Zhang Xing, are you planning to participate in the trial?" Kelder asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Just as Zhang Xing was about to reply, a scornful voice behind them interrupted. Does he even have the guts to go? Look at him. So poor he doesn't even have credits. How's he supposed to participate? It's none of your business whether I go or not. Kairuduo shouted angrily without turning back, his voice trembling slightly. Oh, Kairuduo, still daring to talk back? Haven't been beaten in a few days, and you're itching for it, huh? A voice full of menace came from behind, revealing a long-standing habit of bullying. Kairuduo quickly turned around and hid behind Zhang Xing, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Trying to appear calm, he shouted with false bravado. Come hit me, Teddy. I'm telling you, unless you kill me, a gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. When I grow up, I'll settle the score with you. Zhang Xing chuckled inwardly, the scene reminding him of past memories. He recalled how, when he was bullied as a child, he'd only dare to talk tough from a distance. But this time, he wasn't the one getting hit, nor would he ever be. Turning around, he saw 3 boys standing behind him, one tall, one short and sturdy, and another thin as a reed. They exuded the arrogance typical of senior class students, especially the tall Teddy, who, though only 16 or 17, was already about 6 feet tall, towering over Zhang Xing. Slap him. He doesn't learn his lesson unless he's beaten, the short boy snarled, eyes bulging like bells. Teddy, the tall one, ignored Zhang Xing and reached out to push him aside. But Zhang Xing firmly grasped his wrist. Hey, kid, you want a medal? Let go of my hand. Teddy sneered, looking down at him with disdain. Zhang Xing calmly replied, your name is Teddy, right? Kairuduo is my friend, so stop bullying him. And really, is it fun for senior class students to pick on juniors? Aren't you embarrassed? Teddy and his friends were taken aback, clearly not expecting this. Teddy quickly regained his aggressive demeanor. You little brat, acting all high and mighty. Are you trying to stand up for your little buddy? Let go, or I'll count to 3 and beat you too. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xing remained motionless, a faint smile on his face, meeting Teddy's furious gaze. There's going to be a fight over there. Let's go watch, someone shouted, and soon dozens of people gathered at the cafeteria entrance. Whispers spread through the crowd. Hey, that kid is Zhang Xing. Yeah, that's him. I recognized him from afar. Who's the tall guy? That's Teddy from the senior class. What? Him. Many students were shocked to hear Teddy's name, whispering. Teddy, ranked 8th in the Tower of Heaven. How did he end up against Zhang Xing? This is going to be interesting. When Teddy realized the kid in front of him was Zhang Xing, his eyes narrowed, and his tone became cautious. You're Zhang Xing. That's right, it's me, Zhang Xing replied with a smile. The short and thin boys immediately tensed up, clearly having heard of Zhang Xing's reputation. Teddy's attitude softened noticeably. Oh, I was wondering who had such nerve. Turns out it's the famous Zhang, the rising star. All right, I'll give you face today and let Kairuduo go. But shouldn't you give me some face too? After saying this, Teddy felt uncomfortable. He realized he was discussing face with a kid in front of everyone, which made him feel quite embarrassed. Zhang Xing released his grip on Teddy's hand and said in a calm tone, I'm giving you face. I'll go. I'll endure. Teddy took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He knew very well that no matter how strong Zhang Xing was, now was not the right time to make a move. He didn't want to end up like Grant, going home to recover from injuries for no reason. Zhang Xing, how about we have a match in the Sky Tower? Teddy squinted, testing the waters. Zhang Xing maintained his nonchalant smile. Are you challenging me? That's right, Teddy sneered. I heard you've become the boss in the junior class and are quite the sensation lately. Many classmates have issues with you, saying you're too domineering. I don't want to bully the weak. Fighting is just child's play. If we're going to play, let's do it in style. He emphasized his words deliberately. You're not afraid, are you? Zhang Xing paid no mind to Teddy's provocation and instead pondered whether to accept the challenge. Then he thought, why hesitate? Go if you want, don't if you don't. All right, let's go in and have some fun. Zhang Xing's eyes twinkled with a sudden idea. But let's add some stakes. As a mage, without gold coins, there's no development. How about we bet on gold coins? Hearing about betting gold coins, Teddy scoffed. He had heard Zhang Xing was poor, and it seemed the rumors were true. Did he really think he could win his gold coins? After all, his family owned mines. Sure, how much do you want to bet? Teddy's lips curled into a mocking smile. Zhang Xing thought for a moment. Betting too little was meaningless. Just looking at the sapphire storage ring on Teddy's hand showed he was well off. In his past life, those rich kids carried hundreds of thousands with them. So this world's wealthy young master couldn't be much different. He silently counted the gold coins in his space over 120,000, but he couldn't bet them all. I'm not as rich as you noble young masters, so let's bet a little less, 100,000. Thud. Teddy nearly fell over. What? How much? How much did you say? Teddy asked 3 times, doubting his ears. Zhang Xing looked at him puzzled. 100,000. What's wrong? Too little. Upon confirming it was indeed 100,000 gold coins, Teddy's face stiffened, his mouth twitching as he swallowed hard. No. Nothing. Not little. Internally, Teddy was raging. Damn. I only get 1,000 gold coins a month from home. After exchanging credits for magical materials and covering daily expenses, I'm left with 5 or 600. I've never saved up 100,000 in my life. The supposed poor guy casually mentions 100,000 with an apologetic look. Who's the real poor one here? Zhang Xing's perspective was entirely different. To him, on Earth, those rich kids casually pulled out various high-end cards, VP cards, VIP cards, gold cards, diamond cards, even the Supreme King card that not even billionaires could easily obtain. For someone like Teddy, who used gold coins even for trivial things, his wealth must be even more substantial. The students watching around were all stunned. One student, holding a tray, trembled at the mention of 100,000 gold coins, causing him to drop the tray with a clatter, spilling food everywhere. Teddy was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized something was off, furrowing his brow. He thought to himself, this doesn't add up. I don't even have that many gold coins, so how could Zhang Xing possibly have them? This kid must be trying to pull a fast one, trying to get something for nothing. Luckily, I caught on quickly, almost fell for it. With a cold laugh, Teddy put his hands on his hips and raised his voice. Zhang Xing, don't think you can fool me. Show us the 100,000 gold coins. Let everyone see. He turned to his classmates, speaking with righteous indignation. Listen up, everyone. I seriously doubt Zhang Xing's character. A small bet is one thing, but starting at 100,000, that's clearly a scam. Zhang Xing impatiently interrupted Teddy's tirade. Stop stirring things up. You think you can ruin my reputation just by flapping your gums? Give it a rest. What if I can really produce 100,000 gold coins? Teddy gritted his teeth, determined, and said, if you can produce it, so can I. Even if I have to borrow or sell stuff, I won't lose face over this. Zhang Xing scratched his head, looking puzzled. You can too? That's what I thought. Turning to Duo beside him, he whispered, what's Teddy's deal? Duo leaned in and whispered back. He's the sole heir of the Holly family in East City, friends with Gran, and loaded with cash. Relieved, Zhang Xing continued. Since you're a noble, you should be able to come up with the money. But just to be safe, let's both put up the money, verify it on the spot, and write a contract to ensure we're both covered. With that, Zhang Xing began pulling out coins from his spatial storage. Amidst the clinking, he first laid down 10 bags, each containing 1,000 coins, totaling 10,000. Then he brought out another 10 bags, totaling 20,000. I'll open them for you to see, guaranteed genuine. With a wave of his hand, the 20 large bags opened in unison, and the gleaming gold coins caught everyone's attention. The male classmates were dumbfounded, while the female classmates had stars in their eyes. Teddy was stunned, thinking, this kid really produced the coins. Compared to him, what kind of noble am I? Seeing Teddy in a daze, Zhang Xing urged, hey, what are you standing there for? Fork over the money. He chuckled inwardly. These rich folks are so stingy, they can't even bear to show their wealth. Sweat beaded on Teddy's forehead as he reluctantly pulled out a dozen small bags from his storage ring, placing them on the ground one by one. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing pulled out another 20 bags of coins. Noticing Teddy had stopped, he prodded. Hurry up, or the food will get cold. Teddy, hesitatingly, mumbled, this is all I have on me. Feigning surprise, Zhang Xing exclaimed, really? How come you're so broke? He muttered. If you're broke, why challenge me at all? Saying this, he exaggeratedly retrieved one bag of coins, casting disdainful glances at Teddy. Zhang Xing understood Teddy's predicament and deliberately humiliated him. He thought, these noble heirs, who think they're above everyone, always talking about civility and elegance, let's see how they hold up now. Teddy's face flushed, and his gaze nervously shifted between his two classmates. They helplessly patted their pockets and spread their hands, indicating they were just as powerless. After all, 10,000 gold coins was no small amount. Who could carry such a fortune around with them? Why don't we bet what we have? I've got about 3,000. Teddy's voice was barely audible, and under the scrutiny of his classmates, he felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment and shame. Suddenly, a thought crossed Teddy's mind. You don't have money now, but your family does. What if you win? This idea lit up his eyes. Exactly, I'm ranked 8th in the Tongtian Tower. I go through the challenges every year. At the end of the year, I have plenty of experience. What does a freshman know? How could I possibly lose to him? Teddy mused, his confidence growing. All right, wait here, I'll go home and get the money. With that, Teddy left without looking back, leaving his two classmates looking at each other in surprise. Nearby, Zhang Xing quietly rejoiced. Haha, another one bringing money my way. It's hard not to get rich. After lunch, as students were leaving the cafeteria, they saw Teddy running over excitedly, clutching a bulging money bag. I've got the money, 10,000 gold coins, he announced proudly, scanning the crowd and reveling in their astonished expressions. Let's go, Zhang Xing. Let's do this now, Teddy said eagerly. Zhang Xing nodded in agreement, and the surrounding students, eager for entertainment, hastily cleaned their trays and headed towards the Tongtian Tower. On the way, Duo explained the origins of the Tongtian Tower. It was said that Dean Jiega discovered the tower among ancient ruins. Originally, It had 108 floors, corresponding to the levels of magic cultivation in this world. Unfortunately, it was only a replica and was severely damaged. The dean spent decades repairing it, managing to restore some of its functions. However, the tower's grade was reduced from a Zun artifact to a Huang artifact, and its floors decreased to 63, equivalent to the Magic Emperor level. Despite this, it was more than sufficient for student training. The area around the Tontian Tower was already packed with people. Although daily challenges were common, today's crowd was exceptionally large. Zhang Xing and Teddy reached the tower, handed over their student cards, and each had 5 points deducted. A mentor gave Zhang Xing a few brief reminders before the two entered the tower together. From the outside, the Tontian Tower was only a few dozen meters high, with entrances on the north, south, east, and west sides, allowing 4 people to enter simultaneously. Interestingly, entrants couldn't see each other, and it wasn't their physical bodies entering the tower, but rather their mental energy engaging in battles within. As soon as Zhang Xing stepped inside, it felt as if he was truly there. Before him lay a dense forest, and he stood at its edge. Before he could take in the surroundings, 2 low-level magic wolves lunged at him from both sides. Zhang Xing reacted swiftly, casting 2 magic arrows that hit the wolves precisely. The wolves instantly disintegrated into shimmering elemental particles, vanishing into the air. The first level was cleared effortlessly. The scenery shifted, and Zhang Xing found himself on the second level, now facing 4 magic wolves. He handled them with the same ease. The third level had 8 wolves, the fourth had 16. When Zhang Xing reached the 9th level, he was slightly taken aback by the sight before him. A dense pack of 432 magic wolves surrounded him, layered 3 deep. However, Zhang Xing remained calm. In fact, by the 5th level, he had already devised a strategy. Despite their numbers, these wolves didn't attack chaotically. They behaved like real wolf packs, employing tactics. The first wave of dozens would charge ahead to bite, while the second wave stood ready to fill any gaps. Only when the attack reached a certain intensity would they begin using their magical wind blades. Starting from the 6th level of the Tower of Trials, the test of endurance and wisdom for the trainees begins. However, unlike others who had to employ evasive strategies and engage in guerrilla warfare with the demon wolves, Zhang Xing's progress was more like a display of overwhelming power. Even on the 9th floor, he was no exception. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Xing unleashed a high-level area attack spell, Meteor Firestorm. In an instant, over 400 demon wolves vanished into nothingness under the scorching rain of fire. From the 1st floor to the 9th, he defeated every challenge with a single move. Time slipped by, and in just 9 breaths, Zhang Xing achieved what was unimaginable for most. Outside the tower, the display screen flashed Zhang Xing's progress at 9, while his opponent, Teddy, was stuck at 7. The surrounding students were buzzing with discussions, astonished by Zhang Xing's almost exaggerated speed. Outside the tower, the Grand Mage Pigu shook his head with a sigh. He thought to himself, the impatience of youth. Why rush so much? The purpose of the Tower of Trials is to hone one's mental fortitude, not just a race against time. Pigu had his reservations about Zhang Xing's performance, feeling he was too reckless and that his mental energy was depleting too quickly, which might hinder him in later challenges. On the 10th floor, the mid-level beast, the Wind Serpent, appeared. This creature was incredibly fast and had innate fire-based attack magic, with its fiery breath carrying a paralyzing toxin. Yet, these posed little threat to Zhang Xing. Outside the tower, Kairuduo watched Zhang Xing's number intently, clenching his fists and quietly cheering him on. A short male student wrapped an arm around Kairuduo's shoulder, tauntingly saying, "Don't think you can act tough just because you're backing that Zhang Xing. He's got a long way to go." Kairuduo stubbornly retorted, "Zhang Xing is way stronger than you. If you think you're so great, why don't you challenge him?" Just then, Zhang Xing's number jumped again, leaping directly to 18. The short male student was left speechless, incredulously muttering, 10, 18 levels. For Zhang Xing, the difficulty from the 10th to the 18th floor was no different from before. Although the number of wind serpents doubled with each level, they were no match for his immense power. Meanwhile, Teddy had just passed the 9th floor and was using the allotted rest time to regain his energy. A few minutes later, Teddy stood up, feeling mostly recovered, with a confident smile on his face. He thought to himself, "I've improved since last time, and my energy consumption is lower. Zhang Xing, no matter how strong you are, today I'm going to beat you. I bet you're still struggling on the 9th floor." However, Teddy was unaware that Zhang Xing was already standing on the 19th floor. Before him lay a scorched wasteland surrounded by bubbling lava, emitting waves of heat. Suddenly, the calm lava began to churn, and 2 creatures with glowing crimson eyes emerged. Zhang Xing's heart sank as he recognized these formidable opponents' high-level beasts, the fire lizards. According to the ancient texts in the Academy's library, this type of beast that lives in magma possesses astonishing characteristics. After billions of years of evolution, their skin has become as hard as stone, and their entire body has turned into a solid rock. Even the proud iron swords of warriors melt instantly upon contact with them. As for the mages, they wish they could flee 1,000 miles at the sight of such creatures. The difficulty of this level is evident. Even Zhang Tian, ranked first on the Tower of Heaven's combat leaderboard, could only reach the 25th floor. The second-ranked Kiboer and third-ranked Saya both stopped at the 24th floor, differing only in how long they lasted. Clearly, this level is a true test of the student's abilities. Although Zhang Xing had reached a profound level in fire magic, it was of no use here. His proficiency in ice magic was comparatively lacking. More frustratingly, defeating the previous beasts did not yield any experience points. It seemed only defeating real beasts would grant them. At this moment, two fire lizards slowly crawled up. Their spindle-like bodies stretched over a meter long, slender at both ends and thick in the middle. Each step of their large, glowing claws could easily crush solid rock. Their deep red, glassy eyes emitted a chilling glow. Focusing his mind, Zhang Xing pondered how to shatter these moving stones. He first tried ice magic, launching 2 ice spears taught by the dean. However, the magic dissipated upon hitting the lizards' backs, having no effect. The lizards' small eyes seemed to flash with a hint of mockery. Suddenly, they opened their mouths simultaneously, spewing 2 streams of lava, red with a hint of black, from both sides towards Zhang Xing. The speed made them almost impossible to dodge. Previously, Zhang Xing had repeatedly cast slow and blindness spells, but they were nullified by a mysterious force. This puzzled him, as these spells had over a 90% hit rate on creatures other than elves. After dodging the lava attack, Zhang Xing did not give up. He cast the slow spell 10 times in succession until the last attempt finally worked. However, with only a 10% success rate, this strategy was too time-consuming to continue. At this point, Zhang Xing had lost his advantage and was in a predicament. He thought to himself that even a mage would find this challenging. If these beasts were truly this difficult to defeat, what was the purpose of this trial tower? Zhang Xing was convinced the fire lizards must have a weakness. He began attacking from various angles, observing closely. Finally, he noticed a crucial detail. No matter how the lizards moved, even when turning, their bellies remained tightly against the ground, not lifting even slightly. To test his hypothesis, Zhang Xing cast a high-level spell earthquake. Amidst the thunderous rumble, the surrounding rocks rolled, and the ground trembled, causing the lizards to tumble over multiple times. In that instant, Zhang Xing spotted a copper coin-sized gray spot in the center of each lizard's belly, barely noticeable without careful observation. He cast Earthquake again, and as the lizards lost their balance, he quickly shot 2 ice spears. With a soft sound, the lizards' bodies ceased movement and gradually vanished into the air. Upon discovering the fire lizard's weakness, Zhang Xing felt a surge of energy. He was secretly relieved. Indeed, everything, whether human or magical creature, had a weak point. Those top 5 ranked fighters must have known this secret, but kept it tightly under wraps. Otherwise, Kaierdua would have certainly shared it with him. A confident smile curved Zhang Xing's lips as he thought, "The remaining fire lizards are just waiting to be devoured by me." With that, he moved forward as if no one could stop him, cutting through obstacles effortlessly. He waved his hands, releasing a series of ice spears with a crackling sound, shaking the entire sky tower to its core. Outside the tower, the digital display flickered continuously, quickly climbing to the 22nd floor. "Impossible!" exclaimed the short student standing next to Kurduo, his voice filled with disbelief. "He's already matched Teddy's best score. If he holds on a bit longer, he could surpass Teddy." Kaierdua was so excited that his eyes were glued to the fluctuating numbers on the display, almost cross-eyed in his focus, yet completely unaware. At this moment, no one could be more ecstatic than he was. To Kaierdua, Zhang Xing's victory was equivalent to his own, not only crushing Teddy's arrogant group, but also winning a bet of 100,000 gold coins. Even though these achievements weren't his own, Kaierdua felt incredibly satisfied. Having been bullied by those people since childhood, he finally felt vindicated. For a child, such long-standing resentment could distort his character, even leading him to harbor grudges against the world. Such a life would either fade away in silence or erupt violently, often with tragic results. Zhang Xing's sudden rise was like a ray of light piercing Kaierduo's gloomy world. A mere 6-year-old with such prowess was sure to avenge him in the future. For this reason, Kaierduo chose to ally with Zhang Xing without hesitation. The Grand Mage Pigu's eyes gleamed with a particular interest. He mused to himself, "No wonder the headmaster values this child so highly. To have such immense mental strength and magical power at such a young age is truly remarkable." As Pigu stroked his beard in approval, a look of surprise suddenly crossed his face. 23rd floor. Pigu exclaimed. He surpassed Teddy, securing a place in the top 7. Impressive, impressive. A 6-year-old ranking 7th in the entire school's magic division is indeed a prodigy. He paused and added, "However, the boy might have reached his limit. Beyond this point, it gets much tougher." Teddy's aristocratic friends all wore grim expressions. glaring at the numbers on the display as if they could burn holes through it with their eyes. It was as if they were being publicly humiliated. The entire school saw this competition as a clash between the forces represented by Zhang Xing and those by Teddy. As things stood, barring any surprises, the aristocrats had lost to the commoners. As for the 100,000 gold coin bet, they weren't too concerned. It wasn't coming out of their pockets. To Teddy's family, that amount was insignificant. The news of Zhang Xing reaching the 23rd floor spread like wildfire through the Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Even students from the Martial Arts Division, upon hearing the news, flocked to witness the spectacle. The area outside the Sky Tower quickly filled up, and some instructors had to step in to maintain order. The arrival of the two beautiful instructors, Selena and Tina, caused an even bigger stir. The male instructors, who were still in class, wrapped up their lessons quickly and rushed over to assist the two ladies. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside the tower and felt slightly disappointed, the rising numbers kept their excitement high. At this point, Teddy had just reached the 19th floor, yet no one paid him any attention. All conversations were centered around Zhang Xing. Selena, your student is really making you proud. Look at you beaming, Tina said with a serene smile. She then gently tugged on Selena's sleeve and whispered, stop smiling so much. The male instructors are staring. Serena gave a faint smile, her gaze sweeping over the bustling crowd. She said softly, let them be. Can I control what they see? Tina looked at Serena with envy, remarking, Zhang Xing is truly remarkable. Every time he makes a move, it causes a sensation. Last time it was during the test defense, and this time it's even more grand. Serena, you're really lucky to have such a talented student. Just as Serena was about to respond, she noticed a group of people approaching from a distance. She gestured with her mouth, indicating to Tina, your star student is here. Tina looked over and couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Tian is too arrogant. With his top combat power at Tongtian Tower, he acts as if no one else matters. Even I, his mentor, can't control him anymore. Worse still, he can't tolerate others surpassing him. Serena withdrew her gaze and consoled. Young people go through phases like this. Don't take it too seriously. Besides, he's the youngest son of the Martial Academy's dean, slit, spoiled from a young age, so it's not surprising he behaves this way. Tina waved her hand, her tone filled with resignation. Forget it, don't comfort me. I can't stand his demeanor more and more. He's just like his father, always aggressive in both words and actions. Look at him now, wherever he goes, he's surrounded by an entourage, making a bigger scene than the dean himself. As they spoke, Zhang Tian strode over briskly. The surrounding students quickly made way for him. Some who thought they could curry favor rushed to greet him, their faces plastered with ingratiating smiles. Those who had already greeted him looked down on others, as if their status had suddenly skyrocketed. Zhang Tian wore a black mage robe with 3 silver Roland flower emblems on the cuffs, marking him as an advanced mage. This was a privilege reserved for the top 3 at Tongtian Tower. Other students, even those claiming to be junior or intermediate mages, needed certification from the Mage Guild after graduation to gain official status. Zhang Tian cast a disdainful glance at the numbers displayed near Zhang Xing, scoffing. He also showed no respect towards the surrounding mentors, his arrogance on full display. At that moment, a sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd. Look! Zhang Xing has passed the 23rd floor and entered the 24th. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the numbers on the tower. Zhang Xing had firmly secured a spot in the top 3, and Kair's excited cheers were particularly loud. Zhang Tian spoke coldly, his voice not loud, but clearly audible. Humph. I bet that's as far as he'll go. He might not make it to the top 3, but 4th is a sure thing. Before he could finish, the number on the tower suddenly changed to 25. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the flashing red number, too stunned to speak. Zhang Tian's face instantly darkened, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. He never expected that this young man, named Zhang Xing, would also reach the 25th level, standing on the same starting line as him. This feeling of having his authority challenged was like a beast king suddenly encountering a younger challenger in his territory, making it difficult for him to remain calm. Fight. Win. Destroy. Zhang Tian silently vowed to himself. Once he calmed down, Zhang Tian began to assess the situation. The trial on the 25th level involved defeating 108 fire lizards, and he had already exhausted all his mental and magical energy to barely defeat 100 of them. With just 8 more to go, he was close to achieving his goal. Time ticked away, yet the numbers on the tower remained unchanged, and Zhang Xing had yet to appear. Everyone present was baffled. If he had defeated all the fire lizards, the numbers should have changed. If he had been defeated, he should have been teleported out by now. This eerie silence was perplexing. It turned out that after defeating over 1,600 magical beasts, Zhang Xing, while confronting the final fire lizard on the 25th level, stumbled upon a crucial insight into the realm of minute detail. Through extensive use of ice spears, he began to discern the link between mental energy and magical elements. Those colorful threads of spirit appeared like a rainbow bridge, Yet some magical elements remained detached, causing slight disruptions in magic. This discovery prompted Zhang Xing to change his tactics. He began targeting the fire lizard's back with ice spears, gradually increasing from 100 to 1,500 attacks. During this process, he realized that each spell had a critical weakness, much like a martial artist's flaw, and striking it could unravel the entire spell. To confirm this discovery, Zhang Xing started casting both ice spears and flame blades simultaneously, studying their interactions. While the final fire lizard continued spewing magma, he was completely absorbed in his experiment. When an ice spear he casually cast was struck at a specific point by a following flame blade, the ice spear disintegrated instantly, and the flame blade struck the fire lizard. At that moment, Zhang Xing's eyes shone as brightly as stars. After countless experiments, he could now pinpoint the weaknesses in magic with 90 accuracy. Yet he didn't stop there. He was fully engrossed in this profound insight, completely losing track of time. Zhang Xing's mastery of magic advanced rapidly, no longer confined to the initial 2 spells he had learned. He eagerly delved into various attacks, spells, magic arrows, lightning strikes, and chain fireballs, experimenting with each until he could cast them with perfect accuracy. During this process, he experienced an unprecedented state of wonder. It felt as though his entire body had merged with the magical elements, with every cell resonating with magic. When casting spells, he could instantly identify the weak points of the magic and had reached a level of mastery that seemed almost divine. Unbeknownst to him, he had transcended the micro-level and entered the legendary realm of unity between man and nature. Although Zhang Xing was unaware of his exact level, he could clearly feel his mental strength increasing exponentially. After effortlessly defeating the last fire salamander, the scene before him changed abruptly, and the 26th level challenge arrived. 216 fire salamanders lined up, ready for battle. For Zhang Xing at this moment, this was merely a simple fight. Outside the tower, all the teachers and students were speechless with shock. They stared intently at the changing numbers on the tower, their faces filled with disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Zhang Xing is mighty. First place in the tower rankings. Kairuo was trembling with excitement, punching the air with his right fist and shouting hoarsely, his voice distorted but tireless in its repetition. His cries acted as a catalyst, first igniting the fervor of the impoverished students, who raised their fists in support, followed by even the usually reserved noble students, unable to contain their admiration, chanting in unison, Zhang Xing is mighty. The deafening cheers reached the office, where even Dean Jiega couldn't help but dance with joy like a happy old child, laughing and exclaiming, Zhang Xing, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. You've broken the Academy's record once again. Amidst the jubilant crowd, many cast subtle glances at Zhang Tian. Once the unrivaled first, he had now been surpassed, and those complex looks seemed to carry an unspoken expectation. Zhang Tian, reclaim your rightful first place. Though Zhang Tian's momentum had waned, he maintained a stoic expression. Internally, he was struggling to calm his shock. Although this exceeded my expectations, surely your magical power and mental strength must be depleted by now. Just wait on the 26th level to be chased by more fire salamanders. You won't be able to stall any longer. He kept reassuring himself, convinced that a young upstart couldn't possibly defy the odds. Just as he regained his confidence and looked up at the tower, the numbers suddenly changed. 27th level. Gah! The lively chatter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone was plunged into deeper shock, the same thought crossing their minds. Could anyone truly defy the odds to this extent? Even the beautiful mentors Tina and Salina were wide-eyed with surprise, their delicate hands covering their lips, utterly stunned. Zhang Xing stood outside the Tower of Heaven, frowning slightly at the dense crowd surrounding him. Although his level hadn't changed, his understanding of magic had reached an unprecedented height. Among young people under 20, his achievements were unparalleled. Having just effortlessly dealt with 432 fire lizards on the 27th floor, Zhang Xing chose to exit. He was confident in securing the 100,000 gold coins, thinking that even if Teddy gave it his all, he wouldn't catch up. As Zhang Xing surveyed the scene, Teddy also exited the tower. Teddy's face was full of excitement. He had successfully cleared the 22nd floor and defeated half of the fire lizards on the 23rd. He calculated that this achievement would at least move him up 2 ranks, securing the 5th place. Teddy walked over to Zhang Xing with a smug look. Zhang, you're out already? Zhang Xing absent-mindedly replied, still scanning the crowd. Teddy mistook this for a sign of defeat and became even more complacent. Don't get discouraged by failure. You're still young. There's plenty of opportunities ahead. Teddy said, pounding his chest. But now, it's time to settle the bet. 100,000 gold coins, not a single one less. The surrounding students and teachers exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing this conversation. Only then did Zhang Xing snap out of his thoughts, rubbing his hands together with excitement. Teddy, are you sure you're thinking straight? Zhang Xing chuckled. The bet was that the loser pays up. Teddy scoffed. Are you crazy? Of course, the loser pays. That's the rule. Isn't that right, everyone? Seeing the mocking expressions around him, Teddy grew even more smug. Zhang Xing, are you trying to back out in front of all these people? Zhang Xing sneered. Are you the real fool here? Open your eyes and look behind you. I don't know where you get your confidence from. Following Zhang Xing's direction, Teddy turned to look and was instantly dumbfounded. He stared at the numbers on the Tower of Heaven in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. Impossible. This must be fake. Teddy roared. Everyone, tell me this is a prank. Minter Selena, Minter Tina, this isn't real, right? Are you all playing a joke on me? The students quickly distanced themselves from the frantic Teddy, offering no response. Although Teddy was frantic, he didn't dare approach the mentors to question them. He could see sympathy, disdain, and disgust in their expressions. Impossible, impossible, Teddy muttered, scanning the crowd again. Yet, no one stepped forward to tell him it was just a joke. Teddy's mind teetered on the brink of collapse, hoping someone would tell him it was all fake. All right, stop pretending and hand over the money. Zhang Xing impatiently interrupted Teddy's daydreaming. Startled back to reality, Teddy trembled as he pulled out a storage ring from his pocket. He swallowed hard, his voice quivering. There are 100,000 gold coins inside. Take them, but return the ring to me afterward. His eyes were filled with deep anguish, as if every word was cutting into his heart. Teddy recalled the moment he borrowed the money from his father. At the time, he confidently declared that he was certain to win 100,000 gold coins from Zhang Xing. His father, who usually doted on him, merely nodded indifferently, seemingly unconcerned about the sum, which was insignificant to their family. To his father, young men being competitive was normal, and winning or losing was just part of life's experiences. However, for Teddy, this defeat felt catastrophic. Words like noble dignity and personal honor kept flashing through his mind, magnifying the simple contest into something monumental. Little did he know, the surrounding students and teachers had already shifted their attention to Zhang Xing, paying no heed to the lost gold coins. At that moment, all eyes were on Zhang Xing. Not only did he break the Academy's record, but he also far surpassed Zhang Tian's achievements. Under the watchful gaze of everyone, Zhang Tian took a deep breath and quietly turned away. He knew he was no match for Zhang Xing now, but he silently vowed to surpass him the following year. As Zhang Xing's name was etched at the top of the Academy's power ranking, his fame quickly spread throughout the school, even reaching the ears of the Martial Arts Academy, who heard about this 6-year-old prodigy. Yet, Zhang Xing himself was unaware of his newfound celebrity status, focusing instead on exchanging his abundant points for materials to set up magic arrays. Zhang Xing understood the importance of formation studies for a magician. Without sufficient practice, no level of expertise could ensure smooth performance in combat. After exchanging the materials, he retreated to his dormitory, avoiding all the noble students who wanted to curry favor with him. Returning to his private space, Zhang Xing noticed the fish in the pond had grown, making it the perfect time to feed Heibao. To his surprise, Heibao was already helping himself to the fish. The dog-headed fish had grown to over a meter long, while the crucian carp and carp were over half a meter. Heibao leisurely patrolled the pond, picking off the largest ones. Seeing Zhang Xing enter, Heibao seemed unusually excited. Zhang Xing checked Heibao's level panel and saw the experience points were at 480500, close to leveling up. Heibao, eat 2 more fish, you're about to level up. Zhang Xing exclaimed excitedly. As if understanding his master's words, Heibao's body suddenly shook and transformed into a formidable black dragon. A powerful dragon aura enveloped the area, paralyzing the fish and shrimp in the pond with fear. Heibao easily caught 2 dogfish and devoured them in a few bites. Suddenly, the black dragon's body emitted a dark glow, accompanied by several crisp sounds. Heibao's form rapidly extended to over 6 meters, having clearly grown into a juvenile dragon. Ding! The black dragon successfully advanced to the 4th tier, and a new challenge immediately arrived. The system prompt announced the task to build the Divine Dragon Trial Field. Zhang Xing clicked the build button without hesitation, investing 20,000 gold coins. In an instant, a dazzling white light enveloped the west side of the castle. As the fog cleared, a massive and ancient rectangular open-air structure stood majestically. From a high vantage point, the trial field covered an area roughly the size of 2 football fields. At the front, 2 towering red doors, each 100 meters high, stood solemnly. Above the door, 3 large characters resembling the coiled bodies of dragons gleamed brightly with the words, Trial Field. Heibao's gaze was fixed on the massive battle gates, his eyes burning with intense combat readiness. With a powerful flap of his wings, he flew straight through the doors. Zhang Xing followed closely behind, and in an instant, the scene shifted dramatically to a realm shrouded in mist, with an expansive and boundless interior. The system voice announced, Bronze Trial activated, time limit 3 minutes. Both sides' combat power is 1,000 points. No sooner had the words faded, the mist churned, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens. In an instant, a 4th-tier black dragon, similar in size to He Bao, appeared out of nowhere. The two black dragons, each over 6 meters long, faced off in midair, growling provocatively. Their ancient bloodline memories told them that battles between their kind were the best way to hone their skills. After a moment of hesitation, He Bao launched the first attack. His opponent was equally unyielding, meeting him heated. The two dragons engaged in fierce aerial combat, employing bites, claw strikes, tail whips, and dragon breath in relentless succession. Never having fought his own kind, He Bao seemed to find the perfect outlet for his power, his fighting spirit soaring. The fierce battle continued from the sky to the ground, with He Bao growing bolder and gradually gaining the upper hand. Finally, he clamped down on his opponent, tearing it apart with a mighty rip. The defeated dragon dissolved into specks of white light, vanishing into thin air. The system promptly announced, Bronze trial passed. Time taken 1 minute and 50 seconds. Earned 300 experience points. Combat power increased by 100 points. Current power is 1,100 points. Would you like to challenge the silver trial? Yes. He Bao responded without hesitation. The silver trial commenced immediately, with a 5-minute time limit. A red cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, and from it emerged a red dragon, 12 meters long, positioned 100 meters away from He Bao. The system displayed its combat power at a formidable 3,000 points. He Bao's pupils contracted, realizing the disparity in their strengths. With each rank advancement, a dragon's power multiplies, and their magical abilities greatly enhance. Worse yet, red dragons, by nature, enjoy bullying the weak, preferring to use their sharp claws and fangs to tear opponents apart rather than relying on magic. Sure enough, the red dragon's eyes glimmered with disdain as it revealed its 4 sharp claws, charging at He Bao. Despite the overwhelming odds, the pride of the black dragons forbade He Bao from retreating. He vowed to fight to the death if necessary. With a thunderous crash, the two dragons collided violently in the sky. He Bao was clearly outmatched, sent flying by the impact. The red dragon pursued ruthlessly, striking repeatedly, knocking He Bao from the sky to the ground. Zhang Xing shook his head silently, aware that He Bao was not only lacking in strength, but also severely inexperienced in battle, relying solely on brute force. If this continued, it seemed unlikely that He Bao would survive. He Bao was completely caught off guard by the sudden attack from the red dragon. His limbs flailed wildly in the air, and his dragon breath lost its aim, spraying erratically. Suddenly, the red dragon's tail lashed out like a massive whip, striking He Bao's abdomen with force. A piercing wail shattered the sky as He Bao's body plummeted like a kite with a broken string, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Boom! The ground was struck with such force that it left a huge crater, with He Bao's body deeply embedded in the soil. The red dragon swooped down, hovering 50 meters above the ground, its eyes glinting with disdain as it looked down at its opponent. A few seconds later, the ground trembled as He Bao struggled to emerge. He was covered in blood, his once tightly knit scales now loose and battered. His once majestic dragon head was now dull and lifeless, with mud-mixed blood still trickling from his mouth and nostrils, presenting a truly defeated appearance. Time was running out, and victory seemed out of reach, yet He Bao's eyes still burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. He let out a deafening roar towards the sky and unleashed a dragon breath aimed directly at the red dragon above. Despite his injuries, He Bao fought to rise into the air again, launching another assault. However, as soon as He Bao's dragon breath touched the red dragon, it evaporated completely. While He Bao's fire abilities were formidable, his true weapon was his acid. In contrast, the red dragon's innate talent was fire, coupled with a superior level of power, rendering He Bao's attacks ineffective. Boom, boom, boom. He Bao was repeatedly knocked back, but continued to charge forward. Even knowing it was futile, he persisted in his attacks. Better to lose the battle than the spirit. The red dragon hovered in the air, seemingly relishing this one-sided battle. Zhang Xing watched from the sidelines, feeling a deep sense of anguish, but he couldn't intervene, and the system wouldn't allow it. Although this red dragon was merely virtual, its personality traits were vividly portrayed. It always adopted a haughty stance against weaker opponents, toying with them until they were utterly exhausted before delivering a fatal blow. In terms of levels, a 5th-tier dragon was equivalent to an advanced warrior or advanced magus. However, their actual combat power far exceeded this, with some dragons being 2 levels higher. Magicians were categorized into 3 grades, as were maguses, followed by magisters, grand magisters, and magic emperors. Zhang Xing was currently an advanced warrior, with the next levels being battle master, battle spirit, battle king, and battle emperor. The actual combat power of a 5th-tier red dragon was comparable to a magister or battle spirit. Even if Zhang Xing and He Bao joined forces, it would be difficult to contend with it. The difficulty of this silver trial was indeed considerable. Regardless of the type of dragon, once they grew from hatchlings to young dragons, they began seeking out formidable opponents to challenge. Young dragons would even travel the world, seeking guidance and learning from elder dragons. The 5-minute trial time finally ran out. Ding. Trial failed, please try again. The system prompt sounded, and the red dragon in the sky dissipated into the clouds, restoring the trial grounds to their original state. He Bao transformed into human form, collapsing on the ground, motionless. Zhang Xing rushed over and barely recognized him. His head, already larger than the average person's, was now swollen to 3 times its size, and there wasn't a single patch of intact skin on him, a pitiful sight. Yet, in He Bao's dark eyes, Zhang Xing still saw the desire to fight again. He Bao, well done. Heal up and keep challenging. Zhang Xing encouraged, as he opened the system store and purchased a holy elixir to heal He Bao. After taking the elixir, He Bao quickly recovered and stood up, thanks to his powerful regenerative abilities. From the next day onward, He Bao engaged in fierce battles with the Red Dragon daily. Although each fight ended in defeat, his combat experience rapidly improved. Starting from 1100 points, he climbed to 1500, then the growth slowed, eventually halting at 1600 points. At this point, only 15 days remained until the year's end. Dean Jiega led the top 10 elite students from each grade and their mentors, along with 30 students led by Vice Dean Slight, on a journey to the imperial capital Tianqing City to participate in the Triennial Magic Tournament. After multiple teleportation jumps and a long journey on flying mounts, they finally arrived in the morning of the 14th day at the capital of Tianqing Kingdom. They each returned to their assigned accommodations to rest and prepare for the competition the next day. As night fell, Zhang Xing once again visited the mysterious island to observe He Bao's battle. Before leaving the academy, he had already realized the reason behind He Bao's stagnation at 1600 points. It was a critical bottleneck. Breaking through this barrier would lead to a significant leap in He Bao's strength. To this end, Zhang Xing spared no effort in teaching He Bao the secrets of utilizing mental power, from basic magic initiation to proficiency, and then to mastery, from communicating with magical elements to fine elemental control techniques. He shared all his insights from the realm of precision and the state of unity with nature. This was not to have He Bao mimic his magical combat style after all. Dragons are naturally immune to low-level magic, making auxiliary spells like slowing, blinding, and hypnosis ineffective. His goal was for He Bao to draw on this mindset to find breakthroughs in actual combat. Despite possessing both mage and warrior traits, dragons primarily favor close combat. Through continuous battles, He Bao gradually grasped the essence of strength and discovered the red dragon's weakness. Over these days, the little black dragon in the red dragon's eyes became increasingly troublesome, especially in the last 3 days, as He Bao's claws had successfully left marks on the most vulnerable part of the red dragon's tail. The red dragon no longer dared to act recklessly as before. In the 22nd battle, in the 2nd minute, just as the red dragon's claws were about to reach He Bao's abdomen, an unexpected change occurred. He Bao's pitch-black eyes suddenly emitted an unprecedented brilliance, and his body deftly dodged in an incredible manner. The red dragon's fatal strike missed, and before it could react, it was hit heated by a powerful force, sending its body tumbling. In the ensuing battle, every attack from the red dragon narrowly missed He Bao, while He Bao's counterattacks hit their mark every time. Zhang Xing smiled knowingly from the sidelines. He Bao had finally comprehended the realm of mental precision. In this state, the red dragon's dazzling speed seemed slowed down tenfold in He Bao's eyes. When spectators thought the red dragon's massive tail strike would surely hit, He Bao always managed to create miracles from the impossible. The system displayed that He Bao's combat power instantly soared from 1600 points to 2000, and this was just the beginning. Over the next 2 minutes, his power continued to steadily climb, ultimately reaching 3000 points. Ding! The trial grounds instantly returned to their original state. He Bao's imposing figure was frozen midair, its front claws poised to tear into the red dragon, its sharp fangs glinting coldly, but it had to stop as the 5-minute limit had expired. All right, that's enough for today. You've already won. Zhang Xing laughed, waving to He Bao. He Bao transformed into a human form and landed lightly beside Zhang Xing, eyes gleaming with determination. Tomorrow, I'll tear him to shreds. The night passed in silence as Zhang Xing meditated in peace. The next morning, the elites from the 6 academies gathered at the Royal Arena in Tianqing City as the annual ranking tournament officially began. The rules were clear. Beginners compete against beginners, advanced against advanced, with no distinction between magic and martial arts. The rewards were enticing. The first place in the individual competition would receive 1,000,000 gold coins and a corresponding level attack artifact. The second place would get 50,000 gold coins, and the third 30,000. In the team competition, 10 members per team would split 1,000,000 gold coins as the champion's prize. Most alluring was the open-level individual challenge, where the champion could win 5,000,000 gold coins and 3 top-tier artifacts for attack, defense, and amplification. The runner-up would get 3,000,000 and 2 artifacts. and the third place would receive 1,000,000 gold coins and one attack artifact. These prizes not only excited the students, but also secretly tempted the mentors. Especially the Empire's specially crafted artifacts, made from the rarest materials by top weapon masters, were priceless and far exceeded the value of the gold rewards. The quality of wands held by ordinary mages and magisters often couldn't match those used by advanced mages, and many advanced mages' artifacts were mostly ornate decorations used to signify status. The 6 academies sent a total of 360 participants. Each student was full of ambition, eager to seize this chance to reach the pinnacle of their lives. Those from humble backgrounds especially saw this as an opportunity to change their fate. However, Zhang Xing was drowsy and uninterested in fame and fortune. He only wanted to focus on raising dragons, as nurturing He Bao was already demanding enough, leaving no energy to pursue positions of power. He was more concerned about when the system would provide him with a second dragon egg. Zhang Xing glanced at Emperor Keith on the stage, dressed in a luxurious robe and wearing a crown. This white-haired elder held a little-known identity, one of the Empire's 6 martial emperors. It was rumored that Keith was exceptionally gifted in his youth, becoming a magister at 15. But after losing his magical powers in an assassination during a palace coup, he resolutely turned to martial arts, eventually breaking through to the martial emperor level at 45 and claiming the throne. After Emperor Keith's passionate speech, he officially announced the start of the competition. The rules were straightforward. 60 elite students from the 6 primary magic classes would face off through random draws. Half would be eliminated in the first round, leaving 15 after the second, and finally, 7 would be chosen. One would have a bye, while the remaining 6 would compete for the top 3 positions. The Martial Arts Academy followed the same format, with the 2 venues close enough for spectators to enjoy the thrilling contests simultaneously. Zhang Xing excelled in the initial rounds, advancing with ease. As he reached the top 7, other academies began to take notice of this extraordinary contestant. Upon reviewing his information, they were astonished to discover that this newcomer from St. Roland Magic Academy was only 6 years old and had been enrolled for just 2 months. "Dean Yeager," said Nelson, the head of the Golden Cauldron Magic and Martial Academy, with envy and jealousy in his eyes. "This child is incredibly gifted, experienced in battle, and remarkably composed. Which noble family has nurtured such a promising talent?" "He's an orphan," Yeager replied calmly. "His background is indeed sympathetic." This revelation intrigued the other deans, who began to secretly plot how to recruit this prodigious young talent. The competition continued on the field. When Zhang Xing faced an opponent from the Flame Magic Academy, he ended the battle with a single move. Another contestant, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a high-level spell of consecutive fireballs, yet failed to even graze Zhang Xing's robes, eventually conceding due to depleted magic power. Zhang Xing, a student from St. Roland Magic Academy's primary class, has won first place in the individual competition. The announcement by the court's Grand Magician caused a sensation. Zhang Xing returned to his team, elated, while his classmates looked on with envy at the reward of 1,000,000 gold coins and a magical artifact. Teddy watched the scene, contemplating whether to advance Zhang Xing directly to the advanced class. However, Dean Yeager insisted that magic education should be gradual, and even skipping grades required rigorous assessment, matters to be discussed after the competition. In truth, Yeager had plans. He intended for Zhang Xing to directly take the graduation exam and then send him to the Royal Military Academy to further his studies in magic, military strategy, and governance. However, the harsh reality was that the Royal Military Academy only admitted children of nobles at the rank of Viscount or higher, and Zhang Xing's commoner status barred him from this elite institution. Even as the president of the Magic Guild and the head of the Magic and Martial Academy, Yeager had no authority to grant a student nobility. Zhang Xing patiently waited for an hour as the competitions for the other grades finally concluded. He didn't pay much attention to who won the crown, only noting that their academy's advanced class had Zhang Tian place in the top 10, and someone from the intermediate class also made it, though they didn't reach the top 5. Next, the highly anticipated individual challenge competition was about to begin. The massive reward of 5,000,000 gold coins gleamed like a mountain of gold before Zhang Xing's eyes. In his mind, he envisioned the rapid development that Dragon Island was about to undergo. Within a short period, a second, third, or even 4th dragon egg might hatch. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing couldn't help but rub his hands together, his eyes sparkling with the promise of gold, brimming with confidence. The rules of the challenge were simple. Only the top 10 students from each grade could participate. 10 students each from the advanced, intermediate, and beginner classes, representing the strongest forces of the 6 academies. In past years, the champion was always claimed by a student from the advanced class. To encourage younger students to challenge the senior ones, the Emperor of the Empire emphasized that even in defeat, there was honor. "I want a challenge." Zhang Xing eagerly stepped forward, his voice loud and clear. Whoosh! Instantly, all eyes focused on him. Many nodded in approval, silently praising the courage of this young fellow. There were two challenge rules: designate an opponent or draw lots. Zhang Xing remembered the dean telling him that students usually chose to draw lots for challenges. Designated challenges often implied a personal grudge. But Zhang Xing didn't care about these things, as long as he could participate in the challenge. 29 bamboo sticks were neatly arranged in a bamboo tube, and Zhang Xing casually drew one. Jinding Magic Martial Academy, beginner class, Bill. An imperial official announced the name of the challenged. As soon as the words were out, Bill immediately conceded. Clearly, none of the beginner class students from the 6 academies believed they could defeat Zhang Xing. Draw again. Zhang Xing pulled out another stick. Jinding Academy Advanced Class, Tian, the official announced, holding up the stick for all to see. Tian accepts the challenge, a rough voice declared. Both students, please step onto the stage. Tian, ranked 6th, looked more like a warrior than a magician. The two of them came to the center of the arena and saluted each other according to magician etiquette. Tian sized up Zhang Xing's small stature, a trace of disdain in his eyes. Junior Zhang Xing, I'll let you make the first move. If you can't knock me down in 10 moves, just admit defeat. Tian said with a laugh. Seeing how small you are, I can't bear to hit you, huh? Do I even need 10 moves to beat you? One is more than enough. Zhang Xing sighed, shaking his head. What? One move? Huh? Tian laughed heartily, bending over with amusement. All right, enough laughing, Senior Tian, Zhang Xing kindly reminded. You'd better get ready for defense because I'm about to attack. Tian, still chuckling, rested his hands on his knees, saying, Junior Zhang Xing, go ahead. Before he could finish, everyone saw Zhang Xing's small hand wave lightly, releasing what seemed like an ordinary magic arrow. The next second, it was as if an invisible giant log had slammed into Tian, sending him flying backward. Bang! Thud! 10 seconds passed, and Tian remained motionless on the ground. Only then did he regain his senses from the daze, looking around blankly, as if still searching for Zhang Xing's figure. The remaining 20 or so students witnessed this scene, their eyes wide with shock. An apparently simple magic arrow had the power to instantly knock Tian unconscious, demonstrating the immense magical power it contained. They couldn't help but contemplate how they would respond if faced with such magic, and whether they could defend against it. However, some were unimpressed, thinking Tian's defeat was due to his own carelessness. To them, a small magic arrow could easily be countered with a wave of the hand. Is Zhang Xing still up for the challenge? Of course. Without hesitation, he reached out again and drew a bamboo stick from the tube. The imperial official took the stick, glanced at it, and then gave Zhang Xing a meaningful look. Storm Magic Academy, Senior Class Champion, Vini, the official announced loudly. A chorus of exclamations and whispers erupted around them. What? He drew the top-ranked Vini from the senior class competition. Poor Zhang Xing, what bad luck. Yeah, his challenge might end here. But defeating the 6th-ranked Tian was impressive. Both teachers and students sighed for Zhang Xing. However, upon hearing the news, Zhang Xing secretly rejoiced. Good luck, getting the strongest student so soon. After this fight, I'll have 5 million gold coins. But then he quickly thought, I still have to accept other challenges, but surely no one will dare challenge me, right? Please, both contestants, step forward. With the referee's call, Zhang Xing and Vini walked towards the arena. Zhang Xing sized up his opponent. Vini was a handsome young man with an aristocratic demeanor. When the match was announced to begin, Vini didn't offer the traditional magician's courtesy to Zhang Xing, only giving a slight nod. To him, such a gesture was sufficient for a child from a poor background. Nonetheless, having learned from past experiences, he did not underestimate Zhang Xing's abilities. Zhang Xing didn't strike immediately. Instead, he placed his hands on his abdomen, adopting a mature pose, as if waiting for Vini to make the first move. Vini had no intention of speaking much to Zhang Xing. Seeing this, he thought Zhang Xing was deliberately trying to provoke him. Who does this kid think he is, putting on airs in front of me? He's nothing. Where does he get the right to act superior? Vini thought to himself. I've already been made a baron by the emperor, and you're still just a commoner. Zhang Xing waited for a bit, puzzled by Vini's silence. Senior Vini, don't you have anything to say? If not, let's start. Vini was already impatient, but as a noble and a baron, he had to maintain his composure and couldn't attack a child first. At that moment, Zhang Xing suddenly made his move, casually launching a magic arrow. Vini, prepared for this, smirked and launched his own magic arrow in response. However, what happened next left Vini in disbelief. His magic arrow was effortlessly shattered like water. Even more terrifying, Zhang Xing's magic arrow continued its trajectory, heading straight for him. Vini quickly fired 3 more magic arrows, trying to block Zhang Xing's attack. But all efforts were in vain. Bang! Vini watched in shock as the small, delicate arrow accurately hit a point on his wind barrier, shattering it instantly. Not only that, but the arrow's force continued, striking his chest with a thud. A powerful force lifted him off the ground and sent him crashing 10 meters away. This can't be. Vini was stunned. He knew his own strength well. Even against an intermediate mage, it shouldn't have been so easy to break through his 4 magic arrows and a protective barrier, let alone injure him. Could it be he's not a novice magician? A thought flashed through Vini's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. No, no. Even if he were an advanced magician, he couldn't possess such overwhelming magic power. Vini couldn't wrap his head around what had happened. The arena fell silent. All the students stared at Zhang Xing in disbelief. That was Vini, the top-ranked student in the senior class competition. And yet, he had been so easily defeated by a simple magic arrow from Zhang Xing? How was this possible? I continue to challenge. Zhang Xing swiftly headed towards the bamboo tube, ready to draw again. I concede. I concede. I concede too. A series of voices admitting defeat suddenly rang out. Huh. Zhang Xing's hand paused in midair, turning around in confusion. I haven't even drawn yet. Zhang Xing, you don't need to keep drawing. We all concede. The top-ranked advanced class students shouted in unison, their voices filled with admiration and resignation. Defeating Waney with just one move. Who else would dare to challenge you? Zhang Xing beamed, his eyes gleaming with victory. That's great. Thank you all for yielding, much appreciated. His hearty laughter echoed across the arena. Just as the host was about to announce Zhang Xing as the winner, the ground began to shake violently. Everyone struggled to maintain their balance. Ink and paper slid off the tables, and weapons clattered on the racks. Meanwhile, the guard's announcement grew louder. Report delegation from the Leiwu Empire requests an audience. Leiwu Empire? The faces of the Emperor of the Tianqing Empire and his civil and military officials changed dramatically, and the 12 deans were equally puzzled. They exchanged bewildered glances, silently asking, what are they here for? And what caused that earth-shaking noise? Emperor Keith commanded in a deep voice. Let them in. Soon, the tremors ceased. A group of over 20 people, dressed in luxurious garments and exuding an imposing aura, entered the arena. When everyone saw the person leading the group, all eyes froze. Lei Dantian, someone whispered in astonishment. The foremost warrior of the Leiwu Empire, the Grand Marshal, a prince, and the emperor's uncle, the real power behind the empire. Following Lei Dantian were a group of young people, looking down their noses at everything around them. Lei Dantian, with his hands behind his back, spoke arrogantly. Huh? Emperor Keith, it's been 10 years. How have you been? Emperor Keith sat on the throne, his face expressionless, and asked, what brings you to our empire, Lord Lei Dantian? Lei Dantian glanced over Zhang Xing and the 30 others, shaking his head. Oh, nothing much. We heard about your triennial martial arts competition and decided to bring some juniors to learn a thing or two, huh? Emperor Keith chuckled coldly. Haha, mutual learning is nothing new. In previous encounters, we were evenly matched. With Prince Lei leading the team this time, surely you have something extraordinary in store. Lei Dantian proudly announced. Nothing extraordinary, just brought a dragon along. What? A dragon? Emperor Keith and the 12 deans exchanged shocked glances, their eyes filled with alarm. They all understood what possessing a dragon meant. It could determine the fate of an entire empire. If the Leiwu Empire truly had 2 dragons, the St. Roland Empire might be annexed into its territory. Emperor Keith's mind was in turmoil. He knew all too well that no emperor would willingly hand over the kingdom built by their ancestors. A showdown that could decide the nation's destiny seemed imminent. Prince Lei Dantian, where's your dragon? Why not summon it so we can all have a look? Keith's tone was laced with a hint of provocation. Despite his belief in its existence, he needed to see it with his own eyes. Lei Dongtian's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, it's not my dragon, but my direct disciples. I've been training him for the past 10 years. He turned to a tall 17 or 18-year-old young man behind him. Lei Zhan, summon your dragon. Yes, master. Lei Zhan replied respectfully, bowing before striding out of the arena. Moments later, the ground began to tremble, and heavy footsteps approached. Under the watchful eyes of all present, a colossal creature entered, a massive earth dragon, standing 6 meters high and over 12 meters long. Lei Zhan sat atop this giant beast, appearing almost insignificant from a distance. The entire St. Roland Empire stared wide-eyed in awe at this legendary creature. Emperor Keith and his companions felt their hearts sink. This was a 4th-tier young land battle dragon, its body like a small mountain with skin covered in rock-like scales. Such a creature could instill fear in an army of thousands, and even airborne mage corps would hesitate to approach, as it could unleash a fiery breath over 20 meters long, rendering ordinary magic ineffective. Zhang Xing, however, was quietly contemplating. As a former anime editor, his image of a dragon was of a creature soaring through the skies. The sturdy limbs, massive head, and sharp fangs of this creature resembled more of a dinosaur. Calling it a dragon wasn't entirely wrong, but it was far from the image he had in mind. Lei Dantian was pleased with the shocked expressions of the St. Roland Empire's people. His goal was to intimidate the Empire's border troops, and even a single dragon could achieve that. However, his mood darkened when his gaze landed on a 6 or 7-year-old child in the center of the arena. The little boy, barely over a meter tall, showed no fear, only a hint of disdain. Lei Zhan, why don't you spar with these academy students? Lei Dongtian suggested, giving Lei Zhan a meaningful look before turning his gaze to Zhang Xing. Remember, just a friendly match. Lei Zhan immediately understood his master's intention. He swung his 3-meter-long whip towards Zhang Xing. Hey, you, the one shaking your head. Do you look down on my giant dragon? Are you talking to me? Zhang Xing asked, keeping his gaze level to avoid looking up. Yes, you. What's your name, junior? Care for a sparring match with your senior? Lei Zhan asked from his elevated position, his tone mocking. My name is Zhang Xing, the young man replied calmly. I hope my name doesn't haunt your dreams. Lei Zhan let out a mocking laugh. Zhang Xing, don't act recklessly. Everyone, return to your seats. Dean Jagger intervened. He knew Zhang Xing's abilities but understood he stood no chance against a dragon. Oh, isn't it Dean Jagger? Lei Dongtian feigned surprise. Is this Zhang Xing your disciple? Don't worry, my student is just going to show him some basic Earth Dragon attack moves. Don't worry, Dean, Zhang Xing said with a smirk. I'm eager to see what this dull gray beast can do. As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, the students led by Lei Zhan burst into laughter. They mocked the young freshman, ridiculing his ignorance for calling a dragon a magical beast. Facing these mockers, Zhang Xing remained calm, even showing a hint of a mysterious smile. He said confidently, if you find it funny, go ahead and laugh your fill. But I suggest you hurry, because soon you might not be able to laugh at all. His words immediately wiped the smiles off the faces of the students from the Lei Wu Empire, their expressions turning grim. Angrily, they urged Lei Zhan to teach this arrogant youngster a lesson. Lei Zhan sneered, brandishing his whip towards Zhang Xing, and commanded, Thunderstorm, teach him a lesson. The Earth Dragon obeyed, letting out a low growl as it lumbered towards Zhang Xing with heavy steps, looking down on him with disdain in its eyes. At this critical moment, Dean Jie and Minter Sarana both intervened to stop the impending confrontation. The students, including Zhan Tian, showed signs of fear. Emperor Keith was about to concede, but the scene unfolding before him left him speechless. Zhang Xing calmly said, Hey Bao, it's time to fight. Show them what a real dragon is. No sooner had he spoken than a massive dragon over 13 meters long appeared in the sky. It was jet black, its scales emitting a deep, mysterious glow, majestically hovering in the air. This sight stunned everyone present. Lei Zhantian and his students looked skyward in disbelief. Emperor Keith murmured to himself, and Minter Sarina cried out in shock. Lei Zhantian swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, Hey, a fifth-tier dragon. As everyone stood in awe, Zhang Xing proudly explained that He Bao had just successfully completed the silver trial, reaching the 5th tier. Under the immense pressure of the black dragon's presence, the earth dragon sensed great danger. It let out a series of low growls, retreating with trembling steps. Despite the overwhelming difference in power, the earth dragon, as a distant relative of the dragon race, retained a shred of pride. Once at a safe distance, the earth dragon steadied itself, its limbs gripping the ground tightly. Gathering all its strength, it let out a deafening roar, unleashing a scorching flame that shot straight towards He Bao. Black Bao shook its head and let out a gentle sneeze, releasing a brilliant dragon's breath that instantly overpowered the flame from the land dragon. With a fierce gleam in its eyes, Black Bao's enormous body shot down like an arrow, its sharp claws striking the land dragon with lightning speed. Bang! The massive body of the land dragon was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto the ground. It rolled across the earth, carving out a trench a meter deep. At that moment, Lei Zhan had been thrown near Lei Dongtian by the land dragon. It instinctively knew it was no match for the formidable black dragon and chose to protect its master first. Stop! We surrender. Lei Zhan shouted urgently, his heart aching at the sight of the land dragon's pitiful state. But before he could finish, Black Bao's massive form had already traced a graceful arc in the sky like a fighter jet, executing a perfect 360-degree turn and appearing above the land dragon. With a fierce swing of its tail, it delivered a powerful strike. Boom! The impact was so immense that everyone present couldn't help but flinch, and the students of the Leiwu Empire closed their eyes in fear. The land dragon, still reeling from the shock, felt a colossal force slam into its head, sending its enormous body spinning uncontrollably through the air and crashing even further away. The ground shook violently, and the land dragon lay motionless, its faint breathing indicating the severity of its injuries. A deathly silence enveloped the arena. Oops. Sorry, Senior Lei Zhan. You spoke just a tad too late. Zhang Xing teased, holding up her fingers to show a tiny gap. At Zhang Xing's signal, Black Bao reined in its aggression, maintaining an imposing posture in the air. You? Lei Zhan trembled all over, his face ashen, eyes bloodshot, as he stumbled toward the land dragon. Emperor Keith's expression shifted from shock to elation, his heart surging with uncontrollable excitement. The god of war has not abandoned the St. Roland Empire. The demon god has not forsaken me, Keith. Our St. Roland Empire has a dragon. Even as a martial emperor, he struggled to contain the intense emotions swinging from despair to joy. Ha ha ha. Keith laughed heartily, using the laughter to vent his complex emotions, silently mocking Lei Dantian, and announcing to all the civil and military officials who the ultimate victor was. Zhang Xing, riding atop Black Bao, excitedly stroked the dragon's horn, his small figure appearing immensely grand in the eyes of all present. Zhang Tian stood frozen, staring at the giant dragon in the sky, the fighting spirit within him completely extinguished. A wave of desolation washed over him. Facing an opponent with a true dragon was tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Zhang Xing's own strength was already enough to overshadow the prodigies of the six academies, and with a true dragon, even a combined effort from everyone couldn't withstand a single dragon's breath. Dean Jedger's inner turmoil was no less than the emperor's. He had always known Zhang Xing harbored an incredible secret, yet he restrained himself from probing into it. He believed that fortunes not belonging to oneself should never be forcibly sought, as gaining them would come with unbearable costs. Today, that long-held curiosity was finally resolved. The secret was a true dragon. Lei Zhantian came like a whirlwind and left like a wisp of smoke. His departure was silent, but the murderous intent in his final glance sent a chill through Zhang Xing. Emperor Keith did not try to detain Lei Zhantian, understanding that his solitary visit likely had a backup plan, and neither he nor the dozen deans present had a foolproof strategy at the moment. Moreover, with Dragon Knight Zhang Xing on their side, the Empire no longer needed to rush into dealing with Lei Wu Empire. They could afford to wait a few more years, and then balancing power with Lei Wu Empire would be within reach. Emperor Keith, now in his 80s, felt more excited than when he ascended the throne. His eyes gleamed as he declared, "Zhang Xing, step forward for your honors." In an instant, all eyes were on Zhang Xing. The air was thick with a mix of emotions: envy, jealousy, desire, and even some indescribable dark thoughts. It was like a child suddenly appearing in the street with a bag of gold coins, and the adults around wondering how to react. By inviting this child into the palace and utilizing his gold coins, Emperor Keith aimed to expand his empire. Zhang Xing approached, adhering to the etiquette of a magician, and waited for the emperor's announcement. Emperor Keith began, "Zhang Xing, for securing first place in the junior magic contest of the 6 academies, you are awarded 1 million gold coins and the title of Viscount. For winning the 6 academies challenge, you are awarded 5 million gold coins and promoted to Baron." At this point, Emperor Keith paused briefly, his eyes lowered as if pondering something. Then, with a resolute glint in his eyes, he continued, "Zhang Xing, with his black dragon companion, defeated the land dragon of Lei Wu Empire, bringing supreme honor to our Tianqing kingdom. Therefore, he is elevated to the rank of Earl." The audience was stunned. 6 million gold coins was an astronomical sum, and a direct leap from commoner to Earl was an unprecedented ennoblement in the kingdom's history. Emperor Keith's actions unmistakably aimed to bind Zhang Xing firmly to his cause. Zhang Xing was secretly delighted, recalling Wei Xiaobao from The Deer in the Cauldron, who was ennobled as a duke at a young age. However, he hoped for more tangible benefits, such as gold coins or land, preferably the kind he wouldn't need to manage but could still collect income from monthly. As if hearing Zhang Xing's thoughts, Emperor Keith continued, "The city of Zijing is granted to Zhang Xing as his fiefdom, and its taxes are exempt for 10 years. Additionally, Dean Jagger arranged for Zhang Xing's graduation certificate and ensure his enrollment in the Royal Magic Academy." Dean Jagger had initially intended to shamelessly request a title for Zhang Xing, but the emperor had already bestowed an earldom in the valuable Zijing city. Zijing city was not only wealthy but also the first gateway to the capital, bordering Lei Wu Empire while also being a vital hub for international trade due to its important seaport. Emperor Keith's decision clearly intended for Zhang Xing to guard this crucial gateway. Yet, for Zhang Xing, it wasn't a bad deal. Being young, he didn't need to personally defend the city. As long as everyone knew that land belonged to Zhang Xing, who would dare to set foot there lightly? After the ennoblement ceremony, Dean Jiega called Zhang Xing over and, with a serious expression, advised, "Once you enter the Royal Academy of Magic, you must be cautious and keep a low profile. Every student there is either royalty or from a prestigious family. The elite of Tianqing country are gathered there. If you offend them, not even His Majesty Keith can protect you." A hint of worry flashed in the dean's eyes as he continued, "Although you have a dragon by your side, which deters any direct confrontation, there are underhanded tactics they might employ that you can't even imagine." Zhang Xing nodded respectfully, feeling deeply grateful for the dean's earnest guidance. Upon arriving in the new environment, Zhang Xing was assigned a well-equipped single dormitory. The Royal Academy of Magic truly lived up to its reputation as the Empire's premier institution. The dormitory's luxury rivaled that of a 5-star hotel. He spent a day acclimating to his new surroundings before officially becoming a transfer student the following day. In the evening, Zhang Xing entered the system space to check on his new tasks. The first task was to raise black treasure to the 6th level, achievable through the brutal trial grounds or by feeding it various magical beasts. The second task, which he had long anticipated, was to hatch the dragon egg. After accepting the tasks, Zhang Xing pressed the slot machine's start button. Accompanied by a series of beeping sounds, the cursor drunkenly slid over the white dragon egg, eventually landing on the words, "Thank you." The system prompted. Unfortunately, the draw failed. Completing a side quest will earn you another draw opportunity. Sighing at his bad luck, Zhang Xing then checked the side quest. Learn basic herbalism, purchase dragon spirit grass, earth fire flower, and ancestral dragon blood, and refine 5 bloodline pills to feed the black dragon, enhancing its ancient bloodline purity. After weighing his options, Zhang Xing decided to accept the task. He spent 100 gold coins to purchase basic herbalism, and the knowledge flooded his mind like white light. He spent another 150 coins on 5 sets of herbs and 1,000 coins on an alchemy furnace. Sitting in front of the alchemy furnace, Zhang Xing began the refinement process step by step. In less than a minute, he successfully refined 2 bloodline pills. Checking the attribute panel, he found his alchemy talent points at 2,100. He bought 10 more sets of materials and continued refining until he had 5 bloodline pills, with his alchemy talent increasing to 5 points. Excited, Zhang Xing decided to keep trying. He continually bought materials and refined until his talent points stopped increasing at 25. The system prompted that he could learn intermediate herbalism and provided 10 herbal formulas. Zhang Xing continued to study and soon mastered advanced herbalism, eventually reaching the maximum level. He not only refined a large number of bloodline pills of various levels, but also acquired a new skill. According to the system rules, Black Treasure could only be fed 5 bloodline pills per day. Zhang Xing excitedly called out, "Black Treasure, come get your candy." Hearing the call, Black Treasure adorably ran over, and Zhang Xing eagerly watched, ready to observe the effects of the bloodline pills. He Bao, now at the 5th stage of his growth, had become a towering figure standing at 1.85 meters, with muscles bulging all over his body. His dark skin glistened under the sunlight, and his face still bore the look of deep-seated resentment, as if he were always on the verge of anger. Despite his fierce appearance, Zhang Xing knew that He Bao retained a childlike innocence at heart. The moment He Bao heard there was food, he appeared instantly, eyes fixed on the 5 bloodline pills in Zhang Xing's hand. His nose twitched as he inhaled the enticing aroma, and he couldn't help but drool. Though he didn't know what they were, his blood began to race. He Bao realized these pills were far more precious than the meat of magical beasts. He initially intended to bite into them as if they were bones, but the pills melted into a warm flow as soon as they touched his tongue. After swallowing all 5 pills, his attribute panel indeed showed an increase in bloodline points. Level 1 bloodline points 5,100. Sensing the changes in his bloodline, He Bao quickly retreated to his lair to begin refining the energy. Congratulations on completing the side quest. You have earned 1 lottery chance. The system prompt sounded. Zhang Xing silently prayed and clicked the start button. Luck was on his side this time. The cursor stopped on a white egg. Congratulations, you have won a white dragon egg. Build a level 1 white dragon nest to hatch the egg. Zhang Xing opened the construction menu and selected the build option. In an instant, a dazzling white light descended on the northern part of Dragon Island. A towering mountain of ice and snow rose up, with an entrance sloping downward into the earth at its base, the white dragon's lair. Zhang Xing carefully placed the dragon egg deep inside the lair, then left Dragon Island, ready to await the birth of the little white dragon the following night. The next morning, Zhang Xing was assigned to the Royal Magic Academy's Mage Class 1. In the classroom, the senior mage Vitus showered him with praise, calling him the pride of the empire and the hope of the future. Amidst sparse applause, Zhang Xing quietly walked to the back corner of the classroom and sat down to listen to the lecture. It was clear that both teachers and classmates intentionally distanced themselves from him. But Zhang Xing showed no sign of displeasure. He was there to learn, not to vie for power with these young nobles. However, others thought differently. At a young age, Zhang Xing had already been granted titles and land by the emperor and possessed a massive black dragon, posing a significant threat to the ruling class. Some wanted to win him over, others to suppress him, and some harbored malicious intentions. Before taking action, the noble factions would typically demonstrate their power, letting Zhang Xing see who the true strong ones were. On his first day, no one made an overture. They were all waiting for the right moment. Zhang Xing listened quietly to the lectures, went home, ate, and thus his uneventful first day passed. In truth, he didn't absorb much from the mage theory classes, and he didn't understand them either. While he pretended to listen intently, his mind was already hoping for the end of the school day, so he could check if the little white dragon had hatched. With nothing else to do in the evening, he went early to Dragon Island to await the birth of the little white dragon. An hour later, the dragon egg began to stir in the frigid corner of the ice cave, bouncing a few times. The egg rolled down the smooth slope of the cave and hit the cave wall with a crack, breaking the shell. Soon, A little dragon wearing part of the eggshell like a hat appeared before Zhang Xing's eyes. A soft, innocent cry instantly melted Zhang Xing's heart. The newly hatched little white dragon resembled an adorable pet, small and charming. Compared to Heibao when it was born, this one was slightly smaller, standing less than a meter tall. Its snow-white, rounded body was adorned with a thin layer of scales, and its short tail added to its cuteness. When the little white dragon saw Zhang Xing, it didn't display the arrogance of Heibao, but instead greeted him with a friendly smile. Zhang Xing's heart, which had been filled with apprehension about taming it, was now at ease. He picked up the eggshell and offered it to the little white dragon, saying, "Go ahead, little dragon." With a gentle cry, the little white dragon nuzzled Zhang Xing's hand and slowly enjoyed its first meal. The sound of crunching echoed softly, and Zhang Xing felt the little creature's trust. Soon, after it was full, the little white dragon's eyelids drooped, and with a soft murmur, it settled down on the cold ice crystal to sleep. Zhang Xing left the underground ice cave, opened the system store, and found the quest item ice dragon fruit. Knowing that the white dragon would live its life in the cold underground ice cave, feeding on cold substances, he planted 5 ice dragon fruit trees at the entrance, waiting for them to bear fruit by the next day for the little dragon to eat when it woke up. After a night of meditation, Zhang Xing opened his eyes to find the day had broken. The 5 ice dragon fruit trees were laden with glistening fruits, resembling exquisite ice sculptures from afar. Each tree bore 20 pear-shaped fruits exuding cold air, totaling 100. When the little white dragon awoke, it instinctively ventured out of the cave in search of food. It caught Zhang Xing's scent before reaching the entrance and joyfully ran out. Upon seeing Zhang Xing, the little white dragon once again smiled adorably and affectionately ran to his side. Amused by its expression, Zhang Xing laughed. "Since you love to smile so much, I'll name you Xiaolong, with the nickname Xiaobai." The little white dragon widened its eyes, contemplating briefly before seeming quite pleased with the name, shaking its head excitedly. "Yay! I have a name now." At that moment, Zhang Xing heard a rumbling sound and saw Xiaobai rubbing its belly, looking at him longingly. "Yay! Big brother, I'm hungry." Zhang Xing chuckled. "I've already prepared ice dragon fruits for you, look." With a wave of his hand, the basic magic spell, Entwine, brought all 100 ice dragon fruits over. Seeing so much food, Xiaobai eagerly dove in, devouring them ravenously. As it consumed the 10th fruit, a white light flashed across its body. A system notification sounded. "Congratulations, the white dragon has advanced to level 1, current experience 020. Unlocked innate abilities. Ice dragon breath, bite." Xiaobai continued to feast, and soon more notifications followed. "Congratulations, the white dragon has advanced to level 2. Current experience 0100. Congratulations, the white dragon has advanced to level 3. Current experience 0500. Zhang Xing watched the little white dragon happily as it leveled up 3 times. The speed of raising a dragon was unmatched. The early stages were the hardest, yet a few fruits could swiftly advance it, saving time and effort. He was eager to raise Xiaobai to level 5 to see what kind of dragon it would become next. Just as he had this thought, he sensed a faint movement nearby. Turning to look, he saw Heibao hiding in the shadows, peering over curiously. "Heibao, come over here. I have a new friend to introduce to you." Zhang Xing called out, standing on the snow-covered dragon island. Heibao's massive body moved across the hard, icy ground, leaving deep imprints with each step. When this gigantic black dragon approached, it formed a stark contrast with the petite white dragon. Surprisingly, the little white dragon showed no fear of the imposing Heibao. Instead, it greeted him with an innocent and cheerful smile. "This is your younger brother, named Xiaolong, but you can call him Xiaobai," Zhang Xing said gently to Heibao. "While I'm not around, you need to take care of him and not bully your little brother, okay?" Heibao nodded solemnly, and then circled Xiaobai, sniffing his new companion's scent carefully. From Heibao's bright eyes, Zhang Xing could see the genuine joy of having a new playmate. As it was almost time for class, Zhang Xing was about to leave when he remembered something important. "Xiaobai, we need to form a contract, just like your brother Heibao. Just a basic equality contract will do." "Okay," Xiaobai replied sweetly. In a few seconds, a unique bond was established between Zhang Xing and Xiaobai, and Zhang Xing's attribute panel now included Xiaobai's innate magical skill ice magic. "You two have fun here. I'm off to class." Zhang Xing waved goodbye to the 2 dragons and swiftly left Dragon Island. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, 2 students around the age of 17 or 18 approached him, pretending it was a chance meeting. "Oh, what a coincidence. Zhang Xing, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? Care to join us?" "Sure, let's go." Zhang Xing smiled slightly as they headed to the dining hall. He didn't even know the names of these classmates, which was quite typical of his situation in the class. Everyone knew him, but he was not familiar with anyone. "Zhang Xing, I'm Weika. My father is Prince Maurice of the Tianqing Kingdom." One of them introduced himself. "I'd like to invite you over to my humble abode tonight, if you're free." "I'm Belle, and my father is General Lambert, the other chimed in. Prince Weika has invited a few close classmates for a casual dinner. Zhang Xing understood their intentions. One was a royal, and the other a general's son, both trying to win him over. Anyone granted a prince's title by Emperor Keith was either a royal sibling or an important elder. However, Zhang Xing had no interest in these power struggles. He had seen enough of such palace intrigue in TV dramas. Moreover, at over 80 years old, Emperor Keith was in his prime for a martial emperor and could rule for another 80 years without issue. With the emperor's backing, Zhang Xing was invincible in the Tianqing kingdom. His priority was to enhance his abilities and raise his dragons. In time, no one in Tianqing could threaten him. As for Dean Jagger's advice not to offend these people, it seemed that couldn't be avoided. Thank you for your kind invitation, Prince Weika, Zhang Xing replied, using his biggest ally as leverage. But I have to catch up on my studies tonight. I can't let His Majesty down. Weika seemed to have anticipated this, responding calmly. No problem, we can get together once you've caught up with your studies. Indeed, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Belle agreed. In the end, they didn't dine at the same table. Weika naturally dined alone, and Zhang Xing also ate by himself. Although no one engaged him in conversation, he didn't mind in the least. During the morning theory class, Zhang Xing felt drowsy, and though he perked up a bit during the afternoon magic practice, his interest remained low. To him, magic skills seemed limited to a few types, with the real competition being about who had stronger magical power and mental strength. Ultimately, it was all about who could level up faster. As night fell, Zhang Xing locked his dormitory door and entered the Dragon Island space with his consciousness. He brought up his attribute panel and carefully checked his status. Zhang Xing, male, 6 years old. Title, Dragon Island Lord. Buildings, Level 1 Castle, Level 2 Black Dragon Nest, Level 1 White Dragon Nest. Warrior Level, Advanced Warrior Experience 180500. Magic Level, Advanced Magician Experience 120500. Martial Skills, Heaven Shattering Fist, Heaven Splitting Fist, Heaven Destructing Fist. Magic Domain, Unity of Heaven and Man. Pets, 1 Black Dragon Level 5, Experience 010000, 1 White Dragon Level 3, Experience 0500. Gold Coins, 6.13 million. Although his experience points were growing slowly, his magic domain had reached the unity of heaven and man, making his strength comparable to a junior magician. With the combat power boost from his level 5 Black Dragon, even an advanced magician was not a threat. However, to establish himself in the imperial capital, he needed at least the strength of a junior grand magician. This meant he had to quickly advance his Black Dragon Heibao and White Dragon Xiaobai to level 6. With this in mind, Zhang Xing summoned Xiaobai with a thought. Shortly after, Heibao led Xiaobai from the direction of the Black Dragon Nest. The two spent their days playing and neglecting their training. Heibao, tomorrow you must train seriously. It's time to challenge the gold trial grounds, Zhang Xing said sternly. After the bronze and silver trials, the gold trial was next, with a high difficulty but generous experience rewards. Beasts below level 5 could no longer provide sufficient experience for Heibao. He had heard that the Royal Magic Martial Academy was planning to organize a student expedition to the Phyllade Forest for trials. This forest was the domain of magical beasts, with a hierarchy as distinct as human kingdoms, hosting all kinds of magical creatures. Students from neighboring empires' academies, mercenary groups, and lone hunters often went there for training. Since the system currently had no suitable upgrade tasks, he decided it would be wise to join the group to familiarize himself with the routes and gain experience for future solo hunts. Xiaobai, have you eaten today? Zhang Xing asked, noticing Xiaobai's adorable smile. Xiaobai shook his head and said, I forgot while playing, and now I'm a bit hungry. Zhang Xing shook his head inwardly. Although dragons at this stage could go without food for days, Heibao, as the older brother, should have been more considerate. He led the two young dragons to the pond, with Heibao earnestly instructing Xiaobai on attack and biting techniques along the way. Upon reaching the pond, Xiaobai's eyes lit up at the sight of the plump fish. With a dragon's roar, he revealed his true form, soared into the air, and swooped down to snatch a large pike. He then breathed a chilling dragon breath on it, freezing the prey into a block of ice, and swallowed it whole. Though this method of eating wasn't bloody, it made Zhang Xing marvel. How cold! After Xiaobai devoured a pike, its experience points increased by 10. Greedily, it swallowed 2 more in quick succession but then stopped. Observing Xiaobai's behavior, Zhang Xing thought to himself, Xiaobai's appetite isn't that big yet. It probably maxes out at 10 large pikes a day. However, at this rate, reaching the 4th tier shouldn't take too long, perhaps 5 or 6 days. Bending down to Xiaobai, Zhang Xing advised, remember, eat at least 10 fish tomorrow to level up as quickly as possible. Then he turned to Heibao, with a slightly scolding tone. You should also help Xiaobai more instead of just playing around all day. After speaking, Zhang Xing couldn't help but chuckle, feeling like a worried young parent with endless things to say. After sending the 2 little creatures off, Zhang Xing sat on the ground, and began to focus on studying the ice magic talent shared by Xiao by the dragon. From previous knowledge, he understood that most mages can only perceive and practice one type of magic. For example, Dean Jega could only practice wind magic, while Minter Selena specialized in water magic. However, Zhang Xing seemed not to be bound by this limitation. Recalling Dean Jiega's astonishment at his ability to practice both fire and wind magic simultaneously, Zhang Xing realized his uniqueness. People with these two magical constitutions were indeed rare, and since wind fuels fire, the combination of the two could unleash even more powerful attacks. Now, with the addition of ice magic, it was surprising that he felt no discomfort at all. Clearing his mind, Zhang Xing began to experiment. He conjured a fireball in his left hand and simultaneously released an ice arrow from his right. The two spells collided and neutralized each other 3 meters ahead, prompting deep thought. He Bao's fire magic talent and Xiao Bai's ice magic talent coexisted within him without conflict. What would happen if these two talents were fused together? Zhang Xing recalled reading about some famous battles in the library. 1,000 years ago, during the Undead Legion's invasion of the Holy Dragon continent, there was a monumental battle. 3,000 advanced archmages against 5 million undead troops. The heroics of that battle shook the entire continent and instilled fear in the Undead Legion. The 3,000 archmages divided into two groups. One half jointly cast the ultimate fire magic forbidden spell God of Fire Descends, while the other half unleashed the ultimate ice magic forbidden spell Frozen Continent. However, this was no ordinary casting of forbidden spells. These 3,000 advanced archmages infused their blood and life into the magic, into the world of ice and fire. When the two fused forbidden spells erupted, the thunderous explosion shook the entire Holy Dragon continent and shattered the souls of the Undead Legion. Instantly, a third of the 5 million undead troops were annihilated. The cost was the total loss of the 3,000 mages. The power of this strike forced the entire Undead Legion to abandon their invasion, deeply instilling fear in them. Zhang Xing muttered to himself. Later magic scholars have tried to research how to truly merge different types of magic, but they all failed. But I'm different. I already have two types of magic within me. Whether it makes sense or not, existence is reason enough. If bloodlines can merge, why can't magical elements? Viewed from another angle, aren't different magical elements just another form of bloodline? Suddenly, Zhang Xing snapped back to reality. No, I can't act recklessly. I know nothing about bloodline fusion or magical element fusion. If I try haphazardly, I might end up exploding on the spot. I must first look up information. The Royal Magic Academy's library must have resources on this. With resolve, Zhang Xing immediately stood up and left his dormitory, quickly heading to the library. There were 2 hours left until it closed. If he couldn't finish today, he would continue tomorrow. His eyes gleamed with the light of curiosity, eager to unravel this magical mystery. The Royal Academy library was exceptionally quiet, enveloped in an atmosphere of study. Zhang Xing, holding his newly issued library card, stepped into this vast temple of knowledge, many times larger than the university library he remembered from his past life. With a clear goal in mind, he quickly found books on magical fusion and bloodline integration among the shelves. Choosing a secluded corner, Zhang Xing began to read intently. Initially, he read line by line with care, but soon his pace quickened, skimming through lines and then pages at an astonishing speed. The sound of pages turning filled the air as useful information flooded into his mind, while the irrelevant was automatically filtered out. Zhang Xing seemed to meld with the books, completely absorbed. Suddenly, the sound of disapproving footsteps broke the silence. Librarian Moore, following the noise, was ready to reprimand the unruly student. However, upon seeing the boy in the corner furiously flipping through pages, he paused. Isn't that the boy with the dragon? Yes, Zhang Xing. Moore thought to himself, his impression of Zhang Xing turning sour. He recalled hearing about Zhang Xing's past. Only a first grader at St. Roland Academy, admitted to the Empire's best institution only because of special treatment from the Emperor, just because he had a black dragon. It was said he often daydreamed in class, not understanding the lessons. Moore glanced at the books Zhang Xing was perusing and thought disdainfully. Magical fusion and bloodline integration? He hasn't even grasped the basics of magister courses. What's the use of reading such advanced books? Clearly, he's just bored and pretending to be studious. Nearby students began to whisper, their eyes filled with contempt. Moore sighed, muttering, kids will be kids, mischievous and without much promise. With that, he gestured for the onlookers to disperse. Yet Zhang Xing remained oblivious to his surroundings, or perhaps he simply didn't care. He was astonished to find his reading speed and memory had improved significantly. Reflecting on this, he realized it was due to the state of harmony he had achieved while honing his magical skills. This realization strengthened Zhang Xing's resolve to integrate magical and bloodline elements. With his unique advantage, the system, he believed he could succeed. For the rest of the time, Zhang Xing was wholly immersed in his reading. By 10 o'clock, he had finished 2 books, each half a foot thick. After a moment of relaxation with his eyes closed, he returned the books and left the library. Watching Zhang Xing's departing figure, Moore shook his head, sighing inwardly. Alas, perhaps the emperor has misjudged him. Zhang Xing returned to his dormitory and immediately entered his secret space. Here, he embarked on a multi-day experiment to fuse magical elements. Day and night, he tirelessly attempted breakthroughs, but success eluded him. Even during daytime classes, his mind remained fixated on this challenge. Time flowed by, and it was already the 8th night. Zhang Xing reached a mystical state of unity between heaven and man, achieving an unprecedented level of mental power. In this state, the ice and fire elements slowly approached each other in the air. His mental power enveloped them like a flexible gas. Under the compression of his mental power, the ice and fire elements began to interpenetrate. However, at this critical moment, they suddenly became volatile. With a bang, his mental barrier was shattered. Zhang Xing turned pale, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The fusion had failed again. This failure made Zhang Xing realize that forcefully merging the elements was not the right path. He began to consider the natural coexistence of magical elements in nature, which exist harmoniously without merging. If the entire world were a person, then the magical elements in the air were already in a state of fusion. With this new understanding, Zhang Xing took a specially crafted pill to restore his mental power and began meditating. On the 9th night, fully recovered, Zhang Xing attempted the fusion again. This time, he changed his strategy. Instead of enveloping the elements with his mental power, he immersed his mental power within them. He cautiously guided the two elements to sense each other, allowing them to gradually become familiar with each other's presence. As time ticked by, the elements slowly approached under Zhang Xing's guidance. His mental power continuously adjusted, striving to maintain balance among the three. After maintaining this delicate balance for some time, a miracle finally occurred. The ice and fire elements united closely, becoming inseparable. Zhang Xing held his breath, carefully sensing the subtle changes among them. A minute later, he cautiously withdrew his mental power. Boom! The balance was instantly broken, and a huge rock, over 10 meters high, exploded into pieces. Success! Zhang Xing was overjoyed, and his shout, along with the explosion, attracted the attention of two dragons. Hey Bao Xiaobai, don't be afraid. Zhang Xing reassured them. Your master often behaves unusually. You'll get used to it. Master is amazing. Xiaobai, the smiling dragon, exclaimed excitedly. A month later, on February 2nd, 3880 of the sacred dragon calendar, Zhang Xing celebrated his 7th birthday. Coincidentally, it was also the Dragon Raising Head festival on the sacred dragon continent. Reflecting on the past month, Zhang Xing felt extremely exhausted. He had been busy researching the fusion of two magical elements while also training Xiaobai. Xiaobai, being playful, took until the 7th day to reach the 4th rank, 2 days later than expected. However, Zhang Xing didn't mind the minor delay, as Xiaobai was still a child, and he couldn't watch over them on Dragon Island all the time. In the following 20 days, He Bao performed well, diligently training with Xiaobai in the trial grounds. Now, Xiaobai had grown into a 5th-rank dragon, retaining its lively and cheerful nature. On the night of his birthday, Zhang Xing once again entered the state of unity between heaven and man. This time, he decided to attempt a complete fusion within his body, rather than the previous external fusion through a mental power bridge, which only resulted in massive explosions. He aimed to make the two elements truly one, with each containing the other. After countless experiments, from external to internal, Zhang Xing finally discovered some techniques. At this moment, he seemed to transform into a large magical element, using his entire body as a medium, carefully guiding the incompatible ice and fire elements to gradually draw closer. With the experience of previous external fusions, this attempt proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Soon, the two elements fused together. As long as they remained within him, they formed a complete whole. However, Zhang Xing was well aware that once released externally, this fusion would become a powerful magical bomb. Over the past month, Zhang Xing has thrown himself into magic training with exceptional determination. This intense regimen would be enough to exhaust and even endanger the life of an ordinary magician. But Zhang Xing, with his background as a high-level warrior, not only endured the challenge but also, in pushing the limits of his mental power, vaguely touched upon a higher realm of unity between heaven and man. Undoubtedly, this was the most precious gift he could give himself for his 7th birthday. On February 3rd, after meticulous preparation, the mentors from the Royal Academy of Magic were set to lead the students on a hunting expedition to the Feline Forest. Outside the gates of the royal city, a crowd gathered as families and members of the royal kinship came to see them off. They repeatedly reminded the children, "Take care, be safe, and don't act alone, stay with the group." These children were their treasures, and sending them off to hunt in a perilous forest naturally stirred deep concern. Several instructors stayed at the back, continuously reassuring these powerful families of the empire. Zhang Xing's team was originally composed of 12 members, 6 warriors, and 6 magicians. However, the relatives of Emperor Keith insisted that their offspring join Zhang Xing's team, arguing that Zhang Xing had a dragon. Surely, no beast in the Feline forest would dare provoke a dragon, right? Reluctantly, Emperor Keith added 8 more magicians to the team. Ultimately, Zhang Xing's team expanded to 20 members, consisting of 14 magicians and 6 warriors, all of noble or royal lineage. After traveling through various means, including teleportation and flying mounts, they finally reached the edge of the Feline forest after 3 days. Coincidentally, the team from the Royal Academy of the Leiwu Empire arrived at the same time. Each group consisted of over 300 students, with over a dozen leading instructors who were senior magicians. The two groups exchanged formal greetings and began setting up their camps. It was well understood that this annual gathering was a competition. Once inside the forest, students not only had to fend off magical beasts, but also remain vigilant against attacks from the opposing students. Life and death were left to fate, as they were natural adversaries with no rules to abide by. After a night of rest, the next morning, all students, fully equipped, stepped into the Feline forest. Zhang Xing had hoped to act alone, but found himself obliged to accompany this group of royal highnesses, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Wick and Bell were also part of this team, along with 4 pampered princesses and 6 warriors wielding broadswords, positioned on the outer perimeter. Wick cautioned, "Ahead is the territory of the Fire Cloud Leopard. Be careful, everyone." Princess Darani arrogantly demanded, "Zhang Xing, summon your black dragon for us to see." Princess Elsa chimed in, "Yes, hurry up and summon it. The students from the 6 academies have seen it, but we from the Royal Academy have not." Zhang Xing appeared relaxed, as if he were there to admire the majestic landscape rather than hunt. He responded calmly, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, my black dragon is currently sleeping. He has a bad temper and will get angry if disturbed. I can't guarantee what he might do if he comes out. He might even eat you all." The 2 pampered princesses looked displeased at his words. Sleeping in broad daylight? Eat us. Trying to scare adults like a child? Zhang Xing, do you dare defy our orders? Kneel and apologize immediately. Zhang Xing stood there with a slight smirk on his lips and a hint of disdain in his eyes. To him, these pampered princesses were hardly worth mentioning. "I don't even have to kneel before Emperor Keith. So who do you think you are?" His voice was not loud, but every word was delivered with force. The 4 princesses were daughters of Emperor Keith's concubines, raised in luxury and always behaving arrogantly. Upon hearing Zhang Xing's audacious words, everyone's expressions turned sour. Princess Dalini was instantly furious. She pointed at Zhang Xing's nose and shouted, "Do you think just because my father favors you, you can look down on everyone? Just because you have a dragon, you think you can ignore orders? You, a country bumpkin, wouldn't be where you are without my father. Ungrateful little wretch." Before she could finish, Zhang Xing's figure flashed like a ghost in front of Dalini. With a quick motion from his sleeve, a loud slap echoed as his hand landed heavily on Dalini's face. "Ah!" Dalini screamed, clutching her cheek where a red mark quickly appeared. The surrounding crowd fell silent, shocked by the audacity of a commoner daring to strike a princess. "Wake! Bell! Gary! Hill!" Dalini shrieked hysterically. "Tie him up! I want this little beast dead." Slap! Another resounding slap followed. Zhang Xing coldly said, "For every insult, you get a slap. If you have a penchant for masochism, I don't mind obliging." Dalini fell silent in fear. Senior warrior Gary drew his broadsword, glaring at Zhang Xing. "Don't go too far. The princess is the emperor's daughter, and you're defying authority." The other warriors brandished their weapons, and the tension in the air was palpable. "What? You want to fight me?" Zhang Xing calmly withdrew his hand back into his sleeve. The warriors instinctively stepped back, gripping their weapons but not daring to act. Bell's face was furious, yet his eyes gleamed with a hint of schadenfreude. "Zhang Xing, you're too arrogant. Striking the emperor's daughter shows blatant disrespect for the emperor, and that's a beheading offense." Wake stood with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold. Although Dalini was his half-sister, they were not allies. The situation could be either trivial or significant if it happened to someone else. It would be a grave matter, but with Zhang Xing, if he insisted on escalating it, the consequences would indeed be unpredictable. However, such an incident alone wouldn't be enough to convict Zhang Xing, perhaps just a demotion. But from then on, Zhang Xing would be despised by all the royal and noble families, and his prospects in the capital would be severely hindered. A group of burly men, armed with weapons, surrounded a child, yet none dared to make the first move. Zhang Xing smirked disdainfully and taunted, "Decapitate me? Come on, who's first? You or you?" He gestured with his chin towards the senior warriors, and each one involuntarily took a step back as he pointed at them. Logically, warriors shouldn't fear mages, especially at such a close range. Even with a dragon by Zhang Xing's side, these fighters shouldn't be so intimidated. Zhang Xing keenly noticed that these warriors kept glancing at Weika, revealing some underlying scheme. However, Zhang Xing was indifferent to these undercurrents. He was looking for an excuse to leave, so he decided to make use of the situation. With a casual wave of his small hand, he turned and walked away, leaving a group of dumbfounded people behind. He just left? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do. Wake's eyes flickered with hesitation, but he said nothing. Although others harbored hostility towards Zhang Xing, they could not find words to stop him. The four princesses were suddenly filled with panic, feeling an unprecedented fear without the dragon's protection. Let him go alone. Hopefully, he'll be eaten by the beasts in the depths. Princess Dalini cursed bitterly. There's so many of us. What's there to fear? Haven't we done this every year? Without him, will we just die? A warrior mustered up courage and spoke. Though Wei was puzzled by Zhang Xing's actions, he couldn't fathom the reason behind them. Let's go hunting, he ordered. The usually silent outskirts of the beast forest were now disturbed by the group's arrival, sending a flock of birds flapping their wings toward the valley deep in the forest. Zhang Xing hadn't gone far before encountering a few isolated low-level magical beasts. Mistaking him for a tasty child, they charged fiercely. However, all that awaited them were a few simple magic arrows. Without looking back, Zhang Xing stepped over the beast's corpses and continued onward. The vast beast forest stretched endlessly, with rolling mountains and misty clouds below, making the forest near the village of Mura seem like a mere grove in comparison. According to the senior grand mage leading the group, even an emperor like His Majesty Keith couldn't reach the depths of the forest. Zhang Xing had no intention of venturing deep inside. His target was the area where 4th and 5th tier magical beasts roamed. If traveling on foot, it would take him a month to reach there. Just as he was about to summon black treasure, he heard a commotion in the distance. Zhang Xing retracted his thoughts and watched the front warily. Moments later, 4 disheveled figures came running toward him. When they saw a lone child, their faces showed puzzlement. But they had no time to question him, for behind them was a large swarm of snakes. The sight of countless snakes emerging from the grass and tree branches made Zhang Xing's scalp tingle. Run, little boy, run, the snakes are coming. 2 voices, one male and one female, shouted simultaneously. The 4 appeared to be in their 20s, dressed as mercenaries. 3 men wielded broadswords, while the woman wore a black robe with 4 magical flowers embroidered on the cuffs. Seeing Zhang Xing still standing there, they assumed he was paralyzed with fear. The female mage dashed over, reaching out to pick him up. However, her gaze caught something behind Zhang Xing, and her hand froze midair. The other 3 also stared in terror at something behind him. The Serpent King. The trio halted abruptly, exclaiming in shock. How can there be a Serpent King here? It's a 3rd-tier magical beast. The female mage conjured 2 ice orbs the size of dragon eggs, ready to launch at any moment. As they rushed over, Zhang Xing keenly sensed a disturbance behind him. The presence of a 3rd-tier magical beast on the outskirts of the forest puzzled him, for strangers quickly surrounded him, forming a protective human wall. Dashi, quickly sprinkle the snake-repelling potion, the female mage, Meili, urged urgently. The burly man, Dashi, immediately pulled out a small bottle from his chest, flicked his wrist, and created a circle with the potion around them. Meili, we're surrounded. Is there any way to break through? Dashi gripped his broadsword tightly, his face tense with worry. Meili tried to remain calm, but her voice trembled. Dashi, there are too many snakes, likely tens of thousands. I don't have a solution. Damn snake swarm. Why do we have to run into them? We're done for. We're going to die here. Matthew, short and big-nosed, lamented incessantly. Zhang Xing tugged on Dashi's clothes and innocently said, Big brothers and sisters, please move aside. I can't see. The group couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Meili gently coaxed. Little brother, be good and stay inside. We'll protect you. It's just a few little snakes. 2 fireballs will finish them off. Zhang Xing said naively. Hearing this, the group collectively broke out in sweat. Just a few little snakes? You're quite the jokester, kid. There are thousands, including many 1st and 2nd-tier ones. There's even a snake king, 6 to 7 meters long and as thick as a grown man's thigh. 2 fireballs wouldn't even touch it, let alone 100. Suddenly, 3 chilling hissing sounds erupted, and the snake swarm became restless. Not good. The Snake King is signaling an attack. The group broke into a cold sweat, their backs instantly damp. From all directions, hundreds of snakes shot towards them like arrows. Ignoring the scent of the repellent, they bared their sharp fangs and lunged fiercely. Stay alert and conserve your strength, Dashi shouted, swinging his broadsword, slicing snakes into pieces that twitched on the ground. The others fought hard, but more snakes poured in. Minutes later, the ground was thick with snake corpses, the air heavy with the stench of blood, making it hard to breathe. We must break through quickly, or the blood scent will attract more magical beasts, Dashi said grimly, slashing at 2nd-tier magic snakes leaping through the air. The others nodded silently, despairing as the endless snake swarm loomed. Meili suddenly remembered the little Zhang Xing behind her and reached back, only to grasp empty air. Alarmed, she quickly turned to check. Oh no, The child is missing, she exclaimed. I'm over here. Zhang Xing's voice came from a short distance away. They turned swiftly to see the little boy standing before the Snake King, eyes wide as he studied it. Little brother, come back. The Snake King eats children. Mei Li shouted anxiously. It's okay, he can't eat me. Zhang Xing stood before the Snake King, muttering. It looks even uglier than He Bao. To the surprise of Deshi and his group, the Snake King didn't immediately devour Zhang Xing. They had no time to ponder, as they fought off the surrounding snakes while retreating, attempting to rescue Zhang Xing. The third-level Snake King, possessing a certain level of intelligence, flicked its crimson tongue, seemingly sensing an unusual presence. Meanwhile, the Snake King was also slowly retreating, a peculiar behavior that caught Zhang Xing's attention. Why isn't this big snake attacking? Zhang Xing wondered to himself. Magical beasts are known for their acute senses. Could it really be afraid of an ordinary human? I should seem completely normal to it unless it's sensing He Bao's presence. With this thought, Zhang Xing became more convinced of his hypothesis. Spending every day with He Bao and Xiao Bai, and having formed a contract with them, it was only natural for their scent to linger on him. A third-level magical beast is a good source of experience points for me. I can't let it escape. The Snake King, as if reading Zhang Xing's mind, turned and let out two sharp hisses, preparing to flee before he could act. The snakes attacking Dashi's group immediately ceased their assault and vanished into the jungle like a receding tide. What's going on? The four exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. When they looked back at Zhang Xing, they were stunned. Zhang Xing was not only unharmed, but had put the Snake King in danger. Despite the Snake King's swift escape, Zhang Xing's magic was faster. As Dashi's group stood in shock, Zhang Xing casually released a small magic arrow, which pierced the Snake King's head in an instant. With a splat, the foul-smelling snake blood splattered everywhere. With a thud, the once formidable Snake King fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. 80 experience points gained. Warrior experience, 260, magic experience, 200. Zhang Xing silently calculated his rewards. Is this kid a magician? Dashi's group was astounded. A third-level Snake King killed in one strike. What level of skill was this? As a junior magus, Mei Li knew she couldn't achieve such a feat even though Dashi and his group were warriors. Killing the Snake King would have taken considerable effort. They quickly approached, examining the child before them with curiosity. Mei Li crouched down and gently asked, Little brother, what's your name? Who are you here with? Zhang Xing, with his hands in his oversized sleeves, replied with an air of maturity, My name is Zhang Xing. It's dangerous here. You should leave quickly. The group nearly stumbled at his words, feeling as if they were in the presence of a sage with unfathomable skills. But they quickly remembered he was just a child. Being looked down upon by a child left them speechless. We're here to hunt magic crystals to earn money, to free someone. Mei Li began, but Zhang Xing interrupted. Chill. Listen, Zhang Xing said, focusing intently on the surrounding sounds. The others held their breath and listened carefully. Dashi lay on the ground, pressing his ear to the earth. After 7 or 8 seconds, Dashi heard unusual sounds. Trouble. A large number of magical beasts are approaching, and it sounds like more than one kind. We need to leave immediately, he urged. The smell of the snake's blood must have attracted them, Matthew speculated. No, something's wrong. Light, who had been silent, spoke up. Something major must have happened in the forest today. Otherwise, so many magical beasts wouldn't suddenly appear on the outskirts. Even second and third level beasts are coming out. Enough talking, let's go. Mei Li urged. We can't. You're surrounded again. Zhang Xing looked around calmly and said, What do you mean you're surrounded again? Doesn't that include you? Matthew gave Zhang Xing a sidelong glance, wondering why the child's words sounded so odd. With a confident smile, Zhang Xing declared, Of course, I'm not included. I can leave whenever I want. These beasts can't trap me. No sooner had he spoken than 600 or 700 tusked pig beasts emerged from the jungle, each brandishing tusks a foot long. Desi exclaimed, Oh no, these are fierce fong boars, third-tier magical beasts. Before he could finish, various other magical beasts charged out from the surrounding woods. Fiery red bears, wolves shimmering with crystal light, massive leopards, and bison as large as small mountains filled the scene, creating a terrifying spectacle. Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Oh my god, this can't be real, can it? How did all these third-tier beasts come out? They have their own territories and usually fight each other on sight. This is unbelievable. Panicking, he shouted, Climb the trees, get to the highest point. Mei Li shook her head in despair. It's useless. With 4,000 or 5,000 beasts, one charge will bring down all these trees. We're doomed. Desi swung his broadsword, roaring defiantly at the approaching horde. Let's fight them. If I take one down, it's worth it. If I take 2, it's a bonus. Bring it on. Come on, you bastards. The usually silent Light suddenly spoke up. No, these beasts are being controlled. Desi asked in surprise. Controlled? You mean? Light explained firmly. If I'm not mistaken, there's a beast tamer not far behind these creatures. Matthew shook his head in disbelief. A beast tamer couldn't control so many beasts. Light replied gravely. What if he has another identity, like a necromancer? The mention of necromancer sent a chill through the others. Matthew stammered. What? Necromancer? Weren't they supposed to have vanished from the Holy Dragon continent? Light explained. Legend says they disappeared, but dark magic hasn't. It's forbidden, but some still try to learn it. Look at the eyes of these beasts. As he spoke, he held his broad sword tightly, crouching and ready to act. Melee gasped. Their eyes are green. Light continued his analysis. The snakes earlier were scared here by the aura of these third-tier beasts. The higher a necromancer's level, the stronger beasts they can control. I estimate he's not too high, maybe level 4 or 5, similar to us. Matthew sighed. It seems we're not the only unlucky ones. The students from the royal academies of the empires are likely in trouble too. Meili turned to Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing, are you a student of a magic academy? Zhang Xing replied. I'm from the Tianxing Royal Magic and Martial Academy. Meili was secretly surprised by Zhang Xing's excitement. This kid was so odd. While they were all scared to death, he looked like he was eyeing the most delicious prey. Could it be that students from Tianxing are all this brave? But this kid's magic skills are impressive. Maybe they won't need to protect him in the fight. Suddenly, Zhang Xing burst into laughter. This is great. Just what I wanted. Now I don't have to hunt them down one by one. As Meili and the others looked at Zhang Xing with expressions of disbelief, ready to speak, they were stunned by the scene unfolding before them. At this moment, Xiaobai was on Dragon Island, listening to He Bao's bragging. In his human form, Xiaobai was tall, over 1.8 meters, with a fair and heroic face. He sat cross-legged by the pond, captivated, with drool unconsciously dripping from his mouth and a look of longing in his eyes. He Bao, appearing mature and composed, animatedly described the deliciousness of magical beast meat, saliva spraying as he spoke. When I was young, I went hunting with my master and encountered a third-tier magic bear. That creature was massive, able to sweep away a grove of sturdy trees with a single swipe. He Bao reminisced, squinting his eyes. I was just a kid then, but I wasn't afraid at all. I rushed in and gave it a good thrashing. Guess what happened in the end? Xiaobai widened his eyes, fully engrossed, and asked, what happened? The magic bear knelt down and begged for mercy, crying its eyes out. He Bao boasted proudly. Now I don't even bother with third-tier magical beasts. The master said in a couple of days, we'll be going to the magical beast forest to feast on 4th and 5th-tier ones. He Bao continued to flaunt. The master's barbecue skills are amazing. Xiaobai, you've never tasted it. The roasted magic bear meat is crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and perfectly seasoned. Xiaobai shook his head like a rattle. I don't like roasted food. I love it frozen. He secretly thought how wonderful it would be to freeze a magic wolf and swallow it whole. Suddenly, Zhang Xing's voice called out, Xiaobai, come out for dinner. Xiaobai was instantly thrilled, muttering, huh? The master is calling me for a feast. With that, he immediately transformed into a dragon and vanished from Dragon Island. He Bao sneered. What's the rush? The magical beasts aren't going anywhere. Such a lack of worldly experience. Zhang Xing's voice consoled. He Bao, don't worry. Let Xiaobai get some exercise first. When we encounter magical beasts of the 4th or 5th tier and above, then it'll be your turn. Hearing this, He Bao felt a sense of balance. Above the magical beast forest, a flash of white light streaked across the sky. Mei Li and the others looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, oh my god, I see a dragon. A white dragon. A massive dragon, over 10 meters long, was circling in the sky. Xiaobai saw thousands of third-tier magical beasts around him and roared excitedly. Zhang Xing, unable to contain himself, said, Xiaobai, let the hunt begin. Let's see who can take down more. Xiaobai replied with a playful glance from the sky. Sure, let's compete. I'll definitely take down more than the master. Zhang Xing laughed. That's not certain. Saying this, he cast attack speed and 2 shield spells on himself, then shot forward like an arrow. The surrounding magical beasts retreated in fear at the sight of Xiaobai. Though controlled by a necromancer, according to Late's explanation, their control wasn't through necromancy, but a potion. This potion forcibly controlled the beasts, but didn't completely erase their instincts. Suddenly, a strange sound reached everyone's ears, like the wailing of wind through a hollow. The retreating beasts began to agitate, their eyes glowing a deeper green. In the next moment, the beasts split into 2 waves. One launched a magical attack on Xiaobai in the air, while the other charged towards the people on the ground. Mei Li saw Zhang Xing rush into the beast horde and hurriedly shouted, Zhang Xing, get out of there. You're a mage, not a. She abruptly stopped, like the others, watching Zhang Xing with disbelief. How is this possible? Is he a mage or a warrior? Everyone was stunned, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. Boom. With a single punch, a fire bear was sent flying. The battle had begun, and Zhang Xing moved through the beasts like a bolt of lightning. Each of his strikes was precise and deadly. One kick shattered a crystal jackal, A bolt of lightning turned a Chongyang leopard to ash, and a barrage of fireballs traced elegant arcs through the air, reducing 2 earth bulls to cinders. Xiaobai, your dragon breath is impressive, taking out dozens at once. Zhang Xing praised. Xiaobai replied proudly. Master, you need to speed up. This is just a warm-up. Wait until you see my big move. Zhang Xing said confidently. Not far away, Matthew, Desi, and others watched in awe. Matthew swallowed hard and asked in confusion. Desi, I can't tell who the real beasts are anymore. Melly exclaimed, her mouth agape. That kid looks more like a beast. He's not a beast, he's a divine beast. Desi muttered, his face filled with shock. Could Zhang Xing be a dragon too? Wright asked naively. Seems like it. Maybe a little Tyrannosaurus. Desi replied. As their imaginations ran wild, Zhang Xing finished his warm-up. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from his body, and the system notifications chimed. Ding! Congratulations on reaching Junior Warrior. Current experience 02500. Ding! Congratulations on reaching Junior Mage. Current experience 02500. Experience points continued to climb. Even though each beast now only provided 20 points down from 80, the numbers rose swiftly. 20, 120, 190. Until 1800, 2500. His magic experience soared as well, soon reaching another breakthrough. Congratulations on reaching Intermediate Warrior. Current experience 010000. Congratulations on reaching Intermediate Mage. Current experience 010000. Although he no longer gained experience from these third-tier beasts, Zhang Xing felt a surge of power within. He decided to use a martial skill he had learned, but never used the Skybreaker Fist. Boom! A punch forward. Golden energy roared like a dragon's cry. It's battle energy. Desi and the others were so shocked they dropped their swords, oblivious to the fact. They were stunned again. No, he can't be a dragon. Dragons don't have battle energy. This is unbelievable. He's not even 10, right? The 4 of us together probably aren't his match. Today has been unreal. Beast chaos, necromancers, white dragons, a prodigy child, all appearing at once. It's overwhelming. I want him as my big brother. No, I want him to be my mentor. Matthew exclaimed excitedly. In fact, Zhang Xing diligently practiced not only magic and mental power, but also battle energy. More accurately, he cultivated a special dragon energy, derived from the dragon fist techniques provided by his training system. Skybreaker Fist, Earthsplitter Fist, and Heavencrush Fist. Today's level up allowed him to finally unleash the first form, Skybreaker Fist. With terrifying power, the Chongyang leopards ahead were blown away by the punch. Desi, how many can you take out with one punch? Matthew asked. 3, maybe 4, Desi replied blankly. How many did that kid take out with one punch? About 20 or so. Hearing this, Matthew threw himself into Desi's arms, crying, Wah! I can only take out one. His battle energy is more than 20 times mine, 7 or 8 times yours. Wah! I don't want to live anymore. Actually, Desi was being modest. His true expertise wasn't with his fists, but with his sword. With one powerful swing, he could slay 3 or 4 massive beasts, each 7 to 8 meters long. Using just his fists, managing to kill 2 was already impressive. The little white dragon was in his element on the battlefield. After initially unleashing a few blasts of dragon breath, he conserved his magical energy and switched to his innate skill biting. Though the beast's magical attacks were infrequent, they were numerous, some even mixed with a noxious poison. The little dragon dodged nimbly, using his breath to block when necessary, ensuring none of the vile substances touched him. His massive claws were like sharp blades, tearing the beasts into pieces. They howled in agony under his assault, instinctively afraid, yet unable to stop their futile counterattacks. But their resistance was meaningless. With a sweeping tail strike, the little dragon cleared a vast area of the battlefield as if cutting through dry weeds. He darted through the air with ease, each dive claiming the lives of numerous beasts. In no time, half of the 4,000 beasts lay dead. Suddenly, that strange wailing sound echoed again, and all the beasts, as if granted a reprieve, fled in all directions. Zhang Xing, in the heat of battle, couldn't let them escape so easily. He wanted to compete with the little dragon. Slow. He cast 6 slow spells in succession, trapping hundreds of beasts at the rear. Then, Blizzard. 3 level 4 Blizzard spells followed, instantly freezing those beasts into ice sculptures. Matthew, witnessing the scene, collapsed into Deshi's arms, sobbing. Brother Deshi, I really don't want to live anymore. Compared to this kid, it seems I've wasted my 20+ years. Deshi sighed. Yes, I feel the same way. Instantly casting level 4 spells as if it's nothing. If he were just a year or 2 younger than us, it would be easier to accept, but seeing Zhang Xing's prowess, the little dragon felt competitive as well. He let out a thunderous roar, his body coiling tightly in the air before diving down like an arrow. A powerful stream of icy breath erupted from his mouth, instantly transforming the ground into a frozen wasteland. Not only were the beasts frozen solid, but even the trees, a foot thick, were coated in a layer of crystal-clear ice. Zhang Xing couldn't help but praise. Haha, Xiaobai, you win. I can't match your long dragon breath. Hearing this, the little dragon landed and transformed back into human form, a proud smile on his face. Master, that battle was exhilarating. I'll take some of these beasts back for brother He Bao to eat. All right, go ahead. Zhang Xing nodded in agreement. The little dragon wrapped up a dozen beasts and swiftly returned to Dragon Island. As soon as he landed, he eagerly called out, Hey Bao, hey Bao, I've brought food for you. Hey Bao, hearing there was food, immediately flew over. But he quickly composed himself, pretending to be nonchalant, and said arrogantly, Oh, just a few third-tier beasts, not really my favorite. The little dragon, unusually boastful, said, There are loads more outside. The master and I killed over 2,000. Hey Bao was shocked. What? You only brought back these few out of thousands? Oh dear, Xiaobai, you should have brought more. These few won't even fill the gaps between my teeth. If you don't bring them back, the master will just leave them for other beasts to eat. No, I need to bring them all back and freeze them at your place. Then we can eat them whenever we want. With that, He Bao communicated with Zhang Xing. After getting permission, he quickly exited the space, ready to collect more beast corpses. He Bao has always been like this over the years, eyeing the food in his bowl while coveting what's in the pot, afraid there won't be enough for him. Zhang Xing shook his head helplessly, thinking, old habits die hard. At that moment, Dashi and the others were startled as a fierce-looking man with a dark face and angry expression suddenly appeared beside Zhang Xing. They feared he might harm Zhang Xing and were about to warn him when the man bowed slightly to Zhang Xing in a strange manner. Master, I've come to fetch the food. The man's gruff, loud voice carried a cold undertone, as if he might act violently at any moment. From a distance, Dashi and his group whispered among themselves. Master, is he the little white dragon from before? How did he turn so dark in the blink of an eye? Maybe he's a chameleon? That's quite possible. You guys don't know what you're talking about. A chameleon isn't a dragon. True. Just as He Bao was about to deal with the magical beast's corpses, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the forest, followed by an excited shout. Oh my, Prince-like, the goddess of luck has smiled upon you. There are so many magical beasts' corpses here. Hey, you there, the guy with the black face, stop right there. He Bao ignored the voice as if he hadn't heard it. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of a dozen magical beasts vanished into thin air. At that moment, the owner of the voice came running over, shouting angrily, You big black guy? Are you deaf? I told you to stop. He Bao turned around, puzzled, thinking these magical beasts were clearly slain by us. So why shouldn't I take them? When he saw who had arrived, Dashi and the others showed expressions of anger. It turned out the newcomer was Sastin, the lackey of Prince-like from the Leiwu Empire. Sastin stood panting in front of He Bao, who was a head taller than him, but that didn't diminish his arrogance. Hey, black kid, didn't you hear me? Are you deaf or blind? You'll kick your head. Sastin pointed at He Bao's head with each sentence, his finger jabbing forcefully. He Bao, bound by a promise not to attack humans without Zhang Xing's approval, struggled to contain his anger. Who dared to touch his head besides his master? That was no ordinary head, it was a dragon's head. Sastin had indeed been startled by He Bao's fierce appearance at first, but having done many dangerous things to please the prince, he wasn't intimidated by such a small scene. I'm talking to you, black kid. Are you mute? Say something, damn it. Sastin kept jabbing He Bao's head, while Dashi and the others winced with each poke, their faces twitching. Yet their eyes gleamed with excitement. They had been looking for a way to get back at Sastin, and now he was digging his own grave. They inwardly cheered. You're messing with a dragon. No one can save you now, huh? Bite him, bite him. This lackey of the prince had long been a thorn in their side. He had taken a fancy to a 5th-level magic crystal they had, detaining their squad leader and forcing them to ransom him with gold coins. With no other choice, they had to continue hunting magical beasts for money. Now, seeing Sastin walk into his own trap, they couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. In the kingdom of Leiwu, the eldest prince, Lei Ku, at 25 years old, was a highly skilled warrior who had gained the emperor's favor. His steward, Sastin, a cunning middle-aged man, was constantly scheming to amass wealth for his master. At this moment, Lei Ku watched with satisfaction as Sastin once again employed his underhanded tactics. Lei Ku's eyes gleamed with greed as he surveyed the thousands of magical beast corpses around him, calculating how much profit he could extract from them. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Ah, my hand! Lei Ku whipped around, and the sight before him made his heart jolt. Sastin's left hand had been severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth. Nearby, a burly man with a dark face held the severed hand, expressionless. Sastin, his face contorted with pain, shakily retrieved a bottle of magical potion and poured it over the stump, barely staunching the blood. Although he hadn't seen how his hand had been cut off, he keenly sensed a hint of magical fluctuation. How dare you? Sastin snarled through gritted teeth. I, a dignified mid-level mage, have been ambushed and had my hands severed by this brute. It's a disgrace. I'll break his limbs and make him wish he were dead. As Sastin retreated, he hurriedly began chanting a spell. Honorable fire god, your servant. Before he could finish, the dark-faced man interrupted, his voice deep and mocking. Servant? Huh? Your fire god is right here. The dark-faced man opened his mouth wide, and a scorching dragon's breath erupted forth. Sastin was instantly consumed by flames, reduced to ash in moments. The dark-faced man muttered disdainfully, blabbering on and on. By the time you finished your spell, I would have had your urn and grave ready. With that, he nonchalantly turned and continued collecting the magical beast corpses. The scene fell silent. Prince Lei Ku and the group of warriors and mages he brought were all stunned, struggling to believe what they had witnessed. Sastin, a mid-level mage, had been killed so effortlessly? The crowd gasped, realizing this dark-faced man was no ordinary opponent. Lei Ku snapped back to reality, his eyes sharpening. The warriors understood and drew their weapons, slowly advancing on the dark-faced man. The mages also prepared their spell-casting postures, ready to attack. The dark-faced man turned his head, his gaze fierce. He scanned the group, each member a full level above him. 8 warriors and 6 mages. Such a force was formidable anywhere. Lei Ku, brimming with confidence, wore a smug smile. You, whoever you are, you killed my servant and must pay with your life. Remember, the one who kills you is the eldest prince of Leiwu, Lei Ku. Attack. With Lei Ku's command, the 6 mages launched their attack first. Slow spell, blindness spell, protective shield. The incantations rang out. 2 magical lights flashed over the dark-faced man, while the third spell formed a protective barrier around the 8 warriors. The warriors grinned wickedly, swinging their broad swords from 8 directions toward the dark-faced man. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. The dark-faced man's body suddenly soared into the air, effortlessly dodging all attacks. The 6 mages froze, their spells having no effect at all. Before they could react, an ear-splitting roar echoed across the sky. 2 mages collapsed instantly, unable to withstand the mental assault. After the 4 mages withstood the intense mental assault, they looked up at the sky once more, only to be struck with fear, collapsing to the ground. At the same time, the swords of the 8 warriors sliced through the air. Momentarily stunned, they quickly gathered their strength and followed the dark shadow into the sky. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens, and a massive shadow loomed over the warriors. Before they could react, the shadow's tail whipped around, unleashing a tremendous force upon them. Bang! 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 The 8 warriors were sent flying like kites with broken strings, the scene unfolding too quickly to fully comprehend. Is this a black dragon? The 6 mages widened their eyes in disbelief and terror. The crown prince's pupils contracted as he stepped back repeatedly, his lips trembling as he muttered, a black dragon. The 8 warriors lay on the ground, limbs broken and blood trickling from their mouths. They didn't bother to wipe it away, nor did they remember the pain. They just stared blankly at the sky, murmuring, it's a dragon. Desi and his companions were both shocked and puzzled, wondering how the white dragon had turned into a black one. They racked their brains, but couldn't figure out how Zhang Xing could possess 2 dragons. At that moment, the crown prince recalled rumors about a black dragon from the Tianqing Empire and a boy named Zhang Xing. He turned his gaze and asked shakily, are you Zhang Xing from Tianqing? Zhang Xing didn't answer directly, only saying a single word, leave. This word hit the crown prince, like a heavy blow to his pride. Apart from his imperial grandfather Lei Zhantian, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Having grown up in the imperial family, he was used to flattery and praise, and now being dismissed so disdainfully by a child was a humiliation he had never experienced before. However, facing the terrifying black dragon in the sky, Lek was powerless to resist. The dragon's contemptuous, arrogant, and fierce gaze made his legs tremble uncontrollably. He knew he couldn't confront the dragon and had to suppress his anger and fear deep inside. Clenching his teeth, Lek forced out a word, go. He then led his men away in a hasty retreat. After walking several meters, Lek couldn't contain his anger any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the thick tree trunk beside him. He muttered through gritted teeth, Zhang Xing, I won't let you get away with this. Zhang Xing turned to He Bao and said, He Bao, that's enough. Why gather so many 3rd-level magical beasts? Let's go inside and take a look. He Bao's eyes lit up at this, but it didn't slow his pace, as he swiftly sent dozens more beasts into the space. Zhang Xing addressed Desi and the others. Desi, big brother, I'll leave these remaining 1,000 or so beasts to you. I have some matters to attend to. Zhang Xing left them with so many beasts to thank them for their righteous help earlier. In such a critical moment, their willingness to protect an unfamiliar child showed their inherent kindness. Zhang Xing, little brother, how can we accept this? These beasts were slain by you. Yes, Zhang Xing, these beasts are worth a lot, with plenty of magic crystals in their brains. They hesitated, speaking from a distance, too cautious to approach. The towering, robust black man was a dragon, and if not for getting along well with Zhang Xing, he would have vanished long ago. Matthew stood trembling slightly in front of Zhang Xing. He took a deep breath and suddenly knelt down with a thud. This unexpected action left Zhang Xing momentarily stunned. Master Zhang Xing, please take me as your disciple. Matthew's voice was firm and sincere. Zhang Xing almost burst into laughter. Brother Matthew, stop joking. I'm only 7 years old. What could I possibly teach you? If Master won't accept me, I'll just stay kneeling here, Matthew declared, using the classic tactic of persistence. A faint smile appeared on Zhang Xing's lips. Then you can just keep kneeling. With that, he leapt onto a black dragon and disappeared from sight. After a moment, Matthew stood up, feeling dejected. I've missed the chance to follow the dragon. But I won't give up. Even if I have to travel across the entire sacred dragon continent, I will follow him. Desi and the others shook their heads at Matthew's determination. This talkative and thick-skinned guy was truly persistent. Don't waste time, Desi reminded. Let's find the magic crystals and take the most valuable ones. Yeah, if we're late, others will come to snatch them. With that, Mary started searching for the magic crystals. Soon, cheers erupted. I found one. There's one here too. We're going to be rich. They excitedly discussed their plan to use 20,000 gold coins to ransom their captain. Suddenly, Mary looked up alertly. I think I hear footsteps. The other three noticed the unusual sound too, with footsteps growing nearer. Sure enough, moments later, four groups approached from different directions. The Tianqing Empire's Wake, Belle, and four princesses, members of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, the Thunder Empire's Royal Academy's Earth Dragon Knight Lei Zhan, and two fierce-looking mercenary groups. Haha, Desi, hogging so many magical beasts without inviting us, said Prine of the Golden Lion Mercenary Group. Desi snorted. Prine, your Golden Lion Mercenary Group has a nose as keen as a dog's. When have you ever missed a sniff? He signaled his companions to gather closer. Harvey of the Purple Wolf Mercenary Group chimed in. Desi, you've got enough. Time to leave. Why don't you try saying that after a fight? Desi retorted. These three mercenary groups had a history of both cooperation and conflict, all for their own advancement. At this point, Lei Zhan stepped forward arrogantly. Leaving? Leave the magic crystals behind first. Prine looked at Lei Zhan dismissively. And who do you think you are? Do you know who I am? This burly, mid-30s early-stage battle spirit was infamous in the Thunder Empire's mercenary circles. Lei Zhan smirked. I know you're the leader of the Golden Lion Mercenary Group, but do you know who I am? Prine sneered. Aren't you just a noble brat from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts? You might throw your weight around at school, but that doesn't work here. So, you look down on us students? Lei Zhan shook his head. I'm wary of those seniors who've returned from the battlefield, but you bunch of wet-behind Thier's kids. Prine's tone was full of disdain. Since that's the case, I have nothing more to say. Remember my name is Lei Zhan, so you can die with no regrets. Lei Zhan stood in the center of the crowd, his tone exuding undeniable arrogance. Lei Zhan? Dragon Knight Lei Zhan. Prine's face turned rigid, his voice filled with unmistakable shock. Everyone from the Lei Wu Empire present shared the same astonished expression, clearly familiar with the renowned name of this rising star of the empire. That's right, I am Dragon Knight Lei Zhan. The 17-year-old stood tall and proud, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings as if he ruled the world. Prine's mind raced. He had long heard that Lei Zhan possessed a 4th-tier Earth Dragon, and even though the boy was only at the beginner war spirit level, he was not to be underestimated. More importantly, Lei Zhan's master was none other than Lei Dantian, the Grand Marshal of the Lei Wu Empire. As the leader of the Golden Lion Mercenary Group, Prine could command only 1,000 men, while Lei Dantian could mobilize hundreds of thousands with a single order. Such backing was not something Prine could afford to offend. Haha, so it's the renowned Lei Zhan. Prine quickly changed his attitude, fawning. I was unaware earlier, please forgive me. In the current Lei Wu Empire, it's young heroes like you that I admire the most. This flattery made Lei Zhan even more pleased, though he feigned arrogance, saying, it's good you understand. But, as fellow citizens of the Empire, I'll spare your life for now. Take your people and leave immediately. Wait. Prine hurriedly stepped forward, lowering his voice. Lord Lei Zhan, why not let our War Master mercenary group serve you? Should we perhaps escort these people from the Tianqing Kingdom away? They clearly want to reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Lei Zhan hesitated at these words. The shadow of his last defeat by Zhang Xing still loomed over him. He both feared and loathed that extraordinary young man. Wick, did Zhang Xing not come? Before Wick could answer, Princess Delaney interjected. That arrogant brat left on his own long ago, thinking he's invincible just because he has a dragon. I hope he dies here and gets eaten by magical beasts. Wick nearly choked on his frustration but couldn't reprimand his clueless sister in public. Hearing this, Lei Zhan was overjoyed, silently grateful to the foolish princess for her help. If Wick had answered, he wouldn't have dared to act rashly, fearing a trap set by the notoriously cunning Zhang Xing. Now certain that Zhang Xing wasn't present, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He would kill all the people from the Tianqing kingdom, including these delicate princesses, ensuring Zhang Xing would have no place left in the Tianqing empire. Wick stared at the sinister smile on Lei Zhan's face, feeling the growing murderous intent in his eyes, and a chill ran down his spine. Inwardly, he cursed. These sisters are so naive. This place is nothing like the palace. These people are ruthless and merciless. The situation was dire, and Wick began to make subtle arrangements. He quietly ordered, "Scatter and send a distress signal. Great Magician Bill will surely come to our rescue." As he spoke, he reached for the teleportation scroll in his pocket, planning to take a few of his sisters with him, leaving the others to fend for themselves. However, the four princesses' actions were disheartening. They clung desperately to Wick's sleeves, crying out, "Wick, use the teleportation scroll." Although their voices were not loud, everyone present heard them clearly. In an instant, Wick's men and all the students from the Royal Magic and Martial Arts Academy of the Leiwu Empire turned their gazes towards them. Each person's eyes glimmered with the desire to survive, hoping to catch this lifeline. Wick had initially planned to slip away amidst the chaos and let the others escape on their own. But now the situation had changed. Abandoning them would make it impossible to explain to their elders later. As Wick found himself in a dilemma, a chilling laugh suddenly echoed. "Huh? Little ones, don't bother trying. None of you will escape." The voice seemed to come from all directions, sending shivers down everyone's spine and causing them to tremble involuntarily. "Who is it? Show yourself. Stop playing tricks," someone shouted, trying to stay calm. "I've been here all along, watching you little ones argue. It's quite amusing." A figure in a black robe slowly emerged from behind a large tree. "It's a pity some of you want to leave. That won't do. Over 100 people may be a bit few, but it'll have to suffice." The appearance of the black-robed figure was suffocating. He was completely shrouded in a voluminous black robe, holding a skull staff in his right hand, the head of which was a black skull the size of a fist, exuding an aura of death. More terrifyingly, with every step he took, the grass and plants beneath him withered instantly, and insects and ants perished. "Ah, a ghost!" the four princesses screamed, hiding behind Wick and the others. It's a necromancer," Wright stammered, pointing at the black-robed figure. At these words, panic spread among the crowd, and they began to retreat. Some tried to flee, only to find their feet ensnared by skeletal hands emerging from the ground. Countless bones broke through the earth, surging like a tide towards the fleeing crowd. Despite their desperate attempts to fight back, smashing the skeletons to pieces, more surged forward relentlessly, quickly engulfing them in a sea of bones. This horrifying scene shattered the psychological defenses of the young elites from the two great empires. The black-robed figure's laughter echoed in their ears once more, like a death knell destroying their will. At that moment, they would rather die at the claws of vicious beasts than become puppets of the legendary necromancer. "Children, come into my embrace." The figure in the black robe opened his arms, his voice laced with an eerie allure. "Join my army of the dead, and I shall grant you eternal death. No pain, no sorrow." Under his spell, the eyes of the crowd began to lose their sparkle, as if they had turned into soulless beings, mechanically moving towards the robed figure. The skeletal staff in his hand glowed with an eerie green light, spiraling out from the hollow eye sockets of the skull, drawing everyone in like an endless vortex. "Offer your souls. Rest forever in the realm of the undead," the black-robed figure chanted in a low voice, barely able to conceal his excitement. The magical ritual was nearing completion, marking the arrival of his first undead followers since his return to the sacred dragon continent. Memories surged like a tide centuries ago. He was betrayed and left for dead, only to be favored by the god of darkness, inheriting ancient necromancy. A century later, he avenged his grievances, reveling in the thrill of controlling life and death. However, his triumph was short-lived, as he was hunted by self-righteous holy mages, forcing him to hide in the forest of magical beasts for 100 years. Just as the black-robed man was about to fulfill his desire, a torrential downpour suddenly descended from the sky. The green flames within the skull were extinguished instantly. "Ah!" The necromancer in the black robe howled at the sky, only to freeze the next moment. He stuck out his tongue to taste the rain, realizing with shock that it was urine. Even more bizarre, this rain covered only a radius of a few meters around him. The crowd, startled by the unexpected rain, retreated in fear. The black-robed figure tried to escape, only to find the dark cloud followed him relentlessly. No matter where he moved, the cloud remained overhead. "Look, the cloud is descending," a student suddenly shouted, pointing skyward. Everyone looked up to see the cloud slowly lowering to about 20 meters. As the mist cleared, a figure emerged that filled them with hope. "It's Zhang Xing. It's the Black Dragon. He's come to save us." Those who knew Zhang Xing were moved to tears, and the four princesses cried even more. Those unfamiliar with him stared at the sky in shock, whispering about the legend of the dragon god's envoy descending. Zhang Xing hadn't truly left. He Bao warned him of a foul presence in the air. They decided to fake their departure to lure out any hidden enemies. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a dark-robed sorcerer appeared. As he began to cast a spell, He Bao quickly identified him as an evil necromancer. With a spark of inspiration, He Bao devised a clever trick using dragon urine to disrupt the sorcerer's spellcasting. "Hey, Mr. Necromancer, how do you like the taste of dragon urine?" Zhang Xing laughed and shouted from the sky. "What? Dragon urine? Ugh." The necromancer gagged and clawed at his throat, causing Ma Xiao and others to burst into laughter. Though others tried to suppress their laughter, they couldn't help but stare at the disheveled sorcerer with odd expressions. Regaining his composure, the necromancer shouted in anger. "Kid, get down here." "Haha, old man, why don't you come up here?" Zhang Xing dared not act recklessly, suspecting the sorcerer was indeed powerful. In fact, this dark-robed sorcerer was a high-level archmage, just a step away from becoming a magic emperor. Despite his high rank, he currently only had a large number of skeleton soldiers, without a true undead army. He had planned to take control of the students after Zhang Xing left, turning them into necromancers as his first batch of followers. However, he underestimated Zhang Xing and He Bao's cleverness. Frustration, anger, and resentment filled the necromancer's heart. He was powerless against Zhang Xing, or rather, against the Black Dragon. With the dragon's immunity to magic below level 5, the high-level archmage had no choice but to retreat. "Kid, I'll spare you today." The dark-robed sorcerer knew he couldn't linger any longer, lest he attract other archmages or battle kings from outside. Zhang Xing casually cast a slowing spell, but the necromancer was unaffected, his figure gradually fading. "Think you can stop me? You're not there yet. Go save your fellow students." With a mocking laugh, the dark-robed figure vanished into the air. Zhang Xing then noticed the skeleton soldiers below, frantically attacking the more than 100 students. "Zhang Xing, help us." The four princesses' pleas came from the crowd. "We were wrong. We apologize. Please save us." Zhang Xing made a quick decision. "Hey Bao, go down and rescue them." Regardless of friend or foe, past grievances or not, saving lives was the priority. With the command, He Bao swooped down swiftly. With a mighty swing of its tail, it shattered a large swath of skeletons. He Bao charged into the horde of skeleton warriors like a fierce tiger among sheep, smashing multiple skeletons with each swipe of its massive claws. Wherever its fiery breath landed, a clear path was instantly carved through the ranks. These skeletal soldiers were as fragile as paper before He Bao, crumbling into bone fragments with the slightest touch. From a high vantage point, Zhang Xing calmly directed the battle. "Hey Bao, there's a cluster of skeletons over there, sweep them up. To the left, yes, give those guys a blast of your breath. Spin around like a whirlwind and clear them out." He Bao grew more excited as the battle raged on, spinning like a top upon landing. The swishing sound of its movements and the crunching of bones filled the air, stirring the onlookers who cheered wildly for He Bao. In just 10 minutes, the trees on the battlefield were all toppled, and a thick layer of bone fragments covered the ground. As the last skeleton fell, a brief silence enveloped the scene, soon shattered by an eruption of cheers. Soldiers from the Tianqing Kingdom and the Leiwu Empire embraced each other in celebration. "We survived. It's a miracle." The survivors lined up to thank Zhang Xing according to their respective customs. Meanwhile, in the back of the crowd, Lei Zhan's expression was a mixture of emotions. He had to admit that he wasn't as strong as he had imagined. The necromancer's words had made him lose his cool, and he missed the chance to summon his earth dragon. Yet, the same necromancer fled in panic at the sight of Zhang Xing, a disparity that left Lei Zhan feeling conflicted. "If I had a black dragon, I could definitely do better than him." Lei Zhan found solace in this thought, grunted a cold, "Thanks, Zhang Xing," and walked away. Zhang Xing merely cast a fleeting glance at him, then addressed the crowd. "Return to your positions. That necromancer might still be lurking around. We need to report to the instructors and prepare ourselves." With that, he waved them off. The crowd quickly dispersed, eager to leave the scene. The fearsome reputation of necromancers haunted them, and if the legends of the sacred dragon continent were true, a single undead army could sweep across the land. The perilous first day made the surviving students reluctant to continue their adventure. The instructors were shocked upon hearing the news and immediately ordered an end to the hunt, directing everyone back to the Imperial Academy. Their evaluation of Zhang Xing soared as a result. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing had returned to Dragon Island, sitting in meditation. The day had indeed been exhausting, but after a night's rest, he felt refreshed and invigorated. "Xiaobai, you're coming with me today." Xiaobai transformed into a white dragon with a smile, hovering beside Zhang Xing. With a light tap of his toes, Zhang Xing leapt onto the dragon's back, and with a thought, they were soaring above the beast forest, heading straight for the Tier 4 beast zone. The darkness flashed by, as if that patch of black cloud had never existed in the sky. Thinking of that terrifying necromancer, Zhang Xing felt a sense of helplessness. The battle yesterday proved just how tricky that necromancer was. as supportive magic had no effect on him. Zhang Xing could sense the power radiating from the necromancer, comparable to that of a grand magus. If it weren't for Black Treasure's assistance, he wouldn't have been confident in defeating the necromancer. After all, there was a level gap in cultivation, and even though he was skilled in both magic and martial arts, reaching a state of mental unity, he still felt uncertain. Shaking his head, Zhang Xing decided not to dwell on these thoughts. The immediate task was to level up the two dragons. With Xiao Bai's lightning-fast speed, they flew for an entire morning and finally spotted traces of a fourth-tier magical beast below the forest. This area was vast enough for them to showcase their abilities. Zhang Xing decided to let Xiao Bai hunt a magical beast first to see how much experience they could gain. If it was too little, they would have to venture deeper into the forest to find beasts of the 5th tier or higher. With this in mind, he directed Xiao Bai towards a phantom tiger lurking in the grass on a hillside. The phantom tiger barely sensed the danger before Xiao Bai's massive claws came whistling down. With a swift strike, the tiger was instantly killed. Xiao Bai gleefully tossed the prey around in the air, showing off to Zhang Xing like a child who just aced a test, eager for parental praise. Zhang Xing praised Xiao Bai a few times, but then frowned. Only a tiny bit of experience? That meant they would need to hunt 10,000 4th-tier beasts just to level up once, which was an impossible feat. Looking around, Xiao Bai's dragon aura had already scared away all the creatures, not even a mosquito in sight. Capturing 100, let alone 10,000, would be difficult. At this moment, Zhang Xing almost missed that necromancer. Capturing him to help hunt magical beasts would have been a good idea. Unfortunately, the necromancer was more cunning than the beasts, leaving no trace behind. Let's go, Xiao Bai. The beasts here are too low-level to be of any use to us. Xiao Bai let out a low growl, nodding its massive head in agreement. With that, they flew further into the endless forest. Over the next 2 days, as they ventured deeper, they managed to hunt a few 5th-tier beasts, a fire fox, 2 gray wolves, and a violent ape king. These beasts, rulers of their territories, immediately cowered and begged for mercy in front of Xiao Bai. Though Xiao Bai had a gentle demeanor and often smiled, it was still a dragon at heart, with a natural instinct for hunting prey, showing its harsher side. Zhang Xing checked the attribute panel and found that both his warrior and magic experience points were only 411,000, the same for Black Treasure and Xiao Bai. He sighed. Even same-tier beasts only provided a mere 10 points of experience. It seemed that to level up quickly, he needed to find another way. As the tiers increased, the number of beasts decreased, resembling the pyramid structure of the human world. In the areas they passed, beasts below the 3rd tier were still the majority. Zhang Xing lost interest in going further, and after being out for 3 days, it was time to return. The return journey was much faster, taking just over a day to reach the forest's edge. Zhang Xing couldn't help but grumble. It was all because of that necromancer's interference that what started as a promising training session ended so abruptly. If it weren't for the concern for the students' safety, those grand magi might have already joined forces to hunt down the necromancer. Reflecting on that necromancer, Zhang Xing had to admit the opponent was indeed cunning. Facing Black Treasure, he managed to refrain from confrontation and even remained unfazed when humiliated, as if nothing had happened. This showed the depth of his scheming, far beyond that of ordinary people. Zhang Xing stood on the bustling streets of the imperial capital, his gaze sweeping over the crowded masses as a slight smile played on his lips. He decided to delay his return to the academy and savor this rare moment of freedom. He understood Emperor Keith's intentions to bind him to the Royal Academy for the Empire's benefit, all because of his dragon. As for the magic theory courses, Zhang Xing thought he could master them in just a few days if he really applied himself. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could negotiate with Emperor Keith to take a leave of absence, sparing himself the hassle of attending classes. Suddenly, he remembered the nearby Zhang City, a territory personally awarded to him by the Emperor, which he had yet to visit. Zhang City, it's time to take a look, Zhang Xing murmured to himself, resolutely turning and heading in the opposite direction of the capital. Meanwhile, in the Royal Academy of Magic, the atmosphere was tense. Emperor Keith sat on an ordinary chair, his expression grim, his piercing gaze shifting among the grand magicians present. It's been 4 days, where's Zhang Xing? Didn't you say he would return first? Go out and find him. The Emperor's voice was filled with displeasure. One of the instructors stood straight, placing his right hand over his chest respectfully, reporting, Your Majesty. As soon as Zhang Xing saw the necromancer, he fled on his dragon. We barely escaped after a bloody battle, losing several students in the process. His behavior is truly reprehensible. He even seized other students' magical beasts. Enough, Emperor Keith interrupted sharply. I don't want to hear this. Send someone to find him immediately. He dismissed them with a wave, then settled into a more comfortable position, lost in thought. Sigh, Zhang Xing. Oh Zhang Xing. The Emperor muttered to himself, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Perhaps he's still young and hasn't faced such terrifying scenes before. Running away is understandable. I'll need to guide him more closely in the future and not leave him unchecked. Emperor Keith was initially skeptical of the instructor's accounts. He recalled Zhang Xing's performance at the six schools tournament, his bravery, determination, and deep-set gaze, which hardly suggested a cowardly person. However, after inquiring with his four daughters and other students, he reluctantly believed some of their claims, feeling a growing irritation. 3 more days passed with no word from Zhang Xing, and the emperor's impatience grew stronger. Just as Zhang Xing set off for Zijing City, Emperor Keith finally ordered a search party to be dispatched. Shaking his head as if to clear his mind of these troubling thoughts, the emperor opened a thick volume of the Chronicles of the Tianqing Empire, turning to the section on necromancers and began reading intently. Necromancers, also known as death mages or spirit callers. They can summon and enslave the souls of the deceased, turning them into undead creatures. Emperor Keith's eyes scanned the text. 1200 years ago, an evil undead army invaded the sacred dragon continent. After 100 years of brutal warfare, humanity managed to annihilate these necromancers who gained power by selling their souls. However, the fallen warriors and mages of various nations became their minions, transformed into dreadful demons. As he delved deeper into the reading, the emperor's expression grew more serious. The war escalated, and just when humanity was on the brink of extinction, a young man with short black hair riding a deep blue sacred dragon appeared out of nowhere. He saved the entire human race. In gratitude, the continent was renamed the Sacred Dragon Continent. Closing the book, Emperor Keith fell into contemplation, linking this history to the current situation and silently strategizing for the future. Zhang Xing stood in front of the majestic gates of Zijin City, his gaze sweeping over the towering pavilions and bustling streets. He nodded in satisfaction. Emperor Keith certainly spared no expense. This city must be raking in a fortune, he thought. As the new city lord, I should first understand the people's sentiments. As he stepped through the main gate, 2 young soldiers were too busy eyeing the passing ladies to notice Zhang Xing. He didn't mind, understanding the whims of youth. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Zhang Xing pretended to be an ordinary child, leisurely strolling through the streets. The streets were lined with shops, bustling with people and activity. Zhang Xing's attention was drawn to a wide street not far off, and he quickly walked over. Wow, it's a whole street of taverns, he exclaimed. On both sides were 3-story taverns, with enthusiastic calls from the staff at the door. Welcome, 2 guests. Please head to the 2nd floor. Young Master Warren, welcome. Please go to the 3rd floor. The enticing aromas made Zhang Xing's mouth water. I haven't dined out since arriving here. It's time for a feast. He took 2 steps forward, but then stopped. Eating alone is no fun. I should call those 2 gluttons to join me. Sharing good times and bad. That's what friendship is all about. Zhang Xing slipped to the back of a tavern, ensured no one was around, and softly called out. Instantly, 2 young men, one in black and one in white, appeared by his side. Hey Bao Xiaobai, let's go eat. Zhang Xing said excitedly. Don't call me master or young lord outside. It's not my style. What should we call you then? Hey Bao asked, while Xiaobai watched Zhang Xing with a smile. Zhang Xing thought for a moment before inspiration struck. Just call me boss. Hey Bao and Xiaobai repeated boss to themselves, pondering whether this title was more impressive than young lord. The 3 of them arrived at the largest tavern on the street. Zhang Xing decisively said, let's go with this one. The attendant, noting their ordinary attire, led them to the ground floor. Zhang Xing didn't mind. They were there to eat, not to flaunt status. They found a table in the bustling ground floor hall, and a waiter quickly brought over a pot of hot water, asking eagerly, what would you like to eat? Zhang Xing picked up the menu, flipped through 4 pages quickly, and then boldly tossed it onto the table. Steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chick, roast goose, oven-backed pig, oven-backed duck, marinated chicken, cured meat, pine-flavored sausage, small intestines, marinated meat, sausages, assorted pastries, smoked chicken with white sauce, and steamed a treasure pig. One of each, and more if needed. Zhang Xing's voice was clear and assertive, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present. The waiter was stunned, thinking that not only did this child recite the dishes fluently, but he also ordered all meat dishes, which weren't the most expensive yet weren't cheap either, and in quantities enough for 10 grown men. Are you sure you can eat all that? The waiter asked cautiously. The ground floor fell silent as diners watched the trio, speculating whether they were there to eat or to pack meals for some noble young master. Zhang Xing slapped the table with his small hand, exuding the air of a seasoned leader. Of course, we can eat it all. Just bring it as I ordered. The waiter hesitated briefly, repeated the order, and then rushed to the kitchen to prepare. The atmosphere on the tavern's ground floor became particularly lively due to this unexpected scene. The onlookers around were watching the scene unfold while eating and drinking, whispering among themselves. Amidst the bustling atmosphere of the tavern, 3 unusual diners caught everyone's attention. This seems a bit odd. Could these 3 be planning to dine and dash? One diner whispered. No way. Who would dare dine and dash here? Another retorted. Everyone in Zhang City knows this place is owned by the mistress of Lord Horli, the acting city lord. No one would dare eat for free, even with double the courage. Last time, a few rogue soldiers tried to. Hearing this, Zhang Xing couldn't help but sigh, realizing that even in another world, such things happen. Before long, steaming dishes were brought out. The waiter hurried over with a tray. Please enjoy your meal. As he was about to leave, he saw the burly man with a black face pick up a bare paw. Slurp. Ah. The waiter tilted his head in shock. That was the paw of a first-tier magical bear, weighing over 10 pounds, and he slurped it all down in one go. Then he looked at the fair-skinned youth. The youth exhaled a breath of cold air onto a roast duck, instantly freezing it into an ice duck. Then, crunch, crunch, the youth leisurely chewed the meat and bones. Seeing the child, the waiter breathed a sigh of relief. At least one of them seemed normal. Otherwise, he might have thought they were three mythical beasts. Not bad, not bad. The taste is excellent. He Bao praised while devouring the food. He ate 2 of the 4 dishes in a single gulp each. What are you staring at? Hurry up with the food. He Bao glared, snapping the waiter out of his daze, who then turned and ran off. My goodness, if there were a food competition in Tianxin Kingdom, that big guy would definitely win first place, the waiter muttered as he ran. After a while, 6 more dishes arrived. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, He Bao picked up the plates as if they were bowls of rice and shoveled 5 of the dishes into his stomach. Zhang Xing and Xiao Bai paid no attention to He Bao's ravenous eating. They turned their faces away, pretending not to know him. Ah, that was satisfying and delicious. He Bao smacked his lips, looking like he still wanted more. Hey waiter, your service is too slow. Go and hurry them up. At this moment, he glanced around and noticed that the people nearby weren't eating, just staring at him in shock. He Bao felt a bit smug, thinking, wherever Brother Long goes, he becomes the center of attention, even during an ordinary meal. Seeing the angry look on the black-faced man's face, the people around quickly lowered their heads, resuming their eating and drinking. One person took a small sip of wine from a cup. This caught He Bao's attention, triggering a memory. Wine. Waiter. Waiter. Bring some wine. He Bao shouted. The waiter hurried over. What kind of wine would you like? He Bao's gaze swept around the first floor. That one. Bring 2 jars first. The waiter brought a jar of wine, barely having time to wipe his sweat before He Bao and Xiao Bai had drained it. Not bad. He Bao commented, smacking his lips. Waiter, this wine is good. Bring 10 more jars. The waiter nodded mechanically, numbly bringing 10 jars of wine. By now, the remaining dishes had been served. Zhang Xing and Xiao Bai quickly grabbed their favorite dishes. Then the black and white duo started happily drinking, toasting each other with jar after jar. In less than a minute, the 2 dragons had finished all 10 jars. He Bao suddenly remembered something. Boss. Leader, we got caught up and forgot about you. Come, have a drink. He started to stand up, holding an empty jar to pour wine for his master. No, I don't drink. Zhang Xing quickly waved his hand. Ah, don't be modest, leader, just have a cup. He Bao said as he picked up a cup, pretending to pour wine. No more wine. Waiter, 10 more jars. The commotion on the first floor not only startled the shopkeeper, but also drew customers from the second and third floors like a magnet. At that moment, 2 girls in school uniforms entered. They were sisters, called Feier and Schwer. Look, sister, so many people on the first floor. I wonder what's happening. Let's go check it out. Schwer excitedly tugged at her sister's sleeve. Feier sighed slightly. We shouldn't bother. Let's just eat and leave. We have a magic practice class this afternoon. Just a quick look, Schwer pleaded. Besides, we can eat anywhere. We can eat and watch at the same time, okay? You really love a good spectacle, don't you? Feier shook her head in resignation, but allowed herself to be pulled to the first floor by her sister. The sisters glanced around and found only one empty table next to Zhang Xing. Feier hesitated, but was eventually dragged over by Schwer. After ordering 2 dishes, they waited quietly. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. Oh, Feier and Schwer, you're here to eat too. The sisters looked up, their expressions instantly turning cold. It's Senior Peter, they murmured, lowering their heads and ignoring him. Feier and Schwer were from an ordinary noble family, attending a second-tier magic academy in Zhang City, in the intermediate magician class. Meanwhile, Peter's family was second only to the city lord's mansion in Zhang City, wielding significant influence. Peter had been dining on the 3rd floor of the opposite restaurant and hurriedly ran down upon spotting the sisters, pretending it was a coincidence. At Zhang Magic Academy, Feier and Schwer were known for their pure beauty. Peter, a student from the advanced magician class, had pursued Feier for a year and even had an interest in Schwer. Feier, Schwer, let me treat you to whatever you want. Peter offered generously, unfazed by their cold demeanor, only more enthusiastic. Sister, they're all watching that big guy eat, Schwer whispered. Yeah, I see. He's quite the eater, Feier replied. Following their gaze, Peter's expression suddenly changed as he recognized Zhang Xing. He thought to himself, Isn't this guy from St. Roland Magic Academy? What's he doing here? A few days ago, during a hunt, Peter had encountered Lei Zhan, who had arrived from another direction. Due to some unclear interest between his family and Lei Wu Kingdom, Peter got along with Lei Zhan reasonably well. Seeing Lei Zhan in a bad mood, Peter asked what was wrong. Lei Zhan didn't say much, only suggesting that if Peter got the chance, he should help teach Zhang Xing a lesson. Peter had once seen Zhang Xing at St. Roland Magic Academy with his father, knowing only that he was a poor kid, unaware of any other identity. He readily agreed, thinking it would be easy to deal with a kid, especially since he might not even meet him. Surprisingly, he ran into Zhang Xing here, and Peter immediately conceived a malicious plan. He smirked, thinking, clearly a country bumpkin, splurging on food here after making some money. People like him should be kicked out. Dirty, chaotic taverns on the roadside are where they belong. At this moment, the sharp-eyed shopkeeper noticed Peter and warmly approached him. Young Master Peter, what an honor for you to grace my humble tavern with your presence. This shopkeeper was no ordinary person. He was the outside steward for City Lord Holly, and also the elder brother of the tavern owner, Vina. He rarely appeared in the tavern, and being personally attended to by him was a great honor. Peter glanced smugly at Schwer and Fayer, then replied with a laugh. Rupert, you're too kind, haha. Young Master Peter, order whatever you like. This meal is on me. Rupert laughed heartily. Rupert, though the steward for acting City Lord Holly, was ultimately still a servant. Peter, as the eldest son of the first family in Zhang City, held a status that was beyond comparison. For Rupert, befriending Peter was undoubtedly a rare opportunity, offering mutual benefits for both parties. Peter glanced around the restaurant and finally fixed his gaze on the table where Zhang Xing was seated. He sneered and remarked to the two charming junior classmates beside him, let's just grab a bite. However, the atmosphere here doesn't seem quite up to par. Rupert quickly picked up on Peter's hint, his eyes darting between the two sisters and the trio, including Heibao. He understood perfectly well that the young master wanted to show off in front of the ladies, and bullying outsiders was the easiest way to do so. Rupert found himself in a dilemma. If he didn't help, Peter would certainly hold a grudge. If he did, he might offend someone he shouldn't, potentially inviting trouble. After a brief consideration, he decided to side with Peter. After all, in Zhang City, who else besides the acting city lord and Peter's family was worth fearing? With these two powerful forces combined, they were indeed formidable. Haha, rest assured, Master Peter, your dishes will be ready shortly. Rupert cheerfully called over a waiter and whispered a few instructions into his ear. Meanwhile, Heibao and Xiaobai had each downed 50 jars of wine, sampling all the restaurant's dishes. The air was heavy with the scent of alcohol, and both were quite inebriated. Although Heibao's expression remained steady, his drunkenness was evident. Xiaobai's cheeks were flushed, and his speech was slurred. Xiaobai, out of all these dishes, I still think the steamed bear paw is the tastiest. Heibao slurred. I think the steamed lamb is more delicious. Xiaobai responded unclearly. Then let's have 10 more servings of bear paws and lamb. Heibao shouted. The instructed waiter hurried over, but did not agree to their request. He rubbed his hands together, looking troubled. Gentlemen, you've eaten all our supplies. I'm really sorry, but there's nothing left. Please settle your bill. Zhang Xing sensed something was off. How could such a large restaurant be out of stock? It was clear they were worried about them not being able to pay, hence the demand for payment. All right then, let's see how much it is, he said calmly. Gentlemen, your total comes to 88,000 gold coins, the waiter announced with a serious expression. The moment that price was announced, the other diners erupted in shock. Those who were more calculative quickly realized that the figure was outrageous, clearly a setup to trap someone. Zhang Xing paused for a moment, then sneered, 88,000? Come on, that's daylight robbery. Everything we ate is worth no more than 10,000 gold coins. Count it again. He smirked, a mocking smile on his lips. I want to see if you're just overcharging, or if there's something more going on behind the scenes. The waiter calmly explained. That's correct, it's already been calculated. 43rd tier magical beast bear paws from the monster forest, each costing 12,000 gold coins. 42nd tier magical beast snow lambs from the holy dragon prairie, each costing 8,000 gold coins. Enough, stop with the nonsense, Zhang Xing impatiently interrupted. Bring your manager here. Zhang Xing smirked inwardly. He wasn't unfamiliar with magical beast meat, and these so-called third-tier magical beasts probably didn't even qualify as first tier. Even if they were truly third-tier magic bear paws, one would only cost around 5,000 gold coins. It was evident someone was trying to extort them. He decided to unearth the instigator first and then deal with them properly. I know you're the manager, but I'm asking for your boss. Zhang Xing stood in front of the restaurant table, his gaze coldly fixed on Rupert, who wore a forced smile. Haha, if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be a noble here. Peter suddenly appeared, sneering with contempt. I really despise people like you. Just because you have a couple of gold coins, you forget who you are. Your family worked hard to earn money, and here you are, ready to squander it all on a single meal. Zhang Xing looked at Peter's arrogant face, feeling his anger rise. Stop. Who do you think you are to lecture me? He interrupted coldly, his eyes sharp as knives. Today, I'm going to teach this restaurant a lesson. With your extortionate prices, you'll scare away all the customers. Don't forget, you all work for me. If you earn less, I collect less tax. Snap. A crisp sound suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. All eyes turned to the sour-say petite young girl. The customers secretly admired her courage, knowing full well the dishes on the first floor were just ordinary animal meat. To taste magical beasts, one had to go to the second or third floor. But no one dared to speak up. They just wanted to watch the drama unfold. Schwer, don't speak up. Her sister, Fayer, quickly tugged at her sleeve, whispering a warning. But stubborn Schwer ignored her. What they're doing is wrong. Look at how pitiful that young man is. Rupert's face darkened instantly. Little girl, be careful with your words. If you affect our business, don't blame me for being rude. Our restaurant, the largest in Zhejiang City, has been open for over a decade, always treating everyone fairly. If you don't want to eat, please leave. He signaled to Peter with a glance. Schwer, stop meddling and just eat. Peter urged, pushing the dishes forward. Schwer wanted to protest, but her sister held her back tightly. Please, our family can't take any more of your trouble. Only then did Schwer reluctantly fall silent. Nearby, Heibao and Xiaobai, though not versed in social nuances, understood the situation. They're trying to scam the boss. Heibao whispered. Xiaobai nodded in agreement. They're passing off ordinary animals as third-tier magical beasts, trying to swindle the boss's gold. I think they're asking for it, Heibao said viciously. Let's just set the place on fire and tear everyone apart. Xiaobai, grinning, added. You burn half, I'll freeze the other half. Let them die in agony. Clang. The surrounding diners were terrified by their words. You two are really bold, someone said, trembling. Talking about burning down the place and killing people like it's nothing. Do you even know whose restaurant this is? You're in big trouble now. You should have just paid and kept quiet, but now you can't even leave. Burn the house. Kill someone. Rupert laughed instead of getting angry, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Go ahead, burn it. I'm standing right here. Tear it down if you dare. Zhang Xing subtly signaled to Heibao. Scare them a bit, but don't actually burn anything. It's all my property. Heibao understood, his Adam's apple bobbing as he burped. Suddenly, a fierce flame erupted from his mouth, the scorching fire licking towards Rupert's face. Rupert's expression changed drastically as he instinctively leaped back, barely avoiding the searing flames. He was left shaken, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he stared at Heibao in disbelief. Chaos erupted in the tavern. Patrons screamed and scattered, rushing to the exits, eager to witness the unexpected spectacle from afar. Among the crowd, exclamations could be heard. This big guy with the black face doesn't mess around. He's got guts. Peter hid within the throng, snickering with schadenfreude. He muttered under his breath, you guys are done for. You've angered the tavern owner, and the acting city lord won't stand by. Not even your academy's dean can save you now. Rupert, regaining his composure, angrily ordered a waiter. Call the city guards. They've got some nerve, causing trouble in Azalea City. His voice trembled slightly, still recovering from the fright. Just then, a commanding voice pierced through the noisy crowd. What's going on here? Why is everyone gathered? At the sound of the voice, the crowd parted like the sea, making way. Madame Vina. Hello, Madame Vina, came the chorus of flattering voices. The newcomer was none other than Vina, the mistress of the acting city lord, Holly, and the owner of the tavern. A striking woman in her 30s, Vina was one of the 3 most beautiful women in Azalea City. Her every smile and gesture could make Lord Holly go to great lengths for her. Seeing her arrival, Rupert quickly rushed forward, speaking with utmost respect. Madame Vina. These 3 not only refused to pay for their meal, but they also threatened to kill and burn the place down. Despite Vina being his sister, in this society of rigid hierarchy, status was everything. Oh, Vina's face displayed a lazy expression, her tone betraying no concern. Who would dare to be so bold? Madam, I heard they're students from St. Roland Magic and Martial Academy. Rupert replied in a hushed tone. Vina cast a disdainful glance over Zhang Xing and his companions, her face full of contempt. Oh, the Magic and Martial Academy, huh? They have no jurisdiction here. Handle it as you see fit, no need to worry. Her gaze lingered momentarily on the 2 drunken, greasy men, a flicker of scorn in her eyes. Zhang Xing tapped the table, looking directly at Vina. Are you the owner of this tavern? Vina finally noticed the overlooked child, surprised by his calm demeanor. I am. What do you have to say, child? I have nothing to say, Zhang Xing replied coolly. Just informing you that this tavern is now closed for rectification. What? Vina looked incredulous, turning to Rupert for confirmation. Rupert deliberately raised his voice. This kid says he's shutting down your tavern. The surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. Is this kid crazy? Who does he think he is? Came the mocking voices. Vina laughed too, but her smile was full of derision. Madness, she said coldly. Get the city guards to arrest them. As she finished speaking, the The sound of synchronized footsteps and clinking armor could be heard outside. The city guards are here, someone shouted. 20 fully armed soldiers filed in, moving through the spacious hall into the first-floor dining area. Rupert immediately pointed at Zhang Xing and his companions, shouting, "Arrest these three." They dined without paying, threatened to burn the tavern, and attempted murder. Upon hearing the order from the steward of the city lord's outer mansion, 20 city guards sprang into action. They noticed the figure of authority nearby casting an arrogant gaze over them, prompting them to act swiftly. In a flurry, they quickly surrounded Zhang Xing and his companions. The leader of the guards, expressionless, swept his cold eyes over Heibao and Xiaobai before settling on Zhang Xing. "If you know what's good for you, come with us. Don't make us use force," he threatened. Zhang Xing raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What if we refuse?" The leader squinted, sneering. "Oh, so it's this little kid calling the shots? Which family's young master are you? Unlucky day for you, messing with the wrong people." He chuckled coldly. "You can stay, but well add resisting arrest to your charges and execute on the spot." Zhang Xing's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. "Arresting people without cause. Are you city guards of Zijing City, or this tavern's thugs?" Vina interjected impatiently. "Stop wasting time with them. Take them away. I have business to run." "Yes, Madam Vina," the leader quickly responded. Zhang Xing slammed the table with a loud bang. "Let's see who dares," he challenged. Turning to his companions, he commanded, "Hey Bao, Xiaobai, if they make a move, throw them out." "Got it, boss." Piece of cake. Hey Bao and Xiaobai, slightly tipsy, stood up, cracking their knuckles. "A fight? We love a good brawl, especially after a drink." With the two burly men standing beside Zhang Xing, his imposing aura made the crowd momentarily perceive him as a true leader. Though they didn't fully grasp the term boss, they understood its implications. The city guards drew their swords cautiously, closing in on the trio. "Attack!" the leader commanded, and the air above the table was suddenly filled with the clash of swords. In a blink, a cacophony of clashing steel echoed, sending shivers down spines. When the dust settled, the 20 city guards had been flung out the window. The onlookers were stunned, whispering among themselves, "Incredible, they even dared to fight the city guards. They're bold. They must not plan to leave here alive." The city lord's mansion has plenty of powerful figures, from high-level battle spirits to junior grand magicians and battle kings. These young men are nothing but ants to them. "You've gone too far. You're doomed." Rupert, with a dark expression, suddenly intervened. Few knew that the seemingly ordinary tavern manager was, in fact, a mid-level magician, a grade higher than Zhang Xing. "Vine bind," Rupert muttered, casting a level 4 wood magic spell. This spell, effective for binding and paralyzing, was often used to capture criminals. Instantly, tendrils sprouted around Zhang Xing and his companions, snaking towards them. Rupert felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking, "Humph. Don't get cocky just because you threw around a few soldiers." I was reluctant to get involved. But in the next moment, his expression froze. Heibao incinerated the vines with a burst of flame in an instant. Rupert exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. How could two seemingly young men break a level 4 spell?" Trying to maintain his composure, he sneered, "But this is just a fraction of what I can do. If it weren't for the tavern, I would have unleashed something far more destructive to blow you brats away." Seeing the situation, Zhang Xing realized there was no reasoning with these minions. He had hoped the tavern owner would handle matters impartially, but she turned out to be an arrogant woman, ready to arrest without question. Coldly, he declared, "You're not qualified to handle this. Bring your acting city lord here." "We're not qualified? Calling us lord of the city? Who do you think you are?" Rupert demanded furiously, his face twitching with rage. His gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over the three people before him, lingering for a few extra seconds on the young man. "If I can't handle even this small matter today, how will I explain it to the city lord?" Rupert thought anxiously. Although he had a connection through his sister, which had landed him the position of the external steward, if he failed to perform and lost that position, he'd be in dire straits. But he couldn't just tear the restaurant down. With this in mind, Rupert became even more frustrated and glanced at Peter, only to find him chatting away with a pair of young ladies. The girls clearly weren't interested, but Peter shamelessly hovered around them like a lapdog. This scene made Rupert's temper flare, and he itched to go over and slap Peter. Just when Rupert was in a bind, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from outside. "Who dares to cause trouble in my Zijing city? Are you tired of living? The city lord is here." The crowd around them immediately buzzed with excitement. Hearing this voice, Rupert felt a surge of relief, as if he had seen his savior. With the boss here, the responsibility was no longer his. However, Zhang Xing thought to himself, "City lord? I'm the city lord, aren't I?" An imposing little old man strutted in, full of bravado. Everyone around him acted as if they'd just seen their father or grandfather, practically ready to kneel and kiss his feet. Vina immediately put on a show, stepping forward with tears in her eyes and saying, "City lord, you must stand up for me." She briefly explained the situation. Although everyone knew about her connection to the city lord, she still had to put on an act in public. After all, the acting city lord Holly's wife was not to be trifled with. Holly, 55 years old, a junior grand mage, was a smooth operator and a managerial talent, deeply trusted by Emperor Keith. After the previous city lord died in battle, Holly had a 90% chance of securing the position. It was a bitter pill to swallow. However, Emperor Keith appointed him to manage Zhang City for 10 years, offering additional benefits, which somewhat balanced things out. One of those benefits was not having to pay taxes for 10 years. He managed a vast treasury, and if he said the annual revenue was 100 gold coins, then it was 100 gold coins. What could a young, inexperienced city lord possibly know? Zhang Xing found it odd. Didn't the acting city lord have anything better to do? Why did he arrive so quickly? His eyes lingered on Vina for a moment, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Holly's gaze suddenly locked on his Zhang Xing, and he said angrily, Whose child is this, who not only fails to bow upon seeing the city lord, but also sits there brazenly, daring to mock me? Initially, Holly felt that handling such a small matter was beneath him as the city lord, intending only to make a brief appearance to deter the troublemakers. But now, these three clearly didn't respect his authority. This was no longer a trivial matter. It was about personal dignity. If he didn't make these three beg for mercy, his prestige as city lord would be shattered. Guards, summon the captain of the night squad. Holly commanded sternly. Naturally, he wouldn't personally apprehend anyone. Otherwise, what was the point of having subordinates? The crowd immediately began to chatter. The night squad. The Zhang night squad. The Zhang whirlwind knights that strike fear into the hearts of Leiwu nation on the battlefield. These three are in for it now, facing the night squad's torture. How pitiful. Zhang Xing remained calm and composed. Behind him, He Bao and Xiao Bai restrained their presence, awaiting their master's command. He was curious to see if everyone in Zhang City was the same kind of person, unable to distinguish right from wrong, with no one bold enough to speak up for justice. As he suspected, in this world ruled by emperors and nobles, no one dared to challenge Holly's authority. 3 minutes later, the ground suddenly began to tremble. People on the street were terrified, rushing to the sides for safety. Two squads of fully armed knights charged toward the tavern on large, intimidating rhinoceroses. The windows of the taverns lining the street flew open as onlookers eagerly leaned out to watch the spectacle. Some shouted, "Come on, watch while you drink. This is better than any meal." Others yelled, "Fight. Go all out. Blow that tavern up." Someone quickly hushed them. "Shoo, are you crazy? Don't say such things." Through the shattered window, Zhang Xing saw a row of massive, 6-meter-long, third-tier magical rhinoceroses, their eyes fixed intently on them. Each beast sported a fierce-looking, foot-long horn on its forehead. Seeing this, He Bao couldn't help but smack his lips and mutter, "Never tasted that before." Zhang Xing cleared his throat, and He Bao quickly retracted his greedy gaze. Zhang Xing whispered, "These are the beasts guarding our city. We can't eat them." At that moment, a towering man with a blackened face, nearly 2 meters tall, approached Holly. He wore dark metal armor and had a broadsword at his waist. He performed a solemn knight's salute and loudly announced, "Knight Commander Murphy, at your service, Lord of the City." Holly simply replied, "Take these three away." Hearing this, Murphy drew his broadsword with a swift motion and advanced toward Zhang Xing. The crowd held their breath, hearts racing, some eagerly anticipating the impending conflict, while others couldn't bear the thought of a bloody scene, silently lamenting for Zhang Xing and his companions. Murphy, exuding a murderous aura, coldly declared, "3 counts, surrender and kneel or die." Yet Zhang Xing and his companions remained calm, puzzling acting Lord Holly. Even without drawing his weapon, Murphy's bloodthirsty presence could terrify a teenager. But the child before them showed no fear, instead curiously observing Murphy. Sensing something amiss, Holly quietly asked his steward, Rupert, "What's this child's name?" Rupert stammered awkwardly, "My lord, this." Holly pressed on sternly, "Fool, you don't know, do you? Not even their background." Sweating, Rupert stuttered, My lord, Peter said they're students from St. Roland Academy of Magic and Martial Arts." Holly nodded slightly, thinking he might have overthought the situation. Murphy stopped 2 meters in front of Zhang Xing, and seeing his unflinching posture, swung his sword at their heads without hesitation. As the crowd gasped, a crisp ding echoed. Everyone was stunned to see the seemingly frail child easily catch Murphy's broadsword between 2 fingers. Even more astonishing, with a slight twist of his fingers, Zhang Xing snapped the 4-foot-long, palm-wide sword with a crack. The crowd erupted in shock. How is this possible? That's Commander Murphy's sword, forged from black iron. Amidst the chaos, a 5 or 6-year-old girl emerged from the crowd. Pointing at Zhang Xing, she said in a sweet, innocent voice, "Your brother Zhang Xing. I saw you with Grandpa in the capital with your black dragon." Her words struck like a thunderbolt, plunging the scene into a deathly silence. Zhang Xing? Who is Zhang Xing? The sudden mention of this name stirred confusion among the crowd. Apart from the young girl who spoke, almost no one knew who Zhang Xing was. Only a few, like Holly, had heard of the name, but that was the extent of it. Murphy was shocked by Zhang Xing snapping the broadsword with 2 fingers, but he remained composed. After all, black iron wasn't a rare treasure. There were many forging materials more advanced than it. He speculated that the child might have just used a more powerful weapon. However, when the name Zhang Xing was mentioned again, Holly's reaction was unusually intense, as if a mushroom cloud had exploded in his mind. This caught Peter's attention in the crowd. He pondered, what was special about this name? Why would the lord of the city react so strangely? If it weren't for the young girl shouting it, he wouldn't even recall the name. When Lei Zhan mentioned it casually, it went in one ear and out the other, not leaving any impression. Are you Zhang Xing? Murphy asked, holding the broken sword, with a clear hint of doubt in his voice. Rupert, Vina, and even Holly perked up, eyes wide, waiting for the child's response. Especially Rupert and Vina, who were so nervous that their palms were sweating. Yes, that's me. Zhang Xing replied nonchalantly, playing with the broken sword, seemingly at ease. Murphy swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving as he continued to question. Zhang Xing from the Imperial Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts? The Dragon Knight Zhang Xing? The Earl of the First Rank, personally appointed by His Majesty the Emperor and the Lord of Zijing City. His heart raced, and his speech quickened. Yes, that's me, Zhang Xing said, pulling out a purple gold identity token from his pocket, intricately carved with patterns of a Zijing flower. With a clatter, Murphy's broken sword fell to the ground. He promptly knelt down with a thud. Murphy, captain of the Zijing City Lingxi Knights, pays respect to the Lord. With the captain kneeling, how could the other soldiers not follow? We pay respect to the Lord. The knights inside and outside the house dismounted and knelt in unison, their voices booming, and the street fell silent. A name carries weight. Just the crime of drawing a sword against the Lord was enough to cost him his life. Although kneeling wasn't necessary, they had no choice but to do so now. Murphy has committed a grave offense. Please, Lord, decide my fate, Murphy said, his voice trembling. Zhang Xing ignored him and turned his gaze to Rupert. Rupert's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively looked towards Holly, the acting lord, who remained expressionless and silent. After a moment of hesitation, Rupert finally knelt down with a thud. Rupert, the steward of the outer mansion of Zijing City, pays respect to the Lord. His back was drenched in sweat, and sweat trickled down his forehead into his eyes, but he dared not wipe it away. Zhang Xing's gaze shifted to Vina. Vina was still in shock, her hands and feet cold, as if she had lost her soul. Ahem. Holly coughed lightly, trying to wake her. Vina seemed oblivious, as though even a potent remedy couldn't bring back her senses. Kneel. Holly tugged at his mistress's sleeve, pulling her to the ground. Vina finally snapped out of it, seeing the steward and her brother kneeling in fear. She stammered, Pa. Pays respect to the Lord. Zhang Xing looked at their reactions with disdain, his gaze mocking as it landed on Holly. Holly forced a smile. Haha, so the Lord himself has come, and I failed to welcome you properly. He only slightly bowed to show courtesy. After all, he was the acting lord, a duke, and a grand magister, with a status comparable to Zhang Xing, so kneeling was unnecessary. Even if he committed a grave mistake, he wouldn't need to. As he spoke, Holly's gaze wandered over the figures of He Bao and Xiao by behind Zhang Xing, seemingly noticing something. He had never seen someone so dark, and in his mind, he was certain that the dark-skinned boy was the Black Dragon. Thank you for your efforts in the city of Purple Hibiscus, Lord Holly. Zhang Xing sat there steadily, his tone calm, yet carrying a hint of superiority. Hearing this, Holly felt a surge of anger. Despite being mentally prepared, receiving praise from a child still nearly made him lose his composure. How long do you plan to stay in the city of Purple Hibiscus? His Majesty, Keith, is searching for you everywhere. Yet here you are, playing around. Holly suppressed his anger, his tone carrying a veiled threat. I will report to His Majesty Keith and suggest you return to your school immediately. Why say such things, Lord Acting Mayor? I am here fulfilling my duty for His Majesty. Holly's implication was clear. Even though you are the mayor and this is your territory, ultimately, it all belongs to His Majesty. My loyalty lies with him, and he can change everything with a single word. Zhang Xing remained unfazed and continued. Well, we've had our fill. The food at this inn is average, though the service is acceptable. He paused deliberately. Rupert, kneeling on the ground, felt a glimmer of hope, thinking the crisis had passed. However, Zhang Xing then shifted his tone. But there are serious management issues. I've heard about rampant overcharging. This is detrimental and could impact the entire dining industry in the city of Purple Hibiscus. Am I right, Lord Holly? Holly's expression fluctuated, unwilling to respond. Zhang Xing pressed him further. Acting Mayor Holly, I suggest you temporarily close down for a thorough inspection. Holly gritted his teeth, understanding this was a push for him to take a stand. He forced a slight smile. Yes, Lord Mayor, you're right. We should indeed conduct a thorough inspection. Rupert, Shut down and self-inspect until Lord Mayor is satisfied. Black Bao grinned broadly, his menacing expression sending the onlookers fleeing in all directions. Hidden among the crowd, Peter quietly slipped away, cursing his bad luck for nearly getting into big trouble. Zhang Xing noticed a pair of sisters in the crowd and waved them over. Feier, Schwer, come here. Schwer boldly ran over, curiously eyeing Zhang Xing. Wow, you're so young and already a mayor? Are you of royal blood? Feier, more reserved, followed her sister, gently reminding her. Schwerer, don't be disrespectful. Hurry and pay your respects. The sisters bowed to Zhang Xing and Holly. Zhang Xing smiled and said, Schwerer, Feier, do visit me in the imperial capital when you have time. I'm at the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. They'll treat you to some delicious food in the capital. Schwerer responded excitedly. It's a deal. My sister and I will definitely visit. Nobles, knights, and merchants on the street looked enviously at the sisters. Whispers spread through the crowd. The Dorothy family is on the rise. Arriving at the Lord's mansion, Zhang Xing sat with dignity in the seat of the city lord, while Holiday, the current city lord, respectfully took his place on the right. The steward of the inner mansion stood below, holding a heavy ledger in both hands, meticulously reporting the city's earnings. Amidst the complex numbers, Zhang Xing focused on the key point, a monthly income of 100,000 gold coins, allowing him, as the city lord, to receive 1.5 million gold coins annually. Who are they trying to fool? Zhang Xing cursed inwardly, but outwardly he feigned generosity, waving his hand. Fine, I trust you. This act only deepened Holiday's inner complaints about Zhang Xing. The following morning, Zhang Xing stepped onto the teleportation array to leave Zijing City. He had realized that the position of city lord was not as leisurely as he had imagined. Emperor Keith's magical urging for him to return to school provided a convenient excuse. Upon reflection, the titles bestowed by Keith were all superficial, with no tangible benefits. What was more infuriating was that Zijing City, being the second largest city in the Tianqing Kingdom, had an annual income of just over 1 million, clearly indicating some discrepancies in the accounts. But I can't worry about settling this score now, Zhang Xing contemplated. With 600,000 gold coins in hand, it's enough for a while. Enhancing my strength is the real priority. Upon returning to the academy, Emperor Keith offered him some token encouragement. Zhang Xing then settled into a routine, attending classes during the day and locking himself in his space at night to focus on strengthening his abilities. Xiaobai and Heibao were struggling in the Golden Trial, facing a formidable 6th-tier Golden Dragon with a combat power of 12,000, while Heibao's and Xiaobai's combat powers were only 4,900 and 4,300, respectively. Checking his skill and martial arts list, he had learned all that he could. The store offered no items that could boost his experience. However, when he opened the building menu, he was pleasantly surprised to find a new building option, possibly unlocked when Xiaobai reached the 5th tier. Zhang Xing immediately purchased seeds for evergreens, purple roses, and ivy, embarking on a castle renovation project. Under his command, orderly flower beds unfolded along the castle's streets and alleys. At his signal, flowers bloomed, filling the air with fragrance, and ivy vines climbed the castle walls, adding vibrant life to the fortress. Ding! The system notification chimed. Greening the castle has triggered a side quest. Zhang Xing was delighted, hoping for a simple task to quickly obtain the 3rd dragon egg. However, the task the system presented left him stunned. Successfully challenge a 5th-tier dragon trial arena. Challenge a 5th-tier dragon? Are you kidding me? Zhang Xing recalled Heibao's disastrous attempt against a 5th-tier red dragon and was taken aback. These dragons were immune to magic, and he was unarmed, relying solely on the 3 forms of Dragon Fist. Although he could wait to enhance his strength before accepting the challenge, Zhang Xing knew that if he could overpower a 5th-tier dragon, the task would lose its meaning. Since arriving on the Sacred Dragon Continent, he had never backed down from a challenge. Let's do it. Zhang Xing clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with determination. This was his style. As Zhang Xing looked up at the 3 imposing characters above the trial ground, resembling the majestic coils of a dragon, he confidently stepped forward. A system prompt immediately followed. Ding! Would you like to begin the challenge? Yes. Zhang Xing replied firmly. With a thunderous roar, the mist in front of the trial ground slowly dispersed, revealing a massive creaturia, 15-meter-long, Tier 5 spinal dragon. Its body was covered in jet-black scales, with 2 bronze-colored horns on its forehead gleaming coldly. Most striking was the black ridge running from its head down to its nearly 3-meter-long tail. Its large, bell-like eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light, and beneath its thick lips, rows of sharp, yellowish-black fangs appeared menacing. At the sight of the tiny speck before it, the spinal dragon let out an earth-shattering roar and charged like a bolt of lightning. Zhang Xing was unafraid, immediately summoning his inner dragon battle chi to prepare for the fight. In a battle of courage, the brave emerged victorious. However, just as the two were about to collide, Zhang Xing's figure mysteriously flickered in midair. The spinal dragon missed its target, skidding a dozen meters before stopping, angrily searching for the little ant. Come on, you big oaf. Let's see how I can run circles around you. Zhang Xing taunted from a distance, grinning. He thought to himself, a true warrior relies on more than just brute strength. With his current intermediate battle master skills, he could easily challenge an intermediate battle spirit, and even had confidence against a high battle spirit. But this spinal dragon's power was akin to an initial battle king, and a heat-in fight would be suicide. Zhang Xing dodged deftly while calmly analyzing. He knew that dragon-type beasts often had weaknesses hidden beneath certain thin scales. He focused intently, entering a state of unity with his surroundings, where everything became exceptionally clear. Every air ripple hinted at the spinal dragon's next move, and the flow of power within it was also discernible. After several rounds of intense pursuit, the spinal dragon hadn't even brushed Zhang Xing's clothes. It seemed enraged, doubling its speed, yet still unable to harm Zhang Xing suddenly. A bold idea sparked in Zhang Xing's mind. To test his theory, he deliberately threw 2 punches within range of the spinal dragon's tail. Intriguingly, the spinal dragon never retaliated with its tail. Instead, it seemed to protect something, keeping its tail closely to the ground. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up as a sudden inspiration struck him. He keenly realized that most magical beasts shared a common trait. Unless absolutely necessary, they would never easily abandon protecting their weak spots. The spine dragon had a perfect opportunity to seriously injure him earlier, but it only turned back to bite, indicating it was either exceptionally clear-headed or simply didn't take him seriously. With a decision made, Zhang Xing decided to go all out. Since supportive magic was ineffective, it was time for a direct approach. Magic arrows and lightning bolts relentlessly assaulted the spine dragon. Although a single spell was like a pea against a rock, the sheer volume made a difference. In an instant, the entire trial ground was filled with thunder and lightning, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. Zhang Xing thought triumphantly. The sky rains, and I unleash lightning. This barrage infuriated the spine dragon, making it wish it could crush this pesky little insect before it. Suddenly, the spine dragon had a sly idea, planning to outsmart Zhang Xing. It pretended to approach slowly and nonchalantly, intending to launch a sudden attack once close. But Zhang Xing was not so easily deceived. Just as the spine dragon entered attack range and was ready to strike, with a whoosh, Zhang Xing vanished without a trace. Knowing it was time to turn up the heat, Zhang Xing unhesitatingly unleashed a barrage of fireballs. The fireballs engulfed the spine dragon, shadowing its every move. The trial ground echoed with the spine dragon's furious roars and Zhang Xing's carefree laughter. Next, Zhang Xing conjured ice magic, transforming a large swath of ground into an ice rink. While it didn't cause the spine dragon to slip, it significantly hindered its movement. The spine dragon was overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Unable to catch Zhang Xing, it was bombarded by lightning and fireballs from above, with treacherous footing below. It began to furiously pound the ground, soon shattering the foot-thick layer of ice. The spine dragon turned to look at Zhang Xing, a glint of triumph in its eyes. Zhang Xing thought to himself, this creature isn't dumb, but your speed and destruction can't match my spellcasting speed. Quick as a flash, Zhang Xing used levitation to rise into the air, ceasing his other magical attacks. With a wave of his hands, he summoned a level 4 blizzard. In an instant, a 100-meter radius was engulfed by howling winds and swirling snowflakes. Visibility plummeted, and even Zhang Xing couldn't see a meter ahead. Yet, he could sense a particularly intense energy within the snowstorm, surely the location of the spine dragon. Zhang Xing masked his presence and quietly approached. The spine dragon blindly attacked within the blizzard, clearing a swath of ground around itself. The snow had piled over a meter deep, though it didn't impede its movement. The crucial point was it had lost its target, its vision filled with blinding whiteness. Silently, Zhang Xing crept closer to the spine dragon's tail. Nearing his target, he secretly cast a newly learned level 4 spell mirror image. This spell could create an illusion within a certain range, matching the caster's combat power. Although it could only attack once, as long as it wasn't hit by any skill, it could work wonders. The Spinosaurus keenly sensed the reappearance of the little grasshopper ahead. This time, instead of rushing forward recklessly, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon breath. This was a combat instinct of the Spinosaurus, used only in moments of extreme anger or danger. As the dragon breath was released, its tail lifted high, poised in an attack stance. Whoosh! A fierce flame instantly engulfed the emerging phantom. The fire was laced with the toxic saliva of the dragon, each drop creating pits of varying sizes on the ground, emitting wisps of smoke. At that moment, a strong sense of fear suddenly flared in the Spinosaurus's eyes. Just as it was about to act, turning its tail to sweep its rear with the momentum of its body. Thud! The sky-splitting fist. The Spinosaurus shuddered violently, its body tensed, and its facial muscles twitched in a complex expression of pain. Its large eyes squinted tightly, crossing into a cockeyed gaze. Then came two more thuds. Thud, thud. The massive 15-meter-long body began to shake violently, the light in its eyes rapidly dimming. 2 seconds later, with a loud crash, the Spinosaurus keeled over, hitting the ground. In its final moments, it strained to move its eyes, looking at Zhang Xing approaching from behind, filled with confusion and reluctance. This highly intelligent Spinosaurus could not comprehend how it could fall to the hands of a mere child. Hee. 3 punches did the trick. Its weak spot was indeed under the tail. Zhang Xing said casually. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations on successfully challenging the 5th-tier Spinosaurus. You've earned 150 experience points and 1 lottery draw. Haha. Awesome, another dragon egg. Zhang Xing cheerfully exited the trial field and eagerly opened the lottery system. The meager 150 experience points didn't concern him at all, as he was still far from the 10,000 needed. Start the draw. Zhang Xing held his breath, eyes fixed on the cursor spinning like a slot machine. Please don't miss. Please don't, he silently chanted. Beep, beep, beep. The cursor finally stopped on the smallest multicolored dragon egg. System. Well done. Haha. This is my 3rd dragon egg. I wonder what kind of dragon it will be. Can't wait. Congratulations on acquiring a gemstone dragon egg. Gemstone dragon? Zhang Xing looked puzzled. System prompt. Construct a level 1 gemstone dragon nest to hatch the dragon egg. Plant emerald fruit to feed the hatchling. Zhang Xing opened the construction menu and found several new projects related to the gemstone dragon. He quickly scanned through and clicked on the first construction option. In the southern skies above Dragon Island, a colorful light flashed. A majestic mountain appeared out of thin air, shrouded in mist halfway up, with a massive rock protruding at the peak, resembling a dragon's head from a distance. A cave appeared in the center of the rock, marking the entrance to the gemstone dragon's nest. With a thought, Zhang Xing entered the nest and carefully placed the gemstone dragon egg on the ground, awaiting its hatching the next day. Let's prepare some food for the gemstone dragon. It will be ready just in time for the hatchling to eat tomorrow, he muttered to himself. As Zhang Xing exited the nest, he noticed He Bao and Xiao Bai pointing and commenting from a distance. Xiao Bai, our master is going to have a new little brother for us. He Bao said excitedly. He Bao, it's not having, it's hatching. Xiao Bai corrected. Don't nitpick, it means the same. Haha, another playmate. It's another dragon to play with. Seeing Zhang Xing come out, the 2 dragons ran over affectionately. Boss, boss. Zhang Xing patted the 2 dragon brothers, noticing how much stronger they felt compared to just a few days ago. In their juvenile stage, dragons grow rapidly every day. Without the system's help, these 2 would still be in their infancy, just like Zhang Xing, merely kids. Zhang Xing planted 5 emerald fruit trees at the foot of the mountain, then waved goodbye to the 2 dragons and left Dragon Island. The next day's class was just as dull and uninspiring. Zhang Xing sat in a single seat in the corner of the classroom, half-heartedly listening to the teacher's monotonous lecture while secretly deciding to memorize the entire textbook during this boring daylight. With his right hand propping up his cheek and his left hand slowly turning the pages, he appeared to be idly passing the time. Soon, he focused part of his mental energy on the book, deliberately slowing down his page turning, unlike his rapid pace in the library. This subtle action caught the attention of the entire class. Those classmates who had lied during the Forest of Beasts incident avoided him out of guilt, merely watching silently. Others, unaware of Zhang Xing's abilities, were indifferent and lacked respect. The teacher, observing this, shook his head repeatedly, internally judging that this child had a negative attitude and might at best become a city lord, relying on His Majesty Keith's support to even maintain the position of Lord of Zijing. At that moment, a mischievous student quietly tossed a small stone. The teacher did not intervene, thinking it might remind Zhang Xing to pay attention. However, the stone suddenly changed direction midair and accurately hit the instigator's forehead with a thud. Ouch! The student clutched his forehead, which immediately swelled, looking bewildered. The whole class turned their gaze to him, wondering what had happened. The teacher, seeing Zhang Xing still lazily flipping through his book, felt a surge of anger. Zhang Xing, Zhang Xing. The teacher raised his voice, but Zhang Xing ignored him. He was well aware of everything happening in the classroom, but couldn't be bothered with a teacher who only sided with troublemakers. The teacher picked up a ruler and angrily marched over to Zhang Xing, knocking on the desk with a bang, bang, bang. Zhang Xing, stand up. Not paying attention in class and using magic to harm a classmate, get out. Zhang Xing slowly stood up, never once looking at the teacher, and walked indifferently toward the classroom door. This stubbornness surprised the teacher, who had expected Zhang Xing to admit his mistake, giving him a chance to assert his authority. All right, let's continue the class. The teacher turned to the other students and said, see that? Winning a student duel has made him arrogant. Don't follow his example. Zhang Xing walked out of the classroom, dragging his weary feet back to the dormitory. The entire morning had been spent in the mentor's class, which he felt was a complete waste of time. Recently, he had keenly noticed an unusual atmosphere and the school teachers seemed evasive, and classmates were distant, as if everyone was deliberately keeping their distance from him. That's strange, Zhang Xing pondered as he sat on the bed. I saved so many classmates in the magic beast forest. The school should at least acknowledge that. However, Dean Jisai offered neither rewards nor praise, his indifferent attitude baffling. Unable to make sense of it, Zhang Xing decided to immerse himself in meditation on Dragon Island. In the afternoon's practical class, an elderly grand mage with a face full of wrinkles was explaining various potion concoction methods. Zhang Xing paid special attention to this class as a mage. There was so much knowledge to master. Herbalism, mining, alchemy, enchanting, formation studies, jewel crafting. The Royal Magic and Martial Academy stood above the 6 major magic and martial academies precisely because of its comprehensive curriculum and ample practical opportunities, all thanks to sufficient funding. Although Zhang Xing had already mastered herbalism through the system and could concoct several elixirs, the other auxiliary skills were not yet unlocked. The class taught knowledge at the mage level, and without a solid foundation, he found it all bewildering. I'll just try to remember it, he reassured himself. I can't just hide in the dormitory every day. After dinner, Zhang Xing immediately returned to Dragon Island. The day's frustrations dissipated instantly in this place. Although the school's matters left him uneasy, particularly the fact that the Magic Beast Forest training didn't earn him any credits, his attention was completely drawn to the gemstone dragon egg about to hatch. He Bao and Xiao Bai also gathered around, curiously watching the colorful dragon egg. Soon, the egg began to emit a dazzling rainbow light. After 3 crisp crack sounds, 2 small golden hands and a foot emerged from the shell. With a crisp pop, a baby dragon, shimmering with rainbow-colored brilliance, hatched. This gemstone dragon hatchling, less than a meter tall, sparkled like a diamond, with its delicate features adorably clustered together. It looked around smartly and said in a childish voice, "You are Black Dragon Brother, you are White Dragon Brother, and you are a human." As soon as it finished speaking, its stomach growled. He Bao and Xiao Bai immediately offered half of the eggshell each, watching the little creature devour the meal eagerly. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! Congratulations on successfully hatching a gemstone dragon. Feed it an emerald fruit to raise the hatchling to the 1st tier. After the gem dragon hatchling finished eating its eggshell, it didn't doze off like other hatchlings. Instead, it smacked its lips, looking unsatisfied. Seeing this, Zhang Xing waved his hand and summoned 100 emerald fruits, neatly placing them in front of the little dragon. Eat up, little one. These are all for you, Zhang Xing said gently. The gem hatchling's eyes lit up, letting out a joyful yawu, and eagerly pounced on the pile of emerald fruits. With a swipe of its tiny claws, it picked one up and started munching away. Zhang Xing watched curiously, suddenly sensing something was off. Huh? Why does it sound like it's eating ice? He muttered to himself, picking up an emerald fruit for closer inspection. It felt cold to the touch, almost like an ice fruit. Doubtfully, Zhang Xing put it in his mouth and bit down hard. Crack! Ouch! He exclaimed, quickly spitting it out. This isn't fruit at all, it's jade. Nearly broke my tooth. Rubbing his aching jaw, Zhang Xing stared in disbelief as the little creature continued to devour the fruits. No wonder it's a gem dragon. It's eating jade right from birth, he marveled. In reality, these weren't actual jade but fruits from an extremely rare tree, often used by alchemists and apothecaries for various research and creations. In no time, the gem hatchling had finished 10 fruits. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across its body, and it instantly leveled up to Tier 2. However, this didn't curb its appetite. It ate even more enthusiastically. When the gem dragon finally reached Tier 3, Zhang Xing couldn't help but stare at its bulging belly and remarked, "Wow, this one's a real foodie. 100 emerald fruits, and it's still not satisfied." Driven by curiosity, Zhang Xing decided to check the gem dragon's attributes. He opened the attribute panel and read carefully. Gem Dragon, Tier 3 Gem Dragon, Experience 0-500. Type, Non-Combat. Innate Skills, Dragon Breath, Bite, Devour. Special Skills, Treasure Hunt, Gem and Rare Metal Identification. Hobby, Collecting Treasures. Upgrade Method, Devouring various crystal, gem, and metal ores. Non-Combat, Treasure Hunting. Zhang Xing mumbled, suddenly realizing. This dragon's main role is to find treasures. This discovery excited Zhang Xing immensely, and he began to cheer and dance around. Wow, haha, I'm rich. I'm rich. Nearby, He Bao, seemingly accustomed to his master's antics, nodded knowingly and explained to Xiao Bai. The master always goes crazy before striking it rich. Xiao Bai, however, smiled oddly and mused. The master went crazy after seeing the little one's attributes. Could he be thinking of selling him? He Bao gave Xiao Bai a look that said, "You're such an idiot," and explained helplessly, "Xiao Bai, you're overthinking. The master isn't that foolish." Feigning shock, Xiaobai looked at Heibao and said, "Brother Heibao, you're so clever to guess the master's thoughts right away. Amazing." Heibao felt immensely proud. Of course, I was the firstborn. I know the master best. He basked in his glory, oblivious to Xiaobai's sly smile. Xiaobai thought to himself, giving Heibao's ego a little boost now and then sure had its perks. By now, the gem dragon, having reached tier 3, had grown a bit, but was still less than a meter tall, much shorter than Zhang Xing, full and satisfied. It began to nod off, clearly exhausted. Zhang Xing couldn't help but remark, "No kidding. Eating 100 emerald fruits right after birth is quite the feat. Dragons are truly remarkable." Before the gem dragon fell asleep, Zhang Xing made sure to establish an equal contract with it and gave it a name, Jinbao. The gem dragon happily accepted and soon lay down in its nest, falling into a deep sleep. Watching the adorably sleeping Jinbao, Zhang Xing noticed it had changed quite a bit since birth. Its colorful scales had all hidden beneath its skin, and it looked just like a normal person, except Zhang Xing sighed, thinking, it's really embarrassing to take it out in public. How should I put it? Its enlarged little nose and eyes, along with those pointed ears, made it look like a fox. Even more amusing was how its eyes rolled around as it slept. If this were on a bus back on Earth, it would definitely be a prime suspect. Zhang Xing couldn't help but joke. Looking around, he thought that among the 3 dragons, only Xiaobai resembled a human. Although Jinbao wasn't a combat-type dragon, given the thickness of its scales, its defense must be incredibly high. Zhang Xing mused. Heaven gave it a talent for treasure hunting, so it must compensate in other areas since it doesn't have much combat ability. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room as Zhang Xing energetically made his way to the dean's office. In his mind, he thought, why shouldn't I claim the credits I deserve? Standing before the heavy wooden door, he took a deep breath and knocked. Thud, thud, thud. There was no response from within. Zhang Xing frowned, preparing to knock again, when a cold voice came from behind him. No need to knock. The dean isn't here. You can talk to me instead. The dean only comes once a month. Turning around, Zhang Xing saw Vice Dean Jason scrutinizing him with sharp eyes. Jason started walking downstairs, saying, "My office is downstairs. The dean instructed that you can come to me if you need anything." Jason had already seen Zhang Xing arrive from the window and guessed he had something important to discuss. The two walked into Jason's spacious office, which was luxuriously decorated, but Zhang Xing wasn't in the mood to admire it. He got straight to the point. "Vice Dean Jason, why didn't I receive any credits for the hunt in the Beast Forest?" Jason replied expressionlessly, "Oh, that matter. You might not be familiar with the Academy's rules. Credits are awarded based on group numbers. You acted alone and returned late. The dean was considerate, or else you might have faced some penalties." Hearing this, Zhang Xing was furious. What? How come I didn't know about this rule? The leading instructors didn't mention it. He pointed out that the hunting guidelines and safety instructions given to everyone didn't include such a rule, and at least 3 instructors had explained them in detail without mentioning solo actions or tardiness. Penalties? Without me, how many would have died? Zhang Xing was getting angrier. There's something fishy here, and I won't let this go today. Jason was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Due to the special circumstances this time, the vice deans discussed, and with the dean's approval, made a temporary decision. Zhang Xing stood in front of Jason's desk, with no invitation to sit. He pressed on. What special circumstances are you referring to, Vice Dean? His persistent questioning completely angered Jason. He snapped. You deserted your classmates and came here demanding credits without a hint of shame? The dean and instructors didn't want to make this public to spare you some dignity. No, it was out of respect for the dean, who is the emperor of Tianxing Kingdom and personally appointed you. As a subject, how can you lack principles? Do you want to stir up trouble for the whole academy and embarrass the emperor? Jason suddenly stood up, pointing to the door, and shouted, Zhang Xing, what is your attitude? How dare you speak to me like this? Get out. Who else in this academy, apart from the dean, dares to question me like that? You're a 7-year-old child yelling in my office. Who gave you that courage? Amidst this tense standoff, a knock on the door interrupted. Jason's assistant entered. Vice Dean Jason, it's time for the meeting. Jason nodded, left the office with a stern face, and didn't glance at Zhang Xing again. Zhang Xing clenched his fists, seething with anger. Fine, very well. If they want to play games with me, I'll find out the truth. He thought through gritted teeth. Damn it. Just say what you mean instead of going in circles. First, it's this rule, then it's that decision. Do they think I'm easy to fool because I'm a kid? As soon as the school bell rang, Zhang Xing waved over his sidekick, Heibao. The appearance of this burly man was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Boss, what can I do for you? Heibao asked respectfully. We're going to teach someone a lesson, Zhang Xing said coldly. At the mention of a fight, Heibao's eyes lit up with excitement. The two quietly followed behind 2 classmates, maintaining a distance of 1 meter. These classmates were among those Zhang Xing had previously helped. Sensing the ominous presence behind them, fear crept into their hearts. Oh no, They're here to settle the score, one of them thought, regretting their earlier decision to lie for a few teachers. Although they had been promised benefits, the allure of immediate gain had clouded their judgment, and now it was too late for regrets. The two students quickened their pace, and Zhang Xing matched their speed. When they stopped, he stopped. This eerie game of cat and mouse left the students trembling with anxiety. Finally, unable to bear the pressure any longer, they turned around and pleaded, "Zhang Xing, please stop following us. We don't know anything." The other student chimed in with a mournful expression, "Zhang Xing, we truly appreciate your help, but some things are beyond our control." "Don't know? Can't decide." Zhang Xing scoffed, a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Hey Bao, show them the consequences of ingratitude. If others can make decisions for you, so can I." At Zhang Xing's command, He Bao clenched his fists and advanced on the two students like a wolf eyeing lambs. "Zhang Xing, don't do anything rash, my dad is." One student started, but was quickly cut off. "I don't care who your dad is. Hey Bao, teach them a lesson." Zhang Xing barked. He knew that sometimes fists were more persuasive than words. He Bao's massive fist landed squarely on one student's face with a thud, transforming him into a panda of black and blue eyes, a flattened nose, and lips swollen like sausages. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth, and two of his front teeth were knocked out. Even though He Bao had barely touched him, the student doubled over in pain, clutching his nose. The overwhelming sensation was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, and was almost unbearable. Gulp? Gulp, he tried to plead, but could only produce muffled sounds. He Bao waved his fist, turning his attention to the other student. He discovered that bullying was surprisingly enjoyable, a novel experience that delighted him. In his excitement, he let out a chilling laugh. Just as He Bao was about to strike the other student, the student dropped to his knees, shouting in terror, "Master He Bao, please don't hit me. I was wrong. It's my fault. I shouldn't have lied. Please forgive me." "Huh?" He Bao mimicked his master's surprise. "You know me?" The kneeling student hastily replied, "Yes, yes. Your reputation is known far and wide. Everyone in the Tianqing Empire has heard of you. I even knelt to send you blessings when you showed your might in the beast forest." He Bao nodded with satisfaction, thinking the kid knew how to flatter. But in the next moment, his fist swung towards the student's face. "Don't give me that nonsense. If you knew how powerful I am and still dared to lie, it's clear your words are insincere. What Xiaobai said is the real deal." He Bao muttered dismissively. The student's sycophantic smile turned to terror, his eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching fist. He Bao raised his fist again, ready to teach this lying student a profound lesson. "Stop! Stop! I'll talk." The student curled up on the ground, desperately shielding his head with his hands, shouting at the top of his lungs. But as soon as he spoke, he heard himself making a garbled noise, his heart sinking with dread. The incoherent sounds were barely intelligible to himself, let alone to the black dragon. In a moment of crisis, the student's survival instincts kicked in. With a nimble roll, he began to dodge, his mind racing. One roll wasn't enough, at least 3 were needed. His agile movements even left Zhang Xing momentarily stunned. After 3 rolls, the student executed a graceful spin, then dropped to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly, gesturing frantically to indicate his willingness to confess. "All right, He Bao, this guy's ready to talk." Zhang Xing stepped forward, casually tossing him a small bottle of healing potion issued by the academy. Once the student took the potion and could finally speak clearly, he recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, Zhang Xing didn't immediately get angry. Instead, he dismissed the 2 students and fell into deep thought. As he wandered alone, his mind was a whirlwind of emotions. People from different circles can never truly get along. They will try every means to undermine you, even frame you, claiming you're a necromancer. This is no exaggeration. If they're bold enough to collude and deceive, what wouldn't they dare do? The human heart is unfathomable. Zhang Xing sighed inwardly. Even knowing the truth now, what could he do? Appeal to Emperor Keith for justice? No. Even if the emperor knew the truth, he wouldn't handle it impartially. His 4 daughters, the children of the noble families, who among them could be dealt with? More importantly, this matter must never be exposed. The ministers and generals must not discover their emperor has been deceived. Although the truth is out, he couldn't swallow this humiliation easily. He vowed to find a chance to get even. Meanwhile, on Dragon Island, the imposing He Bao stood atop a tall rock, looking even more majestic. Xiaobai and Jinbao sat on 2 smaller rocks below, listening intently as He Bao narrated. "I punched him, and with a crack, I knocked out all his front teeth." He Bao vividly described, swinging his massive fist. Jinbao looked puzzled. "What kind of magical creature is front teeth?" Xiaobai immediately explained. "That's a special kind of human. Those who lie and deceive from a young age grow a set of front teeth." He Bao nodded in agreement. Jinbao, though silent, thought to himself, who believes such tales? After the storytelling, the dragons each returned home for their daily meditation. As He Bao walked back to his lair, he muttered with satisfaction, "Being the big brother is great. teaching the little ones every day. I should read more books, enrich my knowledge. Back in his lair, Heibao felt something was amiss. He paced around the cave, finally fixing his gaze on the pile of treasures, and began counting. Sapphires, 1, 2, black gems, 1, 2, 3, rubies, emeralds. As he counted, his eyelids grew heavy, and he dozed off on the pile of gold and jewels. With a swish, Jinbao slipped out from the shadows. Once back in his cliffside lair, he confidently pulled out a ruby, lying comfortably on the ground, munching away. Tastes good. He pulled out a sapphire, chewing while talking to himself. Heibao big brother is clueless and rich. He won't notice a little theft. With that, he let out a triumphant laugh. Zhang Xing found himself wandering into the bustling street of the imperial capital's stone gambling district, lost in thought. Despite the night having fallen, the street was teeming with people, buzzing with excitement. A diverse crowd filled the area, from noble sons to common folk, all dreaming of striking it rich overnight. Deciding to take in the sights, Zhang Xing strolled along the street, overhearing snippets of conversation. Did you hear? The Steele family brought in a huge shipment of raw stones from overseas, and it took 6 whole days just to transport them. Who doesn't know about such a grand move? It's truly astonishing. From dawn to dusk, this place is packed with people trying their luck with stones. There was this poor kid from the countryside who spent 100 gold coins and ended up with a jade worth 10,000. Talk about luck. Yeah, but there are also noble sons who blew 1 million and got nothing. Serves them right. Initially, Zhang Xing paid little attention to the chatter, until a name caught his ear: the Steele family. Wasn't that the family of the classmate who bullied him? His eyes lit up, seeing a chance for revenge. For ruining my reputation in the beast forest and branding me a coward and deserter. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth. He found a secluded spot and summoned 3 dragons. Heibao, Jinbao, Xiaobai, let's crash this party. Jinbao, find the valuable gems, and you 2 act as bodyguards. Heibao was thrilled, Xiaobai beamed with a bright smile, and Jinbao's eyes darted around with mischief. The 4 of them, dressed to impress, arrived at the Steele family's luxurious storefront. Above the entrance, a natural red jade sign bore the words "Treasure Pavilion of Wealth," exuding grandeur. The shop attendant quickly approached them. Gentlemen, we have a new batch of top-quality raw stones. You're sure to be satisfied. Zhang Xing, fanning himself with a nobleman's bamboo fan, arrogantly replied, lead the way. The 3 dragons and Zhang Xing, all in gold thread robes with small fans in hand, exuded the air of nobility. Although Zhang Xing's demeanor was somewhat youthful, no one seemed to mind. Entering the inner hall, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. This wasn't just a shop, it was a garden. The first courtyard alone spanned over 1,000 square meters, showcasing the Steele family's impressive wealth. Feel free to browse, gentlemen. Prices are fixed, no returns, the shop attendant respectfully said. Zhang Xing discreetly communicated, Jinbao, find the valuable gems. Jinbao's eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, quickly identifying the targets. Master, there are top-grade rubies in numbers 8 and 98. The rest are inferior. Cut those 2 for me. Zhang Xing readily paid 2,000 gold coins. The professional stone cutter swiftly split the 2-meter-high raw stones. We've got something. Top-grade rubies. The onlookers were filled with envy. Zhang Xing snorted. This is just the beginning. The real show is yet to come. Zhang Xing pretended to carefully examine each raw stone, only to shake his head and sigh afterwards. His expression was serious, as if he could see through the stones. There's nothing good in these. Buying them would surely be a loss. Let's head to garden number 2. He declared decisively. The crowd, whether seasoned stone gamblers or curious onlookers, watched the child with amusement, clearly not believing his judgment. Upon arriving at garden number 2, Zhang Xing spoke no further and directly selected 3 raw stones. When these stones were cut open, the crowd erupted. Wow, 2 green gems and 1 red gem. Incredible, someone exclaimed. Each stone in garden number 2 cost 10,000 gold coins, but these 3 could sell for 50,000. People quickly calculated. This young master has made 128,000 gold coins. Voices buzzed with discussion. This kid knows his stuff, he can pick stones, one person remarked. Another was skeptical. Maybe it was just luck. Let's see if he can do it again. Then we'll know he's an expert. Amidst the chatter, Zhang Xing scanned the remaining stones in garden number 2 and shook his head in denial. Those who were initially tempted hesitated, swayed by Zhang Xing's judgment. The shop assistant watched the scene with a changing expression but had no choice. After all, business was free and speech was unrestricted. They then moved to garden number 3. Zhang Xing and another child, Jinbao, pretended to seriously select stones. Jinbao secretly communicated, Master, out of these 300 stones, only 1 is worth more than the cost. Zhang Xing was taken aback. What? Just 1? The Horton family is ruthless, with a 0.3 success rate. Or rather, a profit rate. He pondered silently, a hint of coldness in his eyes. The rest are either break-even or only a third of the cost. Tonight, I'll make sure your first pavilion goes bankrupt. Zhang Xing looked up and said to the shop assistant, "Number 38 stone, I'll buy it." After paying 100,000 gold coins, he waited quietly. The crowd craned their necks, eyes fixed on the stone being slowly cut open. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd. "Look, there's green." The shop assistant began to sweat profusely. As the cutting continued, under the breathless gaze of the crowd, a fist-sized green gem emerged. "My goodness, it's a superior green gem." The crowd was instantly abuzz. Someone shouted excitedly, "Such a large superior green gem, at least worth 600,000 gold coins. He just made 500,000 in profit. This kid's luck is through the roof." At this moment, an elderly man in a black robe stepped forward, with 5 golden Roland flowers embroidered on his cuff, indicating he was an intermediate mage. 700,000, I'll buy it, he said firmly. Immediately, a level 5 mage stepped up. 800,000, it's mine. The atmosphere was tense, but then a voice of age and authority rang out. Such a sizable superior green gem is rare. I'll take it for 1 million gold coins. The 2 earlier mages fell silent upon recognizing the speaker, a renowned high-level mage. Deal. Zhang Xing cheerfully accepted a universal gold coin card, netting a profit of 900,000. This scene completely ignited the passion of everyone present. Those obsessed with stone gambling, those who dreamed of getting rich, could no longer suppress their inner frenzy. They rushed towards the stones they fancied. However, all eyes soon refocused on Zhang Xing. "Young master, help me see if there's anything good inside," someone pleaded. "Help me too." "And me." Requests poured in. Zhang Xing walked back and forth with his hands tucked in his sleeves, then began to comment one by one. "In stone number 17, there's a jade stone, but it's at best medium quality, not worth 10,000 gold coins. Stone number 39 has one too, about the size of a fingernail, worth at most 1,000 coins. As for stone number 66, nothing at all." His words were firm, as if he could uncover the secrets of each stone. Zhang Xing rattled off the details of 13 raw stones in one breath, leaving the surrounding gamblers stunned. Their expressions varied, but most eyes were filled with skepticism. "Believe it or not, I'm just giving a friendly warning," Zhang Xing shrugged. He knew these gamblers too well. Seeing is believing for them, and they won't give up until they're convinced. Right then, someone who heard "can break even" couldn't wait any longer and spoke up. "I'll buy this one and open it now." Before long, the stone was cut open, revealing a high-quality amethyst. After careful appraisal by an expert, it was determined that while the amethyst was somewhat small, it could still fetch around 10,000 gold coins. Wow! Suddenly, all eyes were on Zhang Xing, as if he were some sort of prodigy. Among the remaining people, 2 skeptics insisted on opening their stones, only to lose 10,000 gold coins each. This immediately boosted Zhang Xing's credibility. Everyone looked at the shop assistant with a hint of anger in their eyes. Zhang Xing knew what they were thinking, but also knew they wouldn't dare to act rashly, fearing the reputation of the Steele family. "Well, in that case, let's add fuel to the fire and get everyone riled up." "Hey," Zhang Xing sighed deliberately, loud enough for those around to hear. "All the stones in Garden 3 are worthless. Don't buy them. Better to check out Garden 4. A crowd followed Zhang Xing to Garden 4. Zhang Xing shook his head at one stone after another, not picking a single one. Everyone watched him, puzzled, as he kept sighing. "Young master, why aren't you making a move?" Someone couldn't help but ask. "Haha, can't figure it out, can you?" Someone in the crowd laughed at Zhang Xing's childlike expression, while others mocked. "Yeah, I can't see anything," Zhang Xing said, looking disappointed. The shop assistant felt relieved, thinking, "I thought we had a real gem expert here, but it turns out he's just an amateur." But just as everyone thought the show was over and was about to disperse, Zhang Xing spoke again. "I'm saying there's not a single valuable stone in the entire Garden 4. What? How is that possible?" The crowd erupted. "The further you go, the fewer stones there are, and the more expensive they get. Gardens 8 and 9 have only a dozen high-quality stones, and their prices are outrageous, but people have found exquisite emeralds there. Yeah, yesterday in Gardens 4, 5, and 6, someone found top-grade Fonting tier amethyst, and when you XI in yellow sapphire, and they made over 1 million gold coins." The crowd buzzed with conversation as Zhang Xing sneered and chastised them. "Humph. Someone found them, did they? Was it you or him? Has anyone here ever found an exquisite emerald?" Everyone fell silent at his words. They looked at each other, speechless. Zhang Xing's implication was clear. He was practically calling them all shills. "Look at your unlucky faces, clearly setting yourselves up to be fooled." Finally, the shop assistant couldn't hold back any longer and sternly warned, "Young master, you can't just say whatever you want. Be careful, or you'll end up with a mouthful of stones. The Steele family has been in this industry for 100 years, and our reputation is the best. Just look at the scale of our establishment." Our raw stones are imported from overseas and personally selected by our master appraisers. It's impossible for there not to be a single valuable stone. By now, the shop assistant realized these young masters were here to cause trouble, likely hired by competitors. But for situations like this, the shop had its own experts to handle it, so it was out of his hands. Zhang Xing wasted no time and strode purposefully towards yard number 5. The shop assistant, sweating profusely, discreetly signaled to his colleagues inside, while keeping close behind. Zhang Xing's voice was becoming increasingly bold. Number 3, number 16, cut them open for me. The rest are worthless. The shop assistant's face turned ashen as he thought to himself. Oh master, please hurry. If this continues, I'll lose my job. 8,000 gold coins a year plus nearly 20,000 in commissions. With a flourish of his small fan, Zhang Xing selected 2 more raw stones. He quietly reassured Jinbao, who was drooling with desire. Don't be tempted by this small change. Another day, I'll take you to feast on the minds of these families. We're here for revenge. Jinbao nodded with difficulty, wiping his mouth. Despite his urge to devour the gems, his cautious nature told him not to reveal his identity in public. As the stones were opened, another commotion ensued. Stone number 3 yielded high-grade flaming gold, essential for alchemical mages, and was bought on the spot by an unfamiliar mage for 2 million gold coins. Stone number 16 revealed immortal thunderstone, purchased by a master blacksmith for 2.2 million. Zhang Xing swiftly continued selecting and opening stones, leaving immediately after. He was well aware that the upper echelons of Yupinga had been alerted and that someone would soon try to stop him. He moved quickly from the 7th yard to the 8th, and finally stopped at the 10th. A quick calculation showed a net profit of over 60 million gold coins after deducting the 6 million principal. Zhang Xing was secretly pleased, thinking, "We're done. This is the price you pay for twisting the truth." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. The shop assistant felt a surge of relief. Master Gil is here. He was inwardly smug, thinking, "Don't get too cocky, kid. What you've earned isn't yours yet. Master Gil will take it all back with interest." The crowd respectfully greeted Master Gil. They were excited, anticipating a spectacle with the young master in trouble. Master Gil was a senior appraiser exclusively for Yupinga, as well as a high-level archmage. Although the appraisal profession was slightly less prestigious than alchemists, blacksmiths, or beast tamers, it was still highly respected. Gil had intended to spar with other appraisers, but was annoyed to see 2 children at the center of attention. He thought, how skilled can 2 kids be? Any appraiser could handle this. What a fuss over nothing. The shop assistant whispered something to Gil, who looked surprised and scrutinized Zhang Xing again, pondering, is it really that incredible? Still, I doubt a child can be that extraordinary. He seems to be at an intermediate appraiser level at best. After all, a child is just a child, how much can they know? Realizing that the valuable stones had already been chosen, Gil quickly devised a plan. He said to Zhang Xing, "Young one, these stones here are common. I have some treasures in my collection that even I find challenging to appraise. Would you like to join me in examining them?" The crowd buzzed with excitement. Master Gil had issued a challenge. Meanwhile, the entire street was buzzing with excitement. The devastating defeat of Yupinga spread like a storm, and everyone was talking about it. Inside a shop in Wanshifang, an employee, with a gleam of schadenfreude in his eyes, held up 3 fingers and mysteriously said to an old customer, "Huh? Yupinga really suffered this time, getting a serious slap in the face by a kid. It's estimated they'll lose at least this much." The old customer widened his eyes and tentatively asked, 3 million? The employee scoffed, "TCH. 10 gardens worth of goods for just 3 million. The old customer gasped, his voice trembling, 30 million? The employee continued to shake his head, his smile growing wider. Ah. The old customer suddenly stood up, accidentally knocking over the teacup in front of him. Could it be 300 million? The shop assistant couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's just a conservative estimate. Their stone yield rate is only 3 to 4%. Do you know what that means? The old customer suddenly realized. You mean Yupinga is going to shut down? Huh. The employee said proudly. With such a low yield rate, would you gamble? While the street was abuzz with discussions, Minter Houghton was vividly explaining magic to his students in class. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the Yupinga steward jumping up and down outside the classroom door. Houghton frowned, set down his textbook, and walked out. After listening to the steward's account, Houghton's frown deepened. 2 kids, 2 young men? What do you need me for? Shouldn't you call in a treasure appraisal master? The steward nervously whispered. I'm just worried about the worst-case scenario. I wanted to hear your opinion. Houghton instantly understood the steward's underlying message regardless of winning or losing. He wanted to get rid of these 4 young men. Handle it as you see fit. Houghton turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something. Did you find out where they're from? What do they look like? I found out. They're not from any family in the capital, probably from outside. The steward replied honestly. When Houghton heard the steward's description of the 4, he was shocked. Are you saying the kid acts mature and always keeps his hands in his sleeves? And there's a fierce-looking black-faced man with him. The steward confirmed repeatedly, puzzled by Hoten's reaction. Oh no. Oh no. Hoten's expression changed dramatically. It must be Zhang Xing with that black dragon coming for revenge. I didn't expect this kid to have such a strong vendetta. I need to go check this out. Leaving the dumbfounded steward behind, Hoten hurried downstairs. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing and his group arrived outside a spacious room. Jill ordered 4 guards to bring out 6 large rough stones. The usual rules: each person picks one. The one with the highest value wins. Jill announced, but the loser has to return the money won from the store. Likewise, if I lose, I'll pay you the same amount. If it's a draw, we continue. The shopkeeper added. You can also choose not to accept, but then you'll be banned from this street, and we won't guarantee your safety. Zhang Xing gracefully opened a small fan, fanning himself lightly, and quietly asked, Jinbao, do you see any tricks? Jinbao whispered back, Master, there's no sign of cheating, but these 6 stones have nothing inside. Nothing inside. Zhang Xing was a bit surprised. Impossible. Why would Jill use these worthless stones as treasures? Jinbao explained. Master, these 6 stones are semi-formed stones buried deep near the mines. Their appearance suggests they're not ordinary, but even the best appraisers can't guarantee there's valuable jade inside. Can you tell anything? Zhang Xing pressed. Jinbao proudly lifted his little head. Master, do you doubt my treasure hunting abilities? Just follow my choice. As soon as the shopkeeper finished speaking, Zhang Xing, without hesitation, followed Jinbao's guidance and reached out to select a stone. Master Jill's eye twitched slightly, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had studied these stones daily and was already sure about them. Seeing Zhang Xing choose the one he least favored, he felt at ease. I'll take this one. Let's cut it open. Jill gave the shopkeeper a confident look and said in a deep voice. The air seemed to freeze, and the surrounding crowd held their breath, eyes fixed on the impending stone-cutting process. The stakes of 60 million had the entire street buzzing, with everyone waiting for the final result. Emotions ran high among the spectators. Some secretly hoped for Zhang Xing's victory, while others wished for Yipen's triumph. However, many, especially those who had lost frequently, silently prayed for Yipinga to stumble. Suddenly, a noticeable energy fluctuation came from Master Jill's stone. Look, it seems to be glowing, someone in the crowd exclaimed. An orange light burst from the stone, instantly igniting the excitement of the onlookers. It's orange light. Something good is coming out. Master Jill is going to win. Hold on, the kid's stone isn't done yet. Come on, it's more than halfway through and nothing's happened. How can anything come out? The chatter was relentless, and the people from Yipinga couldn't contain their excitement, their faces beaming with the joy of victory. They glanced disdainfully at Zhang Xing, thinking the young lad was foolish to challenge Master Jill. However, just as they were basking in their smugness, an unexpected event occurred. With a muffled pop, the original stone suddenly emitted a burst of orange energy, which quickly dissipated into the air. Master Jill's face turned rigid, staring in disbelief at the vanishing energy, muttering, How could this be? It's in a preformation state. He shook his head and sighed. No wonder I couldn't detect it. It was a half-formed stone. The shopkeeper and others exchanged puzzled looks, momentarily at a loss. The onlookers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was a false alarm. Now, all eyes turned to Zhang Xing's stone. Yet, as the entire stone was cut open, another wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. The shopkeeper relaxed and laughed. Haha, young master, you didn't get anything either. It's a tie. Let's move on to the next round. Wait. Zhang Xing's voice interrupted the shopkeeper's glee. He extended his hands from his sleeves, opened a small fan with a flick, and walked forward. Using the fan, he lifted a palm-sized fragment from the original stone and presented it to the crowd. Who said it's a tie? I found a piece of jade. Look, everyone leaned in to examine the fragment closely. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Wow, a jade crystal the size of a soybean. This counts. When I cut stones, I don't even bother looking at such common little stones. Even though it's jade, it's not worth much. Amidst the murmurs, Zhang Xing smiled at the shopkeeper and asked, Shopkeeper, how much do you think this little jade crystal is worth? The shopkeeper's facial muscles twitched, and after a struggle, he managed to squeeze out, Worth 1 gold coin. As long as it's worth something. Zhang Xing flicked his wrist, letting the fragment drop, and the tiny jade crystal bounced out. He elegantly closed the fan, saying calmly, Sorry, I win. Boom. The crowd erupted. Yipinga lost. A voice shouted first, and it spread like wildfire, filling the entire hall with chaos. Master Gil stood there, his expression twisted in a mix of a smile and anger. The manager's eyelids twitched rapidly, as if he were in a dream. 2 sharp taps of a fan handle snapped the manager back to reality. Zhang Xing tapped his palm playfully, teasing, Manager, it's time to settle the bill, isn't it? The manager trembled all over. The scene before him was like a dagger to his heart. Not only had he lost an astronomical amount of gold coins, but more frighteningly, Ipin's reputation had been utterly destroyed by this young man overnight. He gritted his teeth secretly. Who is this kid, and why did he target Ipin? With trembling hands, he pulled a universal gold card from his pocket and flung it at Zhang Xing. Take it. I hope you live to spend it all. Zhang Xing deftly caught the card, flicking it nonchalantly. Thanks for the generosity, Ipin. Made a cool 1.2 billion gold coins tonight. He turned to his companions. Hey Bao, Xiaobai, Jinbao, let's go grab some late-night snacks. It's on me tonight. Order whatever you like. The crowd watching Zhang Xing's triumphant demeanor couldn't help but chuckle. From now on, the legendary tale of winning 60 million with a single gold coin bet would undoubtedly become a celebrated story in the city. Master Gil stood there unwillingly, his eyes burning with the desire for a rematch. Others, especially the manager, looked on with icy gazes. Just as Zhang Xing was about to leave, a sinister voice cut through the crowd. Zhang Xing. So it is you. Everyone turned to see that second Lord Horton of the Steel family had somehow arrived. The crowd automatically parted, leaving Zhang Xing and Horton staring at each other. Zhang Xing paused only briefly before nonchalantly turning to Hey Bao. Hey Bao, do you want to try third-tier or fourth-tier magical beasts later? Either is fine. Hey Bao replied with a simple grin. I love the way you grill them, boss. I'll take you for a barbecue in the wild someday, but for now, let's settle for something else tonight. Zhang Xing said, continuing to walk as if Horton didn't exist. Horton was about to explode with anger when the manager hurriedly rushed over. Second Lord, I apologize for my incompetence. I've embarrassed you. He quickly briefed Horton on what had happened. What? You fool! Horton erupted, slapping the manager to the ground. 1.2 billion gold coins. Are you trying to kill me? Is the Steel family working a whole month just to make a wedding dress for Zhang Xing? Zhang Xing, stop right there. Horton's roar was thunderous, vibrating Zhang Xing's eardrums even from 10 meters away. Instinctively, Zhang Xing rubbed his ear and turned to ask Xiaobai beside him, who's shouting so loudly. Xiaobai, alert and cautious, looked around but deliberately avoided Horton's direction. Boss, I have no idea, he complained indignantly. This person has no manners, yelling in the middle of the night. Doesn't he know people have to work tomorrow? Zhang Xing silently appreciated Xiaobai's cleverness and feigned nonchalance as he turned around. Oh my, he exclaimed with mock surprise. Isn't that Mentor Horton? Are you here for some fun after class? Horton, a teacher of the mage class equivalent to a senior class on Earth, also had evening lessons. Hearing Zhang Xing's words, his nostrils flared in anger. What do you mean I'm here for fun? Do you think I'm like you kids? Although he knew Zhang Xing was deliberately provoking him, Horton couldn't suppress his anger at the sight of Zhang Xing's smug face. Zhang Xing, as a student of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, how can you indulge in stone gambling here? Horton's accusation instantly sparked a buzz among the onlookers. What? This kid is from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Wait, what did Horton call him? Zhang Xing. He's Zhang Xing. Oh my, finally seeing him in person. Someone puzzledly asked, who is Zhang Xing? Immediately, someone scoffed. You must be living under a rock not to know Zhang Xing. He's the mage Zhang Xing, the first in the empire to have a dragon as a mount. Apart from Horton and He Bao, everyone else's eyes lit up with admiration. The steward and shopkeeper of the Epine pavilion felt a chill in their hearts, followed by a wave of fear. They glanced at the furious He Bao by Zhang Xing's side and couldn't help but tremble. Good thing we didn't make a move, they secretly rejoiced. Otherwise that big guy would have torn us apart. Zhang Xing challenged. Why? Can't a student gamble on stones? There's no rule against it, is there? Or did you just come up with one, trying to force me to admit to a non-existent rule? His face bore a mocking smile, his lips curled with a hint of sarcasm. You? Horton blushed, knowing Zhang Xing was hitting a nerve. He switched tactics. Zhang Xing, this is my Steel family's property. Isn't your behavior a bit excessive? Zhang Xing retorted without hesitation. I know it's your family's property, Minter. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. His words were sharp and cutting. Horton was nearly driven to spitting blood. Zhang Xing, you're still young. Carrying so much gold isn't safe. How about? Hold it. Hold it. Zhang Xing interrupted. Minter Horton, I really don't have much money on me. It'll be gone in a few days. Listen, I haven't earned a single credit, so I have to buy everything with gold. Look, herbalism recipes, magical potion materials, rare metals for alchemy, not to mention enchanting, which is a money-burning profession. Then there's jewelry crafting. Those gems on staffs are exorbitant. And for forging, listening to Zhang Xing's wild talk, Horton was nearly bursting with rage. A mage can master at most 2 professions, and here you are, acting like you're learning all of them. Zhang Xing continued to embellish. Minter Horton, you said mastering just 2 professions, but even 1.2 billion gold coins wouldn't be enough. How about you lend me some? Thud. Horton was almost knocked down by shock. He finally realized this kid was determined to oppose him, and nothing he said would make a difference. Just 1.2 billion gold coins, Horton thought through gritted teeth. I'll let you hold on to it for now, but I'll make sure to get it all back one day. I'll swallow my pride for now. The next morning, just as Zhang Xing was about to get up for class, he suddenly remembered it was Sunday. According to the traditions of the Tianqing Empire, students were expected to spend Sundays doing good deeds, helping the poor to show the emperor's care for the impoverished. However, this rule had become more of a formality over time, with few adhering to it. After a moment of thought, Zhang Xing decided to head to the outland mountains to assist the impoverished miners and to collect interest from his second mentor, Shuelai. Shuelai was a relative of the royal family, the brother-in-law of Emperor Keith, and held a more prestigious status than Mentor Horton. Zhang Xing wasn't sure if Shuelai was the eldest or the youngest brother-in-law, but he knew that Shuelai's family owned a precious mithril mine. Mithril is a crucial material for alchemical products and enchanted weapons, as well as essential for magical arrays and experiments. Due to its unique properties and scarcity, mithril is classified as a strategic resource on the Holy Dragon continent. Once a mithril mine is discovered, the Empire's army immediately takes control and assigns specialists to extract it. Emperor Keith had given this lucrative task to his brother-in-law as compensation for being unable to hold a major office. In fact, nearly all significant mines in the Empire are managed by royal relatives. Zhang Xing calculated that since Horton's interest was a staggering 1.2 billion gold coins, Shuelai's interest shouldn't be any less. As for the third mentor, Bill, who had no family assets, Zhang Xing decided to leave him for later. Riding his horse, Xiaobai, Zhang Xing arrived at the outland mountains a few hours later. This area not only held rich deposits of mithril, but was also home to numerous third- and fourth-tier bloodfang spiders, which often lurked in the mines, waiting to prey on intruders. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao hid nearby, discreetly observing the heavily guarded mithril mine. Around the mine entrance, a large number of slaves wearing magical shackles were laboriously hauling ropes, moving the extracted rocks. On the other side, many impoverished workers were busy with various tasks. Realizing that a frontal entry was nearly impossible due to the heavy guards, Zhang Xing considered digging a tunnel from a remote spot, a task that was Jin Bao's specialty. Just as Zhang Xing was about to leave, a group of panicked slave miners suddenly rushed out from several mine entrances ahead. They shouted in terror, "Bloodfang spiders!" So many. Before the words were fully spoken, a thin white spider silk shot out from the cave, accurately wrapping around a miner's neck. "Ah, save me!" The miner's desperate cries were abruptly silenced as the silk retracted swiftly, dragging him into the cave, where he was devoured by a partially emerged bloodfang spider. Immediately, bloodfang spiders of varying sizes swarmed out from the surrounding crevices. They moved swiftly, continuously spewing webs, and those miners who reacted too slowly were quickly ensnared, becoming meals for the spiders in an instant. The guard soldiers promptly launched a counterattack. Clad in full metal armor, with only their eyes exposed, they formed a defensive line with shields and spears. Behind them, a dozen novice magicians simultaneously cast fire magic, fiercely incinerating the bloodfang spiders. As flames swept through, large numbers of spiders were reduced to ash in moments. Clearly, these soldiers were well-versed in strategies to combat the bloodfang spiders. The second and third-tier spiders scattered to evade the flames, their webs proving as fragile as strings in the face of the intense fire, snapping upon contact. Zhang Xing keenly spotted a rare opportunity amidst the chaotic crowd. He noticed a child quietly slipping into a mine tunnel on the mountain, disappearing in a flash. Delighted, he thought to himself, "You all fight outside, while we're here to collect the spoils." He quickly led He Bao, Xiaobai, and Jin Bao into the mine, advancing down the passage. Along the way, they came across several dilapidated nests of bloodfang spiders. Any earth-level spiders that appeared were effortlessly dealt with by He Bao, who was leading the way, so Zhang Xing didn't even need to lift a finger. After descending about 100 meters, they finally discovered the mithril ore. Zhang Xing excitedly told Jin Bao, "Your feast is right in front of you. Enjoy it to the fullest." Jin Bao had been in a state of excitement since entering the mine, and upon seeing the mithril ore, he pounced like a hungry wolf on its prey and began to devour it. Crunch, crunch. Jin Bao greedily gnawed at the mithril ore, which was infused with special energy. The ore was quickly digested and absorbed, transforming into energy for growth. Jin Bao's experience points began to soar, 10 points, 20 points, 30 points, soon surpassing 500 points. A system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, Gem Dragon has leveled up to Tier 4. Experience 02500. Congratulations, Island Master. You have acquired mining skills. Zhang Xing was ecstatic. Not only had Jin Bao leveled up, but he also gained an unexpected reward. He immediately checked the mining skills, and a wealth of information flooded his mind, granting him comprehensive knowledge of the mining profession. Although his skill points started from zero, it was a promising start. Looking at Jin Bao, who had finished the ore, Zhang Xing was surprised to see that he had grown noticeably taller, resembling a young adolescent, albeit not yet handsome. He decisively ordered, "Jin Bao, let's find the next ore." The group followed Jin Bao, navigating the labyrinthine tunnels. When they reached a spacious cavern, Jin Bao halted and began to investigate. He continuously tapped the walls, his eyes emitting a barely discernible rainbow-colored beam. Suddenly, Jin Bao's gaze fixed on a corner deep within the cavern. There were faint signs of mining, but it seemed to have been halted for some reason. Zhang Xing approached, knocking on the hard rock, and asked, Jin Bao, is there or behind this? Jin Bao nodded in confirmation. Yes, boss. They stopped mining because this wall is too hard and thick. As he spoke, he shook his hands, revealing two large dragon claws. Boss, that's not a problem, watch me. The ensuing scene was astonishing. What seemed like an impenetrable rock crumbled like tofu under Jin Bao's dragon claws, being shredded into pieces. In no time, a wide cavern was excavated. Wow! As the final piece of rock was removed, the sight before them left everyone gasping. Countless bloodfang spiders and a large amount of mysterious silver ore came into view. Zhang Xing quickly scanned the area, noticing that most were second or third tier spiders, with fewer than 10 reaching the fourth tier. Whoa! Zhang Xing exclaimed. This is like the lair of the Spider Queen. A chill ran down his spine as he realized they might have stumbled into a perilous situation. The commotion outside the cave alerted the swarm of bloodfang spiders. Hundreds of their crimson eyes turned simultaneously towards the cave entrance, fixing on the four intruders. After a brief silence, chaos erupted as the spiders surged out of the cave like a tide, hungrily eyeing their fresh prey. Rock, paper, scissors, 1 round to decide. Heibao licked his lips, challenging Xiaobai with a provocative look. Xiaobai smiled slightly and accepted the challenge. Erlong turned his back and began counting seriously. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao watched intently as Heibao chose rock and Xiaobai chose scissors. Haha, won again. Heibao boasted triumphantly. Xiaobai, you need to read more and learn the 18 stratagems and 36 strategies. Like me, I love to study, so I always win. Xiaobai beamed and nodded repeatedly. Heibao, you're absolutely right. That's wise advice, and I appreciate the lesson. Wait a minute, Jin Bao's eyes shifted. Xiaobai, weren't you a bit slow with your move? It's like you let Heibao win. Heibao widened his eyes. Not at all. Xiaobai quickly opened his hands, looking earnestly. Heibao, we made our moves at the same time. Heibao nodded, casting a displeased glance at Jin Bao. If you didn't see it clearly, don't make things up. Zhang Xing chuckled internally, realizing Jin Bao's attempt to sow discord backfired, leaving him on Heibao's bad side. Heibao, look. The spiders are coming. Jin Bao quickly changed the subject. Heibao turned with disdain, seeing the swarm of bloodfang spiders closing in. I'll burn you all to ashes. He unleashed a stream of fire from his mouth, not as powerful as dragon's breath, but far stronger than the magic of a mage of the same level. Whoosh! The flames vaporized the spiders in an instant. Within moments, most of the advancing spiders were incinerated. The remaining spiders continued their frenzied attack, but their webs ignited upon contact. The last dozen or so fourth-tier bloodfang spiders fixated on the group, their eyes glowing with a sinister red and devoid of fear, only ruthless intent. Swish! They launched a sudden attack, swiftly surrounding the group inside the cave. They even know encirclement tactics? Heibao remained unfazed, spinning in place and spewing fire, reducing the fourth-tier spiders to nothingness. All right, there are a dozen rich silver or deposits here, enough for Jin Bao to reach the 5th tier. Zhang Xing exchanged for a mining pick from the system store and began collecting from the ore piles. Each strike increased his mining skill slightly, and on the 25th strike, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on reaching the beginner mining skill level. Current experience 25100. Zhang Xing knew the next step was to exchange for a furnace to smelt these ores into more valuable ingots, an essential part of gaining more experience. Zhang Xing spent 10,000 gold coins in the system store to exchange for a copper furnace, which he then placed deep in the mine. He focused intently on smelting mithril, or the fire illuminating his concentrated face. As time passed, his mining experience points slowly increased until he successfully forged 50 mithril ingots, finally advancing to intermediate mining. Zhang Xing glanced at Jin Bao's experience points and realized there was still a long way to go before leveling up. He continued smelting, but noticed the experience points were increasing more slowly. Initially, 1 ore would increase the points by 1, but now it required 2 or even 3 ores. When the experience points reached 75, the growth stalled completely. Realizing he needed more advanced ores to break through the bottleneck, Zhang Xing turned his attention to his 3 dragons. Thinking of them filled him with excitement. Currently, the 3 dragons were getting along quite well. Xiaobai was the smartest, maintaining balance among the dragons and preventing any bullying of Jin Bao by Heibao. Although Heibao was somewhat dim-witted and easily swayed, a few sweet words from Xiaobai made it feel on top of the world, assuming the role of the leader. Seeing them coexist harmoniously, Zhang Xing felt somewhat relieved. Time passed quietly, and half an hour flew by. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations to the Gem Dragon for advancing to Tier 5. Current experience points 0.10000. Zhang Xing immediately looked at Jin Bao, who was about 1.65 meters tall, with a lean frame and a shifty look that seemed untrustworthy. Despite its less than ideal appearance, Zhang Xing could only accept it, as they were not human and couldn't be judged by human aesthetic standards. After discovering that Jin Bao could no longer gain experience from the mithril ore here, Zhang Xing decisively ordered, "Let's start moving the ore to Dragon Island with the remaining time. Smelting mithril into ingots is not only useful for us, but can also be sold to other mages. Jin Bao, this is your food. You need to carry more." Upon hearing the command, the three dragons became excited, baring their teeth and claws. Led by Jin Bao, they darted forward like lightning. Zhang Xing leisurely followed behind, watching as the three dragons used their tails to gather all the mithril ore they found, regardless of size, and toss it into Dragon Island. A few hours later, the areas or deposits were completely cleared. Zhang Xing praised them. "Well done, guys." The three dragons puffed out their chests with pride at their master's compliment. Just as Zhang Xing was about to move to another location to continue the search, the entire mine suddenly shook violently. "What's happening?" Zhang Xing's face changed, and he became alert. He quickly realized it wasn't an earthquake. The tremors seemed to originate from the area where he had been smelting ore. "Guys, keep a low profile and let's go check it out quietly," Zhang Xing instructed in a low voice. "Hey Bao, take the lead, Xiaobai, cover the rear." They cautiously followed the sound. Upon reaching the source, the scene was shocking. The once smooth rock floor was now shattered, as if something massive had emerged from underground. Zhang Xing quickly assessed. "It's a giant beast, likely above Tier 5. From the sound, it seems the beast is moving towards the surface." After a brief discussion, they decided to follow the beast's trail. Zhang Xing speculated, "That beast might be the ruler of this area, the Bloodfang demon spider. Judging by its tracks, it seems to be in a hurry. Could something urgent be happening?" As the rumbling continued, Zhang Xing pondered while moving forward. The mine, now in ruins from the beast's destruction, seemed deliberately obstructing their path. Zhang Xing had a faint suspicion, could it have been frightened by He Bao and the others? Bloodfang spider attacks on the mining area were a common occurrence. This time, just as the bloody battle on the surface ended, the surviving spiders hastily retreated, dragging their fallen comrades. As soldiers directed the slaves to clear the battlefield, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a thunderous rumble emanated from below. "Quick! Defensive positions, prepare for battle." The soldiers swiftly formed ranks, ready for action. However, with the deafening roar, the mine entrance, which was over 10 meters wide, collapsed with a crash, sending debris flying. As the dust settled, everyone stood in shock. A gigantic spider, over 10 meters tall and gleaming with a metallic sheen, emerged. Its 8 legs, covered in sharp spikes, seemed forged from steel, and its crimson eyes glowed ominously through the smoke. "A 6th-tier Bloodfang demon spider. It's the king of the Bloodfang spiders," someone exclaimed. "Damn it, for so many years we didn't know a 6th-tier spider king was slumbering deep underground." The two leaders quickly conferred in hushed tones. "Normally, there are signs when a spider king awakens. Lower-tier spiders should gather around it to be devoured, not attack us. Something must have disturbed it." The mages immediately launched their assault, waves of searing flames crashing towards the Spider King. However, these attacks did no harm and only served to anger the colossal creature. With a furious roar, the Spider King released a massive web, ensnaring dozens of soldiers and mages in an instant. Without hesitation, it retracted the web and devoured them, swallowing over 30 people in the blink of an eye. It turned out that while the Spider King was slumbering underground, it suddenly sensed 3 overwhelming bloodline pressures that made its heart race. In its ancient inherited memory, such a level of bloodline suppression was absolute. Even as a 6th-tier entity, it dared not confront them. Once the 3 dragons of black treasure had departed, the starving Spider King frantically broke through to the surface. Seeing the Spider King's terrifying presence, ordinary soldiers and slaves around were petrified with fear. Some collapsed on the spot, while many more turned and fled, plunging the entire mining area into chaos. The Spider King, gazing at the prey before it, its scarlet eyes glinting with a cruel light, especially focused on those immobilized by terror, as if eyeing meat on a chopping block. At that moment, the Spider King's 8 compound eyes caught movement behind it. Like a startled beast, it leaped several meters away, only to freeze in place when it turned around. There was just a child and 3 adults in front of it. What puzzled it even more was that the terrifying aura that had made its heart race had vanished without a trace. The Spider King's demeanor changed abruptly, as if it were a different creature. It raised its massive head, and arrogance that scorned everything reignited in its 8 eyes. The sound of its steps echoed in the air as the giant creature, which had been fleeing in panic moments before, now strutted confidently towards Zhang Xing and the others. Just in time for dinner, and 4 servings at that. The Spider King seemed to savor the thought of its next meal between its fangs. This battle was clearly not for Zhang Xing and Jin Bao to handle. He Bao and Xiao Bai, the 2 dragons, exchanged a knowing glance. Xiao Bai spoke first. He Bao, you go first this time, and I'll take the next one. How about that? He Bao tilted its head, contemplating for a moment, and agreed that the proposal was fair. It stretched its muscles, producing cracking sounds, then laughed heartily. Ha ha, little spider, watch how your grandpa He deals with you. With a low growl, the spider saw a blur as the figure of the black-faced man disappeared. In his place, a massive dragon, about 16 or 17 meters long, soared into the air, its dark scales gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. The spider instinctively retreated several steps and stood frozen. It had finally found the source of the terrifying aura that had driven it to flee the mighty black dragon. It instantly deflated, its eyes losing their fierceness, head withdrawing, and its 8 long legs almost collapsing to the ground. Xiaobai shook its head and remarked, "This demon spider is too weak." He Bao has been sparring with 6th-tier gold dragons in the trial grounds every day. Even a black dragon of the same tier wouldn't stand a chance against him. It's a complete mismatch. In the distance, slaves and peasants hiding among the rocks saw the black dragon in the sky and knelt in prayer. "Lord Dragon, your faithful subjects pray for your blessing. Please help us drive away these vile beasts." The soldiers hiding nearby also emerged, gazing up at the sky in shock. In this remote mining area, they were oblivious to the happenings in the capital, living leisurely lives of drinking and gambling on their substantial monthly wages. While bloodtooth spider attacks were common, it was the first time they had encountered the Spider King. They thought they were doomed, only to unexpectedly witness the legendary dragon. Suddenly, a loud voice pierced the silence. "Long live the black dragon!" This shout spread like wildfire, quickly taking hold. In groups of 3s and 4s, dozens, then hundreds of people, until the entire mining area resounded with the cries of thousands. "Long live the black dragon!" The already terrified demon spider was startled by the thunderous shout, its 8 long legs scrambling in panic as it turned to flee. However, He Bao didn't pursue immediately. Instead, it circled leisurely in the air. It spread its 4 massive dragon claws, each tip gleaming with a cold light, and raised its huge, scale-covered dragon head high, its horns shining brilliantly in the sunlight. The giant eyes, like bronze bells, sparkled with pride, while its long whiskers fluttered in the breeze. It deliberately turned its body towards the kneeling crowd, bending into an elegant shape, flaunting its gleaming dragon scales. "Master, what's He Bao doing? It seems kind of weird." Xiaobai asked, puzzled. "He Bao is showing off," Jin Bao chimed in. At this, everyone burst into laughter. The demon spider had run over 100 meters, but couldn't resist looking back. Seeing the scene, it was momentarily stunned, then dashed off madly. "Great black dragon, you just keep posing there as long as you like. Just don't chase after me." He Bao glanced disdainfully into the distance, circled a few more times leisurely in the air, then suddenly let out a long howl and vanished from view. 500 meters away, the demon spider felt its 8 legs grow heavy as lead, wishing it had 8 more. All around were bare rocks with nowhere to hide. "Oh heavens, why am I so unlucky?" It looked back in panic, and a menacing dragon head was right there. Seeing He Bao's mocking gaze, the demon spider shuddered. From somewhere, it found the strength to spring forward 50 meters, launching itself like a spring. "Not bad, you've got some bounce, but can you outrun me?" He Bao's figure flickered, instantly overtaking the demon spider and blocking its path. As the demon spider landed, proud of its speed, it was again met with He Bao's mocking gaze. "Big brother, stop toying with me. Just kill me quickly if you're going to." The demon spider pleaded in beast language. "Kill? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Have you ever seen a cat let a mouse go?" With that, He Bao's giant claw struck like lightning. Boom. The demon spider was sent rolling with a single swipe, losing 3 legs. The second claw followed swiftly, smashing the spider into a rocky cliff, shattering a tumter-high boulder. The remaining legs broke, and a tumter-long gash appeared in its abdomen. With the final blow, He Bao precisely shattered the demon spider's head, extracting a fist-sized magic crystal. Then it breathed dragon fire, reducing the body to ashes. He Bao proudly flew back to Zhang Xing, showing off the spoils to Xiao Bai and Jin Bao for a long while. This hunt of a Tier 6 magical beast earned Zhang Xing 300 experience points, bringing his intermediate magician and intermediate warrior experience to 49110,000. He Bao's experience is at 34110,000, Xiaobai at 4110,000, and Jin Bao at 010,000. Despite the slow leveling, the gains were significant, successfully advancing Jin Bao to Tier 5. Jin Bao's recognition and treasure detection abilities improved significantly, reaching a level far surpassing that of human appraisers. Today's goal was not yet achieved. Zhang Xing only managed to disrupt one of the Shelley family's mines and obtain some mithril. His mining skills were not yet maxed out, and he was contemplating his next target. It was rumored that the Shelley family controlled a rare gold mine, which piqued his interest. If Minter Shelley knew what kind of person I am, they probably wouldn't dare to conspire against Horton with me. Zhang Xing thought to himself as he rode on Xiaobai, continuing his search along the Altran Mountains. Soon, he discovered a smaller mine, but the number of guards was noticeably higher than before. After waiting for a long time without finding an opportunity to sneak in, he had to come up with another plan. Jinbao, find a secluded spot and see if you can dig a tunnel in, he ordered. No problem, boss. Jinbao, sitting confidently on Xiaobai's back, replied. Guided by Jinbao, Xiaobai landed in a hidden valley. After carefully observing the terrain, Jinbao said, Boss, there should be a rich gold vein about 200 meters below us. That distance is a piece of cake for me. Before he finished speaking, Jinbao revealed his sharp claws and disappeared into the swirling dust. Half an hour later, he resurfaced, spitting out a mound of rubble and dirt. After 2 trips back and forth, on the third return, he gave Zhang Xing an okay gesture. To Zhang Xing's amazement, Jinbao had excavated a passage over 3 meters high and 4 meters wide, directly leading 200 meters underground. Even better, the tunnel connected to a storage cave belonging to the Shelley family, were neatly stacked or awaited transport. The gold yield is low, and the Shelley family ships it out once a month. Someone will come to transport it early tomorrow morning, Jinbao reported. Zhang Xing was overjoyed. You all head back to the island and wait. I'll help them transport it ahead of schedule. Outside the storage room, Zhang Xing observed the interior through a small hole in the rock wall. People were still loading or into wooden crates. After waiting for another hour, the guards finally closed the 2 iron doors, each over 4 meters high, and the sound of locks clicking shut could be heard. Now's the perfect time to act. Zhang Xing quietly dug a half-meter wide opening and slipped inside. Thank you for your generosity, Shelley family. I'll gladly accept this month's yield. Zhang Xing swept his hand over the ore as if flipping through books, making the ore disappear into Dragon Island space. To avoid alerting the guards outside, he deliberately slowed his pace, leisurely strolling inside the storage room. Over an hour later, the enormous storage room was finally emptied of its ore, a testament to the vast reserves. Oops, feeling a bit of nature's call. Zhang Xing suddenly had an idea. Consider this a souvenir, he chuckled as he relieved himself in one of the wooden crates. Goodbye then. The next morning, the top members of the Shelley family gathered in a rush, with even the clan leader personally arriving to witness this month's astonishing results. The head of the mining area, beaming with pride, eagerly reported to the clan leader, My lord, this month's output has broken historical records, reaching 3 times the usual amount. Hearing this, the clan leader smiled broadly and nodded repeatedly. Great. I knew you were a talent I personally promoted, and you haven't let me down. The head, overjoyed, quickly responded modestly. It's all thanks to your wise leadership. My actions were merely following your instructions. The clan leader, pleased by the flattery, secretly calculated. With this month's output equivalent to 3 months, only a little over a month's worth needs to be paid, leaving the rest as pure profit. Surely, His Majesty the Emperor will be delighted since the task has been overfulfilled. Just as everyone was basking in joy, the steward of the mining area suddenly rushed in, collapsing to his knees in a panic, stammering. My lord, something terrible has happened. The ore is gone. This statement was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present stunned. The clan leader put down his teacup, incredulously asking, Say that again? The steward, trembling, explained. We went to the storeroom to retrieve the goods, and upon opening the door, all the ore was gone. The boxes are empty. I personally checked the last batch after it was delivered last night, but now. The room erupted into chaos, with everyone questioning whether the steward was still half asleep, as the storeroom had only one large door, and the ore certainly couldn't have grown wings and flown away. The clan leader sternly silenced the commotion and led the way to the storeroom to investigate. When they saw the empty storeroom with their own eyes, everyone was dumbfounded. Someone immediately suspected an inside job, and all eyes turned to the steward. The steward, terrified and pale, once again fell to his knees. The clan leader gestured for him to rise, and then entered the storeroom with others for a thorough inspection. When he reached a corner and discovered a damp wooden box, he frowned slightly. He touched it and brought it to his nose, asking in confusion, What is this smell? A senior family member leaned in to sniff and replied, My lord, it seems like the smell of urine. The clan leader nodded and continued searching. Soon, someone noticed something unusual. My lord, there's something odd about these rocks here. The clan leader quickly approached, knocking on the rock and then tapping around for comparison. He commanded, Everyone step back. With that, he clenched his fist and punched the suspicious rock forcefully. With a thud, a half-meter-wide hole appeared before everyone. They were all stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of the purpose of this small hole. The clan leader's fist trembled slightly, harboring a vague suspicion in his heart. Taking a deep breath, he struck the rock with 2 more punches. With a thunderous crash, a larger hole suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Under the glow of magical lanterns, they were astonished to discover a gently sloping passageway. A collective gasp seemed to echo as if everyone's heart simultaneously dropped and shattered on the ground. Who? Who stole my kryptonite? Or the clan leader's furious roar echoed far down the dark passage. Meanwhile, above the Shelley family's mithril mine, a thunderous roar also erupted. Who? Who dug up my mine? The second-in-command of the Shelley family howled to the sky, his voice filled with rage and resentment. The mastermind behind all this, Zhang Xing, was quietly sitting in class. Although he returned late the previous night, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he was somewhat overly excited. In the castle on Dragon Island, he had specifically found a warehouse to properly store all the ores. Then, he took out a furnace and began smelting the kryptonite. As he produced the 25th kryptonite ingot, a light suddenly flashed over Zhang Xing's mining skill had reached the maximum level. To his surprise, when he fed a smelted kryptonite ingot to Jin Bao, he found the experience gained was even more than from consuming raw ore. 3 ores could be smelted into 1 ingot, and while consuming 1 ore increased experience by 1 point, consuming 1 ingot increased it by 9 points. It was like a calcium supplement with an incredibly high calcium content. Overjoyed, Zhang Xing worked through the night, producing 300 kryptonite ingots until he felt utterly exhausted and stopped to rest. If the Shelley family knew he fed these expensive ores to a dragon, they would probably be livid. Although Zhang Xing understood the value of the kryptonite ingots, he had his own calculations. While these ores were worth billions of gold coins, the higher Jin Bao's level, the more valuable treasures he could find, promising far greater future returns. For now, Jin Bao's upgrading wasn't a problem, but the progress of He Bao and Xiao Bai was slow. However, a new page opened in the system shop gave Zhang Xing new hope. It offered 2 alchemical recipes, one for He Bao's Dragon Flame Pill and another for Xiao Bai's Dragon Snow Pill. Both required 54 herbs and 54 rare treasures to create, each providing 500 experience points. The challenge lay in the fact that 10 of these materials were exorbitantly expensive. Even selling all the ores wouldn't cover the cost. The billion-plus gold coins Zhang Xing had recently earned were barely enough for the remaining materials. Sitting in class, Zhang Xing calculated his options. Although he had a new method for upgrading, it was still quite challenging. He decided to use both methods, hunting magical beasts while also searching for these rare materials. The Alchemist Guild was undoubtedly the best place for this. Although the Alchemist Guild in the Tianqing Empire was just a small branch of the Sacred Dragon Continent, even if they lacked some materials, they could provide information. Just then, the instructor announced, "Students, the Spring Auxiliary Professional Level exams are about to start. Those who need to register, please do so at the Academy's External Affairs Department after class. The Academy will organize trips to major guilds for the exams." Upon hearing this announcement, Zhang Xing had a thought this was a perfect opportunity. If he could obtain an advanced alchemist qualification, acquiring those rare materials would become much easier. After class, Zhang Xing immediately went to the External Affairs Department to sign up. The instructor in charge of registration glanced at him dismissively, seemingly thinking, "Can't even handle magic class, yet wants to take the alchemist exam?" But Zhang Xing paid no attention to such looks. In his view, if you want to prove yourself, do it with strength. After school, Zhang Xing walked leisurely towards the dormitory with his hands tucked into his sleeves. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed 2 figures approaching quickly from the left. Looking closely, he realized it was his mentors, Horton and Shelley. Zhang Xing's heart tightened, knowing that his appearance at the Shelley family mine would inevitably raise suspicion. But he quickly calmed himself, thinking, so what if they suspect me? They have no evidence. Just like before, when they falsely accused me of escaping on a dragon, no one could testify against me. He maintained a nonchalant demeanor, continuing his steady pace. However, Horton's presence puzzled him. His family didn't own a mine, so why was he getting involved? Zhang Xing, stop right there. Shelley's angry shout echoed across the campus, causing nearby students to scatter. Zhang Xing ignored it and kept walking. Horton and Shelley quickened their pace to catch up. Shelley's anger grew as he watched Zhang Xing's carefree attitude. His family had nearly exhausted their resources trying to catch the notorious thief. Emperor Keith was furious, smashing his beloved agate wine glass and demanding the case be solved within a deadline. If they failed, not only would someone have to take responsibility with their life, but the family would also have to pay a hefty sum of over 6 billion gold coins to cover the losses. An agonizing blow. Shelley finally caught up to Zhang Xing and blocked his path. Zhang Xing, didn't you hear me calling you? Are you deaf? He demanded angrily. Looking at Shelley's face twisted with rage, Zhang Xing secretly laughed. His expression is almost as bad as He Bao's. He slowly removed 2 cotton balls from his ears, cleaned them out, and then asked leisurely, "What did you say?" With a loud clang, Shelley nearly passed out from anger. This kid was definitely doing it on purpose. Who walks around with their ears plugged? He took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, and asked sternly, Zhang Xing, I want to know what you were doing in the Outland Mountains yesterday. Horton, listening from the side, thought to himself that this was not good. He had warned Shelley earlier that Zhang Xing was cunning and knew how to provoke people. They shouldn't waste words and should get straight to the point. But Shelley had fallen into the trap. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up with a vast and boundless expression. Ah, the Outland Mountains are so beautiful, especially when viewed from above, with the rolling hills and lush forests. Maybe next time, I'll take you both on a dragon ride up there. Enough, enough, enough. Shelley interrupted Zhang Xing's endless chatter impatiently. What were you doing at our family mine? Your family mine? Zhang Xing feigned confusion, blinking innocently. Seeing Zhang Xing playing dumb, Shelley added, the mine where you and your black dragon killed the Spider King. Oh, Zhang Xing dragged out the sound, pausing for 2 seconds before continuing. So it belonged to Shelley's family, huh? Wow, you guys have a mine, impressive. Stop wasting time. What were you doing in my family's mine tunnel? Shelley tried to set a trap, hoping to coax Zhang Xing into admitting something. But Zhang Xing didn't fall for it. Instead, he began to explain at length. Well, I was just passing by and hadn't planned to go down. It's all barren and ruins the beautiful scenery, nothing worth seeing. Just as I was about to leave, suddenly, that bloodfang demon spider appeared. It was a 6th-tier beast, and neither Heibao nor I could defeat it. But for the sake of human lives, Heibao charged in without hesitation. As everyone saw, although we killed the demon spider, Heibao was severely injured, barely clinging to life. The medical costs are nowhere to be found. At this point, Zhang Xing's eyes twinkled, and he rubbed his hands together with a cheeky grin. Oh, by the way, Minter Shelley, do you think you could provide some financial assistance to buy medicine for Heibao? Shelley and Horton finally experienced Zhang Xing's silver tongue. Despite placing about 30 to 40% of their suspicions on Zhang Xing, the two shrewd and worldly mentors couldn't detect a hint of deception in his expressions or actions. They were left puzzled. Either this child was extraordinarily cunning, or someone else was behind it. After a few simple questions, the two mentors left, feeling dejected. Zhang Xing maintained his usual pace, leisurely returning to his dormitory. Shortly after he entered, Shelley and Horton emerged from the shadows. They exchanged glances, both feeling that Zhang Xing might not be connected to the case. After all, it seemed unlikely for a child to have such capabilities. Nonetheless, they decided to keep a close watch on Zhang Xing's every move. As night fell, Zhang Xing entered the Dragon Island space. Faced with a warehouse filled with a mountain of ores, he quickly made a decision. The kryptonite ore would be reserved for Jinbao's use, while the rest of the mithril ore would be refined into ingots for sale. Throughout the entire night, Zhang Xing tirelessly refined all the mithril ore into ingots, each the size of a third of a brick, totaling 12,000 pieces with a value exceeding 10 billion gold coins. He planned to head to Minai Port, the second largest city in the Tianqing Empire, in 2 days to cash in at the auction house. In the revered auxiliary professions on the sacred dragon continent, alchemists, also known as pill refiners or potion makers, hold a prestigious position among both cultivators and ordinary people. Whether it is for healing injuries or breaking through bottlenecks, their assistance is indispensable. Although warriors and mages can learn this skill, to obtain higher quality pills with stronger effects, one must seek professional alchemists. Zhang Xing noticed an interesting phenomenon. These guilds seem to choose coastal cities for their offices rather than the imperial capital. He speculated there must be a reason, but for now, focusing on obtaining his advanced qualification certificate was more important. As class time approached, Zhang Xing meditated for 10 minutes to recover from the night's exertion. He then hurried to the cafeteria, had a hearty meal, and went straight to the classroom. Shortly after he sat down, the mentor entered with a blank expression and asked seriously, Is Zhang Xing here? Zhang Xing chuckled inwardly, knowing full well he had been seen, yet he stood up and answered. The mentor, flipping through the textbook, said with an inscrutable tone, No class for now. The dean requests your presence. Zhang Xing's mind raced, suspecting that Emperor Keith might have arrived. The Shelley family must have reported all suspects, and although they lacked substantial evidence, they likely didn't speak favorably of him before the emperor. Entering the dean's office, Zhang Xing knocked and went in. Emperor Keith was standing by the window, gesturing for Zhang Xing to come over. After saluting, Zhang Xing stood a step behind the emperor, just tall enough to be above the windowsill, his hands respectfully tucked into his sleeves, waiting for the emperor to speak. After a moment of silence, Emperor Keith, without turning around, asked in a calm tone, Did you steal the Shelley families, or? Zhang Xing didn't answer immediately, nor did he feign innocence. A few seconds later, he calmly replied, No. Another silence followed. A minute later, Emperor Keith waved his hand. Go back to class. His tone remained calm, revealing no emotion. Zhang Xing sneered inwardly. I don't care if you believe me or not. Anyone who tries to frame me will pay 100-fold, even if it's the king himself. Your attitude towards me doesn't matter. I, Zhang Xing, do not need to explain my actions to anyone. 2 days later, Manai Port welcomed a group of special visitors. Over 30 students from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, led by 2 instructors, set foot on this bustling land. The port was teeming with people, as examinees from all over Tianqing country arrived, injecting endless vitality into the city. The students arrived in front of a magnificent building, a grand pavilion exuding an imposing aura. A huge plaque displayed the words Pharmacist Guild in shining gold letters. To the left was a vivid depiction of an herb, and on the right, a crystal-clear pill. Inside the opulent hall, the students waited patiently. Before long, the instructors distributed a thick stack of forms. Everyone had different levels and specializations for their assessments, but most students were there to qualify as apprentices. Zhang Xing glanced down at his form, which clearly stated Pharmacist Apprentice. It dawned on him that the professional examination system here was remarkably similar to that on Earth, starting from the most basic level. As Zhang Xing entered the examination hall, the scene before him was astonishing. The vast room was packed with at least 500 candidates, each looking tense and focused. However, his small figure caused a stir in the hall. Students and invigilators cast curious glances, evidently surprised to see a child there. A stern-faced instructor frowned and barked. "This is an examination hall. No unauthorized persons allowed. Kid, go find your parents and stop disrupting the exam." Zhang Xing remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I'm here to take the exam." The instructor clearly didn't believe him and spoke more harshly. "An exam? Don't be ridiculous. What can a child like you possibly be testing for? Get out." As he moved to escort Zhang Xing out, the boy pulled a form from his sleeve. The instructor took it, scrutinizing it closely. It clearly read, Zhang Xing, 7 years old, Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, exam, Pharmacist Apprentice. The instructor's face turned crimson with embarrassment, and he coughed awkwardly to mask his discomfort. Ahem. Follow the serial number on your form to find your seat. The exam is about to begin. This scene left other instructors and students stunned. Some sneered and whispered, "Do you think becoming an apprentice is that easy? We've been memorizing countless herb names and understanding their functions since school. Even after graduation, it's uncertain if we'll pass. Do you know how many herbs you have to remember? A total of 120,000. If you can't pass the apprenticeship exam during your student years, it's almost impossible later," another added. "Age and time become issues. After graduation, you have to work for a living. Who has the time to study?" Of course, some manage to pass in their 30s or 40s, but such cases are rare. However, if you do pass, it's like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. You'll have the chance to advance to junior, intermediate, senior, and even higher-level pharmacist positions, someone else dreamily remarked. Some eyed Zhang Xing with mocking looks, taunting, "How many herbs can a little kid like you remember?" Others simply glanced his way and then ignored him. Undeterred, Zhang Xing quietly took his seat. Soon, the thick exam papers were handed out, almost the size of a book. The candidates then realized the difficulty of the exam, collectively gasping. At this moment, the stern-faced invigilator spoke again, his voice full of authority. "Before you begin, I must emphasize the exam rules again. Any cheating will result in immediate expulsion from the hall and a lifetime ban from future exams. The questions are randomly selected from the herb knowledge database, and you must score at least 95 to pass. Begin the exam." With the invigilator's command, the hall plunged into a tense atmosphere. His eagle-like gaze swept across the room, making every candidate feel watched, not daring to slack off. Zhang Xing picked up his pen and glanced over the questions on the exam paper, immediately feeling a wave of dizziness. He thought to himself, "Oh no, there are hardly any questions I know how to answer." He recalled the herbal medicine textbook he had bought from the system store and realized, regrettably, that it only covered basic principles and methods for concocting elixirs, while the exam focused on the types and uses of herbs. The questions caught him off guard. The types and functions of vine lotus? Which herbs can be combined with Zhu Shun and which cannot? Looking around, Zhang Xing saw his classmates, including those from the Royal Academy, all focused intently on their papers. This sight only made him more frustrated, thinking, "Am I the only one who doesn't know what's on the test? Why didn't my mentor tell me? Was it on purpose, or did he just not plan to say anything?" With no other option, Zhang Xing decided to learn on the spot. He opened the system store and browsed the herbal medicine section, which was filled with comprehensive herb collections, from hundreds to thousands, tens of thousands, even up to millions, with prices ranging from 100 gold coins to tens of millions. "Let's go with the most expensive one. That should work," Zhang Xing muttered to himself, clicking on the Million Herb Compendium without hesitation. His wallet instantly lost 10 million gold coins, but he didn't mind. After all, he had already spent billions on nurturing 3 dragons. Compared to that, this was nothing. The exam proctors noticed Zhang Xing staring blankly with his pen in hand and exchanged meaningful glances, shaking their heads. They assumed Zhang Xing was a playboy from the capital, here just to see the world. indifferent to the 3,000 gold enrollment fee. Just as the mentors were silently shaking their heads, Zhang Xing suddenly started writing. The sound of his pen filled the room as he wrote with incredible speed. The questions appeared, and the answers naturally flowed into his mind. Nodding with satisfaction, Zhang Xing thought, if even a million-herb compendium isn't enough, this exam is just too ridiculous. No one could pass the apprentice level. Putting aside distractions, Zhang Xing decided to speed up. He entered a state of heightened focus, his speed increasing dramatically. From a distance, his movements seemed astonishingly fast, almost like he was scribbling aimlessly. The mentors who had been shaking their heads moments ago were now taken aback. Their expressions shifted from confusion to disdain, especially the cold-faced mentor Zaka, whose face grew darker. Zaka, a senior alchemist known for his strictness with apprentices and his eccentric, aloof nature, sneered inwardly. Another spoiled rich kid with too much money to spend. Every exam, there's always a noble kid trying to get a peek at the questions. They don't care about the few thousand gold enrollment fee. They just want to know the exam focus so they can prepare. Zaka felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, these questions might not cover all 120,000 herbs, but without a deep understanding of herbal properties, no one can score above 95. Trying to predict the questions? Dream on. Otherwise, how would we teachers have any role? The Alchemist Guild would be pointless. Zhang Xing wrote quickly and effortlessly, completing the exam in just an hour. After a quick review to ensure everything was correct, he stood up and submitted his paper. It landed softly on the invigilator's desk, prompting Zaka to glance at it with a slight sneer, muttering, "Humph, another one just going through the motions." The exam hall buzzed with whispers. Some stared at Zhang Xing's departing figure in surprise, speculating, handing it in so quickly, he must have given up. Others scoffed disdainfully. I've studied for 10 years and still can't pass. How could this young kid do it? Zhang Xing stood outside the exam hall, waiting for the results. Inside, 10 instructors began grading the exams on the spot. They worked with practiced efficiency, able to judge the quality of a paper in mere seconds. Not qualified, not qualified, they declared repeatedly. In the final half hour, more candidates left, disappointed. As the examining bell rang, the remaining 30 or so papers were swiftly reviewed by the instructors. Zaka was about to announce the results as he noticed his 9 colleagues shaking their heads in regret, when suddenly a loud bang interrupted. Excellent. Absolutely perfect answers. The 10th instructor exclaimed, rising excitedly and beckoning the others to take a look. They crowded around, murmuring in admiration. The handwriting is like a dragon soaring through the sky, and the content is flawless. It's the first perfect score in decades. Zaka approached upon hearing the commotion, and as he took the exam paper, his eyes were immediately drawn to the name Zhang Xing on the front page. As he read, his amazement grew. Such thorough understanding and unique insights, not just rote memorization. This child's talent is extraordinary. Even his usually stern face broke into a rare smile. He quickly exited the hall, holding the exam paper aloft and asked, "Who is Zhang Xing?" The candidates fell silent, looking around. A small figure stepped forward calmly, saying, "I am Zhang Xing." The room erupted in astonishment. Everyone, including Zaka, stared at this unusually young candidate in disbelief. After confirming once more, Zaka cleared his throat and announced, "In this exam, only Zhang Xing has passed." The waiting hall exploded with chatter. Some questioned, how could such a young child do it? Others lamented, I was sure I would pass. Most were filled with disappointment and frustration. For years, and another failure. Negative emotions spread like a tide through the hall, highlighting the uniqueness of that small figure even more. Zaka suppressed his shock and led Zhang Xing into the practical examination room. Inside, 3 students who had already passed other exams were waiting. The examiner pointed to a neatly arranged collection of 100 herbs and announced the rules. Within half an hour, write down the name, properties, and uses of each herb. A perfect score was 100. A single mistake meant elimination. Begin. As soon as Zaka spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell on Zhang Xing. Could this young boy really memorize so many herbs? Was he truly the prodigy people whispered about? Zaka hoped Zhang Xing would pass this test, but he knew the challenge was formidable. Children might find memorization easy, but identifying herbs required extensive practical experience. This experience came from meticulous observation in forests, on cliffs, and even in herb markets. Moreover, the profession demanded substantial financial investment. Without sufficient funds, even the most gifted couldn't flourish. As the exam commenced, Zhang Xing's pen flew across the paper like the wind. In just 10 minutes, he had written down all the names, properties, and uses of the 100 herbs. He quickly reviewed his work, then spent 3 minutes comparing each herb before him to the images in his mind. Though he felt slightly relieved, he remained cautious, aware that his knowledge had been hastily acquired. He slowed down for a more thorough check, taking 5 minutes this time. Meanwhile, the other students might have confidently submitted their papers, but Zhang Xing sensed something was amiss. Closing his eyes, he focused deeply. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded. The 100 herbs in front of Zhang Xing began to move on their own, rising to form a rotating circle above his head. Zaka and the two examiners watched in disbelief, while the other three students were equally stunned. The circle spun faster and faster, and with just 10 seconds left, the herbs abruptly halted. One particular herb faced Zhang Xing directly. His eyes brightened, and he murmured to himself, his hand moving as if guided by an unseen force. This isn't Tianqing grass, it's Xinqing grass in its seedling stage, Zhang Xing realized. Though they appeared similar, their properties were entirely different. Tianqing grass was cold and non-toxic, while Xinqing grass was fiery and poisonous, a deadly tool for poison masters. He swiftly corrected his answer, his pen darting across the paper. With a decisive snap, he set his pen down, right at the half-hour mark. The other three students exchanged puzzled and disdainful looks, assuming Zhang Xing was merely seeking attention with magical tricks to impress the examiners. They were even more baffled when he changed the common Tianqing grass to Xinqing grass, boldly claiming it was for poison masters and used for killing. Zaka and the examiners were taken aback, unsure how to assess Zhang Xing's performance. An unusual atmosphere filled the room, as everyone speculated whether this extraordinary boy was a genius or a madman. Zaka cleared his throat and took Zhang Xing's exam paper. His eyes fell on the question about the Tianqing grass, and he shook his head with a sigh. Zhang Xing got a question wrong, not qualified. After reviewing the remaining students' papers, the other three mentors praised Oluan for getting everything right. At this moment, Zhang Xing suddenly interjected. Wait, Mentor Zaka, are you referring to the question where I changed Tianqing grass to Xinqing grass? As he spoke, he picked up the Tianqing grass specimen from the table. Please take a look, mentors. Although they look the same, their internal structures are completely different. Zhang Xing decisively snapped the Tianqing grass, producing a crisp, snap sound. All four mentors and the other three students leaned in to observe. To everyone's shock, white liquid flowed from the break instead of the usual green sap. A pungent stench immediately filled the air, forcing the three students to back away, covering their noses and mouths. The mentors exchanged glances, their faces flushed with embarrassment. This was indeed Xinqing grass, not Tianqing grass. As advanced alchemists, they had made a mistake in the exam question. Especially Zaka, who had confidently declared Zhang Xing unqualified moments ago, now felt utterly embarrassed. All eyes were on the 7-year-old child. Such keen observation and meticulous discernment were truly remarkable. Zaka finally broke the silence. This was my mistake. Zhang Xing answered everything correctly, qualified. The other three mentors exchanged glances and then turned to the remaining candidates. You all will have to come back next time. The three students, hearing this, nearly collapsed, their initial joy turning to bitterness. The subsequent physical test had low requirements, only needing to reach the level of a junior mage or warrior. Zhang Xing passed effortlessly, and Zaka immediately took out an apprentice badge, pinning it on Zhang Xing before the other mentors could. All right, Zhang Xing, congratulations on becoming an alchemy apprentice. You'll be studying with me. The other three mentors were instantly anxious. Zaka, you never take students. Zhang Xing should be ours. Let's discuss this. But Zaka ignored them, ready to leave with Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing suddenly spoke up. Mentor Zaka, does the guild have Longyan grass or Longshua flowers? He tentatively listed a few herbs. Zaka thought for a moment, surprised. These were rare items stored in the treasure pavilion, kept but unused due to their unknown applications. Upon hearing that the guild indeed had these herbs, Zhang Xing became excited. Mentor Zaka, I'd like to purchase them for research. Zaka nodded approvingly, mistakenly believing the child was eager to learn and explore new knowledge. Little did he know, Zhang Xing had another motive intended to refine elixirs for dragons. A rare smile appeared on Zakana's usually stern face. Looking at Zhang Xing in front of him, he slowly spoke. Zhang Xing, you need to understand that as an apprentice, you aren't qualified to purchase 5th-grade herbs. Even if you have the money, the Alchemist Guild won't sell them to you. Zhang Xing was taken aback and quickly asked, what? Apprentices can't? Then who can? Zakana thought for a moment and explained. At the very least, you need to be a junior alchemist. However, that costs a lot of money. It's really not worth it just to research those herbs. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Xing asked, what about someone like you, a senior alchemist? How much does it cost? Zakana suddenly realized that talking to this inquisitive child was quite enjoyable. He smiled again and patiently answered, we senior alchemists don't have to pay money, but we must exchange something of equal value. For example, by concocting some high-quality, high-level elixirs, or completing tasks for the guild. He waved his hand, changing the subject. All right, let's not dwell on this. Come with me to get familiar with your learning environment. Remember, during the 2 holidays each year, you must come here for lessons. The rest of the time, balance your magic studies and herb research. These 2 disciplines complement each other and have wide applications in the field of magic. Zakana found it odd himself, How someone usually so reserved could be so talkative today. As he paused briefly, Zhang Xing suddenly blurted out, Master Zakana, I want to take the junior alchemist exam. Zakana stopped abruptly, looking at Zhang Xing in disbelief. What? What did you say? Zhang Xing gathered his courage and repeated loudly, Master Zakana, I said I want to take the junior alchemist exam. Zakana's eyes widened, as if seeing Zhang Xing for the first time. After a moment, his expression turned cold. Nonsense, Zakana scolded sharply. What crazy ideas are you entertaining? Just learned to walk and already want to run? No, you're thinking of flying straight away. You just became an apprentice and dare to speak such big words? Do you even know what's required for the junior alchemist exam? Let me tell you, not even those who have been apprentices for 10 or 20 years dare to say they want to take the alchemist exam. Zhang Xing listened silently, following Zakana to a spacious 3-story pavilion behind the guild's examination building. Zakana's tone softened a bit as he introduced, This is my office. Don't touch anything inside without permission. He then briefly introduced various alchemy instruments, but did not teach their use in detail. Zhang Xing listened patiently and then took his leave. He thought to himself, if you want to explain, I'll find out on my own. Isn't there a dedicated reception in the examination hall? Re-entering the examination hall, Zhang Xing quickly found the receptionist, a young woman in her early 20s with a pleasant appearance. Excuse me, big sister, what are the requirements to take the junior alchemist exam? Zhang Xing asked, looking up. The receptionist, named Lena, glanced at him but ignored him, continuing to apply makeup with a copper mirror. She had graduated from a third-rate alchemist school, failed the apprentice exam, and stayed on to work, hoping some alchemist might take her on as an apprentice. Although such apprentices didn't have a badge, they had a better chance of passing the formal apprentice exam. Hey, I'm talking to you. Zhang Xing, not tall enough, stepped back a few paces and raised his voice. Lena showed an annoyed expression and impatiently said, Go away. Go play somewhere else. Whose child is this, causing trouble here? Zhang Xing entered the pharmacist's guild, full of anticipation. However, he was greeted by a haughty receptionist named Lena, who looked him up and down with disdain. Seriously? Aren't you just a receptionist? Why are you treating people differently based on their age? What kind of attitude is that? Zhang Xing couldn't help but complain. And besides, you're just preening yourself during working hours. How did the guild hire someone like you? Not wanting to argue with her, Zhang Xing decided to find the exam information himself. He glanced around, and finally his gaze fell on a stack of exquisite brochures on the reception desk. With a wave of his hand, a brochure flew into his grasp. What are you doing? Put that down. Lena shouted angrily, her eyes wide. Ignoring her, Zhang Xing opened the brochure and began to read. The first page listed the requirements for becoming a junior pharmacist: having an apprentice qualification, reaching the level of an intermediate mage or warrior, paying an 8,000 gold coin exam fee refundable upon passing, successfully concocting a basic magical potion or warrior's pill, and succeeding at least once in 3 attempts to qualify. As Zhang Xing silently celebrated his eligibility, Lena stormed over, reaching to snatch the brochure. Suddenly, she noticed the apprentice badge on Zhang Xing's chest and asked in surprise, Are you an apprentice pharmacist? Zhang Xing nodded in confirmation, but Lena remained skeptical. You're right. You must have borrowed that from your parents. Almost fooled me. It's your parents who are taking the exam, isn't it? No, it's me, Zhang Xing replied, handing the brochure back to Lena before turning to leave. Kids these days, always bragging. As if you're taking the exam. Lena scoffed, rolling her eyes at Zhang Xing's retreating figure. Soon, Zhang Xing found the examination room. He saw a group of apprentice mages and warriors in their 20s gathered around a table, filling out forms. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing sat down and began filling out his own form. The other apprentices assumed he was just a child imitating them and paid him no mind. Moments later, a mid-level pharmacist and an apprentice emerged from a room. They immediately noticed Zhang Xing, who was sitting and looking around. Kid, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for just anyone. Go find your parents, the apprentice scolded. Seriously, if you get lost, your parents will have nowhere to cry. Zhang Xing frowned in confusion, wondering if these people were stressed out from work and taking it out on him. He held up his form and explained, I'm here to take the junior pharmacist exam. The apprentice skeptically took the form, scrutinized it, and then looked surprised. You're Zhang Xing? The only one who qualified as an apprentice this year. Yes, that's me, Zhang Xing confirmed, already sensing that the conversation wouldn't be pleasant. Sure enough, the apprentice shook his head and snorted. Listen, young fellow, you're just starting out. There's no way you'll pass. You should study for another decade. I've been with my mentor for 3 years and still haven't successfully made a single pill. However, his mentor interrupted. Enough, the exam is about to start. Let him take it as long as he meets the criteria. The apprentice huffed in discontent. He's overestimating himself. It's his face on the line, not ours. Despite the skepticism surrounding him, Zhang Xing remained resolute, ready to face the upcoming exam challenge. Zhang Xing casually walked into the examination hall, completely indifferent to the hostile stares from other examinees. Inside the room, 5 low tables, each over 2 meters long, were neatly arranged. In front of each table sat an alchemy furnace, surrounded by a variety of herbs. "Let's begin, apprentices," announced the invigilating intermediate alchemist. "Follow the recipe to concoct a vitality pill. Your time starts now." The vitality pill is a common restorative used by novice mages, slightly more effective than the vitality potion, and naturally, more expensive. Producing one within half an hour would be considered a pass. Zhang Xing thought to himself. With my previous experience in crafting the bloodline pill, this basic potion should be no problem. He began to carefully select the herbs according to the recipe. If the invigilator knew that Zhang Xing had only crafted a potion once before and succeeded in making 2 batches at that, he would be speechless with shock. But to Zhang Xing, it was simply a bit of experience. After gathering the 8 herbs needed for the vitality pill, Zhang Xing leisurely approached the alchemy furnace and casually tossed all the herbs into it at once. "Zhang Xing, what are you doing?" The intermediate alchemist was instantly infuriated by Zhang Xing's unconventional method and sharply questioned him. "Please, keep it down, sir," Zhang Xing thought to himself, but he remained calm and replied, "I'm making a potion." You call this potion making?" The instructor's face turned livid with anger. "Who taught you this? It's nonsense. If you don't want to take the exam, just leave and stop disturbing others. If you can't even follow the basic steps of potion making, why are you taking the alchemist's exam? Whatever, I can't be bothered with you. The 8,000 gold coins are non-refundable anyway, so do whatever you want." With that, the instructor turned away in exasperation to focus on the other students, ignoring Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing scratched his head, thinking, is this instructor having an early midlife crisis? In reality, whether in alchemy, forging, or any other profession, there are detailed procedures to follow. What to do first, what to do second, and how to finish. These rules have been passed down for centuries. But what did Zhang Xing know about this? His alchemy skill was already maxed out at level 100. When he crafted the bloodline pill, he followed the system's herbal tutorial and used his mental power to manipulate the herbs in the furnace. He assumed everyone made pills this way. Little did he know, using mental power to control herbs in pill making is an advanced technique that only master-level alchemists and above can handle. Even the senior alchemists at the Mineport Alchemist Guild dared not attempt it lightly due to the high risk of failure, not to mention they lacked such strong mental power. The surrounding students snickered, wearing disdainful expressions as if to say, "This kid isn't here for an exam. He's just here to play around." Zhang Xing then realized he might have made a mistake. Basic potion-making steps? The exam didn't specify, it just said to produce 1 pill, he thought. Maybe I should see how they're doing it. So, Zhang Xing craned his neck to peek at the examinee next to him. The examinee noticed Zhang Xing's actions and sneered inwardly. Too late to learn now. He carefully held 2 herbs, sitting cross-legged, and watched intently as the 2 herbs in the furnace melted. A few minutes later, the examinee cautiously added the herbs he held into the furnace and then picked up 2 more. He operated with a smug confidence, thinking, watch closely, this is how you follow the basic steps of potion making. Throwing everything in at once like that, you might as well be cooking porridge. Zhang Xing frowned as he watched, feeling that the pace of the alchemy was far too slow. He decided it was better to use his own method. While he was thinking this, the other candidates around him began to sneer. "Kid, you'd better watch your own herbs in the furnace, or they'll burn." Their eyes were full of disdain, clearly believing that this young man didn't know the rules and was just looking around aimlessly. "Burn? That's impossible," Zhang Xing said with a slight smile. With a casual wave of his hand, 3 crystal-clear essence pills flew out of the furnace and landed steadily in his palm. "Because I've already finished refining them." As soon as he said this, the examination hall fell silent. Everyone turned their heads almost simultaneously, unwilling to even glance at him. The invigilator, Mentor Mashi, was so angry that his beard trembled as he turned to look out the window. In his view, if this kid dared to boast again, he should be immediately disqualified from the exam. Isn't this the apprentice of that old-fashioned guy, Zaka? Mashi thought to himself, then called over an assistant. "Go ask the receptionist, Lena, to bring Mr. Zaka here." But on second thought, knowing Zaka's character, he wouldn't send an unprepared apprentice to the exam. This kid must have come to cause trouble on his own. Before long, Zaka entered the examination hall with a puzzled expression, as the apprentice and Lena at the door curiously peered inside. "Mashi, why did you call for me?" Zaka asked. As 2 of the few hot-tempered members of the guild, they had a good relationship. Mashi pointed at Zhang Xing's back, and Zaka, upon seeing him, was stunned. It was Zhang Xing, whom he had explicitly warned. "Zhang Xing, come with me," Zaka said sternly. "Wait, Mentor Zaka." Zhang Xing turned and stood up, with a faint smile on his face. "Let me first present the pills to Mentor Mashi for inspection." With that, he respectfully handed the 3 pills to Mashi. Mashi took the pills, and the sharpness in his eyes gradually turned to surprise. Zaka also leaned in for a closer look, and both mentors became completely engrossed in discussing the quality of the pills. They were warm, evidently fresh from the furnace. of superior quality, with skilled craftsmanship, and all three were perfectly uniform in size. This level of expertise far exceeded that of a beginner alchemist. Mentor Mashi, do my pills pass the test? Zhang Xing finally couldn't help but interrupt. The two mentors snapped out of their daze and turned their heads stiffly. When their eyes fell on Zhang Xing, the gleam in their eyes made Zhang Xing shiver involuntarily. Oh boy, why do these mentors look at me like they're about to eat me alive? Zaka and Mashi, the two mentors, asked in unison, did you really make this? Despite the clear evidence before them, they still found it hard to believe. Yes, mentors, I just made it. As soon as Zhang Xing finished speaking, there was a dull Thuda student sitting cross-legged lost his balance and fell to the ground. The other candidates stared at the pill in Zhang Xing's hand, their faces filled with astonishment. How is this possible? I can't believe it. My God, 3 pills in the blink of an eye, that's terrifying. The fallen student's mind was in turmoil. Not long ago, he had scorned this child, mocking him for trying to learn his pill-making steps at the last minute. Who would have thought that while observing, Zhang Xing had already completed the process? A crisp sound came from the doorway as a bronze mirror fell from Lena's hand. Her mouth was agape, disbelief written all over her face. Is this kid really just an apprentice and already passed the junior pharmacist exam? I missed the chance to marry a genius. Mashi and Zaka were more shocked than anyone present. They understood what such an astonishing talent in a 7-year-old meant. Their thoughts drifted to the future. Could this child become a medicine emperor, a medicine master, a medicine saint, or even a medicine god? Various possibilities swirled in their minds. Mentor Mashi, did I pass? Zhang Xing asked again. Yes, of course you passed. Mashi and Zaka exchanged a smile. With such performance, who wouldn't pass? Half an hour had passed, and the other candidates also completed their tasks. Only one managed to produce a single essence pill, but in terms of quality and size, it was far inferior to Zhang Xing's. Mashi still awarded both with certificates and badges. Mentor Zaka, what did you need me for? Zhang Xing hadn't forgotten. Zhang Xing, we're both guild alchemists now. You don't need to call me mentor anymore. Zaka was momentarily at a loss. The rapid change left him speechless. The genius apprentice he had just taken on was now qualified to stand on equal footing with him, leaving him unsure how to proceed. Actually, it's nothing special, Zaka quickly thought. Oh, you can now take on guild tasks to earn merit points as a junior alchemist. The herbs you want can be exchanged with merit points. Zhang Xing found it odd, just for this? Hadn't this been mentioned several times in the office already? I understand. Mentor Zaka, thank you for your guidance earlier. I've learned a lot. Goodbye, Mentor Mashi. As they watched Zhang Xing respectfully take his leave, Zaka and Mashi were filled with emotion. Such a good kid. Polite, humble, composed. Mashi praised. Zaka, even though this child was your apprentice for only a short while, he emerged from under your tutelage. You should be proud. Why don't I have your luck? At this point, Mashi had completely forgotten his previous indifference towards Zhang Xing. Just as Zhang Xing stepped out of the junior pharmacist exam room, he heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw a fellow examinee running over with a hurried expression. Zhang Xing, the mentor is looking for you, the classmate said, panting. Zhang Xing frowned slightly, his tone indifferent. What does he want? I'm busy. The classmate shook his head. How would I know? Anyway, the mentor said that after the exam, students should go back to their places and not wander around. I've told you, it's up to you whether you go or not. With that, he gave Zhang Xing a cold glance and walked away. Standing there, Zhang Xing muttered to himself, what could it be? They never tell me anything when they should, but they never stop lecturing. Forget it, I'll go do some tasks. I'm here for 3 days anyway. With that thought, Zhang Xing headed to the task hall. There weren't many people inside, probably because most were invigilating exams. 5 or 6 people crowded around the task board, while a few others were scattered around, handing in tasks. Zhang Xing quickly scanned the low-level tasks worth dozens or hundreds of points and directly focused on high-level tasks worth over 1,000 points. One particularly eye-catching task caught his attention, producing 1 million batches of high-level yuan-enhancing pills for a military commission from the Tianqing Empire, worth 10 billion merit points. That's not possible, Zhang Xing thought. That's clearly a task for the entire pharmacists guild. He continued to browse, finding tasks related to medicine making and treatment, with merit points ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. Recalling the herbs mentioned by Mentor Zaka, he estimated needing 3 to 5 billion merit points, meaning each herb required 20 million merit points for a junior pharmacist. Zhang Xing quickly calculated that if he kept doing tasks non-stop, it would take him at least 10 years to earn 5 billion. Of course, if he chose to produce yuan-enhancing pills, he might earn enough in a year and a half. But the problem was that every pharmacist was working on them, and the million batches could be gone quickly. Just then, his eyes landed on a 5-star task, and his gaze lit up. 2 tasks caught his attention. 1. Find the millennia-old magic Lingji on Qinshua Peak, with a reward of 1.5 billion merit points. 2. Find the millennia-old thousand-leaf grass in the marshland, with a reward of 1.5 billion merit points. These two tasks are exciting, Zhang Xing thought, but only 3 billion, which might not be enough. No matter, I'll earn these 3 billion first. With this in mind, Zhang Xing approached the task counter. Behind it sat an elderly man with a wrinkled face, wearing an apprentice badge and slumped over the desk in a lethargic state. Sir, I want to take on 5-star tasks number 1 and 2. Zhang Xing said. The old man didn't even lift his head, lazily saying, "Oh, show me your identity token." Zhang Xing handed over his junior pharmacist token, but the old man casually tossed it back. Junior level isn't enough. You need to be advanced or above. With that, the old man slumped back onto the desk. Zhang Xing was momentarily stunned. Oh, is it that troublesome? Sir, I'll be back later. He quickly left the task hall, heading straight to the intermediate pharmacist exam room. Half an hour later, a badge representing an intermediate pharmacist hung on Zhang Xing's chest. Without wasting any time, he rushed to the advanced exam venue. In less than an hour, Zhang Xing emerged, his heart filled with joy, with the badge of an advanced pharmacist gleaming on his chest. Advanced pharmacist qualification secured. Time to take on the tasks. Zhang Xing excitedly muttered to himself. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of the Pharmacists Guild, Lorelei, the atmosphere was tense. Zaka, Mossy, and the intermediate pharmacist exam mentor Jessie sat, as if petrified, their eyes filled with shock for nearly an hour. Lorelei, looking weathered, confirmed for the third time. Are you sure? That Zhang Xing is only 7 years old. He went from apprentice to intermediate pharmacist. Just as the three alchemists were about to respond, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted them. Senior alchemy examiner Alan burst in, his face a mask of disbelief. President, a 7-year-old boy just passed the advanced alchemist exam. Alan's voice was filled with astonishment. President Luo Lei frowned, his expression complex as he asked, another 7-year-old? What's his name? His name is Zhang Xing. With a collective gasp, everyone, including the president, jumped up as if electrified. Seeing their intense reaction, Alan couldn't help but wonder. What? Him again? Why are you all reacting so strongly? President Luo Lei's sharp gaze swept over each of them. What do you mean by him again? Before you came in, Zaka told me that Zhang Xing advanced from apprentice to intermediate alchemist today. And now you're saying he passed as an advanced alchemist. Is today some kind of special occasion? You all aren't playing a joke on me, are you? The alchemist hurriedly explained, and Alan, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, we wouldn't joke about something so serious. It's true. Why don't we bring Zhang Xing here? Yes, I should see how many heads this Zhang Xing has, Luo Lei agreed with a nod. Before long, Luo Lei's assistant returned, panting. President, Zhang Xing has already taken the 5-star mission 1 and 2 and left. With a clatter, everyone collapsed into their chairs. Luo Lei murmured, even I wouldn't dare to take missions 1 and 2. His mind buzzed, and he began to doubt whether everything that had happened today was just an illusion. Meanwhile, a student handed Zhang Xing's leave note to the supervising mentor. The mentor unfolded it and read, I, Zhang Xing, am going to complete a task for the Alchemist Guild. The number of days absent is unknown. After reading it, the mentor tore the note to shreds and declared through gritted teeth, last time, he ran off alone in the magic beast forest, and now he's leaving the team without reason. This is unacceptable. I must recommend his expulsion to the vice principal. At that moment, Zhang Xing was racing toward his first destination, the Qianxua mountain range. He was in high spirits, calculating that passing the advanced alchemist exam would grant him a 40 fee reduction. The 20 types of herbs, originally worth 5 billion merit points, would now only cost 3 billion, just enough to complete the task. Trading 2 types of herbs for 20 was an incredible deal. To him, the invaluable 10,000-year magic lingji and thousand-leaf grass held little significance. The Qianxua mountain range served as a natural barrier between the Tianqing Empire and the Leiwu Empire. Perpetually covered in snow and bitterly cold, even armies couldn't traverse it. More importantly, it was home to numerous 3rd and 4th-tier magical beasts, especially the snow apes, which not only possessed high intelligence, but also stole intruders' supplies and could even eat humans. Even the Empire's advanced warriors and mercenary groups dared not venture there lightly. After reaching the last town on the edge of the Qianxua mountain range, Zhang Xing summoned Xiaobai. Together, they vanished into the swirling snow. The extreme cold of -60 to 70 degrees Celsius was Xiaobai's favorite, and though Zhang Xing, endowed with Xiaobai's ice attribute talent, was not yet fully accustomed, he was unafraid of the cold. According to the mission description, the 10,000-year magic lingji grew on the icy cliffs above 10,000 meters in altitude. Ordinary flying mounts couldn't withstand the severe cold and would likely freeze before reaching the summit. But for Xiaobai, it was no problem at all. They pressed on, circling high peaks and meticulously searching for their target. The first day's search yielded no results. Zhang Xing continued to venture deeper along the mountain range, maintaining his patience. By noon on the second day, his attention was captured by a majestic giant mountain. Its peak pierced the clouds, towering so high that even as he hovered midair, he couldn't see its summit. On the mountainside, groups of snow apes were frolicking across the landscape. These omnivorous, social creatures were the rulers of Qianxua Peak. They could consume anything edible to humans and had an astounding reproductive rate. Zhang Xing, riding on Xiaobai, flew straight upwards, ignoring the snow apes. As they ascended, the cold became increasingly biting. This temperature is too low, my little body can't handle it. I need to add a fire shield for warmth, Zhang Xing murmured to himself. The sky was menacing with hailstones, some as small as fists, others larger than small watermelons. Yet Xiaobai maneuvered through the icy world with ease. Breaking through the thick clouds, a clear view unfolded. Although the cold remained biting, the wind and snow had disappeared, as if they were in a still painting. A sharp, knife-like snow mountain stood silently among the clouds, its snow hardened like iron over millennia. Xiaobai, let's check this place out. It's unusual. There might be surprises. All right, master. Xiaobai spiraled downwards, landing on the snow within moments. Before them stood a lone small snow mountain, about 20 meters high. Zhang Xing and Xiaobai searched carefully, hoping to find traces of the elusive thousand-year-old snow lingji in a hidden spot. As they circled to the back of the small snow mountain, Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. Xiaobai, look. I see it. Based on its shape, it matches the task description. It should be the demon lingji. Just as they were about to approach and pick it, the mountain suddenly shook, and a large amount of snow came crashing down. Watch out, dodge. In an instant, both man and dragon retreated 100 meters. As the snow dust settled, a shocking scene unfolded before Zhang Xing. A giant snow ape, far larger than a gorilla, slowly revealed itself. It shook off the snow on its body and turned to stare at Zhang Xing and Xiaobai. Beneath its thick white fur, its massive eyes and nostrils stood out prominently, and its slightly upturned closed lips exuded an air of arrogance. Its limbs were like towering pillars, firmly rooted in the snow. The giant ape's gaze swept over the diminutive Zhang Xing and locked directly onto Xiaobai. Although Xiaobai's dragon form was only a third the size of the giant ape, and its body length was 5 or 6 meters shorter, the moment their eyes met, the spark of battle ignited. If I'm not mistaken, this is a 7th-level snow ape. Xiaobai, be careful, Zhang Xing warned while quickly retreating. He knew this would be a battle between two great kings, one that outsiders could not and should not interfere with. The pride of a beast king is a force that commands respect, allowing no desecration. This snow ape was the sovereign of the snow mountain, and any creature entering its domain faced a ruthless choice, either death or departure. Even the dragon clan was no exception. Xiaobai sensed a presence from the giant ape that was no less intimidating than that of the golden dragon. Through relentless battles in the trial grounds with the golden dragon, Xiaobai's combat experience had increased significantly. Although he emerged from each encounter battered and bruised, he could now endure intense battles for longer periods. Facing the imposing and majestic giant ape, Xiaobai felt no fear. Instead, his fighting spirit was high. The giant ape is incredibly strong, but it can't fly, Xiaobai thought to himself, keeping a close watch on his opponent's every move. Thud, thud, thud. The giant ape approached Xiaobai with heavy steps, gradually picking up speed. After 3 steps, it suddenly accelerated, its limbs clawing at the ground like steel talons. With a crash, the rock-hard ice and snow were flung into the air, forming a white curtain. The giant ape suddenly leaped, its massive body launching towards Xiaobai like a cannonball. In midair, it spread its limbs wide and let out a deafening roar, a woo. Xiaobai reacted swiftly, ascending rapidly and darting over the giant ape's head. Seizing the moment, he lashed out with his tail like a whip. Bang! A solid blow from his tail landed heavily on the giant ape's back. Thud! The giant ape crashed to the ground, but it was as if it had only been lightly tapped. Its body merely wavered for a moment in the air. It quickly turned, glaring disdainfully at Xiaobai hovering above. Ancient genetic memories told the giant ape that adult dragons were the overlords of the sky, but this young dragon was not yet a threat. Dragons just rely on their ability to fly. Let's see how I bring you down. A mocking glint appeared in the giant ape's eyes. It moved towards a massive ice spike over 10 meters long, grabbing it with its thick hands. With a crunch, its fingers sank into the ice. The giant ape let out a low growl, and with a snap, the ice spike broke off. It tensed its arms and lifted the huge ice spike overhead, hurling it fiercely at Xiaobai, who was dozens of meters away. The ice spike whistled through the air, with the giant ape following closely behind, leaping to pursue. Xiaobai dodged the ice spike, only to be met with a lightning-fast punch from the giant ape. Bam! Unable to evade, Xiaobai was hit hard, plummeting towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. Zhang Xing's heart tightened as he watched Xiaobai take such a heavy blow, more painful to him than seeing Xiaobai battered by the golden dragon in the trial grounds. Damn it, Xiaobai hit him back hard. For every hit he lands, you give him 10. Zhang Xing roared in his mind. As soon as Xiaobai hit the ground, he sprang back into the air, a massive crash resounding from the snow behind him. The giant ape's fists had landed, missing his tail by just a meter. Xiaobai stretched his body back and forth in the air, clearly in pain from the blow. After 2 rounds, both had landed a hit, but Xiaobai was evidently at a disadvantage. They had gained a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. The snow ape was surprised to see this little dragon withstand such a beating. That unexpected punch had used 80% of its strength, yet the opponent was unscathed, its pristine scales intact. The 7th-tier giant ape possessed intelligence comparable to humans. It knew the dragon race's strength was formidable and had initially thought that its 2-tier advantage would easily subdue the opponent, forcing the young dragon to beg for mercy. But now it seemed that wouldn't be so simple. The giant ape calculated that unless absolutely necessary, it must not kill this young dragon, or it would risk incurring the wrath of the entire dragon race, which would be a disastrous mistake. Hearing Zhang Xing's angry roar, Xiaobai's desire for revenge ignited within him, eager to charge and pummel the giant ape. But reason told him not to engage recklessly. The disparity in strength was too great. Close combat would only lead to humiliation. Seeing that the icicle attack was effective, the snow ape was ready to continue its assault. Just as the giant ape bent down, Xiaobai dove down like an arrow, releasing a chilling, icy breath from its mouth. In an instant, the giant ape was frozen into an ice sculpture. Without stopping, Xiaobai glided above the ape's head, whipping its tail down with force. Crack! The ice shattered on impact, and the tail strike hit the back of the ape's head precisely. The blow was powerful, causing the giant ape to grimace in pain. Enraged, Xiaobai had already soared back into the air, out of the ape's reach. A stalemate ensued between the dragon and the ape. Whenever the giant ape showed the slightest sign of relaxing, Xiaobai would freeze it with its breath and follow up with a fierce strike. The snow ape, furious and roaring, couldn't reach Xiaobai high above. Out of options, the snow ape decided to negotiate. The millennia-old magical Lingji is mine. Don't even think about it. Leave this place immediately. Hovering cautiously in the air, Xiaobai replied. Leaving is not an option. This herb is something my boss must have. Xiaobai kept its distance, wary of any tricks from the snow ape. Your boss? The snow ape looked at Zhang Xing in surprise. You mean that tiny human child? Zhang Xing stepped forward, realizing the fight couldn't continue. The snow ape had wisely chosen to negotiate, avoiding further humiliation. Stopping 20 meters away, Zhang Xing said, Snow ape, I need that Lingji. I won't take it for free. We can trade. The snow ape scoffed. What could a child like you possibly have to trade? No deal. Leave with your dragon. Zhang Xing took a pill from his pocket and tossed it to the snow ape. Take a look at this. See if it's useful to you. The snow ape caught the pill nonchalantly, but its nose twitched as if sensing something extraordinary. Examining the small pill closely, it suddenly trembled with excitement. Is this a bloodline pill? Yes, it's just a basic bloodline pill. Try it, Zhang Xing explained. He had previously crafted 3 levels of bloodline pills for He Bao and still had several mid-level and advanced ones in stock. The system's description mentioned that the pills could stimulate and enhance ancient beast bloodlines, though Zhang Xing wasn't sure if they would work on other magical beasts with ancient bloodlines. The snow ape swallowed the pill without hesitation. As it dissolved, the ape felt a slight ripple in its blood, subtle yet astonishing. The purpose of guarding the millennia-old magical Lingji was to awaken its ancient bloodline. Reaching the 7th tier, further breakthroughs were nearly impossible. Its only hope was to rely on rare treasures. Otherwise, it would have to train slowly until death. But where in the world were there enough treasures for its use? Moreover, the outside world was already dominated by humans, and it dared not venture out before reaching the 8th tier. Although the basic bloodline pill had a mild effect, it deeply impressed the snow ape. Eagerly, it asked, Child, do you have more? From the hopeful gaze of the snow ape, Zhang Xing felt assured. He saw an opportunity and immediately said, Yes, I can make them anytime, even better ones. Upon hearing this, the snow ape's breathing quickened, and it involuntarily licked its lips, its eyes shining brighter. Eagerly, it proposed, You take the magic Lingji and make me the bloodline pills. Deal. Zhang Xing clapped his hands and swiftly took out over 100 bloodline pills from his pocket, mostly intermediate and advanced ones. He handed the pills to the snow ape and explained in detail. Take these for now. It should last you a month or 2. I'll make more and bring them over later. Remember, no more than 2 pills a day. Zhang Xing thought to himself. Black Bao used to take 5 pills a day, and now the 7th level snow ape is only allowed 2. If the snow ape knew the truth, it might swallow all the pills in one go. However, Black Bao and Little White no longer need these low-level bloodline pills. The system store has shown more advanced bloodline pills, but they are not unlocked yet, needing them to advance to the 6th level. Crafting this batch of bloodline pills cost thousands of gold coins, but exchanging them for the Millennium Snow Lingji was definitely worth it. Zhang Xing accepted the Snow Lingji and waved goodbye to the snow ape. At this moment, The snow ape was exceptionally respectful, its face beaming with a smile, waving its huge hand to bid farewell to Zhang Xing, exuding a deep sense of reluctance. Big guy, I'll see you in 2 months. Don't eat them all at once. Zhang Xing reminded. The snow ape tightened its grip on the bloodline pills and turned to run towards its cave hidden in the snow and ice. Zhang Xing thought to himself that this trip was quite successful. Not only did he exchange for the snow Lingji at a very low price, but he also established a rapport with the snow ape. It was a fair trade. However, the big guy didn't lose out either. Both parties got what they needed. He secretly planned to make more pills for the snow ape after Black Bao and Little White advanced to the 6th level in 2 months, keeping his promise. Next target, the swamplands. Let's go, Zhang Xing murmured to himself as he stepped forward. A few days later, Zhang Xing arrived at the swamp area 3,000 miles from the St. Roland Magic and Martial Academy with Black Bao, Little White, and Jean Bao. This place was shrouded in mist and swampy mud, a dangerous area comparable to the magical beast forest. It was teeming with poisonous creatures, truly a realm of venomous beings. Zhang Xing took an antidote he had crafted and led the 3 dragons into the misty area. In the gray fog, black gases occasionally drifted down, and bubbles continuously rose from the swamp, emitting an unpleasant odor. These mists didn't affect the 3 dragons, but Little White and Jean Bao were clearly displeased by the smell, while Black Bao remained unaffected. Jean Bao, ever the treasure hunter, darted its eyes around the areas frequented by poison frogs and black-spot snakes. Judging from the paths trampled by countless people, there seemed to be nothing worthwhile to find nearby, not even common herbs. Continuing onward, the group of 1 human and 3 dragons successfully passed through the edge of the area without encountering any formidable poisonous creatures. In the middle of the swamp, they came across some low hills and unknown plants. Not far along a forked path, several groups were each searching for needed herbs. They eyed Zhang Xing and his companions warily, clearly harboring ill intentions. But with the formidable Black Bao present, they dared not make any rash moves. Zhang Xing ignored them and quickly headed deeper into the swamp. After he left, the groups pretended to act nonchalantly, following from different directions. As Zhang Xing continued his journey, he suddenly heard the sound of a fierce battle not far away. The familiar tone made his heart skip a beat. Following the sound, he was greeted with a shocking sight. 5 familiar figures were engaged in a desperate fight against a massive venomous crocodile over 10 meters long. The elite members of the St. Roland Magic and Martial Arts Academy Selena, Mintertina, Zhan Tian, Saya, and Kai Erdua were in a dire situation, forced to retreat continuously. Their movements showed signs of fatigue, clearly exhausted from the nearly 10-minute-long battle. The 4th-tier venomous crocodile had thick skin and could spray poison, rendering their attacks seemingly ineffective. Zhang Xing, come help us. Selena was the first to spot Zhang Xing, her voice a mix of relief and urgency. They were at a critical juncture, and without assistance, they might end up as a meal for the crocodile. At the sound of her voice, the others momentarily lost focus, giving the crocodile an opportunity. It lunged at Saya with its gaping jaws. Saya watched in terror as the sharp teeth closed in on her waist, shutting her eyes in despair as a tear slipped down her cheek. However, the anticipated pain never came. Saya opened her eyes to see Zhang Xing's face, sporting a mischievous grin. Zhang Xing. Saya was stunned, her mind blank, as she stared at her former junior. Saya, step back a bit, or you'll get splattered with blood. Zhang Xing's voice brought Saya back to her senses. She realized she was still within the crocodile's jaws, and Zhang Xing was holding the creature's teeth apart with his hands. Saya attempted to move, but found her legs numb, almost in tears from frustration. Quick to act, Selena rushed forward to drag Saya to safety. What happened next left everyone speechless. With a mighty effort, Zhang Xing tore the head of the 4th-tier crocodile in half with a snap. Simultaneously, the black and yellow blood that spurted out froze in midair, along with the shattered body of the crocodile. One ice spell, all done, Zhang Xing said nonchalantly, as if he had just completed a trivial task. The 5 were left gaping at the scene before them, overwhelmed by disbelief. Zhang Xing was supposed to be a magician, so how could he possess such incredible strength? That was a 4th-tier magical beast, known for its powerful jaws, yet it had been torn apart in an instant. In just a few months, this young prodigy had grown to such a terrifying extent. Zhan Tian, in particular, was struck by a wave of emotion. If Zhang Xing merely had a black dragon, he might still hope to catch up through rigorous magic training. But now he had lost all confidence. With Zhang Xing's ability to tear apart a crocodile barehanded, Zhan Tian feared he would never reach such heights in his lifetime. Okay, it's over now. Zhang Xing broke the tense atmosphere. Selena, Mintertina, what brings you all to such a dangerous place? Mintertina blushed slightly, a bit embarrassed as she explained, I asked them to accompany me. I needed some venom for a potion, so? Zhang Xing understood, they were likely here out of curiosity. But he didn't press the matter, instead offering kindly. Coincidentally, The crocodile's venom sac is frozen. Let me help you retrieve it. With that, Zhang Xing located the venom sac from the split head and was about to hand it to Tina. Just as Tina reached out to take it, a somber voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Tina heard footsteps approaching from behind and turned around cautiously. Three well-equipped mercenary teams were closing in quickly, their gear and attire initially convincing, but now revealing their true bandit nature. Put down your things and surrender all your valuables. Over 30 mercenaries swiftly surrounded Zhang Xing and his companions. Zhang Xing smirked internally and discreetly handed a poison pouch to Mentor Tina. Tina accepted the pouch and gave Zhang Xing a grateful smile. Wow, what a pretty smile. Come on, give us one too. Some mercenaries, emboldened by this, began to make lewd comments. Zhang Tian stepped forward, sternly warning. We are from the St. Roland Magic and Martial Academy, and these two are our mentors. You'd better back off, or the academy won't let you off. However, the threat from a 13-year-old had little effect. What? You're from the St. Roland Magic and Martial Academy? One mercenary exaggeratedly feigned terror, while another mockingly begged. Please, beautiful mentor, spare us this time. I won't dare again. This drew laughter from the crowd. A man who seemed to be a leader whispered in the ear of the boss, making a throat-slitting gesture. Boss, keep the two beauties, the rest. Isn't that risky? We can't afford to mess with the Magic Academy. The boss hesitated. What's there to fear? Do it cleanly in this swamp. Who will know? Besides, even if we let them go, the old folks at the academy won't spare us. Haven't enough of our brothers died at their hands? The boss's gaze shifted between the two female mentors and the poisonous swamp, and finally, he nodded decisively. The leader's eyes glinted with greed, and he licked his lips. Brothers, let's do it. Keep the beauties, feed the rest to the beasts. Hearing this, Salina and the others turned pale. Having just battled with the poisonous crocodiles, their strength and magic were depleted, leaving them powerless. Watching the mercenaries draw their weapons and mages begin their spells, Salina despaired. These men were no different from wolves, just beasts in human skin. Some people just don't know how to live, always courting death. Zhang Xing's voice suddenly brought light to Salina and Zhang Tian's eyes, reminding them of Zhang Xing's ability to summon dragons. Zhang Xing, quickly, summon the dragon and kill them. Zhang Tian urged desperately. A dragon? What dragon? The mercenary boss asked his lieutenant, puzzled. The lieutenant gestured wildly. Boss, you know, the kind with huge wings, for claws, and can fly in the sky. All right, get out of here. The boss waved dismissively. Those are just legends. They're dreaming at death's door. If they really summon a dragon, I'll chop it to pieces myself. As the mercenary leader gestured about cutting up a dragon, the sky suddenly darkened, casting a shadow over the land. All the mercenaries instantly went on high alert, gripping their weapons tightly, crouching down, and cautiously looking up at the sky. When they finally saw what was in the sky, everyone was stunned. The mercenaries, including their leader, rubbed their eyes vigorously and even shook their heads hard to make sure they weren't seeing things. But the enormous dark figure was undeniably Real. A majestic black dragon was hovering above them. The dragon, Black Bao, looked down at the mercenary leader with a mocking tone. You said you'd chop a dragon into 108 pieces? With a thud, the mercenary leader fell to his knees, trembling like a leaf. Master Black Dragon, Tu was just joking. I didn't really mean 108 pieces. Please, have mercy and don't hold it against a mere human like me. Black Bao teased. A man should keep his word. I'm here now, and everyone is watching. Go ahead, chop. The mercenary leader immediately started slapping himself frantically, and within 3 slaps, his face was swollen and red. Master Black Dragon, I'm sorry, I won't dare again. Please spare me. Black Bao moved his massive head closer to the small leader, just an inch away. Nice attitude. Who else was saying they would kill us all? The small leader instantly kneeled, and the other mercenaries quickly threw down their weapons and knelt together. They begged for mercy in a chorus. Master Black Dragon, spare us. We were forced into this. Yes, Master Black Dragon, just kill the leaders. We were just followers. Zhang Xing watched this scene and shook his head, choosing not to comment on the fickle nature of humanity. He had hoped Black Bao would finish things quickly, but it seemed the dragon couldn't resist when people knelt before him. Apparently, it had been too long since he had shown off. The leaders, seeing their subordinate's defect, were furious but didn't dare act rashly. Black Bao circled those who were trying to shift the blame and said, Your attitude is worse than your boss's. Look at him. He's slapping himself continuously, while you just passed the buck. Pathetic. Hearing that Black Bao intended to execute them, the underlings immediately copied their leader's actions, slapping themselves desperately. None dared slack off, fearing the dragon would notice any lack of effort. They had one goal to survive, but those who wished to kill must be prepared to be killed. Saya reluctantly waved goodbye to Zhang Xing, feeling a sudden attachment to the young boy. Reflecting on their 3 encounters at the St. Roland Magic and Martial Academy's trial tower, the 6 academies competition, and now being saved by him from the brink of death. Xia realized that her once vague impression of this junior had become much clearer. When Zhang Xing announced his departure, an inexplicable sense of loss and longing welled up in Xaya's heart. As the daughter of the Lord of St. Roland Castle, she had always been proud and never felt this way about any boy. At this moment, she realized she had developed feelings for this boy, 5 years her junior. Perhaps it was gratitude, or maybe something more, but this budding emotion made her cheeks flush and filled her with excitement. Standing nearby, Zhan Tian noticed the infatuated look in Xaya's eyes as she gazed at Zhang Xing, and a flicker of jealousy ignited within him, causing him to clench his fists. According to the descriptions from mentors Selena and Tina, the deepest part of the legendary swamp was said to be a region shrouded in black mist, possibly containing rare herbs. Zhang Xing decided against wasting time on a gradual search and instead mounted his black dragon to fly directly towards the heart of the swamp. After flying for 4 or 5 hours, there was still no sign of the dark region. The true depth of the swamp and the time needed to reach its end remained unknown. Mentor Selena's information came from Dean Jig, and the task description from the Apothecary Guild lacked specific records. Zhang Xing could only press on in silence. More than 3 hours later, although the legendary dark region had not yet appeared, he saw a patch of land, about the size of a football field, that was pitch black. Zhang Xing stopped to carefully observe this peculiar area. The barren land was devoid of any vegetation, and even the swamp's most common insects were nowhere to be seen, adding to its eerie nature. As Zhang Xing circled 2/3 of the way around it, he suddenly felt as if the dark land had shifted. "Boss, I saw it too, but I don't sense any life," Black Bao said with a hint of seriousness in his voice. Zhang Xing halted, staring intently at the scene before him. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour passed, and the land moved again. As dusk fell and the last rays of sunlight vanished above the misty swamp, a dense black mist erupted from the center of the land, enveloping the entire area within moments. Could this be the legendary Darkland? Zhang Xing and Black Bao watched in astonishment. Then, about 7 or 8 meters away in the land's center, a silver light flashed. Within the glow, a plant appeared, seemingly magical in the darkness. "It's thousand-leaf grass," Zhang Xing exclaimed in shock. "Black Bao, what we're looking for has appeared. Let's go check it out, but be cautious. Such a strange scene must harbor danger." Black Bao cautiously carried Zhang Xing into the black mist. Everything around was pitch black, with only the silver glowing thousand-leaf grass guiding their way. "Boss, this black mist is filled with the stench of death. It's revolting." Black Bao snorted repeatedly, trying to avoid inhaling more of the mist. "If I'm not mistaken, this unpleasant aura is similar to what we encountered in the beast forest," Zhang Xing began, but was interrupted by a sinister, chilling laugh that echoed from the darkness. "Haha." A familiar laugh suddenly echoed, and Zhang Xing immediately recognized the voice of the necromancer. Well, we meet again, young one. This time you've walked right into my trap. How fortunate for me." "Haha, you and your dragon will make excellent puppets." The necromancer's voice was filled with smugness and menace. Zhang Xing feigned calmness, a disdainful smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Keep dreaming. With a face like that, you shouldn't have such high hopes." Despite his relaxed facade, his mind was racing, and his alertness was at its peak. This elusive necromancer was not only highly skilled, likely at the level of a grand mage, but his mastery of dark summoning arts was particularly troublesome. As Zhang Xing spoke, he cautiously approached the thousand-leaf herb, pondering to himself, wasn't this ghost supposed to be hiding in the beast forest? How could he be here? Then it struck him. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, so how could this trickster have only one hiding place? Perhaps this environment was more suitable for him. The necromancer's voice rang out again, this time from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint. "Young one, you seem eager to get your hands on this mystical thousand-leaf herb. Doing a task for the Alchemist Guild, are you? Planning to use it against me? Dream on. I've been guarding this place for years, surrounded by my dark devouring array. You've walked right into a dead end." Haha. Zhang Xing had no intention of engaging him heathen. His goal was clear grab the herb and leave immediately. However, just as he was within 10 meters of the herb, a massive skeleton appeared before him. The skeleton glowed with phosphorescence, its lantern-sized eyes flickering with eerie red light. "It's a ghost dragon," Zhang Xing and He Bao exclaimed in unison. The necromancer boasted. "Haha, that's right, you have a dragon, and so do I. Yours is 5th rank, and so is mine. However, I have more forces. What do you have? Prepare to be beaten to your last breath, and then I'll claim your souls." But before the laughter could fade, it abruptly stopped. "No, that's impossible. How can you have 2 dragons? A person can only form a contract with one magical beast in a lifetime. How can you have 2? The necromancer's voice lost its previous composure and confidence, replaced by a hint of panic. Zhang Xing's smile widened with confidence. "Huh, I don't have much of an army, just a couple of dragons. Xiao Bai, He Bao, take that skeleton apart." The two dragons were eager to showcase their prowess. At Zhang Xing's command, they shot forward. The lifeless bone dragon was helpless against their combined assault, one clawing and the other striking with its tail. Crack! Xiaobai shattered a rib. Thud! He Bao's tail swept the bone dragon's leg, causing it to topple heavily to the ground. Seeing this, the necromancer calculated. This kid is just relying on his two dragons. If I kill him, won't the dragons die too? Then they can become my undead dragons. Little did he know that Zhang Xing had an equal contract and possessed terrifying combat skills, assuming the boy would be easy to handle. With this in mind, the necromancer extended his withered hands, quickly weaving gestures to control the devouring array. Zhang Xing immediately sensed the black mist swirling around him, followed by the appearance of numerous green glows. Groups of zombies, wielding bone clubs, limped toward him. This is a zombie soldier, a level above the skeleton soldiers, packed densely across the swamp, emitting a nauseating stench from their decaying bodies. Behind them, a massive bone dragon hovered, the highest level, 5th tier unit that a necromancer could summon. A necromancer too ashamed to show his face. I was just looking to stretch my muscles. Thanks for sending so many practice partners. Zhang Xing sneered, his gaze sweeping over the undead army in front of him. He knew that among the 5-element magic, auxiliary spells like blindness were useless against these undead creatures, but offensive spells should still work. However, when he attempted to gather his mental strength to cast a fire spell, he found that his magic couldn't be concentrated at all. Cuckoo! The necromancer's eerie laughter echoed in the darkness. Did you think this blackened land would be so easy to tread upon? This is accursed ground by me, where all magic above the 1st level is nullified. Coupled with my devouring heaven array providing endless dark energy to these soldiers, you could exhaust yourselves to death and still not finish them off. No worries, I'll just rest on Dragon Island if I get tired, Zhang Xing replied indifferently. He thought to himself that he only needed to grab the 1,000-leaf herb and escape. No need to fight to the death here. Meanwhile, Xiaobai and He Bao were entangled in a fight with the bone dragon. Although the bone dragon could quickly reassemble after being scattered, the two dragons showed no signs of fatigue. Seeing this, Zhang Xing made a quick decision. Since magic was ineffective, he'd use Dragon Fist, Heaven-breaking Fist. With a loud shout, Zhang Xing's fist shot out like a cannonball, instantly creating a path through the thick zombie wall. Although the path was quickly filled by new zombies, it didn't disrupt his attack rhythm. 6 consecutive heaven-breaking fists roared out, and the zombies couldn't keep up with his pace of destruction. With the 1,000-leaf herb in sight, Zhang Xing reached out, only for a gaping maw to suddenly open beneath the grass. It was a lurking 5th-tier poison crocodile, but its sneak attack missed. Zhang Xing's figure had already vanished. The zombie horde descended into chaos, spinning in circles in vain to find their target. As the necromancer frantically searched through the formation, a hand suddenly shot out from the darkness, snatching the 1,000-leaf herb like lightning. Hey Bao Xiaobai, time to go. With his whole body surging with fighting spirit, Zhang Xing lightly tapped the zombies' heads with his toes, darting out of the encirclement in a few swift moves. He Bao and Xiaobai also disappeared into the night like shooting stars. Give me back the 1,000-leaf herb. You little brat, give it back. Behind them came the necromancer's almost tearful cries of rage. This 1,000-leaf herb could not only help him craft an array to resist light magic, but was also sought after by the Alchemist Guild to counter his summoning spells. No wonder he was so unwilling to part with it. A few days later, Zhang Xing walked into the task hall of the Alchemist Guild, a confident smile on his face. Old man, I'm here to submit my task, he called out to the dozing old apprentice. The old apprentice lazily lifted his head and took the 2-foot-long wooden boxes Zhang Xing handed him. He glanced casually at the task register, then suddenly jolted upright. A 5-star task. You completed it? He stared at Zhang Xing in disbelief. Recalling when Zhang Xing first took the task, the old apprentice had felt nothing but disdain. A junior alchemist daring to take on a 5-star task seemed like sheer arrogance. Yet soon after, Zhang Xing had acquired a senior alchemist's badge, leaving him utterly stunned. But on second thought, he began to belittle Zhang Xing again, remembering how even a dozen elders in the guild, including the president, had failed to complete this task. A kid who hasn't even grown up yet dares to mess around, he thought. Over the years, even some advanced warriors have failed at this task. And you, just a gifted kid? This isn't an exam. It's a 5-star difficulty with life-threatening risks. The old apprentice shook his head, thinking it was none of his business whether Zhang Xing was just going through the motions or actually completing the task. He had long since put the matter out of his mind until today, when Zhang Xing came to submit the task, reminding him of the boy's bold undertaking half a month ago. Who would have thought that this seemingly impossible task would actually be completed by this young man? The old apprentice carefully examined the 2 herbs in his hands and slowly stood up. Follow me, he said with a hint of respect in his voice. This task requires evaluation by the guild elders. I don't have the authority. As they stepped out of the task hall, they encountered the hurriedly arriving Zaka. Zhang Xing, you're finally back. Zaka exclaimed, grabbing Zhang Xing's arm. Come with me. The president wants to see you. Zhang Xing deftly dodged. Mentor Zaka, I need to submit my task. Zaka impatiently waved his hand. Forget the task for now. The president knows you're back and is discussing your matter with some elders. He cut off Zhang Xing's explanation and led him toward the senior meeting room. Zhang Xing pondered for a moment, realizing he would need to meet the elders to submit the task anyway, and said no more. The old apprentice, carrying the 2 wooden boxes, silently followed with his head down. Zaka completely ignored the old apprentice as he hurried toward the meeting room. Upon entering the meeting room, Zhang Xing immediately felt the piercing gaze of 13 pairs of eyes focusing on him. An elder with white hair and beard spoke first. Ah, very good, such youthful talent. It's clear you're no ordinary person. Our alchemist guild has found another gem. Afterward, Zhang Xing was obliged to greet and pay respects to each elder. Each one treated him with the warmth of a grandparent, enthusiastically praising the young man. Zhang Xing bowed, inwardly lamenting. If you have something to say, just say it, he grumbled to himself. The compliments are endless, and it's the same few words over and over. Do all elders love to ramble like this? Finally, after a prolonged round of pleasantries, Zhang Xing seized the opportunity to speak. Esteemed elders, I'm here to submit my task. As soon as he finished speaking, an elder casually waved his hand. If you couldn't complete it, there's no need to submit it. I'll have them cancel the task you took. Another elder stroked his beard, nodding thoughtfully. I find Zhang Xing quite sincere, knowing he couldn't complete the task and returning promptly. Just for this honest attitude, we should commend him greatly. The group of elderly members had been chatting away for half an hour, each taking turns to speak. Zhang Xing stood to the side, watching the dozen or so white-haired elders talk endlessly. He had been interrupted just as he said, mission submission, and couldn't get a word in edgewise. Seizing the moment when they paused to sip their tea, Zhang Xing quickly said, I'm really here to submit my mission. It's completed. Realizing they might not fully grasp his point, he added, I've brought back the magic lingji and the 1,000-leaf herb. Poof. The elders simultaneously spat out their tea, splattering it all over the table. They stared wide-eyed, their hands shaking slightly as they held their cups. What? What did you say? Seeing that the elders were about to launch into another lengthy discussion, Zhang Xing hurriedly called out, Sir, please bring my mission items. He decided to let the items speak for themselves to avoid another round of lectures. An apprentice at the door responded, respectfully carrying in 2 wooden boxes. President, esteemed elders, Mr. Zhang Xing took on the number 1 and 2 5-star missions half a month ago. He has completed them and is here for verification. With that, the apprentice set down the boxes and stepped back to wait outside. The meeting room fell silent. The elders exchanged glances. Completed in half a month? Just the travel and search for herbs should take longer than that. Did you fly there? An elder sitting closest eagerly opened the first box, and the others crowded around. This is indeed magic lingji. The elder swallowed hard. As they examined it closely, they praised it repeatedly. The quality is even better than the mission required. The aura suggests it's at least 1,000 years old, and the color indicates it was picked less than a month ago. When the second box was opened, there was another gasp. My goodness, the quality of this 1,000-leaf herb is even better. Look at these leaves, not only thick and full, but the patterns are far more abundant than those in the records. Zhang Xing stood there alone, watching the elders fuss over the herbs like they were treasures. He thought they might study them until dawn. Just as he was considering collecting his reward to trade for more herbs, he suddenly sneezed, causing the conference table to shake. The room fell silent again. The president straightened up, and the other elders composed themselves. Zhang Xing, please describe in detail how you collected the herbs. This was a standard procedure. Every mission's completion process had to be explained, though it was usually just a formality. But this time was clearly different. Zhang Xing casually replied, I rode a dragon there, so it wasn't much trouble. I just picked them up and came back. With that statement, the elders were collectively stunned, staring at the young man in speechless amazement. What? You're the legendary Dragon Knight from the capital? President Luolai stood up in shock, his eyes wide open. The port of Minai is thousands of miles away from the capital, and recently they did hear that Tianxing Kingdom now had dragons. However, these old folks were entirely engrossed in their pharmaceutical research, showing no interest in politics or military affairs. Moreover, they were not part of the Tianxing Empire. In their eyes, the Alchemist Guild of the Sacred Dragon Continent was far beyond the reach of a small empire. They had heard plenty of rumors about dragons. After all, researching potions involves these rare and exotic creatures. So, the gossip that traveled from the capital to here was usually dismissed. But now, with the person standing right in front of them, it was no longer just a rumor. No wonder he could complete a 5-star mission so swiftly. Riding a dragon, one could easily cover thousands of kilometers in a day. Zhang Xing cautiously kept the matter of the snow ape a secret, not mentioning it to them. After all, they were once friends, and he didn't want to cause trouble for the other party. This astonishing news couldn't be kept hidden. After understanding the situation, the elders unanimously decided to exceptionally reward Zhang Xing with double the merit points, totaling 6 billion. Overjoyed, Zhang Xing used 3 billion merit points to exchange for 2 sets of medicinal herbs, eliminating his worries about not being able to refine 40 pills. As night fell, Zhang Xing took a brief rest in the high-class room prepared for him by the guild. Around midnight, he quietly entered Dragon Island, placed the herbs he had prepared into the alchemy furnace, and began the arduous process of pill refining. Simultaneously refining so many herbs indeed required immense effort, far more challenging than the assessment for an advanced alchemist. However, Zhang Xing's mental strength far exceeded his actual combat power. Though not up to an advanced grand magician, he wasn't far off. He focused entirely, his hands dancing over the alchemy furnace, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 2 hours later, Zhang Xing shouted, "Open!" The lid of the alchemy furnace flew open with a bang, and 20 golden pills shot out in an orderly fashion, landing in the medicine box. The first batch of dragon flame pills, made specifically for Black Treasure, was a complete success, without a single flaw. After a brief rest, Zhang Xing placed the second set of herbs into the furnace, this time refining dragon snow pills for Little White's upgrade. After another 2 hours of effort, the alchemy furnace opened again, and 20 silver pills flew out. Zhang Xing let out a long breath of relief. For hours of grueling alchemy had drained him both mentally and physically. Despite his exhaustion, he was thrilled Black Treasure and Little White could finally advance. Black Treasure and Little White, who had been eagerly waiting, could no longer contain their excitement. They leaped into the air, roaring towards the sky. Every dragon is deeply concerned with its growth. Under the nurturing of a powerful system, they completed the hatchling stage, which normally takes 10 years, in just a few days. Now in their juvenile stage, which usually takes 20 years, they didn't have to wait that long with the pills their master had refined. They yearned to grow. Reaching the 6th level would allow them to advance to the adolescent stage. By then, their overall strength would soar, and their body length would match that of an adult dragon, with a deeper understanding of ancient knowledge. Ha! Ho ho ho! 2 dragons roared in the sky, while a person laughed heartily on the ground. The gemstone dragon leaned against a nearby rock, crossed its legs, and munched on a bar of kryptonite with a dismissive smirk. It thought to itself, is it really that exciting? Is it really that thrilling? It's just leveling up. I'm on the path of leveling up every day. As the laughter faded, Zhang Xing took out 2 exquisite wooden boxes from his pocket and handed them to He Bao and Xiao Bai. 3 pills a day, 1 in the morning, 1 at noon, and 1 at night. In 7 days, you'll advance, he instructed. He Bao and Xiao Bai eagerly swallowed a pill each, immediately feeling a warm current flowing through their bodies, making them grin with satisfaction. Time flew by, and before they knew it, a night had passed. As dawn broke, Zhang Xing heard a knock at the door. He quickly left Dragon Island, pretending to have just woken up, and went to open the door. To his surprise, a group of people stood outside President Luolai, Zaka, Mentor Mashi, and 2 elders whose names he couldn't recall. Haha, Zhang Xing, I was the first to arrive, President Luolai said eagerly. Let's have breakfast together, and I'll talk to you about something. It doesn't matter who came first, we all arrived around the same time. One of the elders chuckled. We old folks are just here to have breakfast with you. Consider it a send-off. Yes, Zhang Xing, Mashi suggested. Why don't you wait another day before leaving? We can prepare a banquet with 10 or 20 tables and have a feast. Not a feast, just a meal, Zaka immediately countered. Zhang Xing is still young. He can't drink alcohol. That's not how you act as a senior. Zhang Xing quickly responded politely. Thank you, President, and everyone for your kindness, but I really need to get back to school. It's been over half a month, and I feel a bit guilty for being away so long. I'll leave right after breakfast, so you don't have to see me off. The breakfast scene was as grand as a farewell banquet. All the elders, pharmacists, and apprentices from the guild were present. President Luolai looked around and smiled, saying, This is the largest gathering in the history of the Menai Port Pharmacists Guild. It's also the first time we're holding a farewell for a pharmacist in the form of a breakfast. He paused, his gaze landing on Zhang Xing, and continued, What's more surprising is that this pharmacist is the youngest in our history. He advanced from apprentice to senior pharmacist in 1 day, breaking the record for the fastest promotion. Additionally, he completed the first and second tasks of a 5-star mission in just half a month. President Luolai intentionally left a cliffhanger, smiling as he asked, So, who is this person? The elders knew the answer, but most people were bewildered. They were stunned by the president's introduction, filled with disbelief at the accomplishments attributed to one person. Yet, they had no choice but to believe the president's words, which were undoubtedly true. Who is it? Do you know? I have no idea. Hearing about so many achievements from one person, I can hardly believe it. This is unbelievable. Based on the president's introduction, this person must be incredibly powerful, at least at the level of a Grand Magister. Or even at the level of a Battle King. Seeing the crowd's discussions, President Luolai cleared his throat, and the room fell silent. This person is Zhang Xing, pharmacist Zhang. Let's welcome pharmacist Zhang to speak to us. Zhang Xing recognized the tone of the president's words, thinking it was just like a company leader's speech back on Earth. Sure enough, it was the familiar, outstanding individual commendation ceremony. He stood up reluctantly. When everyone saw that the person standing was just a 7 or 8-year-old child, the entire room fell silent. Those who were unaware all had the same question pop into their minds. Is this real? Zhang Xing had left the pharmacists' guild an hour ago, yet the enthusiastic applause from earlier still echoed in his ears. He couldn't help but frown. The warmth from those old folks was overwhelming. If he had stayed any longer, he might have been driven mad. Nonetheless, Zhang Xing secretly appreciated the harmonious atmosphere. If only the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts could be the same, there wouldn't be so many conflicts with the instructors. Thinking about returning to the academy, Zhang Xing sighed. Who knows what bizarre events await him this time? Sure enough, 3 days after stepping through the gates of the academy, Zhang Xing was summoned to the vice principal's office. The vice principal, looking stern, got straight to the point. Zhang Xing, it's not that I don't want to support you, but your actions have been unacceptable. You left without notifying anyone, and were gone for nearly 20 days, which is a serious violation of academy rules. The vice principal paused before continuing. Several instructors have complained to me about your disregard for discipline. We have decided to give you another chance. If you can secure a spot in the top 10 in the endophthalm exams this semester, you can continue studying here. Otherwise, you'll be sent back to St. Laurent Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Zhang Xing listened quietly, a cold smile forming in his heart. Does his presence really unsettle those nobles so much? As if he's threatening their wealth and status? They will never accept him, regardless of his performance, because they belong to a different world. Humph. Zhang Xing vowed to himself. You want to drive me away? Not so easily. I wasn't planning to stay, but now I will. It's just an exam, no big deal. There are more than 3 months until the end of the term. I'll show them what I can do. Looking up, Zhang Xing sincerely told the vice principal, Thank you, sir. I will study hard. But I'm behind on the current coursework, so I'd like to study diligently in the dormitory for 3 months, starting from the basics. The vice principal was somewhat satisfied with Zhang Xing's attitude. After pondering for a moment, he agreed to Zhang Xing's request. It was better to let him study in the dormitory than have him idle in class, where the instructors were already displeased with him. Whether he studied or not was up to him. If he failed the exams, even His Majesty couldn't keep him in the academy. Finally free from those tedious magic classes, Zhang Xing felt refreshed as he walked around campus. He decided to treat He Bao and Xiao Bai to a feast as a reward for their efforts in acquiring the thousand-leaf grass. In the imperial city, the best place to eat was the gourmet street, where renowned chefs from all over the country gathered. You could find any flavor you desired. With previous experience, Zhang Xing decided to dine at each place one by one, allowing him to taste a variety of cuisines without attracting too much attention. He Bao and Xiao Bai, upon hearing their master's novel idea, gave him a thumbs up, praising his cleverness. The trio arrived at Gourmet Street and began their culinary adventure from the first restaurant on the left. Money was no concern, as Zhang Xing had over 10 billion gold coins in his pocket, thanks to auctioning off mithril ingots before leaving the Pharmacists Guild. The news had spread quickly, and a merchant guild had purchased them at a high price. They ordered no more than 8 dishes at each restaurant, moving on after finishing. By the fourth establishment, Zhang Xing was merely a spectator, unable to compete with the 2 voracious dragons. He leaned against the second-floor window, watching the bustling street below. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. At first, Zhang Xing paid no attention, but as the noise grew louder, a familiar voice reached his ears. You're lying, we didn't steal your pills. Zhang Xing was taken aback. Wasn't that Schwenner's voice? She should be in school, so why was she in the imperial city? Something must have happened. Zhang Xing immediately stood up, determined to find out what was going on. Zhang Xing hurriedly instructed, He Bao, Xiao Bai, eat slowly here and don't wander off. Order more if you finish, but don't cause any trouble. I'll be right back. He thought to himself that the Dragon brothers were naturally combative, and even more uncontrollable when drunk. Downstairs was bustling with people, and Zhang Xing squeezed into the crowd. Through the gaps, he saw familiar faces Schwer and Feyer, along with a man who appeared to be in his 50s. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man dressed like an apothecary. The apothecary was accusing them indignantly. My elixir was just on the table, and now it's gone. You 3 were the only ones nearby, and this young girl was the closest. She must have stolen it. Schwer, eyes wide with anger, retorted, I didn't steal anything. I didn't even see any elixir. The older man, clearly Schwer's father, hurriedly defended his daughter. Apothecary, sir, my daughter would never do such a thing. Our family may have fallen on hard times, but we still hold a baron's title. We would never stoop to something so disgraceful. Zhang Xing pondered silently, realizing that Schwer and her father had come looking for him. When he left the territory last time, he did invite them to visit, but only to prevent them from encountering trouble. The apothecary smirked slyly, his eyes darting between Schwer and Fayer. Little girl, you're not being honest. Open your bag and see me elixir is in there. Schwerner's father was stunned. If he couldn't see this was a setup by now, then all his years were for nothing. The apothecary continued smugly. I could tell you were fallen nobles from the countryside. Only ordering 3 bowls of noodles on the food street shows how poor you are. I fancy your 2 daughters, and with a little trick, I can have them. Even if you realize it, there's nothing you can do. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Some said, if she didn't steal it, just open the bag and prove it. Others agreed. This man is the manager of the Apothecary Guild's capital branch, a 1-star apothecary. He wouldn't accuse someone unfairly. Some were skeptical. This girl doesn't look like a thief. While others mocked, they've fallen so low, what wouldn't they do? Tears welled up in Schwenner's eyes, but she stubbornly said, fine, I'll open it and show you. I didn't steal anything. She moved to untie the bag. Schwenner's father's face turned ashen with anxiety, thinking, this is bad, we've been tricked. At that critical moment, the crowd was suddenly disrupted as a child appeared in the center. Schwer, it really is you. Why didn't you come find me? Zhang Xing said nonchalantly. Zhang Xing. Schwer was too excited to speak. Casually, Zhang Xing took hold of the bag in Schwerter's hands. No one noticed his fingers subtly move as he discreetly replaced the elixir inside. Fayer brightened at the sight of Zhang Xing, feeling a surge of hope. She thought to herself, a savior has arrived. If they could enlist Zhang Xing's help, maybe they could solve their family's financial troubles and save their only small shop. Then she and her sister wouldn't have to serve their father's marquee friend. The apothecary, impatient, said, where did this kid come from? Go play somewhere else. Your sister Schwer here is a thief. Zhang Xing turned, smiling calmly. Oh, a thief? What did Schwer steal from you? The apothecary sneered, A little kid trying to stand up for others. She stole my elixir, the apothecary said arrogantly. Zhang Xing asked, unfazed, what level elixir? Oh, young man, you have a keen eye? The alchemist looked smug, pointing to the beginner badge with a star on his chest. She stole a bottle of 3 level 1 spirit recovery pills from me. These are specially crafted for mages using over a dozen rare ingredients to restore mental energy. Just 1 pill can restore 50 of your mental energy, much better than the advanced mental potions made by mages themselves. Zhang Xing glanced at the badge and secretly chuckled to himself. What's there to show off? My advanced alchemist badge has 3 stars. He feigned confusion and asked, are you sure it's a level 1 spirit recovery pill? Of course, I made it myself. I'm 100 sure. The alchemist confidently waved his hand. Enough talking. Open the bag. Zhang Xing smiled silently, his hands tucked in his sleeves. Schwer glared at the alchemist and muttered under her breath, accusing an innocent person. The moment the bag was opened, Schwer, Fayer, and their father were stunned. A small, commonly used green porcelain bottle sat conspicuously in front of everyone. This isn't mine. How could there be a medicine bottle in my bag? Schwer widened her eyes in confusion. The alchemist immediately incited the crowd. Everyone sees it, right? She really did steal it, and she was just denying it. A wave of criticism rose around them. How shameful, learning to steal at such a young age. I thought such a cute girl wouldn't do something like this. You really can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't steal. Schwer murmured, tears welling up in her eyes. The alchemist seized the opportunity to pose as if he were benevolent. The facts are right in front of you. You have nothing to say now, do you? Now you have 2 options. Either we report you to the authorities, and you'll be charged with theft, or, sigh, I'm not an unreasonable person. You 2 sisters can come to my place and work as apprentice alchemists. I'm sure with my guidance, you'll mend your ways. Zhang Xing sneered inwardly. The fox's tail is showing. This is what he was after. He pointed to the transparent little porcelain bottle and said, you claim these are spirit recovery pills? They don't look like it to me. What do you know, kid? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. The alchemist dismissed him with a wave of his sleeve. Why don't you open the bottle and see for yourself? These definitely aren't spirit recovery pills. Zhang Xing feigned curiosity. The alchemist strode forward, grabbed the bottle, and poured the 3 pills into his palm. He held his head high, not even glancing at the pills in his hand, and just displayed them to the surrounding crowd. Among the crowd were mages who had seen or used spirit recovery pills before. They knew that 1 pill could sell for 40,000 gold coins, far exceeding the roughly 8,000 gold coins for self-made advanced mental recovery potions. But these 3 pills in front of them looked nothing like spirit recovery pills. The onlookers, unfamiliar with the Huishan Dan, pretended to be experts, nodding along foolishly. Suddenly, a mage in the crowd couldn't help but voice his doubt. This doesn't seem to be Huishan Dan. His words were like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned. The alchemist turned his gaze to the pill in his hand. The moment he recognized it, he was struck as if by lightning, frozen in shock. He closed his eyes tightly, shook his head vigorously, and looked at the pill again, feeling a chill run through him. Damn it! I clearly put a bottle of Huishan Dan. How did it turn into this unknown pill? He thought in disbelief. Examining the pill closely, he calculated. This pill seems to be of high quality. It could sell for at least 50 or 60,000 gold coins each. 3 would be over 100,000. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the father and his daughters, the alchemist hatched a plan. Feigning embarrassment, he coughed and said, "Ahem. My memory is failing me. I mixed up my pills. Here is the Huishan Dan." With that, he pulled out a bottle of Huishan Dan from his pocket. The crowd suddenly understood, their eyes filled with envy. Alchemists are impressive, casually pulling out bottles of coveted pills, someone whispered. As the alchemist was about to tuck both bottles into his pocket, a clear voice rang out. "Hold on. Be careful, it's hot." It was Zhang Xing. He continued to interrogate. "If it's yours, then tell us the name of the pill, how many ingredients it contains, what its effects are, and how you made it." The alchemist paused momentarily, pretending not to hear Zhang Xing, and tucked the bottles into his pocket. Arrogantly, he said, "I'm the only alchemist here. If I say it's mine, it is. What you say doesn't matter, you little brat." He turned to Feier and Schwer, saying coldly, "Whether it's Huishan Dan or something else, it doesn't change the fact that you 3 conspired to steal the pills. I've given you 2 options, make your choice." Schwer's father panicked, but he couldn't agree to hand over his daughters to the alchemist. The 2 sisters looked at their father with pleading eyes, awaiting their fate. Schwer glanced at Zhang Xing, sighing inwardly. The imperial capital is not his domain. He seems powerless here. The capital truly is the legendary Dragon's Den, and yet no one recognizes the lord of such a big city as Zhang City. Why is our fate so cruel? As Schwer despaired over the unfairness of their situation, a fierce voice suddenly echoed. "Choose my foot." What happened next left everyone present dumbfounded. Zhang Xing strode forward and delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The alchemist was struck hard across the face. Schwer was stunned, forgetting to wipe the tears from her eyes. Feier gasped, her mouth agape, then quickly covered it with her hands. The slap left the alchemist dazed and disoriented. He stared at Zhang Xing in disbelief. This little brat dared to hit me? How could he dare? I'm an alchemist, a high-level mage, he raged internally. Even though he wasn't very prominent in the capital, his status as an alchemist usually earned him some respect from the nobility. "You little brat, you've got a death wish for daring to hit me," the apothecary fumed, his face visibly swollen and red. He gritted his teeth and said, "I don't care whose child you are. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson." With that, the apothecary began chanting a spell, preparing to use magic to punish Zhang Xing. However, just as he started, a loud slap interrupted him. Smack! The crisp sound echoed in the air, and the other side of the apothecary's face burned with pain. He felt dizzy, as if he were floating on clouds, unable to tell direction. Warm liquid trickled from his nose, and wiping it revealed blood. The apothecary was utterly enraged. "You're asking for it." Being slapped twice by a child in front of everyone left this high-level magician and junior apothecary humiliated. He swore to himself that if he didn't cripple this child today, he wouldn't be able to show his face in the capital again. Nearby, Schwer was wide-eyed in shock, as if reliving an incident from the Purple Thorn City Inn. Feier and her father shivered in fear, their lips twitching. They thought, this child is too bold. His opponent is an apothecary. With a mere gesture, he could summon hordes of warriors and magicians to his aid. This is bad. It's gotten out of hand. Feier's father thought in panic. This isn't a child. It's a bandit who resorts to violence over mere words. Especially in such a bustling area, the patrol guards will definitely intervene. Whether we're in the right or not, you started the fight. Who else would the guards arrest? We might all get dragged into this. Sure enough, as soon as he finished his thought, the sound of orderly footsteps approached. The patrol guards were coming. The apothecary's face was swollen like a pig's head. As soon as he saw the guards, he shouted, "Captain Fairy, arrest this kid. They conspired to steal my elixirs, and then attacked me. Lock them all up." Captain Fairy recognized the voice as someone from the Apothecary Guild, and was taken aback. What's going on? Who's bold enough to assault someone in broad daylight? Following the apothecary's pointing finger, he saw it was a child. My goodness! Captain Fairy exclaimed. A high-ranking magician beaten by a child? This kid is something else. Seeing Captain Fairy staring dumbfounded at Zhang Xing, the apothecary yelled again. Hurry up and arrest this kid. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xing darted forward, repeatedly slapping the apothecary's forehead. Each time the apothecary tried to lift his head, he was mercilessly slapped back down. After several rounds, the apothecary was finally scared and dared not lift his head again. Zhang Xing coldly said, "Arrest? I dare you. The one who should be arrested is you, a disgrace to the Apothecary Guild." Each slap was timed perfectly to interrupt the apothecary's attempts to secretly cast spells. Stop! Captain Fairy could no longer tolerate it and shouted angrily. You dare act so brazenly in front of me, ignoring my authority. He glanced around, noticing the child was unfamiliar, clearly not from any of the capital's noble families. Arrest him, the captain ordered. and a group of patrol guards moved in to apprehend Zhang Xing. A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Xing's eyes, and he thought, they don't even bother to ask what happened before acting. They deserve a beating. Clenching his fists, he resolved, I don't care who you are, even if you're patrol guards. I'll take you all on today. The patrol captain drew his broadsword and charged angrily at Zhang Xing. You've got some nerve, kid, hitting someone right in front of me. Do you even know who I am? You've got a lot of gall. His rant was abruptly cut off by a scream. An ice spike struck his chest armor with precision, and the tremendous impact sent him flying backward, crashing through the tavern window with a loud thud. Captain! The patrol soldiers were dumbfounded, momentarily forgetting to react. They couldn't believe their eyes. An ordinary-looking young man had dared to strike at the Imperial Patrol. These guards, symbols of the Empire's authority, were usually feared by passers-by who avoided offending them. Yet now, their captain had been effortlessly knocked back by magic. After the initial shock, a wave of anger surged through them. You little brat, you're asking for death. You're defying the Empire. They charged at Zhang Xing, spears aimed to pierce him, but their assault was abruptly halted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 ice spikes flew like lightning, striking the soldier's armor. Cries of pain followed as they fell to the ground. The faces of the Schwess sisters and their father were filled with terror. It's over. It's all over, they thought, realizing the gravity of the situation. This boy was too reckless. No one dared attack the patrol even in other cities, let alone the capital. Those who did would meet a swift death. Even a powerful warrior couldn't escape a relentless pursuit. And here in the capital, escape was impossible. They feared that soon, a large army would come to crush them. Regret filled their hearts. They should have sought help from a friend with influence before things escalated. Now they feared being branded as accomplices, doomed to be speared or shot to death. The alchemist, witnessing the scene, wanted to laugh but could only grimace in pain. He sneered, You're finished, kid. Attacking the Empire's patrol? The Emperor himself will have your head. His swollen face was full of malice as he pointed at Zhang Xing, eager to see him dead. Zhang Xing sneered, Still talking tough? Looks like you haven't had enough pain. He stepped forward and slapped the alchemist several more times. The alchemist broke down, sobbing on the ground. Never had he suffered such humiliation. The pain and resentment overwhelmed him. At that moment, Zhang Xing coldly said, Stop crying. You're disgracing the Alchemist Guild. I now order you, as a member of the Minenport Alchemist Guild and the Elders Council, to hand over your identity token and return to the guild for a year's suspension and reflection. The alchemist looked up in disbelief. When he saw the identity token with 3 stars in Zhang Xing's hand, his face turned pale. Hey, 3-star alchemist, he muttered, collapsing to the ground. Finally, the alchemist understood everything. His potion had been replaced with a 3rd-tier one, and he had been too blinded by greed to see it. It wasn't Zhang Xing courting death. It was he who had been teetering on its edge. Damn, you should have shown your identity token earlier, he cursed inwardly. Whether or not you're an Elders Council member, with a 3-star alchemist status, who would dare challenge you? In fact, Zhang Xing wasn't yet a member of the Elders Council. The guild leader had only submitted his name for approval. The status of a 3-star alchemist might not have been enough, so Zhang Xing used the title to his advantage. Looking at the alchemist's miserable state, Zhang Xing felt dissatisfied. He coldly said, Return my potion. You can't be too greedy. That bottle of advanced bloodline potion isn't meant for consumption, and you wouldn't understand it anyway. Watching the alchemist's pitiful state, Zhang Xing was tempted to kick him again. The pharmacist, trembling, took a bottle of medicine from his pocket and respectfully handed it over. Zhang Xing accepted the bottle, his gaze sharp as a knife, and asked coldly, Tell me, what exactly happened? Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the pharmacist began to sweat nervously and stammered, They didn't steal. I remembered wrong. His words immediately caused an uproar among the onlookers. What? The crowd erupted in discussion. So the young girls were wrongly accused, and they wanted to make them apprentices for ulterior motives. Despicable hypocrite. Someone noticed Zhang Xing's extraordinary presence and asked in surprise, Who is this child? A level 3 pharmacist? Amazing, at such a young age, he must have an impressive background. As people speculated, Captain Fei Li of the patrol squad snapped back to reality. Surveying the scene, he saw all his subordinates lying on the ground, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He thought, This is outrageous, taking down my entire patrol squad in broad daylight, and standing there as if nothing happened. Such disregard for authority deserves punishment. Fei Li was about to call for backup with a magic bullet when he heard someone call his name. Turning, he saw his brother, the captain of the palace guard. Fei Li, what happened here? How did it come to this? His brother asked with a frown. Fei Li, being helped up, angrily replied, Brother, someone caused trouble, refused to listen, and beat up our patrol team. Such audacity, who dares? His brother's face darkened as he looked towards the center of the scene. Fei Li pointed at Zhang Xing, gritting his teeth. Brother, it's that kid. Hurry, arrest him, and once he's in jail, I'll interrogate him thoroughly. Let him learn the consequences of defying authority. After speaking for a while, Fei Li sensed something amiss. His brother wasn't responding. Turning to look, he saw his brother's face pale, sweat beading on his forehead. Brother, what's wrong? Fei Li tugged at his brother's sleeve, puzzled. His brother, voice trembling, asked. Fei Li, you said that child attacked you? Yes. Fei Li, do you know who he is? What's his name? I don't know. Why, brother? Taking a deep breath, his brother lowered his voice. He's Zhang Xing, from the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts, personally titled a first-class Duke and Dragon Knight by the Emperor. Are you out of your mind to provoke him? What? He's Zhang Xing. Fei Li felt a chill run down his spine. This is trouble. Brother, you know him, try to smooth things over. The brothers whispered, plotting how to extricate themselves. Fei Li, though a bully as a patrol captain, had to be humble before real power. Zhang Xing could speak directly to the Emperor. Offending him could mean not just Fei Li's position, but even his brothers as a guard captain could be at risk, or worse. Zhang Xing ignored the brothers' muttering, his gaze fixed on the pharmacist. He said coldly, apologize to Schwer and compensate for the damage to her reputation and emotional distress. He listed 7 or 8 types of losses, then pointed to the soldiers on the ground and the damaged tavern. And all this, caused by your mistake. You must compensate for everything. The pharmacist's face turned ashen, his legs weak. Internally, he lamented, am I supposed to pay for all this? But the situation left him no choice. He could only nod with a bitter smile. After all, under the eaves, one must bow their head. The pharmacist, looking flustered and scrambling around, finally pulled out a gold coin card. He was about to apologize, but Zhang Xing stopped him with a gesture. Is that all? After everything I told you, it's only worth 10,000 gold coins. Zhang Xing asked, raising an eyebrow, his tone clearly dissatisfied. Master Zhang Xing, how much should it be then? The pharmacist stammered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Zhang Xing's lips curled into a meaningful smile. You decide. Remember, an apology needs sincerity. The more you give, the more sincere it seems. Upon hearing this, the pharmacist trembled as he pulled out another 10,000 gold coins, cautiously watching Zhang Xing's reaction. Seeing no change in Zhang Xing's expression, he gritted his teeth and took out another 10,000. Zhang Xing's face suddenly turned dark, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The pharmacist felt a chill run down his spine, sensing trouble. Today must be my unlucky day, trying to extort and ending up extorted. The pharmacist cursed inwardly but dared not show it outwardly. I'll give more. Damn it, even 20,000 isn't enough. With a grimace, the pharmacist produced a card worth 10,000 gold coins, his voice pleading, 20,000. Is that enough? Zhang Xing's eyes widened suddenly, his gaze sharp as a knife. The pharmacist felt everything go black and his legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. You're ruthless and cunning. I admit defeat. The pharmacist cursed internally, but had no choice but to pull out another 10,000 gold coin card. Zhang Xing impatiently waved his hand, coldly saying, it seems you have no sincerity at all. Never mind, you can leave. I'll check your accounts later to see how much profit you've made for the guild and the capital over the years. With a thud, the pharmacist fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. As a manager of a guild branch in the capital, he had been lining his pockets for years, becoming quite wealthy. Although he believed he had covered his tracks well, he knew that if investigated, there would be no escape. Not only would all his assets be confiscated, but he would also be expelled from the guild, ruining his reputation. Damn, this kid is no child, but an old fox, the pharmacist cursed inwardly. But he dared not give too much, lest it reveal his guilt. After a moment of hesitation, the pharmacist handed over 3 more 10,000 gold coin cards, his voice trembling. Master Zhang Xing, this is truly all I have. There's no more. As he spoke, he discreetly slipped a card into Zhang Xing's hand. Zhang Xing caught a glimpse and was startled. Wow, 100,000 gold coin card. With a flick of his wrist, the card vanished instantly. All right, let's leave it at that. 50,000 for Schwenner's family, and 10,000 for the soldiers. Zhang Xing finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Hearing Zhang Xing relent, the pharmacist felt relieved, exhaling deeply. When Schwer received the 50,000 gold coin card, she was stunned. As a family with only a barren title, their annual income was around 2,000 gold coins. The sudden windfall of 50,000 was like a pie from the sky, leaving her dazed. Feier and their father stood frozen, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Initially, they planned to offer their 2 daughters as maids to a friend to borrow 10,000 gold coins. Never did they expect to receive 50,000 in compensation so quickly, a fortune beyond belief. The pharmacist mumbled vague explanations about the various costs Zhang Xing demanded as compensation, such as mental distress and reputation damage, leaving Schwer's family bewildered. They initially thought getting a few hundred or thousand gold coins would be fortunate, never imagining such a huge compensation. Had the Empire introduced new compensation laws recently? Quick, go thank Master Zhang Xing. Schwenner's father, coming to his senses, hurriedly pulled his daughters forward to kneel and bow. But Zhang Xing stopped them in time. Shuer, did you come here for something? Tell me. Maybe I can help, Zhang Xing asked warmly. Schwinner's family felt a bit embarrassed. Having received 50,000 gold coins, and with Master Zhang Xing offering further assistance, they were overwhelmed by his generosity. More importantly, he indeed had the capability. The patrol soldiers he had reprimanded were now silent and slinking away. Fei felt grateful, thinking that if her sister hadn't spoken up for Zhang Xing back then, they wouldn't have such fortune today. It seems that kindness is indeed rewarded. Shuer and her family bowed deeply to Zhang Xing, and her father said with heartfelt gratitude, Master Zhang, with this 500,000 funding, our small business can overcome its difficulties. We really can't trouble you any further. Just call me Zhang Xing, none of this master business. I'm still a kid, and it feels awkward. Zhang Xing waved his hand dismissively. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. With that, he led the family of 3 to a restaurant. As soon as they reached the second floor, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. A noble young man, dressed in a vibrant green silk robe and wearing a green headscarf, was brandishing a folding fan dangerously close to Xiaobai's face. Behind him stood several attendants dressed in light green martial attire, pounding on the table, creating a deafening noise. How dare you mock me? Do you know who I am? The noble young man shouted angrily. Xiaobai, naturally wearing a warm smile, maintained his trademark radiant grin. Meanwhile, He Bao sat calmly beside him, leisurely enjoying his food and drink, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding commotion. Xiaobai, have a drink, He Bao said calmly. The environment in this restaurant isn't great. Even locusts have made it up to the second floor. You're right, He Bao, Xiaobai replied. And not just locusts, but a few green flies too. This exchange made Zhang Xing chuckle. The noble young man was dressed in bright green, and his attendants in light green, making the comparison to locusts and green flies quite fitting. Zhang Xing had expected these two to have fiery tempers, but instead, they engaged in sophisticated sarcasm. What did you say? The young noble, named Hill, pointed his fan at He Bao. Who are you calling locusts and green flies? He Bao didn't even bother to look at him, instead taking a hearty swig of his drink. Great wine. Come on, Xiaobai, eat up. Waiter, more wine and 2 roasted whole lambs. The onlookers began to egg Hill on. Young Master Hill, they're disrespecting you. Hit them. Yeah, in the capital, who dares not show you respect? Last time, even the academy director's grandson had to apologize after you beat him up. Beat them up until they beg for mercy. Hill shouted furiously. His attendants charged at He Bao and Xiaobai, but in the blink of an eye, they were all on their knees, bewildered. No one had seen how He Bao and Xiaobai had acted. Hill looked around frantically. Who did that? Who the hell attacked from the shadows? Show yourself. Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh, pointing at He Bao beside him. Hill turned to He Bao. Was it you? Do you even need to ask? He Bao replied, clumsily using a knife and fork to cut the golden roasted lamb leg. I thought you all saw it. Wow, you folks have terrible eyes. Are they just for show? Hill, a mid-level mage in his 20s, barely reached his current level due to being the grandson of Jason, the vice dean of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. Had he been born into an ordinary noble family, he might not have even qualified as a mid-level mage. At this moment, being ignored by He Bao, Hill could no longer hold back. O great god of mountains and rivers, your humble servant. Hill began casting an earth spell, but his slow casting speed only earned him a disdainful glance from He Bao. He Bao elegantly picked up a piece of meat, took a sip of wine, and without hesitation, delivered a slap. Smack! The sharp sound was accompanied by a burning pain, and Hill nearly bit his tongue. How dare you hit me? Hill was furious. I am the grandson of Jason, the vice dean of the Royal Academy of Magic and Martial Arts. My grandfather is an elementary magic emperor. You'd better cut off one of your hands and kneel to beg for my forgiveness. Otherwise, I'll have your entire family thrown into prison to suffer the lashings every day. He Bao nonchalantly cleaned his ear. If you're going to fight, just fight. Why all the chatter? With that, he grabbed Hill by the collar and dragged him toward the window. What? What are you doing? Hill finally realized the danger and screamed in terror. My grandfather is a magic emperor. You can't do this. He'll kill you. Let me go, let me go. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. Someone murmured, wow, this guy's got guts. He knows his grandfather is a magic emperor and still dares to act. That's some nerve. In the Tianqing Empire, the status of a magic emperor was supreme. Aside from the deans of the 6 major academies being high magic emperors, there were a few elementary and intermediate ones, along with a handful of martial emperors. The status of these individuals was the pinnacle of the empire, and anything connected to them was a big deal. Seeing He Bao about to throw the magic emperor's grandson out the window, everyone thought, this is going to cause a huge scandal. No matter who this He Bao is, he's done for. However, without any hesitation, He Bao walked to the window, and with it, down you go. Hill was thrown out. With a scream, Hill fell heavily onto the middle of the bustling food street, face down. The street erupted into chaos. Look, someone fell from upstairs. Let's see what's going on. Who was unlucky enough to fall? Another fight. It's lively today. Must be those noble brats again, always fighting. Exactly. All they do is eat and fight. When Hill staggered to his feet, someone recognized him. Isn't that young Master Hill? He got beaten up? Haha, that's rare. He got it bad, knocked a tooth out. Chill. Keep your voice down. If he hears you, you're in trouble. Hill wiped his bloodied face with his sleeve, spitting out blood and broken teeth. He had never suffered such a loss. Usually, when he fought with other noble young masters, it was their underlings who brawled while they exchanged insults and banter. Everyone knew that truly hitting one another would be hard to explain to their families, so the circle of noble young masters followed certain unspoken rules. Of course, status mattered, and Hill had often beaten those of lower standing. Within seconds, a crowd gathered around Hill. Hey, you black kid, just you wait. Hill shouted up at the window, his toothless mouth making his voice sound comical. The people around couldn't help but laugh, covering their mouths to stifle their amusement. Hill, fuming with anger, stormed out of the street, muttering curses under his breath. Just you wait. His men followed closely, echoing his insults. Zhang Xing discreetly advised He Bao to go easy on Hill, reminding him that Hill was the vice dean's grandson and deserved some respect. Otherwise, Hill would likely end up with broken arms, legs, and ribs. After the spectacle, Zhang Xing called out, Schwerer, Feier, come sit over here. You know these two, no need for introductions. Schwerer and Feier bowed to He Bao and Xiaobai, sweetly calling them Big Brother, which made He Bao feel flustered and pleased. The other diners on the second floor had quietly left, not wanting to share a table with someone who had stirred up such trouble. However, they didn't go far, lingering nearby to see how things would unfold. About 15 minutes later, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. Zhang Xing smiled slightly. They got here pretty fast. We're almost done eating. Let's go have a look. As they headed downstairs, Hill's raspy voice rang out from outside. You black kid, pretty boy, get your butts down here. Zhang Xing paused and instructed. Hey Bao Xiaobai, you two go out first. Try to keep it quiet if you can, just don't kill anyone. Schwerer, Feier, let's watch the fun from the doorway. He Bao and Xiaobai's eyes lit up as they briskly walked outside. Behind Hill stood 5 burly men in combat gear and 4 black-robed mages, all glaring menacingly at the duo. Hill began his lengthy tirade again. I said it, if I don't skin you alive today, I'll call you dad. Go ahead, beat them senseless. And even if you kill them, we can still skin them. Damn it, who dares to hit me? Ask anyone here, who would dare? He bragged incessantly about his prowess and how he had beaten so-and-so miserably, spitting as he spoke. He Bao and Xiaobai were dumbfounded, realizing that these young nobles needed to give a speech before a fight. They listened, nearly dozing off, until Xiaobai couldn't help but ask, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm going back to sleep. Hill, irritated by the interruption, immediately ordered, get them. The 5 warriors swiftly drew their broadswords and charged forward. The 4 mages cast spells simultaneously. This combination was a small tactical team, highly effective in group attacks and overwhelming against a few individuals. Hill's lips curled into a cruel smile, anticipating the moment when the 2 youngsters would be beaten to their knees by his guards. However, the unexpected happened. Clang, clang, clang. The 5 broadswords came crashing down on He Bao and Xiaobai's heads, necks, waists, and legs. After several crisp sounds, all the broadswords shattered. The 2 men remained unscathed, not even a tear on their clothes. The 5 elite warriors stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. Their combined attack, delivered with 80% of their strength, hadn't even phased the 2 individuals before them. Even more astonishing was the fact that their weapons had been cut in half. What did this mean? The 2 figures must at least possess the power of mid-level battle kings to withstand such a powerful assault. This realization sent shivers down the warriors' spines, their backs drenched in cold sweat. But the situation was far from over. The 4 magicians who supported them had also launched their spells, yet the 2 figures seemed utterly unaffected. The same question plagued the magicians' minds. They stood there, unable to believe their magic had failed. One magician had cast a slow spell, another an entangle, while the remaining 2 unleashed lightning bolts. However, all magical elements vanished without a trace as they reached the 2 figures. What was happening? Could they be immune to magic? But how was that possible unless they possessed some kind of anti-magic artifact? In the warriors' moment of stunned hesitation, they suddenly felt a jolt through their bodies. Their vision went dark, and they were sent flying back like kites with broken strings. With a series of dull thuds, they hit the ground, unconscious. He Bao and Xiaobai, now resembling wolves eyeing helpless sheep, slowly advanced towards Sierra. In a panic, Sierra shouted, use magic against them. Don't come any closer, He abruptly fell silent as a large fist stopped just a millimeter from his nose. Simultaneously, a flash of white light streaked past, heading behind Sierra. A few dull thuds were heard, and then silence. Sierra stared intently at the fist before him. not daring to look back, knowing full well that the four novice magicians were likely knocked out too. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he dared not move an inch. Sierra felt a bitter taste in his mouth. They had hit a brick wall. Who were these two, with such terrifying combat prowess? Hey Bao taunted. Hey, the people you called can't take a hit. Got anyone tougher at home? If not, maybe call your grandpa. The room fell silent. Everyone present was stunned by Hey Bao's audacity. Sierra's grandfather was a vice dean and a novice magic emperor. Was this a challenge to the magic emperor, or an insult to the dignity of a magical royal family? Hearing this, Sierra deflated. What a joke. Calling his grandfather over a fight would only invite trouble. As the academy's vice dean, there was no way his grandfather would help his grandson in a scuffle. If the academy's faculty and students heard about it, how could he maintain his position and authority? While using his grandfather's name to intimidate people usually worked, he wouldn't dare for something like this. But then, a bright idea struck him. He could call someone else. The capital was large, and hiring 2 battle kings from the mercenary guild was doable. With this thought, Sierra began to back away slowly, saying, "Don't hit me. Let me find someone else to fight you." He Bao was about to agree when Zhang Xing's voice echoed in his mind. "Don't waste time with him. Finish this and let's go. We have no time to play with these spoiled brats." "Got it, boss. Watch how I handle him." He Bao replied. Seeing that He Bao didn't seem inclined to strike, Sierra thought he might have a chance to escape and call for help. Just as he turned to flee, bam! A heavy punch landed on his left eye socket. Sierra, accustomed to a life of luxury, was unprepared for such a blow and was knocked to the ground. "Ouch! How could you hit me without warning? That's not fair." Sierra wailed. "Fair? I never agreed to anything." He Bao sneered, pulling Sierra up and delivering a series of slaps before tossing him back to the ground and walking away. The onlookers watched as Sierra, now sporting a swollen face, lay there. They couldn't help but wince. This street had seen 2 people beaten to a pulp today. What an unusual day. After bidding farewell to Schwer and her family, Zhang Xing returned to school. Night had fallen, and the campus was silent, with only the library building still brightly lit. He decided to do some reading first, as the exam in 3 months was crucial, and he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. Upon arriving at the library, Zhang Xing handed over his student card. The person in charge of issuing library cards was once again the senior archmage, Mo. Mo remembered this young man well and thought, "Here to study on his own again? I heard that if he doesn't make it to the top 10 in this semester's finals, he'll be sent back to his original academy." How naive, thinking magic knowledge can be self-taught. With a stern face, Mo warned, "Zhang Xing, remember to keep quiet while reading, and do not disturb others. Anyone breaking the rules will be immediately removed and have their borrowing privileges revoked." Zhang Xing took his library card and walked toward the bookshelves without looking back, silently cursing. "What nonsense rules? Why are they targeting me? I'll read however I want." He picked out over a dozen books and headed to the most secluded corner of the library, the stairwell leading to the second floor. Zhang Xing started with the intermediate mage courses, paying no attention to Mo monitoring him from not far away. Mo was infuriated by Zhang Xing's disregard, turning pale with anger as he muttered to himself. Just as the other mentors said, he's defiant. "I'll keep an eye on him today, and at the slightest noise or if he damages a page, I'll kick him out immediately." Even though the second floor was restricted and ordinary students couldn't enter, Mo still lingered nearby, uneasy. Suddenly, Mo's eyes lit up, thinking he had caught Zhang Xing in the act. But just as he was about to approach, he froze in place. Zhang Xing was surrounded by a magic shield, and the sound of pages turning was completely muffled. Mo stomped his feet in frustration. "This is ridiculous. A mage's most important skill is concentration, and during casting, they must adjust according to their surroundings. This kid is controlling a shield while haphazardly flipping through books, clearly trying to provoke me." Zhang Xing's page-turning speed increased, flipping through a book an inch thick in mere minutes. Within 15 minutes, he had finished one book. Mo paced in circles, his beard bristling with anger, yet he was helpless. Soon, Mo calmed down, thinking, flipping pages that fast consumes a lot of magic power, and maintaining a shield drains mental energy. I doubt he can keep this up for more than 2 hours. The time that followed was torturous for Mo. He watched as Zhang Xing finished one book after another, the small figure showing no signs of fatigue, only becoming more energetic. Finally, Mo couldn't take it anymore, exclaiming, "You little rascal, you're doing this on purpose to annoy me. Just because I said a few extra words, you won't listen, is that it?" 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye as Zhang Xing eagerly absorbed all the lessons of the intermediate mage courses. He carefully dismantled the protective barrier and returned the books to the shelves. At that moment, other students were also leaving, returning their library cards. More stood aside, watching Zhang Xing's departing figure with a complex expression. 2 whole hours without a hint of fatigue. Moore couldn't help but reminisce about his own experience as a 7-year-old magic apprentice, feeling a wave of emotion. He thought to himself, if nurtured properly, This child could become a pride of the empire. But alas, Moore frowned slightly, his mind churning. Zhang Xing was at odds with the noble class, even opposed to them. In such a situation, who would bother to nurture him? The actions of His Majesty Keith were even more baffling, sending Zhang Xing to the Magic Martial Academy and then disregarding him, allowing the nobles to suppress him while refusing to expel him, only giving him 3 months. How was this different from outright expulsion? Without a mentor's support, what could he learn in 3 months? As a staunch member of the noble circle, Moore was naturally unwilling to lend a hand. In their eyes, Zhang Xing was merely a brute with a dragon, lacking culture, refinement, and quality. Even with the emperor's favor, he was still unworthy of the grand stage. As night fell, Zhang Xing quietly entered Dragon Island. He tiptoed around, noticing He Bao and Xiao Bai were meditating, while Jin Bao was already sound asleep. He didn't disturb them and went straight into the castle to sit cross-legged and rest. For the next 3 days, Zhang Xing continued to spend his time in the library, voraciously studying advanced magic courses, beginner sorcerer courses, intermediate sorcerer courses, and even tackling advanced sorcerer courses. Moore was disdainful of Zhang Xing's behavior, thinking, read whatever you want. You'll still gain nothing after 3 months. On the 5th day, Zhang Xing did not appear in the library. Moore's disdain grew, and he sneered to himself, humph, just a flash in the pan. I wondered how long you could last, giving up after just a few days. Ultimately, you're an impatient child. However, this day was of great significance to Zhang Xing. He Bao and Xiao Bai finally reached their long-awaited moment of advancement. This was a crucial stage in their growth, advancing to the 6th tier meant entering the ranks of young dragons, their strength growing exponentially, enough to rival the 6 great magic emperors and 6 great martial emperors of the Tianqing Empire. Although they were not yet a match for the 6th tier golden dragons in the trial grounds, the duration of their battles had significantly increased. More importantly, the doors to their inherited memories reopened, giving them a new understanding of many fields of knowledge. Zhang Xing had entered Dragon Island the night before and had been waiting until the 2 dragons consumed the last 3 experience pills. With 2 earth-shaking dragon roars, the entire island trembled. In the sky, 2 colossal dragons, one black and one white, soared freely, their roars echoing continuously. At this moment, He Bao and Xiao Bai finally stepped into the 6th tier. Empowered by their newfound strength, the 2 dragons faced each other in the air, the atmosphere thick with tension. They yearned for battle. It was both a release and an instinct. They were friends, brothers, but also rivals and each other's teachers. Black and white clashed in the sky. A sudden explosion echoed. Boom. This was the first time the 2 dragons fought with their full strength, holding nothing back. Crash. Xiao Bai was swatted away by He Bao's claw but quickly adjusted its stance, its tail whipping fiercely toward He Bao. The 2 dragons fought from the sky to the ground and back to the high heavens, battling relentlessly. Zhang Xing watched from the sidelines, his blood boiling and heart racing. Beside him, Jin Bao, who had also advanced to the 6th tier, watched the battle with great interest while leisurely munching on a piece of platinum ingot, producing a crunching sound. Zhang Xing gazed at the intense battle between He Bao and Xiao Bai in the distance, knowing that this dragon duel might last until dawn. He shifted his focus back to his attribute panel, and his eyes lit up immediately. The second good news of the day was that as the dragon babies grew into their adolescent phase, his own power had also surged. Both his magic and martial skills advanced, upgrading him from an intermediate warrior to a senior warrior, resetting his experience points. He also made a significant leap from an intermediate mage to a senior mage, with experience now reset to 025000. The system panel clearly displayed the stats of the 3 dragons. He Bao's combat power was 9900, Xiao Bai's was 9600, and both had experience values of 025000. Although Jin Bao's combat power was lower at 5000, its defense was an impressive 12,000, with experience also at 025000. The bloodline purity of all 3 dragons had reached an astonishing 99,100. Zhang Xing calculated that at this rate, conquering the 6th tier golden dragon in the trial arena was within reach. The third piece of good news arrived swiftly. He had gained a chance to draw a dragon egg. For Zhang Xing, the 3 greatest joys in life were leveling up, gaining wealth, and drawing dragon eggs. He held his breath, pressed the draw button, and watched the spinning cursor intently. A few seconds later, a ding sounded, and his smile froze. He didn't win. At that moment, the system suddenly issued a side quest. Lead the 3 young dragons to visit the elder dragons on the continent, learn the ways of battle from them, and listen to ancient legends. Zhang Xing was momentarily at a loss. The sacred dragon continent was vast. Where was he to find these dragon elders? The system offered no hints, but thankfully there was no time limit on the quest. He consoled himself. Eventually, he'd travel the world, and the Tianqing Empire was just a small stopover. Next on the agenda was expanding the nest for the growing He Bao and Xiao Bai. Upgrading the castle to level 2 cost 1 million gold coins. Each of the 3 dragon nests was upgraded to level 3, costing 100,000 each. Upgrading the trial arena and crafting second-tier bloodline pills required more spending, but for Zhang Xing, who had billions in wealth, it was insignificant. Besides, with Jinbao, a master treasure hunter now at the 6th tier, there was no worry about running out of money. Thinking back to his previous life on Earth, where a monthly salary of 5,000 barely sufficed, Zhang Xing couldn't help but smile. If he could return with this wealth, anyone flaunting riches would be overwhelmed with 1 billion gold coins. Shaking off distractions, Zhang Xing focused on enhancing his strength. He clicked to learn second-tier herbalism, a skill divided into 4 tiers and 12 levels. Upon mastering the 2nd tier, he identified over a dozen materials for crafting second-tier bloodline pills and began the process. Although he had reached the level of the Tianqing Empire's Alchemist Guild president, Zhang Xing felt that being only at the 4th level of 12 was far from enough. It was like a village doctor in the city without even a license to practice. After more than 2 hours, he mastered 2nd-tier herbalism, equating to a 6th-level alchemist. He successfully crafted over 300 second-tier bloodline pills, enough for the 3 dragons to complete this phase of their growth. Finally, Zhang Xing sat cross-legged, meditating to consolidate the day's breakthroughs. After a night of intense battle, the 2 giant dragons finally paused at dawn, retreating to their upgraded lairs to sleep. After breakfast, Zhang Xing packed his bag and headed to the library. Initially, he hadn't planned to go, but then thought, why not take this opportunity to complete all the Archmage courses? This way, he could travel freely for the next couple of months, return to take the exams, and apply for the graduation exam before the holidays. Obtaining a diploma would ensure this time spent studying wasn't wasted and make things easier for him in the future. 4 days flew by, and Zhang Xing finally finished all the Archmage courses. That evening, he left the campus alone, embarking on a 2-month journey of training. His first stop was the swamplands. His previous experience of being trapped by a necromancer amidst an undead army was still fresh in his memory. This time, if he encountered that necromancer again, he would make sure to teach him a lesson. Moreover, Zhang Xing had a lingering question. Do dragons really exist in the swamplands? If the necromancer could summon a bone dragon, did it mean true dragons were once buried there? He didn't plan to travel too far on this trip. Besides the swamplands, he intended to visit the beast forest and then head to Thousand Snow Peak to catch up with the giant ape. Familiar with the area, Zhang Xing arrived at the edge of the swamp without delay and headed straight into the dark depths. He thought the necromancer wouldn't be foolish enough to stay in the same place and must have found another hiding spot. Indeed, upon reaching the destination, all that was left was a black land the size of a football field, completely deserted. Jinbao, help me investigate and see if there's anything special underground. Zhang Xing summoned Jinbao, a 6th-level creature. Although Jinbao's strength had increased, his appearance hadn't changed much, but his gaze had become more profound. After a few minutes, Jinbao stopped at the spot where they had previously found the 1,000-leaf grass. Boss, there's an energy fluctuation below. It might be a magic array. Dig it up. Let's take a look. Zhang Xing tapped the ground with his foot, discovering it was harder than ordinary rock. Got it. Jinbao responded cheerfully, his arms transforming into massive dragon claws. With a few swift moves, a passage several meters wide extended underground. Half an hour later, they had descended 500 meters, reaching the edge of an underground magic array. Facing a magical screen over 3 meters wide, Zhang Xing experimentally launched a magic arrow. The arrow vanished into the screen as if a drop of water in the ocean. Jinbao, can't you see the flaws in the array? Can you break this one? Let me try. It's my first time using this new ability. Jinbao's eyes shifted from colorful to void, gradually revealing the full structure of the magic array. Boss, it's a hemispherical energy shield. Although I can't see inside, I found a flaw can get in. Jinbao led Zhang Xing to another spot outside a similar screen. Boss, right here. Let's go in. With that, Jinbao raised a massive dragon claw and struck the screen. Crack. The screen vanished with a sound, and the array instantly collapsed. Wow, that's amazing, Zhang Xing exclaimed. You broke the array with just one strike. Jinbao's ability is incredible. It made sense, too. If a treasure-seeking dragon couldn't understand arrays, wouldn't it be like having a treasure it couldn't access? A man and a dragon ventured deep underground, and the sight before Zhang Xing left him speechless with shock. This was no ordinary underground space. It was a massive subterranean tomb, 2 to 3 times the size of the black land above. At the entrance, a weathered golden stone stele stood tall. Its surface was covered in black, slime-like stains, resembling both the marks of age-old corrosion and some unknown substance seeping from above, rendering the monument unrecognizable. Behind the stele, a golden hemispherical structure lay silently in the depths, also shrouded in black slime, with only a small patch of untainted gold remaining at the very top. The entire space was suffused with an overwhelming aura of deathly stillness. Jinbao was already in tears, kneeling on the ground. He followed the ancient dragon ritual of mourning, kneeling every 3 steps and bowing every 5, descending the stone steps with reverence. Meanwhile, an inexplicable sorrow welled up in Zhang Xing's heart, and tears fell uncontrollably, leaving marks on the ground. Zhang Xing solemnly approached the tombstone, reaching out to wipe the black stains, only to find they had fused with the stone and could no longer be removed. He bowed deeply 3 times, following the earthly tradition of honoring ancestors. Hey Bao, Xiaobai, come out. Zhang Xing called the other 2 dragons and stepped aside. As soon as the 2 dragons appeared, they knelt and wept. The somber atmosphere of the tomb intensified, and the black aura of death seemed to spread further. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the entire tomb shook violently. The small patch of remaining gold burst into dazzling light. Then, a colossal phantom appeared at the top of the Tomba golden dragon over 30 meters long. Zhang Xing watched in awe. Though the dragon's presence was weak and on the verge of fading, its deep, ancient eyes revealed it to be an incredibly old dragon elder. Little ones, your arrival is the greatest surprise for me. An aged yet joyful voice resonated from above. The 3 dragons immediately bowed in respect. Greetings, Golden Dragon Elder. Yes, yes. The dragon clan has successors. The old dragon said with relief. I thought I'd never see my clan's descendants again, but to meet 3 at the end of my life is truly moving. The old dragon then turned to Zhang Xing. Human friend, thank you for nurturing these 3 of my kin. He bowed his head in gratitude. Zhang Xing quickly replied. There's no need for thanks, Elder. We have an equal pact. Our bond is more of brotherhood than master and servant. Rest assured, we will grow together. The old dragon surveyed the entire tomb and began to speak slowly. I know you have many questions. Let me explain briefly. This matter dates back 1,000 years. I have been trapped here for 800 years, 200 of which were spent battling the Dark Legion. That army consisted not only of countless undead and puppets, but also corrupted dragon kin, making the fight exceptionally brutal. The old dragon gave a concise overview of the past battle in just a few minutes. The old dragon continued recounting the past, and everyone listened in silence, knowing this might be the last time they heard the stories from this elder. His voice was slightly hoarse but firm. This is where the dark array was set up by that necromancer 1,000 years ago. His target was Meth, first warrior of the Golden Dragon clan. Back then, I was ambushed and trapped here. I once thought of self-destruction rather than becoming a puppet of the undead, but strangely, I never saw that necromancer again after being trapped. Elder, Zhang Xing said respectfully. We heard that a holy dragon knight appeared at that time, killed the necromancer, and dispersed the dark army. The old dragon fell into a brief silence at these words, his gaze slowly sweeping over the 3 young dragons. His voice became weak but solemn. Young ones, my life is nearing its end. While I can no longer teach you much, there are a few pieces of advice I must give you. The 3 young dragons immediately perked up their ears, listening intently. The old dragon's voice grew deeper. First, you must take on the mission of protecting humans. We are as close to them as family, even closer than blood relatives. Second, continually hone your skills, increase your strength, and always be vigilant for the return of the Dark Army. Third, seek out more of our kind, find territories suitable for living, and continue our dragon lineage. Fourth, before he could finish, the old dragon's form began to dissipate. He struggled to say more, but was too weak to continue. His final gaze at Zhang Xing and the 3 young dragons was filled with a comforting smile, and then he closed his eyes forever. As the old dragon vanished, the dark array surrounding them exhausted its energy, causing the entire underground to shake violently. Zhang Xing and Jin Bao stood on He Bao's back, bowing deeply toward the collapsing pit before them. He Bao and Xiao Bai circled above the pit, emitting heart-wrenching cries, unwilling to leave for a long time. Night fell, and the 2 young dragons still refused to leave. They landed at the bottom of the pit, curling their bodies with their massive heads pressed against the ground, eyes vacant. Zhang Xing looked at them and saw the longing of children who had lost their closest kin, yearning to be held in their mother's embrace. Tonight, the swamp's mist was thin, and the hazy moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the earth. In this gentle moonlight, it seemed as though the old dragon's spirit reappeared, gently comforting the grieving young dragons. The little dragons appeared to feel this warmth from the depths of the soul, their eyes growing heavy until they finally drifted into a deep sleep. This was the first night the 3 little dragons slept outside their usual environment. Zhang Xing watched over them quietly, his eyes filled with warmth as he gazed at their sleeping faces. When the morning sun rose the next day, the dragons, though still carrying a hint of sadness in their eyes, had already begun to perk up. They affectionately nuzzled Zhang Xing's hand with their heads, as if transferring their longing for their lost loved ones to this human, who was both their master and friend. Zhang Xing gently stroked each dragon's head, comforting them. The dragons extended their tongues, softly licking his palm to express their gratitude. All right, It's time for us to set off, Zhang Xing said, placing Xiao Bai and Jin Bao into the Dragon Island space, then mounting He Bao to head towards the magic beast forest. Although the side quest was unexpectedly completed quickly, Zhang Xing decided to stick to his original plan. He focused his thoughts into the space and pressed the lottery button. The system immediately chimed with a notification. Ding 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 ding. Congratulations, you've won a Yinglong egg. What kind of dragon is a Yinglong? Zhang Xing wondered, as this was the first time he had heard of such a dragon. However, he wasn't in a rush. He knew he would find out once it hatched. Following the detailed incubation steps provided by the system, he built a level 1 nest and planted the necessary fruit trees. The next day, the Yinglong hatched. To everyone's surprise, it was a female dragon. Unlike He Bao and the others, this Yinglong had wings when transformed, stood on 2 legs, and was covered in bronze-colored scales, otherwise resembling the mythical Eastern dragons in every other aspect. Upon opening the Yinglong's attribute panel, Zhang Xing learned that Yinglong is also known as Failong or Huanglong. Looking at the little Yinglong who had transformed into a human form, wearing a yellow dress, with big watery eyes, quietly nibbling on her eggshell, an idea struck Zhang Xing. We'll call you Long Wenjing from now on. Your nickname will be Jingjing or Xiaojing, and when you grow up, you'll be called Wenjing. The little Yinglong blinked her big eyes and shyly nodded in agreement. Before Zhang Xing could give instructions, He Bao naturally assumed the role of the big brother. Xiao Bai, you must take good care of little sister Jingjing. Make sure to be attentive in every detail, understand? Don't worry, He Bao, she's our little sister. I'll definitely take good care of her. Xiao Bai happily accepted this new member into their group. Jin Bao, you're in charge of decorating Jingjing's room. Bring out some of those gold and silver treasures you've collected. He Bao assigned tasks with a leadership flair. He Bao, you didn't even need to say it. No problem. Although I'm not rich, I'm not short of money either. Jin Bao said, taking out a golden agate necklace from his pocket and personally placing it on Jingjing, then smugly glancing at He Bao and Xiao Bai. Caring for a sister isn't just about words. Pearls, agates, and sapphires are true expressions of love. This left He Bao and Xiao Bai speechless. He Bao brother, Xiao Bai brother, Jin Bao's necklace is so beautiful. The little Yinglong laughed happily, her eyes forming crescents. Jingjing looks best wearing it. He Bao responded a bit awkwardly. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, flipped his wrist, conjuring a bracelet of multicolored gemstones, and smiled as he placed it on Jingjing. Wow! Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, a combination of 7 colors. It's so beautiful, Jingjing exclaimed as she accepted the gifts from her brothers. He Bao, noticing the multicolored bracelet, scratched his head. I think I have one too, but I can't find it. Seeing that his other brothers had all given gifts, He Bao couldn't lag behind. After a moment of thought, he took out a large, multifaceted ruby and presented it to Jingjing. Wow, such a big ruby, it's gorgeous. Jingjing, new to the group, was thrilled to receive so many colorful gemstones all at once. After leaving Dragon Island, Zhang Xing arrived at a small town near the beast forest. As he stepped out of the inn where he had been resting, he was caught off guard by the scene before him, thick smoke billowing and townspeople fleeing in panic. At first, Zhang Xing thought the forest might be on fire. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a house engulfed in flames. Strangely, instead of attempting to extinguish the fire, people were desperately running away. Suddenly, the smoke parted, and a fearsome beast emerged from the haze. It had a lion-like face, a massive body, and an intimidating presence. Chasing after it was a man in his 30s, clad in a gray robe, breathlessly pursuing the beast. Get out of the way, kid, the man shouted urgently. That's a tier 4 fire cloud lion. I'm trying to subdue it. Before Zhang Xing could react, the fire cloud lion closed in, less than 3 meters away. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a searing flame directly at Zhang Xing. It's over, people in the distance cried out. That kid is too scared to move. They sighed, expecting to witness a child being burned alive. However, what unfolded next left everyone speechless. Zhang Xing stood unharmed, as if the deadly flames had never existed. Even more astonishing, the previously ferocious fire cloud lion was now cowering on the ground like a tame pet, trembling as Zhang Xing casually petted its head. This scene bewildered all the onlookers, filling their minds with questions. What on earth just happened? The gray-robed man halted in his tracks. His name was Yalu, a beast tamer from the Beast Taming Guild. This guild was a significant organization on the Sacred Dragon continent, specializing in taming and selling various magical beasts, including flying mounts. The profession traced its origins back to the ancient Six Towers Association, initially developed for exploring dangerous ruins. Yalu was on a mission for the guild. He hadn't captured a single beast in the first half of the year, and with the evaluation period looming in 2 months, failure to complete his task could lead to demotion or expulsion from the guild. Under pressure, he ventured into the territory of a tier 4 magical beast. Fortunately, he encountered a young fire cloud lion. Yalu tried everything sweet talk, various tactics, but the lion remained unmoved. Yet, this child tamed it effortlessly, leaving Yalu both astonished and frustrated. This is unbelievable, Yalu thought to himself. Moments ago, the fire cloud lion was attacking this kid, and now it's lying obediently on the ground. How did he do it? Was it fear? Impossible. Who would believe a child could scare a tier 4 beast? Like everyone else, Yalu was rendered speechless by the incredible scene before him. They all watched Zhang Xing, filled with questions and curiosity. The flames spewed by the fire cloud lion rushed toward Zhang Xing, yet they had no effect on him. Just as Zhang Xing was about to strike back, the once fierce fire cloud lion suddenly seemed to sense a terrifying presence. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily to the ground from midair and lay still, not daring to move. Huh. Zhang Xing looked at his fist in surprise, then quickly understood the reason. It must be the dragon aura within him. All 3 dragons had advanced to the 6th level, causing his dragon aura to surge several times over. Not to mention a mere 4th level magical beast. Even a 6th level beast would have to bow down before him. Yale, standing nearby, was stunned by what he saw. Zhang Xing turned to him and asked, "Hey, are you planning to tame it as your battle beast?" Yes, Yale replied, scratching his head and introducing himself somewhat sheepishly. "I'm Yale, a 1st level beast tamer from the Taming Hall's branch in Tianqing Kingdom. I'm here to complete the task of taming a beast." He wondered why he felt so self-conscious in front of a child. Zhang Xing thought for a moment and decided it was a good idea for the fire cloud lion to follow a human rather than becoming prey for other beasts. He said to the fire cloud lion, "From now on, you will follow Brother Yale. He will take good care of you, understand?" The fire cloud lion seemed to comprehend, letting out 2 low whimpers before cautiously standing up and stumbling over to Yale, bowing with its front paws in a gesture of submission. Yale's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. He had been tracking this fire cloud lion for over 10 days, constantly dodging its fiery breath and sharp claws. Yet this child had subdued it with just a few words. A 4th level magical beast that even 3rd level beast tamers struggled to tame. Yale had taken a big risk on this mission, hoping to succeed. Taming the fire cloud lion would complete his annual task. The fire cloud lion was not only twice as fast as an ordinary griffin, but also had considerable combat prowess. Many mercenary guilds favored purchasing such rare beasts for both battle and swift escapes. Plus, riding a fire cloud lion was a status symbol that drew envy. Although the beast wouldn't ultimately belong to him, Yale would still gain recognition from the elders upon his return. "Little brother, may I know your name?" Yale asked, still excited and grateful to Zhang Xing. "Brother Yale, just call me Zhang Xing," he replied. "Zhang Xing, I can't thank you enough. I don't have much to offer in gratitude. But how about joining me for a meal at the Taming Hall? We have some exceptionally delicious fat rabbits there, unlike anything you can find elsewhere." Yale suggested eagerly, both genuinely thankful and concerned the fire cloud lion might escape. With his current taming skills, he couldn't fully control such a wild beast. Once they left Zhang Xing, it might just fly away. "All right, I'll come and see what the Taming Hall is like." Zhang Xing agreed, curious about the life of beast tamers, as he had only heard of them but never seen them in action. The Tier 4 fire cloud lion was a massive creature, over 6 meters long. It had a face resembling that of a lion, but the rest of its body was akin to that of an eagle, showcasing a unique magical beast's aura. Zhang Xing and Yale rode this extraordinary beast, soaring through the sky for most of the day. Eventually, under Yale's guidance, they made their way to a concealed valley entrance after a series of twists and turns. Curious, Zhang Xing asked, "Why not just fly straight in? Walking from here will take over half an hour, won't it?" With an apologetic smile, Yale explained, "It's the rule of the Beast Taming Hall. No matter who visits, they must walk into the valley from outside. Our landing points are all set up outside, so." Zhang Xing smiled reassuringly. "No worries, every guild has its own rules, I understand. No need to feel embarrassed, Brother Yale." With that, he continued walking forward. Suddenly, a commanding voice shattered the silence. "Stop." They turned towards the sound and saw a group of people approaching from the left hillside. Leading them was a young man with an imposing presence, already at the level of an advanced warrior. Behind him were several junior warriors. Yale snorted, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Humph. Young Master Norris is here to catch magical beasts again." It turned out that although Norris was not a member of the Beast Taming Hall, his uncle was a level 3 beast tamer elder there. Norris had learned a lot about beast taming from his uncle and was eager to become a beast taming apprentice, though he had failed to achieve this for several years. Yale, although not outstanding in the Beast Taming Hall, consistently ranked at the bottom in annual assessments. If he didn't complete his tasks by mid-year, he was at risk of being demoted to an apprentice. This made him the subject of Norris's ridicule. Norris's eyes lit up as he circled the fire cloud lion, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Yale, this fire cloud lion of yours is impressive." Yale replied with a hint of pride. "What's it got to do with you? Move aside." I need to report my mission. Norris persisted. Yale, let's make a deal. Transfer this fire cloud lion to me, and I'll give you gold coins and promise to help you tame 3 magical beasts within 2 months. Yale shook his head repeatedly. Are you kidding? This is a wild magical beast, not yet tamed. It seems docile now because Zhang Xing, an expert, is here. If I handed it over to you, and you don't know how to command it, it could fling you off midair, and you'd end up as a pulp. Your uncle would have my head. Besides, my year's tasks depend on this fire cloud lion. So how could I possibly give it to you? Yale then shifted his tone, slyly saying, Young Master Norris, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, but if you can get it to listen to you, I'll give it to you. Hearing this, Zhang Xing chuckled inwardly. Who would have thought that this seemingly honest Yale had a few tricks up his sleeve? Norris, excited by the proposal, thought, has the sun risen in the west today? Yale, who usually never budges on anything, is being so generous? Could it be that he's trying to curry favor with me so I can put in a good word with my uncle? That must be it, since Yale has no backing in the beast taming hall and isn't doing too well. With this thought, Norris confidently pulled out a roasted, golden brown rabbit, making strange noises as he approached the fire cloud lion with a smile. This was a common tactic to build rapport with magical beasts, and even if the beast didn't accept it, they typically wouldn't attack. However, an unexpected event occurred. The fire cloud lion suddenly raised its sharp claws and delivered a fierce swipe at the unsuspecting Norris. He was instantly sent flying, and the rabbit he held fell to the ground, covered in dirt. In terms of raw power, Norris is indeed 2 minor levels above the rare fire cloud lion. However, this rare creature has the ability to fight beyond its level. If it came to a real fight, Norris would definitely be at a disadvantage. Defeating it would be challenging enough, let alone capturing it. Norris's goal was to tame the fire cloud lion, which made the task even more daunting. He couldn't use force, otherwise, he'd never get close to this proud beast. Suppressing his frustration, Norris racked his brain and tried everything he could think of. He sang, danced, and sweet-talked, only to be met with the lion's indifferent gaze. You can't tame it, and I'm out of options, Yale said, shrugging helplessly. Norris knew well that subduing was not the same as taming. Even Yale couldn't fully control this wild, untamed fire cloud lion at the moment. Glaring at the lion with dissatisfaction, Norris turned angrily and headed deeper into the valley. Yale, just wait. I'll settle this with you later. Norris vowed silently. He blamed Yale for the setback and was already plotting his revenge. Soon after, Zhang Xing and his companion, along with the fire cloud lion, also entered the valley. What a refreshing atmosphere, Zhang Xing exclaimed as he entered the valley, feeling as if all his pores opened up, greedily absorbing the energy in the air as if soaking in a hot spring. Huh, Yale explained proudly. Brother Zhang Xing, the entire valley is filled with spiritual herbs and flowers, and we've set up a spirit-gathering magic array. This benefits not only us, but also makes it a favorite place for magical beasts to settle. The Beast Hall is wealthy enough to set up various magic arrays throughout the valley. Most of the beast tamers here are warriors, with few being magic users. This is no coincidence, but rather a necessity of the profession. Warriors in their initial 3 levels don't require much spiritual energy to progress. However, as they advance to the 3 stages of a battle master, more spiritual energy is needed to convert into fighting energy. In a small place like the Tianqing Empire, reaching a high-level battle master is relatively easy for most fighters. But ascending to a battle spirit is extremely difficult, primarily due to the scarcity of spiritual energy. Zhang Xing, however, is an exception. His unique physique allows him to absorb any useful energy, whether it's dragon energy, spiritual energy, or magic. As he puts it, he has a system physique, the most universal among the universals, rarer than any so-called rare physique on this continent. The spiritual energy in the Beast Hall has nurtured a robust group of beast tamers. Coupled with each having their own battle beast, their strength has more than doubled. Although the profession of a beast tamer may not be as prestigious as an alchemist or a formation master, their power is not to be underestimated. Brother Zhang Xing, please follow me inside. Yale gestured invitingly. The two walked along a stone path for about 10 minutes before the scenery changed dramatically. A town, comparable in size to St. Roland's Castle, appeared before them, filled with well-arranged buildings and bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. I never expected to see such a town in this desolate valley, Zhang Xing remarked, looking around in surprise. Many women and children on the streets were accompanied by small beast pets, either shopping or strolling, all in harmony. Yale chuckled and explained. After more than a century of development, coupled with the Beast Hall's substantial resources, growth was inevitable. The disciples of the Beast Hall love it here, so they settled down, raised families, and lived alongside these magical beasts, becoming accustomed to it all. Zhang Xing nodded thoughtfully. Once people establish a way of life, it's indeed hard to change. Especially for those with families, they strive to live on no matter how tough the conditions. But nowadays, things have improved greatly. as evidenced by the disciples' families' attire and the smiles on their faces, showing they are living happily and contentedly. As I entered the Beast Hall's task area, I was greeted by a bustling scene full of people. The interior was divided into several rooms, each with long queues of people either taking on tasks, submitting completed ones, or undergoing apprentice assessments. The atmosphere was even livelier than a marketplace. Staff members were darting between windows, too busy to even take a sip of water. Yale quickly approached Zhang Xing, holding a newly acquired card and wearing a look of anticipation. Hey, little brother, let me take you to the beast pen. First, we register here, then we hand over the magical beast and begin the taming process. Following the procedure, it usually takes about 10 days to officially complete the task. All right, let's check it out, Zhang Xing agreed with a nod. Upon reaching the beast pen, Zhang Xing noticed a line of people standing in front of magical crystal balls, each with a magical beast by their side. He gave a curious look. Yale immediately explained, that's the test for becoming a level 1 beast tamer. These apprentices test the compatibility between themselves and their beasts after training. A level 1 beast tamer needs at least 10 points of compatibility. 10 points is considered average, 20 points are excellent, and 30 points are the perfect standard. Zhang Xing nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this was similar to alchemy, where even novice alchemists could produce potions of varying quality. It was Yale's turn to submit his task. An elder, roughly in his 50s, named Mo Feng, glanced at him. Yale, did you capture this fire cloud lion? Yale was a bit nervous. Elder Mo Feng, well, it was with the help of my brother Zhang Xing. Don't you know the rules? Mo Feng's tone was icy. I do. I will tame it as soon as possible, Yale replied, his voice trembling. Mo Feng took out a magical crystal ball. Since you know the rules, let's test the compatibility. If it's below 10 points, the task is considered a failure. Whispers erupted around them. So it wasn't him who captured it. No wonder the fire cloud lion keeps its distance from him. Taming in such cases is particularly difficult, especially with flying beasts that can become aggressive at any moment. He's trying to cut corners. Such people should be demoted to apprentices. He probably got lucky to pass as a level 1 beast tamer. Zhang Xing now understood why Yale had been trying to appease the fire cloud lion all along. He wanted to quickly establish compatibility. But Zhang Xing thought that Yale's idea of a perfect 30-point compatibility was clearly inadequate. True safety, as with his own pets He Bao and Xiao Bai, required a mind-to-mind connection, which meant a compatibility of over 90 points. Otherwise, a rampaging beast could be disastrous. Of course, a signed contract was a different matter. The Beast Hall was akin to a car dealership on Earth, where customers could choose their desired beast and take it home after paying, while the beast tamer bore full responsibility for the tamed beast. Yale, seeing Zhang Xing's reassuring glance, steadied himself a bit. Mo Feng took a drop of blood from both him and the fire cloud lion and placed them on the magical crystal ball. The scale began to rise slowly. Yale stood there, so nervous that beads of sweat appeared on the tip of his nose. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with derision. They all knew that when someone else helps capture a beast pet, the compatibility score usually doesn't exceed 5 or 6 points. Yale was likely facing disciplinary action this time. Just as everyone was reveling in his misfortune, the scale on the magical orb began to rise unexpectedly. 10, 11, 12, the numbers climbed steadily until they finally settled at an astonishing 20 points. Elder Mo Feng suddenly stood up, his eyes wide as he stared at the magical orb, as if witnessing something unbelievable. His mind raced as he recalled seeing Yale chasing through the monster forest yesterday and the sudden appearance of the fire cloud lion by Yale's side that morning. Even if captured personally, achieving such a high compatibility overnight was impossible, let alone with a beast caught by someone else's help. Those who had been making sarcastic remarks fell silent. They all understood that for a level 1 beast tamer, it typically took at least 10 days to tame a newly captured magical pet, and even longer for a magical beast like the fire cloud lion. What they were witnessing defied their understanding. Yale himself was bewildered. He remembered how Zhang Xing had handed over the fire cloud lion, which had shown little interest in him. He had hoped for a mere 10-point compatibility and would have been satisfied with that. Who could have expected it to reach 20 points? Hardly anyone would believe such a tale. Elder Mo Feng quickly adjusted his demeanor, his face breaking into a kindly smile. Clearing his throat, he asked, Yale, where is this young Zhang Xing now? Could we meet him? Yale scratched his head, turned, and pointed behind him, introducing, this is Zhang Xing, the one who helped me capture the fire cloud lion. Following Yale's gesture, the crowd saw a child. They blinked in disbelief, thinking, this is the young brother Yale mentioned? Not a peer, but an actual child? Despite his internal doubts, Elder Mo Feng politely asked, so, Zhang Xing, was it? Ahem. Did you capture the fire cloud lion? What level beast tamer are you? He wondered if this might be the child of some high-ranking official in the Beast Tamer Guild. Zhang Xing, facing the crowd, remained remarkably composed, showing no signs of nervousness. He calmly replied, yes, I captured it. I'm not a beast tamer and know nothing about taming. Hearing this, Elder Mo Feng immediately concluded that the child must be modest, surely the heir of some influential figure. With a knowing look, he said, "Young Master Zhang, you're too modest. With your skills, you could easily qualify as a level 1, no, a level 2 beast tamer. Your background is not something I will inquire about. I understand the rules." Elder Mo Feng was secretly pleased, thinking that currying favor with this young master might enhance his prospects for the position of guild leader. Little did he know, if Zhang Xing were aware of his thoughts, he would likely find them amusing. Zhang Xing was completely baffled, his brows furrowed as he struggled to comprehend Elder Mo Feng's words. Puzzled, he asked, "What are you talking about? I didn't understand a word. And since when did I become young Master Zhang?" Elder Mo Feng, upon hearing this, immediately plastered a sycophantic smile on his face, bowed deeply, and said, "Ah, young Master Zhang, what an honor it is to have you here. I am Mo Feng, the Internal Affairs Elder of the Beast Hall's Tianqing branch. It's truly an honor to receive you. I'm astounded by your youthful brilliance. Allow me to host you today, please do me the honor." Those around them were left speechless, exchanging bewildered glances. They thought to themselves, what has gotten into Elder Mo Feng? Why is he flattering a child like this? Even if the kid did manage to tame the Fire Cloud Lion, there's no need to be so obsequious. This completely overturns Mo Feng's usual aloof and dignified image. Who knew he was so ingratiating at heart? As Mo Feng continued his flattering speech, a familiar voice interrupted him. "Zhang Xing, Zhang Xing." A group of people dressed as mercenaries approached with smiles on their faces. Zhang Xing exclaimed with joy, "Brother Dushi, Sister Meili." Meili asked with concern, "Zhang Xing, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in school?" Dushi chuckled warmly. "I spotted you from a distance, but Meili didn't believe it was you." Zhang Xing cheerfully explained, "I only need to return in 2 months for exams. I'm just here to have some fun." Hearing this exchange, Elder Mo Feng's expression turned sour. He turned to Dushi, forcing a smile, and asked, "Dushi, you know him?" Dushi respectfully bowed and replied, "Elder Mo Feng, this young man saved our lives. He's a great benefactor to us." Dushi's mercenary team often sold captured magical beasts to the Beast Hall, so they were familiar with most of the people there. Mo Feng reluctantly nodded, pressing on. "I heard earlier that young Master Zhang is still in school. May I know which academy?" Zhang Xing smiled and replied, "A magic warrior academy in Tianqing Kingdom." Mo Feng's tone grew colder. "You're from Tianqing Kingdom?" "Yes, born and raised." Zhang Xing replied confidently. Mo Feng's face grew increasingly displeased. "You're not a disciple of the Beast Hall?" Zhang Xing asked in confusion. "When did I ever say that?" Mo Feng nearly choked, his face turning a myriad of colors. The beast tamers around them stifled their laughter, struggling to maintain their composure. They finally understood. Elder Mo Feng had mistaken Zhang Xing for the young master of some high-ranking family and tried to curry favor, only to embarrass himself. This was bound to become a hot topic throughout the valley. The more Mo Feng looked at Zhang Xing's smiling face, the more annoyed he became. He thought to himself, this kid is up to no good, not a word of truth from his mouth. Mo Feng refused to admit his own mistake and instead blamed Zhang Xing for deliberately setting him up. He couldn't swallow this humiliation, especially on his own turf. If he didn't regain his dignity, his authority in the Beast Hall might be severely undermined. Suddenly, Mo Feng had an idea, and his tone turned haughty. "Oh, right, Zhang Xing. You said you caught the Fire Cloud Lion? I doubt it. Are you involved in some shady dealings with Yale?" Zhang Xing casually chuckled and replied indifferently. "If you say so, then it is. If you say not, then it's not. It's up to you. I don't have time to argue with you." Mo Feng, enraged, shouted, "Argue? I am an elder of the Beast Hall, a third-level beast tamer. Speaking to you is an honor. You insolent brat, daring to use such disrespectful words with me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I can't do anything to you because you're a child." He took a deep breath and continued, "Zhang Xing, I'll give you one chance. If you can tame a 4th-level magical beast right here, with a compatibility of 20, I'll believe you. And I'll also count Yale's mission as complete." Mo Feng's sly expression filled Zhang Xing with disgust. He asked coolly, "Or what?" Mo Feng sneered and threatened, "Or Yale will lose his qualification as a beast tamer apprentice, never to be employed again. As for you, you'll be thrown into the beast pen until your academy comes to get you." Zhang Xing inwardly chuckled. This was indeed a harsh tactic. Taming a beast on the spot, and with a compatibility score of 20, was something even the hall master would struggle with. Being locked in the beast pen would be a great humiliation, making it impossible to hold his head high in the academy. But for Zhang Xing, these were trivial matters. He scoffed, "Brother Yale, there's no point in staying in such a beast hall. Look around. What kind of people are they? Selfish, sycophantic, or constantly making things difficult for their colleagues? Staying with this bunch of losers won't get you anywhere. Listen to me, let's go." His words immediately stirred the entire beast hall into an uproar. Angry voices rose one after another. "What? He called us selfish and losers. Who is this kid? Does he have a death wish? Call his parents. Even the apprentices who came to take the level 1 beast tamer exam gathered around Zhang Xing. Some shouted, "You brat, say that again if you dare. Come on, do you have the guts to repeat it?" 100 mouths chattered incessantly, spitting saliva as if to drown Zhang Xing. Yale stood by, face flushed and lips parched, constantly defending. "Come at me, a bunch of grown men bullying a kid. What kind of skill is that?" But no one paid him any attention, as all the fury was directed at Zhang Xing. Facing the crowd's anger, Zhang Xing remained unmoved, calmly observing the frenzied faces. Among them, Norris was the most vocal, actively stirring emotions. Dushi and Meili were still unclear about the situation, but the tension between both sides was palpable. Someone yelled, "Get on your knees, brat, and apologize to everyone." Meili couldn't stand it anymore, thinking, "These people are shameless, bullying a child." Little did they know the child they saw as weak was actually the most formidable beast. She silently prayed, "Heaven, please don't let Zhang Xing lose his temper, or these people will be in big trouble." As the situation grew more chaotic, Norris seized the opportunity to strike. He suddenly punched, his battle aura extending, hitting the ground beneath Zhang Xing from 4 or 5 meters away. However, before Norris could finish the word hit, he suddenly felt a tightness all over, his words cut off abruptly. His body flew like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily at Zhang Xing's feet, his head plunging into the hole he had just created. Zhang Xing's lips curled slightly, disdainfully withdrawing his magic. Seeing his nephew struck, Mo Feng was instantly furious. "Lightning Eagle, retrieve him for me." Before the words were out of his mouth, a silver lightning bolt streaked across the sky, heading straight for Zhang Xing. "Ah, a fifth-tier lightning eagle. Elder Mo Feng's battle beast." Meili exclaimed. Mo Feng felt smug. "My lightning eagle surpasses that fire cloud lion by several times. It's faster than lightning. There's no way a child." However, as he reveled in his pride, the scene before him left everyone stunned. Zhang Xing swung his fist, mercilessly pummeling the lightning eagle. The entire hall was dumbfounded. That was a fifth-tier battle beast, stronger than before tamed, comparable to a mid-level human battle master, and would hold its own against a mid-level battle spirit. Yet here, this powerful beast was utterly powerless against a young boy. As everyone was marveling at Zhang Xing's strength, the nearly defeated Thunder Hawk suddenly shuddered and slowly crawled towards Zhang Xing, eventually lying submissively at the young boy's feet. Its posture was one of complete surrender. The apprentices and first-level beast tamers present were stunned into silence. As a third-level beast tamer, Mo Feng, with his battle spirit level strength, instantly saw through Zhang Xing's true capabilities, far surpassing the Thunder Hawk, perhaps even beyond his own. But what shocked him even more was that his own battle beast had submitted. He called out to it twice, but the Thunder Hawk ignored him completely. "What? What did you do to my battle beast? What kind of trickery is this?" Mo Feng roared, his emotions in turmoil. This was the beast he had spent 3 years winning over, investing half his family's fortune to elevate it from the 4th to the 5th level. It had finally reached a compatibility level of 30, making it comparable to the head of the Beast Hall branch. This meant he had every right to challenge the head, even replace them. Zhang Xing gently stroked the Thunder Hawk's head and calmly said, "Didn't you ask me to tame a magic beast with a compatibility level of at least 20? I've done it. You might want to check." Watching the Thunder Hawk revel under Zhang Xing's touch, Mo Feng was filled with rage and despair. "That's mine. Give it back." He gritted his teeth, clinging to a sliver of hope that the Thunder Hawk was merely temporarily swayed and hadn't truly bonded. As 2 drops of blood merged into the magic orb, Mo Feng's heart nearly leaped out of his throat. Everyone around craned their necks, anxiously watching the scale. The line climbed rapidly. 10 points, 20 points, 30 points. With a crash, Mo Feng staggered and fell, knocking over a table. His face was dazed as he muttered, "Impossible, this must be fake." He then slapped himself 3 times, leaving his face swollen. When he looked at the magic orb again, the scale had reached 50. 50-inch, Mo Feng barely managed to utter before spitting out blood and fainting. The other Beast Hall members were dumbfounded, their minds reeling. This was unbelievable. Just one fierce beating, and the battle beast surrendered? Is there no justice? Each of them was tempted, eager to try this method on a magic beast themselves. When Zhang Xing first started attacking the Lightning Hawk, he was using magic against it. After a few moves, an idea struck him. Why not use dragon energy to subdue it? Stealing Mo Feng's beast would definitely make that old guy heartbroken. As he was about to channel his dragon energy and deliver a devastating punch to the Lightning Hawk, something unexpected happened. The proud bird suddenly crouched on the ground, adopting a posture of reverent worship. Haha, the power of bloodline suppression is indeed formidable. Zhang Xing thought to himself with satisfaction. In ancient times, only a few magical beasts could rival the dragons, like the behemoth, Titan giant ape, hell demon, and the fire phoenix. Other magical beasts weren't even worth mentioning. Even if Zhang Xing's dragon energy wasn't very strong, opening a small spatial rift to borrow any dragon's aura would be enough to make the lightning hawk submit. He coldly surveyed the crowd in the beast hall, causing them to instinctively take a step back. But then they remembered this was their territory, and Zhang Xing was just a kid, so they straightened up and stepped forward again. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated. What are you all gathered here for? Aren't you supposed to be taking tests or doing tasks? Master, Master Yuz, Lord Yuz. The crowd parted like a wave, and the beast hall master, Yuz, strode forward with an 18 or 19-year-old girl following him. Having heard reports of a disturbance in the beast pen, Yuz was intrigued and came to see for himself. The scene before him only added to his confusion. What's going on here? Two beast tamers immediately stepped forward, eagerly summarizing the situation. A compatibility of 50? And he ended up like this? Elder Mo Feng fainted from anger, and he called everyone in the beast hall useless. That audacious kid's name is Zhang Xing. Yuz kept rubbing his fingers together, a habit when faced with a dilemma. This situation was tricky. Mo Feng was always trying to curry favor with higher-ups, neglecting his duties and forming cliques. Such a major event occurred in Tianqing Kingdom, and he was completely unaware, not even recognizing Zhang Xing. Fortunately, the black dragon didn't appear. Otherwise, the disciples in the beast hall might not have survived. But Zhang Xing publicly belittled the beast hall, damaging its prestige. If he were to discipline him, he might not win. If he didn't, how would his subordinates and superiors view him? The disciples might think he lacked authority, and the superiors might question his competence. As Yuz pondered, a thought struck him. Why not make Zhang Xing an insider? Ahem. He cleared his throat. Zhang Xing, it seems there's been a misunderstanding about our beast hall. Elder Mo Feng's actions are his personal preferences and do not represent the beast hall. In light of his misconduct, I hereby announce that Yale's annual task completion is recognized with a reward. Elder Mo Feng is suspended for his biased treatment of beast tamers and is assigned to guard the magical beasts in the back mountain for a year. The entire hall fell silent. The beast hall disciples looked at Yuz in shock, not understanding why he was so accommodating to a student. The punishment for Elder Mo Feng was particularly harsh, as guarding magical beasts was essentially a menial task usually reserved for apprentices, and assigning it to an elder was. On Yuz's broad, square face, there was an almost imperceptible cold smile. He thought to himself, Elder Mo, you're handing me an opportunity on a silver platter. If I don't seize it, I wouldn't be worthy of being the hall master. Acting all high and mighty with me, without considering your own worth. When I ascend to a higher position, maybe then you'll get a chance at hall master, but for now, huh? Zhang Xing appeared satisfied with Yuz's words, but internally, he was skeptical. He mused, there must be some hidden reason for this. Anyone who becomes a hall master is a cunning fox. Let's see what he's really up to. Feigning respect, Zhang Xing said, haha, hall master Yuz is indeed fair and just. I'm impressed. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With that, he nodded slightly and made as if to leave. Wait. Yuz hurriedly called out, Sir Zhang Xing, your talent for taming beasts is astonishing. Are you interested in taking a test? With your skills, becoming a level 1 beast tamer would be a breeze. Then, you'd enjoy internal prices at any beast hall for riding birds or purchasing beasts. Plus, there are many simple tasks at the beast hall, but the rewards are much more generous. Seeing through Zhang Xing's ploy, Yuz decided to be direct. However, Zhang Xing shook his head and said, take the beast tamer test? Not interested, I won't do it. Raising dragons is much cooler and prestigious. Who would want to bother with taming chickens, ducks, geese, or dogs? Yuz exclaimed, wow, you're not interested, but others are bending over backward to take the test. Just passing means a wealth of gold awaits you. He went on to explain, why do I say that? Because those pursuing auxiliary professions are either warriors or mages, and they're short on money. Sure, they've changed their lives and are living at the top, but no one wants to stay stagnant. Everyone's aiming for higher achievements. And the only way to progress is to spend money. Seeing Zhang Xing still unmoved, Yuz, thinking quickly, blurted out, Sir Zhang Xing, don't be so quick to refuse. During the test, any beast you tame will be yours. Zhang Xing still shook his head. No test. I'm not interested in these earth-level beasts. Yuz gritted his teeth and went all in. Tame 1, and it's yours. Tame 10, and they're yours. If you don't want them, you can exchange them for gold. At this, the crowd erupted. Everyone's eyes widened, thinking, has the hall master gone mad? If this kid tames beasts at the speed he did earlier, the beast hall will go bankrupt. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up, secretly delighted. This is a good deal. Who wouldn't want more money? It's a no-brainer. He pretended to be serious and asked, is hall master Yuz serious? You're not joking with me, are you? Yuz's heart skipped a beat, filled with regret. But before he could speak, Zhang Xing interjected, hall master Yuz has a reputation for being trustworthy. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll agree. Yuz was left speechless, with no chance to backtrack on his words. As he stood there awkwardly, Searching for a solution, his daughter suddenly spoke up to help. Huh? Little brother Zhang Xing, don't get any ideas. The Beast Hall's rules for the test only allow taming one beast for level 1. And it has to be a beast 1 level higher than your own strength. Yuz, feeling relieved, quickly agreed. Yes, yes, my daughter is right. He looked at his clever daughter with a smile, secretly praising her quick thinking. Zhang Xing was taken aback by Yuz's words, standing frozen and unsure of what to do. He was completely unaware of the examination rules and realized that his anticipated source of income had vanished. Although he was frustrated, he understood the importance of integrity and couldn't just back out. Reluctantly, he decided to muddle through the exam. Zhang Xing glanced displeasedly at Yuz's daughter, thinking that this girl with her sharp features was no ordinary person. The surrounding disciples of the Beast Hall looked at the clever junior sister with admiration and quietly sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Mo Feng, who had already awakened, seized the chance to slip away unnoticed, fearing he might draw attention again. Let's just get this over with, Zhang Xing said impatiently. Yuz was overjoyed at this and exclaimed excitedly. Great! Someone bring a test paper. He was secretly pleased, having finally managed to lure Zhang Xing into the Beast Hall. Recruiting a member with a dragon companion was a significant achievement, and a promotion seemed within reach. 2 apprentices quickly set up a table and chairs and laid out the exam papers. Yuz cheerfully said, Please, Zhang Xing. It's my first time personally invigilating an exam. Zhang Xing stood awkwardly, completely ignoring the implication in Yuz's words. There's a theory part 2? I can't do that. I've never even read a book about it. The hall fell silent instantly. Yuz was stunned, his daughter was wide-eyed, and everyone in the Beast Hall was dumbfounded. Dushi, Meili, and others blinked repeatedly, as if they'd heard something unbelievable. Big brother, how did you manage to tame magical beasts without knowing their types, habits, characteristics, or bloodlines? Little brother, are you some kind of natural nemesis to magical beasts, taming them without knowing anything? Big brother, I've studied magical beast theory since I was young, but I can never connect theory to practice. It's been over a decade, and I still haven't become an apprentice. Teach me your ways. Everyone sighed inwardly, realizing how frustrating comparisons could be. Zhang Xing awkwardly scratched his head and asked, Master Yuz, do you have any books I could look at? He thought to himself that this was similar to taking a pharmacist's exam, with both theory and practice components. His system had herbal knowledge but lacked beast-taming knowledge, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Nonetheless, he didn't want to give up halfway, fearing he'd become a laughingstock. After all, he was a person who valued his reputation, having been strong-willed for most of his life at least over 30 years if he counted his past life. What? He wants to read books now? Everyone exclaimed. Does he think it's like reading couplets, memorizing them at a glance? The least any of us have studied is 3 to 5 years, some over a decade, and we still haven't become apprentices. Now he wants to start reading? What a joke. Yu sighed, but still had someone bring over a dozen books. He thought that Zhang Xing might not pass the theory test, but if worse came to worst, he could personally take him as a student, allowing him to become an apprentice after a year. As the hall master, he had this privilege, though only for one person. However, when Yuz looked at Zhang Xing again, his expression froze. Zhang Xing was flipping through the pages at an astonishing speed, as if he were browsing pictures rather than reading. Was this really reading? Zhang Xing felt his reading speed had increased significantly. Having recently advanced to a high-level mage, his mental strength had grown considerably. If he focused completely, he could read at least twice as fast. He cleared his mind and immersed himself in reading. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Xing finished a complete book on introductory beast-taming theory, similar in size to a magical theory book. An hour later, he had gone through all 12 books. Then, he picked up a pen and began answering the questions swiftly. Half an hour later, Zhang Xing stood up and handed in his paper. I'm done. Please, Master Yuz, review it. Yuz took the test paper absent-mindedly, glancing at the first dozen questions. To be honest, he had no confidence in Zhang Xing. But when he saw the answers, he was too shocked to speak. All the answers were correct. Yusef's hands trembled as he flipped through the exam papers, his eyes filled with disbelief. His daughter, noticing her father's unusual behavior, curiously leaned over. As Yusef gently placed the papers on the table, his mind was in turmoil. This is simply unbelievable. Yusef muttered to himself. Every answer is correct. Just an hour of reading and half an hour to answer the questions, and he achieves this level of proficiency. Such talent is truly unheard of. While there are many intelligent people in the world, and some with photographic memories, someone like Zhang Xing who can fully grasp material with just a quick glance is something Yusef had never encountered. Unable to comprehend it, he decided to set aside his doubts for now. The priority was to bring this genius into the fold. Now, I officially announce, Yusef said loudly. Zhang Xing's theoretical exam score is a perfect 100. The results will be posted on the announcement board for anyone with questions to review. Next, we will proceed to the beast taming practical assessment. The group made their way to the magical beast enclosure area behind the mountain. Yusef knew that Zhang Xing had already managed to tame a 5th-level lightning hawk, and in an instant no less, clearly reaching the level of a second-tier beast tamer. This practical assessment was more a formality than a test. Zhang Xing, Yusef ventured. With your abilities, this practical test could be. By the way, Master Yusef, Zhang Xing interrupted, how much is a 5th-level lightning hawk worth in gold? Well, Yusef replied truthfully. At auction, it could sell for 100 million gold coins. These rare flying mounts are scarce and possess formidable combat power. That valuable? Zhang Xing's eyes lit up, then he composed himself. In that case, I'll stick to the rules for the assessment. Rules can't be broken. Is there a flying magical beast above 6th level for me to tame? Yusef nearly fainted at the suggestion. This kid was clearly looking to make a fortune. He sighed inwardly. It's all because of my love for talent. I love talent, and he loves wealth. There are a few above 6th level, Yusef explained, but none are flying beasts. Such creatures are extremely rare now, and some have even been pre-ordered. Zhang Xing looked slightly disappointed, thinking that land mounts were indeed less valuable than flying ones. The group continued up the slope, passing cages housing 4th and 5th level beasts, but Zhang Xing showed no interest. Suddenly, Zhang Xing's eyes brightened. Hey, Master Yusef, why isn't that winged beast over there in a cage? He pointed to a large, lazy bird lying on the grass, unmoved even as they approached. That is, Yusef said with a solemn expression, bowing deeply to the bird. Our sanctuary's treasure, the Tianpeng bird with ancient lineage. It's because of its protection that our sanctuary remains safe and untouched by external threats. Ancient lineage? Zhang Xing's eyes gleamed. It must be at the pinnacle of the 6th level, just a step away from breaking into the 7th, right? Exactly, Yusef praised. Your perception is impressive. But this final step is a chasm, especially for a beast with ancient lineage. It may never overcome it in its lifetime. Without hesitation, Zhang Xing stepped forward. Then I'll choose it. What? Yusef was alarmed. No, Zhang Xing. This is our guardian beast, and it absolutely cannot be used for the assessment. Why not? Zhang Xing asked with a puzzled expression. Yus was momentarily speechless, frowning slightly. The mountain guardian beast was practically the co-owner of the beast hall, possessing great power and intelligence comparable to humans. It couldn't be tamed easily. Just as he was about to explain, a sly glint appeared in his daughter's eyes, and she showed her small tiger teeth, saying, since little brother Zhang Xing wants to try, let him. Although it's not part of the assessment, if he can tame it, I'll give it to him. The father and daughter were on the same wavelength, and a similar flash appeared in Yu's eyes. Teaching this arrogant kid a lesson wasn't a bad idea. Yes, this is the sacred beast of our beast hall. Its temper isn't the best, so be careful not to get hurt. With the hall master's approval, Zhang Xing stepped forward slowly. He stopped 3 meters away from the Tianpeng bird, which turned its massive head to glance at this child, then arrogantly turned away. Zhang Xing didn't act rashly. Instead, he entered a space to consult He Bao. How strong is this Tianpeng bird? After observing for a moment, He Bao chuckled. Boss, it's just a descendant of the ancient Kunpeng. Its bloodline is already diluted, and it's no match for us. But rather than suppressing such a mythical beast, it's better to appeal to its interests. Understanding this, Zhang Xing took out a level 1 bloodline pill and toyed with it in his hand. Instantly, the Tianpeng bird's demeanor changed dramatically. Its lazy posture became alert, feathers on its neck standing on end, and its greedy gaze fixed on the pill in midair. Without warning, the Tianpeng bird lunged at Zhang Xing, beak open to snatch the bloodline pill. Oh come on, that's just rude. Zhang Xing quickly dodged. This behavior truly confirmed the saying, not a good bird. Sensing danger, Zhang Xing immediately called out. Hey Bao, come out and teach this robber a lesson. A dark shadow flashed, and the towering black dragon appeared, launching a furious assault on the Tianpeng bird without a word. Initially, the Tianpeng bird, proud of its ancient bloodline, tried to fight back, but within 10 seconds, it was completely subdued. Under the suppression of He Bao's second-tier bloodline, it couldn't even exert 70% of its strength. Do you know the consequences of stealing from my boss? He Bao taunted, landing 2 punches with every word. The Tianpeng bird was beaten until its beak was crooked and eyes askew, pleading repeatedly. Spare me, brother dragon. How was I supposed to know that kid was your boss? If I had known, I wouldn't have dared even with 100 guts. I'm sorry, it really hurts. Yu's worst fears came true. Each time He Bao threw a punch, the Tianpeng bird's face trembled violently, causing Yu's heart to ache. Initially, he planned to step in as a mediator after Zhang Xing had suffered a bit. But the situation took an unexpected turn. Zhang Xing's pill made the Tianpeng bird lose its mind and recklessly charge forward to seize it. To his surprise, Zhang Xing summoned a majestic black dragon without hesitation. Plans can't keep up with changes. What a miscalculation, Yu sighed to himself. His daughter, known for her cleverness, had taken a serious misstep this time. Now he understood why Zhang Xing could tame magical beasts so quickly who wouldn't tremble at the sight of a dragon. This wasn't taming. It was intimidation through fear. If only I had a dragon, Yuz mused. I could conquer the entire magical beast forest and become the master of the main hall with all the beasts. Then he thought, although the Tianpeng bird was beaten by the black dragon, it shouldn't affect its compatibility with Zhang Xing. This realization eased his mind a bit. Looking at his daughter beside him, he saw her eyes wide open, mouth agape, utterly speechless with shock. Alas, I should have warned her about the dragon beforehand, and now she came up with a bad idea. Yuz regretted, but it was too late to change anything, so he could only watch and wait. The back mountain was usually off-limits, and now it was deserted except for a few elders from the Beast Hall and some service apprentices. They watched anxiously as the Tianpeng bird lay battered and bruised. One elder couldn't help but whisper, "Master this. It's fine, just watch, it won't die." Yuz feigned calmness. Inwardly, he thought, who would dare intervene? If that big black one got angry, it could flatten the entire back mountain, and all the hard-earned magical beasts would be in peril. But with Zhang Xing there, he probably wouldn't let the black dragon go too far. Surely, he wouldn't be foolish enough to make enemies with the entire beast hall. Sure enough, Zhang Xing spoke up at the right moment. "All right, hey Bao." With a smile, he approached the Tianpeng bird and communicated with it through his mind. "We got off to a rough start, but how about a deal? I'll help enhance your bloodline, and you just need to submit to me, reaching 30 or 40% compatibility on the magic ball." Though the Tianpeng bird couldn't speak, it understood human language. Its eyes filled with resentment, and it nodded like a pecking chicken. Zhang Xing took out a small bottle of first-level bloodline pills, holding it tightly, as if it were precious. "These pills are hard to make, with rare and expensive materials. I only have 3 left, and they're all yours." He deliberately raised his voice for everyone to hear. Then he began a dramatic display of hesitation, reaching out and pulling back, over and over. The Tianpeng bird's reaction was even more exaggerated, its pupils dilating and contracting with Zhang Xing's movements, its neck extending and retracting, as if its heart might leap out of its chest. It screamed internally, "Brother, stop playing with me. Are you giving it or not? I'm about to die from anxiety." Finally, Zhang Xing sighed. "All right, a promise is a promise. My word is my bond." He handed over the bottle. The Tianpeng bird, relieved, grabbed the small bottle and collapsed on the ground, more exhausted from the ordeal than from the beating. "Don't worry. I'll remember you when I make more in the future," Zhang Xing added. With a clatter, the bottle fell from the Tianpeng bird's beak, tears in its eyes as it rubbed its head against Zhang Xing's pant leg in gratitude. Crash! A loud bang shocked everyone present. All eyes were wide open, as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. The legendary Tianpeng bird had just shown affection towards Zhang Xing, a sign of submission. This scene was beyond belief for everyone. "No way! Is this really happening?" someone exclaimed. "Just 3 bloodline pills and a few emotional words, and the proud Tianpeng bird submits? This method must be reported to headquarters and written into the textbooks." Hall Master Yuz had mixed feelings. On one hand, he was pained by the imminent loss of a fortune in gold coins. On the other hand, he was delighted to finally have Zhang Xing join the ranks of the Beast Hall. However, being a seasoned old fox who had weathered countless storms, Yuz had no intention of giving up so easily. At that moment, Zhang Xing turned with a smile and said, "Hall Master Yuz, could you please use the magic orb to test compatibility?" Yuz quickly waved his hand. "No need for a test. I can clearly see that the Tianpeng bird has already submitted to you. You've passed the test, and now you're an apprentice of our Beast Hall. No, your outstanding performance warrants a promotion to a level 1 beast tamer." With a grand gesture, Yuz feigned magnanimity. "I keep my word. You can take the mountain guardian beast with you." In his mind, Yuz thought, "I don't believe you'd want the Tianpeng bird if you already have the black dragon. No money, but you can have a bird. This way, I'm not giving you any money." Zhang Xing saw through Yuz's intentions and chuckled to himself. "Oh, trying to play this game with me? Clearly, you don't want to give me the money. Knowing I can't take the mountain guardian beast, you promote me to bind me to the system." Outwardly, Zhang Xing appeared grateful. "Thank you, Hall Master, for keeping your word. However, as a member of the Beast Hall, how could I take away the mountain guardian beast? It's not happening. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, he bowed slightly and turned to leave. Yuz felt smug watching this, thinking, "Humph, trying to outsmart me. I've calculated everything, knowing you can't take it." However, his smugness was short-lived. The Tianpeng bird was happily following Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing turned back, pretending to be annoyed. "Shoo, go back, don't follow me, or I'll kick you." He even mimed a kick in the air. Surprisingly, the Tianpeng bird whimpered in beast language, "Big brother, take me with you. Only with you do I have hope of leveling up. I beg you." Hearing this, Yuz almost fainted. This plot twist was completely beyond his expectations. The once proud ancient bloodline divine bird was now begging to be taken away. Yus lamented internally. I've raised you for so many years, and you've never once smiled at me. What an ungrateful creature. No, ungrateful bird. As for the black dragon, it stood silently beside Zhang Xing with a look of deep resentment. The other members of the Beast Hall were utterly stunned. Today, they had truly witnessed something extraordinary. Then Zhang Xing suddenly spoke. What if enemies come to burn and loot? At that time, the Beast Hall will lose tens of billions, hundreds of billions in gold coins, and the value of the fallen beast tamers is immeasurable. You're old enough to understand these simple truths. Do I really need to spell it out for you? Everyone sensed an underlying message in his words. They all turned their gaze towards Hall Master Yus. Yus's face turned ashen. Clearly, those words were meant for him. How could a 7-year-old sound like a 70-year-old fox? This was a threat, forcing him to pay up, or else Zhang Xing would really take the mountain guardian beast. Yus cursed internally. Damn it! Are you an actor? Zhang Xing spoke sternly. Then with a flick of his wide sleeve, he looked firmly at the Tianpeng bird. I'll tell you one last time, stop following me. With that, he strode down the mountain. The Tianpeng bird remained where it was, its feathers trembling slightly. Seeing this, Master Yus felt a surge of relief and patted his chest subconsciously. Phew. Thank goodness, the Tianpeng bird is obedient after all, and Zhang Xing knows how to see the bigger picture. However, his joy was short-lived, as his heart suddenly sank. The Tianpeng bird paused for only 5 seconds before it gracefully caught up with Zhang Xing, its massive body displaying a sycophantic demeanor, wagging its tail at this tall figure. Come back here, Tianpeng bird. Yus shouted in frustration, but the bird didn't even glance in his direction. Damn it, I've got it figured out. Yus gritted his teeth. This is clearly a setup between the man and the dragon. That stupid bird is even wagging its tail like a dog. You're a bird, not a dog. If I don't come up with real money today, that fool of a bird will really be taken away by him. When the higher-ups ask questions, who's going to believe the Tianpeng bird left willingly? With this thought, Yus hurriedly called out, Zhang Xing, I just remembered something, hold on. Zhang Xing stopped, turned around, and said calmly, what can I do for you, master? Seeing Zhang Xing's nonchalant demeanor made Yus grit his teeth even more. You were specially recruited as a beast tamer by me, and your exam results broke historical records. You deserve a substantial reward. Zhang Xing thought to himself. With how stingy you are, if you give 1,000,000 gold coins, it would be a miracle. But he said, you're too kind, master. I'm a member of the Beast Hall. I can't possibly accept a reward. Come on, stop pretending. You just want money, don't you? Yus cursed internally, but outwardly he said, you must accept the reward. Here's 5 million in prize money, and you must take it. As he spoke, he took out a gold coin card and quickly pressed it into Zhang Xing's hand with enthusiasm. Only 5 million. Zhang Xing blurted out. Then realizing his bluntness, he quickly added, so much? I really can't accept this. You little brat, what do you need so much money for? 5 million is already a big expense for me, and you're just so greedy. Yus was sweating in his palms, watching Zhang Xing make a move to leave. He squeezed out through clenched teeth. 10 million. This is from my personal funds. If you consider me a friend, Zhang Xing, just accept it. In a flash, Zhang Xing appeared in front of him, gripping his hand tightly. I must cherish this personal connection with you, master. I'll graciously accept this favor. In the future, if you ever need anything, I won't boast. But within the territory of the Tianxing Kingdom, in any aspect, I'll do my best to assist. This statement left everyone shocked. A young boy making such grandiose claims in front of the master was unheard of. If Master Yus had said such words, perhaps people would believe it to some extent. Witnessing this absurd scene, everyone felt uneasy. You're just exceptionally talented, with an extraordinary memory and a unique beast-taming method, accompanied by a powerful dark-faced follower. But how many people do you know in the upper echelons of the Tianxing Kingdom? And what do you mean by all aspects? Which aspect can you possibly handle? Initially, Yale had intended to treat Zhang Xing, but with Yusser, the hall master, personally hosting the event, Zhang Xing gladly accepted the lavish banquet. After the meal, Yusser thoughtfully arranged a premium guest room for Zhang Xing. Despite the pain of losing 10 million gold coins, Yusser realized while lying in bed that this investment was ultimately worthwhile. If other guild leaders learned that investing 10 million gold coins could secure a dragon, they would likely rush to shower Zhang Xing with money, even if it cost 100 million. As night fell, Zhang Xing arrived at Dragon Island, and the sight before him filled him with joy. Yinglong Wenjing had grown into a graceful young lady, with an extraordinary aura and beauty that surpassed all the beauties Zhang Xing had ever seen. Having ascended to the 5th tier, Wenjing sweetly called out, Master, upon seeing Zhang Xing, instantly warming his heart. Meanwhile, He Bao, Xiao Bai, and Jin Bao competed for Wenjing's attention, a natural display of attraction between the opposite sexes. However, Wenjing seemed to only harbor familial affection for the 3 dragons, showing no particular preference for any of them. After exchanging pleasantries, the 4 dragons returned to their training. while Zhang Xing focused on crafting second-tier bloodline pills. These were intended for Wen Jing, facilitating her advancement to the 6th tier. Zhang Xing recalled how he had been unable to create second-tier bloodline pills and had to rely on system-provided recipes to help He Bao and the others upgrade. Magical beasts with ancient bloodlines have a significant chance of breaking through and advancing by gradually purifying their bloodline. This explained why the 7th-tier Snow Mountain Giant Ape and the 6th-tier Sky Rock were so enthusiastic about Zhang Xing. Although 1st and 2nd-tier bloodline pills had limited effects on high-tier magical beasts like the Snow Mountain Giant Ape, Zhang Xing was currently unable to craft 3rd-tier pills. He decided to produce more 2nd-tier pills to win over the Giant Ape, as he had a fondness for it, reminiscent of the friendship between apes and humans in the Tarzan movies he had seen in a previous life. After crafting over 200 bloodline pills, Zhang Xing rested for a couple of hours. When he stepped out of his room, daylight had fully broken. He was originally planning to bid farewell and head to the magical beast forest, but was drawn by a group of people not far away. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Xing approached the crowd and peeked through the gaps. He saw a magical beast resembling a peacock, lying weakly on a carpet, rolling its eyes as if it were on the verge of death. Beside it were two beautiful women. One was anxiously comforting the beast, while the other, the Hall Master's daughter, was intently crafting a pill. "Zhang Xing, you're up?" came a familiar voice from behind. Turning around, Zhang Xing saw Meili and Desi. "Brother Desi, sister Meili, what's going on?" Zhang Xing asked in confusion. Desi briefly explained. "The girl next to the flower spirit finch is Battle Dance, the 2nd princess of the Leiwu Empire. The pet she bought just yesterday morning suddenly fell ill for unknown reasons. She rushed back overnight from the magical beast forest and is now demanding an explanation from the Hall Master. Yali, the Hall Master's daughter, is doing her best to save it." Just then, a loud bang interrupted Desi's explanation. The alchemy furnace exploded. The pill-making failed. A chorus of exclamations erupted around them. Although Yali was a 1st-tier alchemist, failure seemed inevitable when dealing with a 5th-tier magical beast like the flower spirit finch, which required a 2nd-tier pill. Amid the murmurs, the 2nd princess, Battle Dance, suddenly stood up and pointed at Yali, demanding sharply, "Can your beast hall still do business? My spirit finch is about to die in less than a day. Isn't this a scam? Who would dare buy magical beasts from you in the future? You must give me an explanation today, or the Leiwu Empire will immediately cancel border trade with your beast hall." The beast hall branch of the Leiwu Empire is located in a region teeming with magical beasts, far from the imperial capital. It maintains frequent trade relations with the beast hall of the Tianqing Kingdom. If this trade line were to be severed, the beast hall would suffer significant losses. Yali, the daughter of the Hall Master, stood up and apologized to Princess Zhanwu with a regretful expression. "Your Highness, this was our oversight. Please forgive us. We will certainly compensate for your loss and prepare another flying mount for you." Yali is not only an outstanding alchemist, but also an experienced veterinarian. Having grown up in the beast hall, she is well-versed in the ailments of magical beasts and has an exceptional memory, making her an expert in herbal medicine. Princess Zhanwu scoffed and retorted bluntly, "Oversight? Spare me. You clearly took advantage of me, selling me a gravely ill magical beast. I am on an important mission, and if I can't gather the green spirit mushrooms in time, delaying my father's treatment, can your beast hall bear that responsibility?" Her voice suddenly rose. "Either compensate me with 10 billion gold coins, or help me gather the green spirit mushrooms today." Yali and her companion, Yus, were shocked by her words. Although the flower spirit sparrow, with its beautiful plumage, is favored by princesses, it is merely an average flying mount, valued at around 2 billion. The princess demanding 10 billion was clearly extortion. Amid the tense standoff, a young voice piped up, "Make way. I can heal this magical beast." Everyone turned to see Zhang Xing, the boy who had attracted so much animosity yesterday, striding confidently forward. Despite his young age, he had earned the qualification of a level 1 beast tamer with outstanding results, drawing both attention and envy. The disciples of the beast hall glared at him coldly, not budging an inch. Someone sneered, "You think we should move just because you say so? Who do you think you are? Besides, we need a healer, not a tamer." They still harbored resentment over Zhang Xing's earlier comment calling them useless, which had deeply wounded their fragile pride. Seeing this, Zhang Xing impatiently waved his hand and commanded, "Get out of the way." A sudden gust of wind forced those in front to step aside involuntarily. With his hands tucked into his sleeves, Zhang Xing strolled leisurely to the flower spirit sparrow, feigning an expert examination. Though Zhang Xing was knowledgeable about herbs and had studied many formulas, he knew nothing about treating magical beasts. He pretended to be profound, saying, "It can be cured, nothing serious." His confidence stemmed from knowing that Miss Yali had a ready-made formula. Even if Yali couldn't concoct it, he had a backup plan. If all else failed, he could use the bloodline pill to temporarily alleviate the condition. Princess Zhanwu eyed Zhang Xing coldly, full of disdain. I want to see what tricks your beast hall is playing. If you can't cure it, you'll have to compensate. Yali was overjoyed and grabbed Zhang Xing's small hand. Zhang Xing, can you really cure it? Tell me how. Zhang Xing smiled slightly, placing his other hand gently on Yali's hand, feeling the smoothness of her skin. By refining pills. Yali felt a flutter in her heart, her cheeks flushing slightly, thinking that this little rascal dared to take advantage of her. But she was more curious about how Zhang Xing planned to refine the second-level pill that even she couldn't make, especially since the only beast master capable of refining third-level pills was out collecting herbs. How would Zhang Xing do it with the alchemist guild so far away and time running short? Zhang Xing calmly said, Sister Yali, show me the pill formula and prepare all the herbs. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What? He's going to refine the pill himself? Don't be ridiculous. What kind of pill can a child make? As Zhang Xing was about to speak, Yali interjected, Zhang Xing, stop joking. That's the second princess of Leiwu Kingdom. Before she could finish, Zhang Xing interrupted her. Yali, stop talking and just do as I say. Looking into Zhang Xing's confident eyes, Yali suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable trust. Without another word, she handed over the formula to Zhang Xing and quickly prepared a set of herbs. Just as Zhang Xing was about to take out the furnace to begin concocting the medicine, Princess Zhanwu spoke up. Hold on. What's going on with your beast hall? You're letting a kid make the medicine? This is too much. My beast is on the brink of death, and you're still joking around. She continued angrily. I don't have time to waste with you. Give me a flying mount immediately. Once I'm done, I'll come back to settle this. Her sharp gaze swept over Zhang Xing and finally landed on Master Yu's. Master Yu's looked troubled. Princess Zhanwu, the thing is, we don't have any trained flying mounts at the moment. He too doubted Zhang Xing's abilities, thinking how could a child possibly know how to concoct medicine? Although he was skilled in taming beasts, mastering medicine was not something that could be learned overnight. For a moment, he couldn't think of a solution and just stood there. Princess Zhanwu impatiently waved her hand. I don't care if it's trained or not. I need one now, immediately. Doesn't your elder have a lightning eagle mount? Let him take me. Master Yu's awkwardly replied. Well, the lightning eagle has already been tamed by Zhang Xing, so you'll have to ask him. Who is Zhang Xing? Bring him here. Princess Zhanwu demanded arrogantly. Master Yu was frustrated but didn't dare show it. Helplessly, he pointed at Zhang Xing. This is our beast hall's first-level beast tamer, Zhang Xing. Princess Zhanwu was shocked. What, him? A little kid? How can someone so young be a first-level beast tamer? No wonder the quality of the beasts from your hall is so poor. Your taming skills are lacking, and now you're trying to make medicine. Your management is a mess, and I need to report this to your superiors for serious action. She turned to Zhang Xing and ordered, Hey, kid, summon the lightning eagle and take me to the beast forest. Stop messing around with the medicine. Zhang Xing casually scratched his ear and retorted, Hey, little miss, you're so young and already so naggy. Who would dare marry you in the future? You'll drive your family crazy when you get older. The people around couldn't help but laugh, with Meili and Dushi bending over with laughter. They laughed yesterday, continued today, and even woke up laughing from their dreams. This kid never backs down, and with just a few words, he infuriated the princess. While talking, Zhang Xing threw all the herbs into the furnace. He continued with a smile. There was once a very naggy monk who got kidnapped by two beasts. The monk was weak and defenseless, but in the end, he was unharmed, and the two beasts died. Can you guess how the beasts died? Princess Zhanwu, still angry, was momentarily distracted by curiosity and asked, How did they die? Everyone stifled their laughter and turned away. Zhang Xing calmly said, You're really dense. Of course, they were nagged to death. A few seconds later, a piercing scream echoed around. Zhang Xing, are you asking for it? Princess Zhanwu was furious, her voice filled with menace. Princess Zhanwu, fuming with anger, resembled a feisty little hen ready for battle. She stood with her hands on her hips, her whip constantly pointing at Zhang Xing as she scolded him rapidly. At that moment, Zhang Xing lightly tapped the alchemy furnace, and 6 black pills shot out like meteors. Give these to the flower spirit bird, Zhang Xing said calmly. Wow! The previously raging Princess Zhanwu was suddenly speechless, staring at Zhang Xing in disbelief. You finished so quickly? Yali was equally astonished, her mouth agape as she looked at the smooth, shiny pills in her hand. Having witnessed Zhang Xing's impressive beast-taming skills the day before, she knew this mischievous boy had commendable talents. When she saw his unique method of making pills earlier, she thought he was just fooling around. Yet, in no time at all, he had crafted second-level pills. Such speed was beyond even the president of the Alchemist Guild. Master Yesser was even more astounded. To effortlessly and swiftly create second-level pills after just a glance at the recipe required at least the skill of a third-level alchemist. This was nothing short of genius. Recruiting him yesterday was undoubtedly the wisest decision of his life. His enthusiasm surged like a volcano, thinking that someone as talented as himself surely deserved a promotion. The crowd around them, who had been laughing at Zhang Xing's antics moments ago, now stood in stunned silence. What are you waiting for? Quickly, give the flower spirit bird the medicine. Zhang Xing's words snapped Yali out of her daze. She hurriedly stepped forward and fed the pills to the flower spirit bird. The scene fell deathly silent as everyone held their breath. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes passed, and the flower spirit bird remained motionless, showing no signs of waking. Ah, Zhang Xing, you killed my pet. You have to compensate me for my flower spirit bird. Boo-hoo. Princess Zhanwu looked at her lifeless pet, crying in devastation. Humph. The surrounding Beast Hall disciples immediately displayed mocking expressions, starting to criticize. So it was all just for show. I knew it. No alchemist can work that fast. Even I, an outsider, know that making pills involves considering the order of herbs, their compatibility, and temperature control. Which of these did he manage? Now look, whatever concoction he made has poisoned the princess's pet. Serves him right for showing off. Isn't this just asking for trouble? The sudden turn of events left Master Yusser and his daughter dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were congratulating themselves on their insight, only to be harshly slapped by reality. Princess Zhanwu, this matter is entirely the responsibility of our Beast Hall and has nothing to do with Alchemist Zhang. Yusser tried to calm the situation. No way. Princess Zhanwu, wiping her tears, demanded again. You all have to compensate 10 billion each, no less. Zhang Xing was also taken aback. It seems that the pills for treating humans and magical beasts are indeed different, and the Beast Hall's formula was unreliable, putting him in such an embarrassing situation. What should he do? Just then, a gentle voice from Yinglong came into his mind. Master, just infuse it with a bit of dragon energy. It will definitely work. My dragon aura works on them? Zhang Xing asked with a slight frown, observing the beast trembling under the pressure of his dragon aura. Master, your dragon aura is unique, Wen Jing explained. You've absorbed the purest dragon aura, which has evolved into a unique existence after merging with the battle energy and magical elements of this continent. This aura can intimidate not only beasts but humans as well. As for its specific functions, you'll need to explore them yourself. That's all I know from my memory. Despite his doubts, Zhang Xing decided to give it a try. He approached the lifeless flower spirit sparrow, unsure of how to transmit the dragon aura to a beast. He hadn't even tried it on humans, let alone beasts. Just as he was about to ask Wen Jing for help, he recalled the action he used to tame the lightning hawk. To everyone's shock, Zhang Xing unexpectedly slapped the flower spirit sparrow across the face. Smack! You bastard! Princess Zhanwu erupted in fury. My sparrow is already dead, and you dare to humiliate it? I'll fight you. She had expected Zhang Xing to apologize, not to witness such an absurd scene. Almighty water god, hear my call. As a high-level mage, Princess Zhanwu cast her spell swiftly, and an ice spike formed above Zhang Xing's head. Zhang Xing, watch out! Yali exclaimed. But Zhang Xing merely waved his hand, causing the ice spike to vanish. Seeing her magic fail, Princess Zhanwu grew even more enraged, launching a barrage of attacks. While dodging, Zhang Xing thought that perhaps the dragon aura wasn't being transmitted effectively. He evaded the magical attacks and seized the opportunity to deliver another, slightly heavier slap to the flower spirit sparrow. Smack! This nearly made Princess Zhanwu cough up blood in anger. She was choked with emotion, unable to speak, tears streaming down her face. Just as everyone thought the situation was spiraling out of control, a miracle occurred. The flower spirit sparrow's body began to twitch slightly. A few seconds later, it suddenly stood up, fluttering its wings and chirping happily, nuzzling against Princess Zhanwu's cheek affectionately. The entire audience was stunned. 2 slaps had brought a dead beast back to life. It defied all logic. Princess Zhanwu's tear-streaked face broke into a radiant smile, as if the clouds had parted to reveal a clear, sunny sky. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Master Yus couldn't help but smile as he repeated the word. The reputation of the Beast Hall was preserved, and with some compensation to the princess of the battle dance, this whole incident could be resolved. As he pondered what compensation to prepare, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw a middle-aged man in an apothecary's robe striding towards him. It was none other than Boyle, the Beast Hall's expert veterinarian. A 50-year-old level 3 alchemist and a senior mage, Boyle had deep expertise in veterinary medicine. Once Hughes explained the situation, Boyle immediately approached the princess of the battle dance. Let me examine your beast companion, he offered. As the most skilled healer in the neighboring empires, his expertise was beyond question. After a moment of examining the elixir, Boyle frowned as he analyzed. This beast must have been poisoned by ingesting food tainted with mushroom pollen. However, it's strange because flower spirits usually don't eat such plants, and ordinary antidotes are ineffective. Yet, it has not only recovered but seems even healthier than before. It's my fault, the princess suddenly exclaimed. I accidentally fed it with pollen-covered hands. She awkwardly hid her hands behind her back, wiping them clean. Everyone suddenly understood. Boyle nodded in comprehension, having noticed the strong scent of pollen on the princess when he arrived. As for the dragon aura and Zhang Xing's methods, they were beyond his detection. With the incident resolved, the princess of the battle dance did not mention compensation and quickly left the valley. Zhang Xing bid farewell to his acquaintances and followed her. Sensing someone behind her, the princess turned to see the annoying child and, after throwing a nuisance his way, flew off on her flower spirit. Zhang Xing was puzzled. I healed your beast companion, and you don't even thank me? Why the attitude? 2 minutes later, the princess heard the sound of wind rushing behind her and thought, it must be that brat on his lightning hawk again. I can't be bothered. Although she vaguely realized Zhang Xing had healed her flower spirit, his behavior still irked her. Suddenly, her flower spirit shook violently, almost throwing her off. What's wrong? She started to say, but then caught sight of a massive shadow beside her, leaving her speechless. Looking closely, she saw it was a 14 or 15-meter long black dragon. To her astonishment, the annoying child was confidently holding onto the dragon's horn, standing tall, as if ruling the skies. The black dragon, too, exuded an air of pride, elegantly gliding through the air like a legendary dragon emerging from the sea. At that moment, Zhang Xing thought, many people now know of the black dragon's existence, especially the necromancers who are aware he has two fifth-tier dragons. To be cautious and avoid causing a stir, he decided to keep them at a fifth-tier level, revealing their true strength only in emergencies. The black dragon soared, dove, and flew repeatedly. The flower spirit chirped joyfully, obediently following, as if flying alongside a legendary dragon was the greatest honor. Watching this scene, the princess was puzzled. Is that how dragons fly? Then it dawned on her. That brat is showing off to us. At that moment, complex emotions surged in Zhan Wu's heart. Her eyes were red with envy and jealousy, but more than anything, she was seething with uncontrollable anger. This kid was clearly trying to provoke her. It was only then that Zhan Wu realized the true identity of the child before her. She hadn't expected to encounter Zhang Xing here. He didn't have to attend school and could wander freely, a freedom she couldn't help but envy. Having a dragon really was a blessing, Zhan Wu thought to herself. Hey, Zhang Xing. Zhan Wu called out, suppressing her envy and using a commanding tone. Can I sit on your dragon for a bit? Despite her envy making her almost want to call him Big Brother, her pride as a princess kept her demeanor aloof. Zhang Xing, however, held his head high, displaying an indifferent expression and completely ignoring Zhan Wu's request. I can't hear you, his attitude seemed to silently declare. You? Zhan Wu was thoroughly ignored, and with no outlet for her anger, she muttered under her breath. You brat. Zhang Xing, just you wait, if you ever fall into my hands. Zhang Xing paid no attention to Zhan Wu's grumbling, and even if he did hear, he didn't care. He Bao had a particular penchant for showing off its might, constantly displaying its strength along the way. Zhang Xing didn't stop it, there was plenty of time. Besides, He Bao and the others were usually cooped up on Dragon Island, and they had long complained about wanting to roam outside with him. It wasn't possible at school, so this time, he let them out whenever possible. The magical beast forest was the perfect place for that. As they ventured deeper into the magical beast forest, Zhang Xing began to feel curious. Why was Princess Zhan Wu following him? Meanwhile, Zhan Wu wondered, what was Zhang Xing doing here? He didn't seem to have any urgent business. It looked more like he was out for a leisurely stroll. Zhang Xing wasn't expecting to encounter a necromancer. He only knew that the swamp, forest, and snow mountain were places where the dragons could come out to play. There were high-level magical beasts to hunt, earning experience for upgrades. If there were treasures, they could be excavated. With the strength of the three dragons, he believed they no longer needed to fear anyone in the surrounding countries. Even in the most dangerous places, they could explore. After all, everyone has a curiosity and a desire to uncover the secrets hidden deep within the forest and discover what lies at its end. Of course, those without strength can only dream, while those with it can see for themselves. Zhan Wu finally reached her destination. Before her was a damp woodland, where spring water from the mountain stream nourished the meadow. Beneath the towering trees, various fungi grew, but finding the green spirit mushroom here wouldn't be easy. The scenery here is quite nice, Zhang Xing thought to himself. I've never seen mushrooms this large before. Let's go take a look. Zhang Xing and He Bao quietly landed behind a large tree not far from Zhan Wu. When they reappeared, they were accompanied by three more, Xiao Bai, Jin Bao, and Wen Jing. The dragons, excited by the novel sights, were in high spirits. The mushrooms here were enormous, the smallest as large as a parasol, while the larger ones rivaled the size of a house. Some were covered in thorny vines, sending shivers down one's spine. Despite their strength, Zhang Xing reminded them to be cautious, as many of the magical plants could consume any living being that ventured too close. Seeing the sudden appearance of more figures, Princess Zhan Wu cautiously retreated to a distance. If she had known these were powerful war dragons, she might have clung to Zhang Xing's side, even willing to act as a maid. Hours later, Zhan Wu found nothing. As the sky darkened, she sought a place to rest, planning to resume her search the next day. At that moment, a peculiar sight caught her eye. Large black dots appeared in the fiery red sun, growing larger with each passing moment. As the dots grew larger, Zhan Wu's hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. She cast several speed spells on herself, disregarding her previous grievances with Zhang Xing, and sprinted towards him with all her might. Zhang Xing, Zhang Xing. A hurried voice broke the tranquility of the dusk. Zhang Xing looked up to see Princess Zhan Wu running towards him, her face filled with panic and her exaggerated gestures appearing comical in the twilight. Yet, Zhang Xing couldn't decipher their meaning. Could something have happened? Zhang Xing wondered, cautiously scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Moments later, Zhang Wu reached him, gasping for breath. Quick! Summon the black dragon. We need to escape. Zhang Xing was puzzled. Why do we need to run? It's the demon bloodwings. Zhan Wu's face was pale, her finger trembling as she pointed towards the setting sun. Following her gesture, Zhang Xing saw silhouettes circling in the sunset. He shrugged it off. Aren't they just a bunch of bats? No, no. Zhan Wu quickly explained, her voice filled with fear. Vampire bats are scary, but this organization is even scarier. The Demon Bloodwings is a secret assassin group on the Holy Dragon continent. They'll kill anyone as long as the price is right. There are only a few of us here. They must be targeting us. Targeting us, Zhang Xing mused. It's either you or me, but I think. Before he could finish, Zhan Wu had already slipped behind him, clutching his clothes tightly, her voice trembling. No, they wouldn't come for me. I'm just a princess. Killing me wouldn't affect the Lei Wu Empire. Zhang Xing sighed. What are you afraid of? I didn't say they were after you. I think it's unlikely they'd target you. It's probably me they're after. His gaze shifted to the dragons. If they know about my dragons, do they plan to slay them? Zhan Wu relaxed slightly but then voiced a new concern. There's a legend that someone in the organization has killed a dragon. A legendary assassin named Qitao once killed the first-rank dragon knight of an empire. She paused, adding, Zhang Xing, we should leave. My father mentioned that the Demon Bloodwings recently assassinated a mid-rank battle king, who was about to become a ruler, and he was only 40. Zhang Xing's brow furrowed. That powerful, even able to kill a mid-rank battle king. He wanted to ask more, but seeing Zhan Wu's fear, he realized she might not know much more. Why run? Zhang Xing stood tall, his voice brimming with confidence. In my dictionary, there's no such word. No matter how many come, they'll be buried here, forever. Zhang Wu wasn't convinced. Zhang Xing, I heard last time they killed a battle king, they were all battle king level. All battle king level. Not just one person. Zhang Xing was puzzled. A group assassination? Zhan Wu explained. The assassins in the Demon Bloodwings are ranked, like gold, silver, copper, and iron. For you, it would definitely be a team. At least 8, possibly 16. The most terrifying thing is their formation, a special one involving vampire beasts and people, which no one has broken yet. As the dark bats drew nearer, Zhan Wu clung tighter to Zhang Xing's clothes. Zhang Xing remained relaxed. Oh, a formation? That's a relief. Don't worry, my Jinbao specializes in breaking formations. Despite Zhang Xing's calm demeanor, Zhan Wu remained unconvinced, her eyes still filled with fear. Strange, how did the enemy find us? Zhang Xing pondered with furrowed brows. He Bao's keen senses should be able to detect any trackers. Could it be those hovering demon bats? Or some other magical beasts? It's likely they had been targeted since the beast hall. With this thought, Zhang Xing quickly communicated telepathically to the dragons. Prepare for battle, they're coming. I'll leave it to you today. I won't intervene. Try not to transform unless necessary, and don't waste words with them. They're enemies, leave none alive, take them all down. The dragons immediately responded, their voices filled with fighting spirit. Don't worry, boss, we'll crush them like bugs. We'll finish this in no time, not leaving a single one. The dragons were eager to showcase their skills. Suddenly, the sky was obscured by a swarm of demon bats, swallowing the twilight. The mere sight of this terrifying formation would chill the heart of any ordinary person. Darkness enveloped a 100-meter radius as 18 eerie figures moved within, leaving behind black stones and monoliths inscribed with magical runes. The vampire bats in the air formed a massive vortex. In an instant, Zhang Xing and his companions seemed to be in hell. Thick black smoke erupted from the ground, reducing visibility to barely a foot. The howling wind sounded like the laughter of countless night owls, sending shivers down the spine. As the chill swept over, Princess Zhan Wu couldn't help but scream, her skin erupting in goosebumps. A sinister voice echoed in the darkness. Zhang Xing, your time has come. To kill you and your black dragon. We have sent 18 battle kings and deployed the Demon Blood Dragon Annihilation Array. You should feel honored. Zhang Xing responded casually. Oh, so you're the Demon Bloodwing assassins? Only 2 of you here? Not enough to even fill my black dragon's teeth. Why don't I wait for you to call the rest? Save me the trouble of hunting them down. Ha ha ha. Another voice chimed in. I've lived so many years and never heard such bold talk. You're indeed different for your age, but I wonder if your heart is equally at ease. Zhang Xing was unfazed, believe it or not. By the way, I heard you claim to have killed dragons. Is that true, or just a boast? He. The voice in the black mist was full of disdain. Without the experience and means to slay dragons, how dare we come for your black dragon? Do you take us for fools? All right then, let me see the methods of you fools, Zhang Xing said, slightly turning his head. Jin Bao, have you found any flaws? Jin Bao's eyes gleamed with a rainbow of colors, and with a casual glance, he saw through the essence of the array. Boss, found it. This demon blood dragon annihilation array is full of holes. It's a joke. As He Bao would say, what the heck is this thing? Ha! The enemy laughed wildly. You're killing me with laughter. This array is unique in the world, perfected over generations. You little. Before the sentence was finished, several figures flashed by. Eastern Black Dragon. Western White Dragon. Southern Long. Northern Gem Dragon. For loud explosions echoed simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. You. How is this possible? The black mist cleared, revealing the 18 battle kings and countless demon bats, their faces etched with disbelief. In the blink of an eye, as the battle kings stood in shock, for untransformed dragons simultaneously opened their massive jaws and unleashed scorching flames. Within seconds, the sky within 100 meters was cleared of the demonic bats, leaving a scene of utter devastation. This can't be happening. The 18 battle kings were dumbfounded, their minds in turmoil. The dragon-slaying formation had been perfected over generations. It was said to have an 80% chance of success against a 5th-tier dragon. With the added control of 18 novice battle kings, the success rate soared to 90%. Yet, the spectacle before them shattered their understanding. The battle kings scrutinized the 4 figures. The black-faced man was evidently the black dragon, and among them was a stunningly beautiful woman. Could they all be dragons? The thought sent shivers down their spines. But they quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. If a child were surrounded by 4 dragons, we wouldn't dare approach. They must be beasts. They recalled the intelligence from the beast hall, which suggested the boy had a knack for taming creatures. But beasts that could transform into human form were rare treasures. This boy had 4 at once, which was simply despairing. To make matters worse, his proficiency in formations was evidently superior to theirs. Princess Zhanwu watched in awe. So they're all together. She gazed enviously at the figures, breathing fire. No wonder Zhang Xing is so calm. He has such powerful cards up his sleeve. She glanced at her own beast companion, which, aside from its beautiful feathers, was inferior in every other aspect. Yet, being protected felt wonderful and warmed her heart. If only Zhang Xing were a bit older, marrying him would make the whole empire envious. The 18 battle kings quickly decided to unleash all their power, forming an attack formation to encircle the 4 dragons. Their combined strength whipped up a storm, destroying the surrounding vegetation. Let's take out that sneaky-looking short guy first. He seems the weakest. 3 battle kings combined their strength into a single punch aimed directly at Jin Bao's chest. Clang! The crisp metallic sound froze the smug expressions on their faces. That's not right. Why is it clang instead of boom? They launched several more punches, only to be met with a series of clang 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 metal impacts. Are we forging iron? The battle kings exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. Zhang Xing stood a short distance away, watching the battle unfold before him, unable to contain his laughter until his stomach hurt. He knew well that although Jin Bao's attack power wasn't the highest, his defense was the strongest among the dragons. Even a punch from a mid-level battle emperor couldn't cause him substantial harm. In contrast, the 3 battle kings couldn't withstand a single blow from Jin Bao. However, to Zhang Xing's surprise, Jin Bao didn't choose to punch directly. Instead, he spun around and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick. With a loud bang, the 3 battle kings were sent flying like balls, landing heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away. Blood streamed from their noses and mouths, leaving them in a pitiful state. The fight was just beginning, and the other 15 battle kings quickly reacted. 10 of them surrounded He Bao and Xiao Bai, while the remaining 5 focused their attacks on Ying Long Wenjing. These battle kings were evidently experienced, employing a rather clever strategy. They assumed that since Wenjing hadn't reached the 6th tier and appeared to be a gentle-looking woman, she would be the weak link. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know that Wenjing was a genuine female dragon. Despite her seemingly gentle demeanor, her attacks were ruthless and merciless. With a few swift moves, she incapacitated the 5 battle kings, leaving them sprawled on the ground, faces etched with panic, fear, defeat, and despair, just like the 3 unfortunate ones before. The remaining 10 battle kings felt their hearts sink. They had never imagined that Zhang Xing's companions would be such formidable beasts. Seeing that even the weakest among them were unbeatable, not to mention the 2 towering figures, one of whom was a black dragon, the mission seemed doomed to failure. They wondered if it was time to retreat. But before retreating, they decided to make one last attempt. In unison, they launched a magic bomb, creating a blinding flash that temporarily blinded everyone. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the 10 Battle Kings charged at Zhang Xing, unleashing their most powerful attacks without hesitation. Facing the fierce attack from the 10 Junior Battle Kings, Zhang Xing remained unfazed. Despite his temporary blindness, his mind remained clear. He instantly entered a state of heightened awareness, perceiving the forms of their attacks. Then, he ascended to a state of unity with the universe. Although he had never fought Battle Kings before, Zhang Xing decided to confront them with the skill of an advanced battle master. Zhang Xing moved swiftly, adopting an unusual stance that allowed him to deftly avoid the attacks of 6 Battle Kings. Those 6 had to retract their attacks abruptly, nearly injuring themselves in the process. At the same time, Zhang Xing struck out with lightning speed, delivering 4 punches, executing the first move of the Dragon Fist technique, Sky-Splitting Fist. The 4 Battle Kings scoffed, underestimating him as they charged with fists brimming with energy, like 4 meteors. The remaining 6 already envisioned Zhang Xing being overwhelmed. With a thunderous crash, the tide of the battle turned. The 4 Battle Kings staggered back several steps, their energy disrupted, each coughing up blood. Meanwhile, Zhang Xing stood unscathed, hands still tucked in his sleeves, a faint smile on his face. Zhang Xing silently marveled at his fortune. The power of these Battle Kings was indeed formidable. If there had been 2 more, I might have been injured. It seems that I can currently hold my own against a mid-level Battle King in an unknown fight. If these Battle Kings knew his thoughts, they would probably die of shame on the spot. While Zhang Xing was assessing his combat strength, the gazes of the 10 Battle Kings simultaneously landed on him, filled with shock and disbelief. They had initially thought Zhang Xing was just a magician, but to their surprise, he was also a warrior. Being skilled in both magic and martial arts was one thing. Having a dragon's assistance was sheer luck, but the most unbelievable aspect was that this boy was only 7 years old. An advanced battle master, still 2 major levels away from being a battle king. Did this kid start training in a past life? One of the battle kings couldn't help but wonder to himself. Fear surged through them like a tide as they suddenly realized the terrifying opponent they had provoked. The people who had commissioned them to kill Zhang Xing and the Black Dragon must have been blind. If this boy discovered who was behind it, it might not just be the extermination of a family. He could potentially overthrow an entire nation. The Bloodwing Bat is really in danger this time, one battle king thought to himself. With this kid's strong sense of revenge, he'll definitely come after us. The 10 exchanged glances and unanimously made a decision. Escape. Their original plan had failed, and the only way out was to flee and report this astonishing news back to their organization. In the next moment, the 10 nodded in unison and suddenly flew off in different directions. They no longer cared about conserving energy, using all their battle aura to escape through the air. Despite being strong enough to fly using their substantial battle aura, it wouldn't last long. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Zhang Xing's telepathic command was instantly conveyed to the 4 dragons. As soon as the words were spoken, 4 shadows darted across the sky like lightning. Immediately, 4 piercing screams echoed through the air, followed by 6 more screams just 3 breaths later. Zhang Xing slowly approached the remaining 8 survivors, saying coldly, "Consider yourselves lucky to be left alive. Otherwise, you would have been killed in the first wave. Now, tell me, who is behind this? Speak, and you'll be spared. Stay silent, and you'll die." The 8 looked pale and spiritless, all silent. They didn't want to die, but the code of assassins was inviolable. Zhang Xing noticed their hesitation and continued, "I know there are rules in your profession, but rules are dead, and people are alive. It's just a few words, speak them, and you can live. You have 30 breaths to decide. Whoever speaks first will survive." After speaking, Zhang Xing began to count silently. These battle kings were used to being superior and hadn't felt threatened by anyone for years. Now, at the brink of life and death, they were weighing the pros and cons in their minds. However, just as Zhang Xing sensed something amiss, these individuals began to bleed from their 7 orifices, their faces twisted in agony. One managed to speak with difficulty. "Zhang Xing, we didn't expect you to be such a monster. We concede. But dreaming of getting information about our organization from us? Impossible. Ha ha ha. Your power may be great, but you are still just one person, with a few magical beasts. Our organization's foundation is not what the world sees. Brace yourself for our endless pursuit." Before he could finish, the remaining 8 immediately died. Zhang Xing chuckled coldly, "Oh, dying like men, but not worth pity. As assassins, you should be prepared to be killed. Trying to threaten me, even in death, is pointless. Once I find out who's behind this, I'll kill them all. Then I'll wipe out your so-called Bloodwing assassin group." After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xing formed a hypothesis. The ones behind this one is the first battle emperor of the Leiwu Empire, Lei Dantian. The second is the imperial Shualai family and their allies. Different motives, but the same outcome: they all want me dead. Looks like it's time to teach them a lesson. The eyes of Princess Zhanwu sparkled like stars as she stared intently at Zhang Xing, her mind racing with thoughts. She was contemplating how to use this formidable individual to help her father fight against her grandfather, Lei Dongtian, and reclaim the throne. However, when she considered Lei Dongtian's vast influence, she couldn't help but shake her head in doubt. Although Zhang Xing was powerful, he was not yet strong enough to challenge her grandfather. The secret guard alone consisted of 3 junior war emperors and 3 junior magic emperors, not to mention other experts. Zhanwu recalled the recent news of her grandfather's secretive movement of large sums of wealth, which her father had discovered despite the secrecy. She couldn't help but wonder if this was related to an assassination attempt on Zhang Xing. She decided to warn him, just in case. After all, in this empire, only a handful of families could afford to hire an assassin group of such scale, besides the royal family. Who else could pay such astronomical sums? Suppressing her thoughts, Zhanwu spoke softly. Zhang Xing, thank you for saving me. She deliberately softened her previously arrogant demeanor. Zhang Xing replied indifferently. Save you? I didn't. They weren't here to kill you. You were hiding far enough away to be safe, so I can't really say I saved you. Zhanwu held back her anger, thinking it was unwise to argue with this child. She insisted, regardless of what you think, you saved me, and I must thank you. Also, I want to warn you about something. My father said that recently, Lei Zhantian moved a large amount of wealth out of the empire. The purpose is unclear, and there haven't been any large-scale battles on the borders. Zhang Xing listened to her explanation, feeling puzzled. Your father and Lei Zhantian are at odds. Zhanwu nodded and briefly explained the power struggle within the royal family. She tentatively suggested, Zhang Xing, we could work together. We'll provide you with important information, and when the time is right, we can act together. What do you think? Zhang Xing chuckled, not interested. I don't want to get involved in your family's affairs, and I'm not interested in collaborating. Let's just go our separate ways. He thought to himself that matters involving royal power aren't solved with a few words. Lei Zhantian was essentially the most powerful figure, while the current emperor was just a puppet. How could he challenge his uncle? Collaborating with a puppet emperor was too risky and could end disastrously. Zhang Xing calculated that if Lei Zhantian was indeed the mastermind, he would settle the score eventually, but not now. The strength of the 3 dragons was sufficient for the time being, but he needed to improve himself. He planned to reach the war spirit level in the next couple of months. As for the next wave of assassins, he didn't think they would come so soon. Even if they sent higher-level assassins, he wasn't afraid. At worst, he could hide on Dragon Island, where no one could find him. Although Zhanwu didn't expect Zhang Xing to agree to cooperate immediately, she still said, all right, think about it. Here's my identity token. Keep it so you can find me in Leiwu Kingdom if needed. Zhang Xing took the token and casually tossed it into his spatial storage device. All right, I'll find you if I need to. I have to go check ahead. With that, he swiftly mounted his black dragon and flew deeper into the forest, leaving Zhanwu standing there, dumbfounded and frustrated. This kid just left without a second thought, abandoning a girl here alone, showing no sympathy at all. Zhang Xing rode the black dragon swiftly through the night sky, paying no mind to Zhanwu's thoughts. Under the cover of darkness, the magical beasts awakened and began their nocturnal activities. Black Bao suppressed its aura, gliding through the night like a phantom. As dawn broke, Zhang Xing and his companions had yet to encounter any magical beasts of the 5th rank or higher. He decided to land atop a mountain peak to rest. Surveying the vast sea of trees around him, Zhang Xing felt a sense of ennui. Jinbao, come out and see if there's any treasure around here. If not, we'll leave for Qinshua Peak, Zhang Xing commanded, while curiously observing the surroundings. However, why do I feel like the trees here are much sturdier than elsewhere? Jinbao, Xiaobai, and Wen Jing emerged from Dragon Island, carefully examining the environment. Jinbao exclaimed excitedly, Boss, this place is indeed different from others. The spiritual energy here is exceptionally abundant. As he spoke, he activated his colorful dragon eyes, revealing a vibrant scene. The rich spiritual energy drifted from the mountain into the forest, mingling with the morning mist. Although Zhang Xing and the other 3 dragons couldn't perceive anything unusual, they all focused intently on Jinbao. Moments later, Jinbao's expression changed as he flew down the mountain. Zhang Xing immediately ordered, follow him and see what Jinbao has discovered. A few minutes later, the group arrived at the mountain's base. Jinbao excitedly looked at the air before him and announced, Boss, there's a natural formation here. What on earth is a natural formation? Zhang Xing asked, puzzled, as this was the first time he had heard the term. Jinbao explained, a natural formation isn't something set up by an array master. It's a natural phenomenon. From what I recall, it's related to time and space. As he spoke, the colorful glow in his eyes became apparent. Can you break it? Zhang Xing inquired with curiosity. It shouldn't be a problem, though it will require more mental energy and time, Jinbao replied, as the colorful light in his eyes intensified. Oh, by the way, boss, this kind of formation can't really be broken. It's like a closed space. We just need to find the entrance. Zhang Xing followed Jin Bao as they moved through the air, occasionally changing direction and pausing. They wandered the area for most of the day until Jin Bao stopped at a specific spot in the air. Boss, this is the entrance. We just have to wait. Jin Bao said proudly. The entrance changes position over time. When we go in and come out, we might end up in a different place. Even a magic emperor skilled in space magic wouldn't find this entrance. Though Zhang Xing didn't understand space magic, he was familiar with the concept. He recalled a rare book on space magic in the Royal Magic and Martial Academy's library, feeling a sense of awe. The last page of that book stated that space magic had been lost on the Sacred Dragon continent, leaving only magic teleportation arrays. Thinking of Jin Bao's ability to see the entrance, Zhang Xing suddenly had a question. Jin Bao, can you perform space magic? Jin Bao visibly flinched, but didn't turn to respond. Boss, I can only see it, like how humans can read words, but not write them. Hearing this, Zhang Xing remained silent. Just as Zhang Xing was feeling drowsy, Jin Bao's urgent shout jolted him awake. Boss, come in quickly. Before the words fully left his mouth, Zhang Xing felt a sudden lightness as Jin Bao pulled him into an incredible space. Moments ago, he had been pacing back and forth without any sign of change. But now, with just a single step forward, the five of them vanished into thin air. Anyone witnessing this would have been utterly shocked. The five who entered this mysterious space didn't feel uncomfortable, but the sight before them left them speechless. Contrary to the complex ruins or unknown lands they had imagined, this was a desolate world beyond their comprehension. They floated in midair, looking down on a lifeless terrain. The ground was cracked and dry with a dark red hue, devoid of any vegetation. Distant mountains appeared blackish red, as if forged from steel. The thin air made it hard to breathe, increasing the pressure on them. A blood-red sun hung dimly in the sky, casting a doomsday-like silence over the world, with no signs of life in sight. As they delved deeper, Zhang Xing found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He mused that this place might truly be devoid of life. Just over an hour in, and it was already hard to catch a breath. Staying here a whole day might mean suffocating to death. However, even if there was no oxygen here, Zhang Xing and his group could always connect to Dragon Island for fresh air, so there was no need to worry. He Bao, looking around cautiously, frowned and said, Boss, the deathly aura here is very strong. We can smell that repulsive odor. His gaze rested on the distant mountains. Wen Jing also gazed at the mountains and softly said, Master, I can sense a faint divine presence seats the element of light magic. Although Zhang Xing was puzzled and couldn't figure out where they were, his intuition told him this place must be related to necromancers. He decisively ordered, Let's check out those mountains. Upon reaching the bare mountains, a small hill, about 100 meters high, blocked their path. Jin Bao, with a keen sense of the unusual, exclaimed, Boss, this is a holy light magic array. There are holy artifacts surrounding the mountain. With that, he began to carefully investigate the area. Moments later, Jin Bao returned, looking astonished. There are 360 holy artifacts. That's quite the setup. What? That many holy artifacts? Zhang Xing was utterly shocked. He knew that the trial tower at St. Roland Magic Martial Academy was a pseudo-imperial artifact, and above that were imperial, exalted, sacred, and even divine artifacts. To find over 300 sacred artifacts here was astounding. He realized that an array composed of so many sacred artifacts must be suppressing some earth-shattering secret. Jin Bao continued to explain, Yes, boss. Moreover, each of these artifacts retains a residual consciousness. I suspect that holy mages, nearing the end of their lives, came here to cast soul-entrusting magic, merging their consciousness with the sacred artifacts. However, unlike Senior Golden Dragon, these consciousnesses cannot freely enter or exit the array. They are like dead objects. Hearing this, Zhang Xing was struck by a realization. Could it be suppressing an undead army? Or perhaps it's the gateway to an undead realm. He recalled Senior Golden Dragon's words. Senior Golden Dragon said the Undead Legion's invasion began from the Beast Forest. Zhang Xing continued his analysis. Initially, the surrounding empires didn't take it seriously and sent large armies, only to inadvertently bolster the enemy's forces. In just 3 days, not a single person survived in the empires. They either became skeleton soldiers or zombies. Advanced magicians turned into specters, battle spirits became vampires. After death, battle kings transformed into dark knights, and advanced grand magicians became liches capable of casting spells. Suddenly, a thunderous roar jolted Zhang Xing from his deep thoughts. Boom. Crack. The ground shook violently, as if a volcano was about to erupt or an earthquake was imminent. The intense force made the 100-meter-high mountain tremble continuously, its structure precariously close to collapse. Soon after, thick black mist began to seep from the cracks throughout the mountain, exuding a menacing aura. Whoosh. With the black mist surging, the rumbling grew louder. Swish, swish, swish. 36 beams of light suddenly appeared, enveloping the entire area of black mist. attempting to suppress this malevolent force. However, the dim light struggled against the dense black mist, threatening to disperse at any moment. In this critical moment, another 36 beams of light joined the fray, barely managing to create a stalemate with the black mist. Yet, the black mist grew more abundant and ferocious. The lights within the formation refused to yield, lighting up one after another. Eventually, all 360 sacred artifacts shone, but their light continued to weaken. Zhang Xing watched the sacred artifacts before him, his brow furrowed. He turned to Jin Bao, asking urgently, Jin Bao, these sacred artifacts can't hold on much longer. Is there any way we can help? Jin Bao replied with difficulty, there is a way, but I don't know how to do it. Does anyone here know how to set up a formation? He glanced around at Zhang Xing and the others. The group exchanged looks, shaking their heads. Zhang Xing quickly opened the system's skill and store menu, only to find nothing related to formations. He sighed in frustration. This is a dragon rearing system, specialized for raising dragons, not a universal system. Only by completing system tasks can we learn skills related to dragon rearing. After a moment's thought, Zhang Xing suggested, how about we go out and learn, then come back? But he quickly realized the urgency of the situation. I'm afraid there's no time for that. Jin Bao, how long can the light grand formation last? Jin Bao shook his head, looking helpless. Boss, I think no more than 3 days. Zhang Xing's heart sank. The Formation Masters Guild was on the other side of the Tianqing Empire, forming a north-south-east-west pattern with other guilds. It would take at least 10 days to make the round trip. He was anxious, eager to help but powerless, a tormenting feeling. Just as Zhang Xing was deep in worry, the formation suddenly shone brightly. He looked up sharply, seeing the 360 sacred artifacts slowly begin to rotate. What's happening? Zhang Xing asked Jin Bao with a glimmer of hope. Jin Bao scratched his head awkwardly. The formation has activated. What the? Zhang Xing exclaimed, nearly fainting. This group of formation novices didn't even understand such basic concepts. If someone had known about formations, their earlier worries wouldn't have existed. They would have only wondered why the formation wasn't working. Zhang Xing resolved to learn about formations from the Formation Masters Guild as soon as he left Qianxua Peak. A few minutes later, the black mist was gradually forced back into the mountain, and peace returned. However, the formation continued to operate, and a phantom figure suddenly appeared in the center. Who are you, young friends? The apparition asked. Zhang Xing and the others were taken aback, realizing it was a spiritual consciousness manifesting through the formation. Zhang Xing steadied himself and replied, I'm a student at the Tianqing Empire's Magic Martial Academy. My name is Zhang Xing. They are my friends and battle companions. The humanoid figure composed of white light pondered for a moment before asking, Tianqing Empire? I've never heard of it. Zhang Xing, what year is it now? March 12th, 3880 of the Sacred Dragon Calendar, Zhang Xing answered truthfully. After hearing Zhang Xing's response, the apparition fell silent for a long time, finally sighing deeply. 800 years. 800 years without a single light mage coming here. They've broken their oath, forgotten their original promise. They're digging their own grave. How many years can they cling to survival? Do they still hope for a second Sacred Dragon Knight to save this continent? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.